Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. The vibrant glow of neon lights dazzles the eyes, while beneath the fog of opulence lies an insatiable desire that breeds endlessly. Izimo stood silently at the alley's mouth, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the throng. Illuminated by the lights, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the darkness behind. If he strained his ears, he might catch the distant sounds of anguish and the muted thuds of fists striking flesh. Half an hour prior, at the boss' behest, he had intercepted a few mildly intoxicated men and dragged them deep into the alley. The objective, naturally, was to extract some monetary gain from these well-dressed individuals. This bustling metropolis fulfills every human desire, yet the darkness it nurtures can obliterate any meaningless fantasy. Those lured in by the allure of extravagance may find themselves either fortunate or tragically ensnared. Yezi, the boss wants you over there. Keep watch here. A red-haired youth with a defiant expression approached Izimo and clapped a hand on his shoulder after a considerable time. Izimo glanced at him, nodded slightly, and said nothing as he proceeded into the alley. The red-haired youth cast a sidelong glance at Izimo's retreating figure, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Does a fellow who emerges from that place really think he can box? Withdrawing his gaze from Izimo's back, the red-haired youth turned his attention to the brightly lit street, muttering coldly to himself, "What a pity soon there will be one less expendable pawn to charge ahead." It seemed he had already foreseen Izimo's fate, not incapacitation, but death. Having traversed only a short distance, he could already hear laughter mingling with the pained cries of men being struck. Izimo furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. Dimly lit by low-wattage bulbs, the alley walls exuded a yellowish glow sufficient to illuminate the murky ground, providing enough visibility to prevent Izimo from stumbling over unseen obstacles. After rounding a corner, the anguished pleas for mercy became unmistakably apparent. A burly man with a scarred face sat atop a pile of debris, smoking a cigarette. Not far from him, three men clad in long coats and trousers found themselves cornered by a group, occasionally receiving punches or kicks. Izimo's cold gaze pierced through the dim light, clearly observing a companion clutching three bulging wallets and several watches and gold chains. Yet, despite acquiring what they desired, they showed no intention of letting the victims go, seemingly driven by a senseless thirst for violence. Upon entering, he had anticipated this outcome. He was accustomed to his companion's penchant for stirring up trouble even after achieving their goals. He dared not voice his dissent, nor would he express his disapproval. Ultimately, what did these three men have to do with him? After a brief observation, Izimo withdrew his gaze and approached the man sitting on the pile of debris, stating, "Boss, you called for me? Do you wish to fight?" The man exhaled a puff of smoke, regarding him with a detached expression. "Yes," Izimo affirmed, meeting the man's indifferent stare with determination. The man's lips curled slightly in a smirk, unconsciously brushing his fingers over the grotesque scar on his chest. He remarked, "Even I might struggle to defeat a single opponent. In the ring, I must go," Izimo replied resolutely. The resolute tone of the man momentarily caught him off guard, but after a brief pause, he stated, "Tomorrow, I shall recommend you must perform the day after." After a slight hesitation, the man's gaze turned icy. "Should you dare to falter after my endorsement, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination." A chill ran through Yi, who nodded heavily, signifying his understanding. Upon witnessing this, the man's frigid demeanor gradually softened to its usual state. "Once you step onto that stage, one must perish. I hope that it is not you who meets that fate." Yi instinctively clenched his fists, emitting a sound from his throat. He comprehended the rules of this place. This was not a mere underground fight, but rather a spectacle of deadly combat, where a lack of skill equated to certain death, leaving no room for luck. If circumstances allowed, he would fervently avoid such a hellish arena. Yet he was compelled to participate, driven by the dire need for substantial funds, or rather exorbitant medical expenses. Amass a significant sum in such a short span, his options were painfully limited. "Wait for me, Xiao Rue," Yeezy silently vowed. 2 days later, within the city's most prominent entertainment venue, the long-anticipated death match commenced as scheduled. The arena featured a stage ensconced in steel, illuminated by bright lights that rendered every detail visible, resembling a chillingly vast birdcage. While the stage basked in brilliance, the audience area remained shrouded in darkness, mere silhouettes, barely discernible. Suddenly, an exhilarating melody resonated throughout the venue, igniting the fervor of the crowd, waves of sound rising in harmonious response to the music for the deadly duel was about to unfold as customary. The commentator passionately and lengthily introduced the favored contestants, eliciting enthusiastic roars from the audience at pivotal moments. Those seated in the audience were either affluent or noble, indulging in the darker aspects of humanity. From their dimly lit corners, when the commentator introduced EZ, he punctuated it with a distinct derisive laugh. TSK, TSK. Let us see if this 16-year-old little pudding can land a blow on the adorable face of the ghost. Bear! Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Enough of the preamble, let us welcome the two contestants to the stage. With a creaking sound, the iron gates on either side of the arena slowly ascended, revealing an entrance. For passage, YEZ emerged from the corridor, his heavy steps echoing as he entered the steel-encased birdcage. As he looked ahead, a towering man, over 2 meters tall, hunched through the entrance and ascended to the stage. In terms of sheer physicality, this battle was devoid of suspense for the audience. It was merely an appetizer. Yeez's eyes burned with suppressed fury as he prepared to step onto the platform. He realized he had been deceived, was the newcomer, and the opponent standing before him should not have been a seasoned veteran. Yet, despite this realization, he found himself with no alternatives. To step onto the stage would mean death. To turn and flee would also mean death. Such was the lawlessness of this place, akin to the grim reality he had so painstakingly escaped. Yet here, amidst the opulence of a city, it was merely a facade, while there lay the grimy slums intertwined with every form of filth. The ghostly bear gazed indifferently at EZ, poised to unleash his ferocity the moment the bell signaled the commencement of the match. This would serve as both his warm-up and an enticing prelude for the audience. YEZ, with a solemn expression, fixed his gaze on the towering figure of the ghost bear, who emanated an overwhelming pressure. Confronted by such a formidable opponent, he resolved to rely on his speed to maneuver. Seeking opportunities to strike at vulnerabilities, perhaps, therein lay his chance of victory. Ding! Without prior announcement, the bell rang out, signaling the start of the contest. Ghost Bear, already accustomed to the suddenness, lunged towards Yeezy with the ferocity of a tiger. Yeezy momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure as the bear closed in. A massive hand sliced through the air, aimed squarely at his head. The ear-splitting sound of the wind being displaced left no doubt that the ghost bear could easily crush the boy's skull with a single blow, igniting the first wave of fervent cheers from the audience. A fierce gust approached. Yeezy's gaze sharpened as he swiftly crouched, narrowly evading the strike. Seizing the opportunity presented by their size disparity, he advanced and delivered a punch aimed at the bear's vulnerable area. Caught off guard by Yeezy's unexpected agility, the bear was momentarily defenseless. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Yeezy's fist connected with the bear's sensitive region, causing the male spectators to fall silent in shock. A searing pain radiated from below, and the bear let out a howl, his eyes instantly ablaze with fury. While an ordinary person might have succumbed to such a blow, those who have thrived in the arena possess an extraordinary resilience, and the bear did not lose his combat prowess. Seeking death, enraged by the brutal strike, the bear roared, drawing Yeezy into a crushing embrace with his arms up. Oh no! Yeezy had not anticipated such a swift counterattack following the bear's injury. As panic set in, he felt an overwhelming force slam into his back. Puffed! The tremendous impact displaced his internal organs, forcing him to expel blood that splattered across the bear's abdomen, while his face was pressed against the bear's rock-like muscles. The adorable little pudding, after delivering a stunning blow below the belt, finds himself helplessly ensnared in the bear's embrace. It seems the little pudding cannot endure even a minute. The ringing in Yeezy's ears drowned out the sounds of the crowd, and his vision blurred into insignificance, pinned against the impenetrable wall of muscle. A chilling fear coursed through him, more terrifying than the acute pain he was enduring. I am going to die. The cold, merciless words echoed in his mind. What will become of Xiao Rue if he perished here? His body trembled violently, seemingly disregarding the bear's overwhelming strength. Noticing Yi Zi's desperate struggle, the bear smirked coldly and tightened his grip, causing the boy's body to go limp. Endless darkness began to engulf Yi Zi. In his final moments, a vision emerged of a girl, seated on a hospital bed, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Brother, once I recover, I yearn to indulge in an abundance of snacks. The sound of rain poured down like a cascading waterfall. A chilling sensation enveloped his cheeks and coursed through his entire body. Yi Zi struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, revealing a bleak sky and a relentless curtain of rain. Am I still alive? His faint exclamation was swiftly drowned out by the relentless patter of raindrops. The stinging pain of water seeping into his eyes compelled him to shut them once more. Upon realizing he still drew breath, Yi Zi became acutely aware of the pervasive aches throughout his body. Yet, amidst this discomfort, a profound sense of relief washed over him. He could not fathom why he remained alive after such defeat, but as long as he still lived, that was sufficient. Enduring the pervasive soreness, he laboriously raised an arm to shield himself from the incessant, icy rain pouring from the heavens, and then slowly reopened his eyes. He was taken aback at the sight of his arm, slender as a bamboo shoot. What is this? Staring blankly at his arm, Yi Zi widened his eyes, momentarily unable to comprehend. This was not his arm. Forgetting the pain, he struggled to rise amidst the frigid rain. Immediately, inspecting his body, moments later, he stood dumbfounded in the downpour, letting the cold rain seep into his very marrow, gradually erasing the last vestiges of warmth from his heart. He had become a child, a frail figure rendered gaunt by prolonged malnutrition, for he could not discern his current age. This revelation might have shocked him into disbelief, even leading him to consider it a mere dream. However, his thoughts were dominated by a single name: Yi Rue. Where is this? Where am I? Yi Zi stood bewildered in the rain, murmuring to himself, his mind in disarray like it was filled with thick paste. The tangible ache in his body, coupled with the stinging chill of the rain, served as constant reminders that this was not a dream, but reality. The sky was ominously overcast, rain relentlessly pouring down upon the earth, the air thick with the scent of rain. It was evident that this downpour would not cease anytime soon, and given Yi Zi's current physical state, remaining in the rain would surely lead to his demise within a day. Fortunately, Yi Zi possessed a resilient spirit. Recognizing the peril of his situation, he prioritized survival and cast a glance around that he found himself in a modest village, the arrangement of buildings haphazard and spaced apart. Though he could not ascertain his exact location, the sight of human structures offered him a modicum of comfort. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he mustered his weary, aching legs and made his way towards a building with an extending eave, finally escaping the bone-chilling downpour. Leaning against the equally cold wall, Yi Zi gazed vacantly at the world beyond the eave. He noticed that the eaves of the buildings here generally protruded outward, with wide, drainage channels atop, indicating that rain was a common occurrence, often in heavy torrents. He silently observed the rain-soaked village. A sudden dryness enveloped his mouth, accompanied by gnawing hunger in his stomach. Yet, more than anything, the penetrating chill was the most unbearable sensation. He extended his small hand, catching some rainwater to quench his thirst, alleviating the dryness that plagued him. This cannot continue. I must find sustenance. Yi Zi, enduring the relentless pain, let his gaze linger upon the street, searching for a way to procure food. Having emerged from the slums, he had never contemplated relying on others, despite his frail and pitiable form. Preoccupied with thoughts of nourishment, he remained oblivious to the unsettling anomalies within the village, only becoming aware of its peculiarities as night descended. There were no lights. This modest village, upon the arrival of night, was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any illumination. The moon was shrouded behind thick, heavy clouds, casting the world into profound darkness, with only the incessant sound of wind and rain filling the air. As EZ gazed into the abyss of darkness before him, he rubbed his arms with the last remnants of his strength and finally felt a creeping sense of fear. In the places of hope, there is naught but darkness. The sounds that reach the ears are solely those of wind and rain. And the only touch is the bone-chilling cold. The initial sense of security that this human abode provided has gradually faded amidst the cacophony of the storm. The all-encompassing darkness, devoid of any visible forms, is inherently terrifying, casting an eerie pall over the desolate village. EZ cautiously traverses the wall, his hand pressed against the smooth, frigid surface of a glass window, only to halt abruptly. The absence of dust beneath his palm offers no significant proof. His grimy little fingers fumble through the darkness, and when they find a crevice, he attempts to pry it open. To his astonishment, the window is not locked. Yet the utter lack of life within the vicinity brings a sense of resignation. Upon opening the window, EZ is suddenly confronted with the reality of his current physical state. He is unable to climb through, let alone enter the house. With no other recourse, he continues along the wall until he eventually discovers the door leading into the dwelling. As night falls, the rain intensifies, overwhelming even the extended eaves designed to shield against such downpours. The drainage pipes, besieged by the rushing water, emit a cacophony of sounds, while the spot where EZ had sought refuge is now drenched. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning cleaves through the night sky, illuminating the world for a fleeting moment. In that brief flash, EZ catches a glimpse of the house. It is an ordinary residence, equipped with basic furniture. Seizing the opportunity provided by the intermittent flashes of lightning, he closes the window he had previously opened and searches for matches and paper. Using a wooden stool and some wooden utensils as kindling, he sets a fire. Though he is acutely aware of the irrationality of igniting a flame in such a strange and perilous place, he finds himself with no alternative. Without warmth, he would not survive the night. As the fire crackles to life, EZ finally experiences a long-forgotten warmth, and the accumulated dread begins to dissipate. With the flickering light, he conducts a cursory search of the house, finding no food, yet the kitchenware remains intact, and a pot of water is boiling. Moreover, he notes that the furniture inside is not covered in dust but is instead in disarray, suggesting that someone had occupied this space quite recently. Though the reason for their hasty departure remains a mystery. Where exactly is this place? Gazing into the flames, EZ is engulfed in confusion. How did he end up here? What is this place? Is there a way to return? A multitude of questions pierces through his mind like 1,000 needles. Had it not been for the hardships he endured in his youth, perhaps at the moment of awakening, EZ would have been incapable of even standing. This is not solely due to his will, but also because his long-neglected body is not as feeble as he had imagined. Leaning against the fire, both his spirit and body weary, EZ gradually succumbs to sleep. When he awakens, daylight has arrived, yet the rain outside shows no signs of abating. EZ feels both hunger and weakness gnawing at him. Unless he finds sustenance promptly, he will surely perish. He locates a raincoat-like garment within the house and dons it before pushing open the door and stepping into the curtain of rain. In this desolate place, where no soul remained, the act of trespassing into private dwellings bore no semblance of guilt. Yet after scouring numerous homes in vain for sustenance, a sense of despair began to envelop him. The hasty departure of the inhabitants left behind not a morsel of food. What could have driven them to such an extreme? As EZ walked, lost in thought, he furrowed his brow. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted 2 metal trash bins at the street corner. Halting his steps, he resolutely approached the bins. Silently, EZ lifted the lid of one bin and then tipped it over, a foul stench immediately wafting towards him. Unperturbed, he crouched down, calmly sifting through the malodorous remnants. A few hundred meters away, at the corner, 2 figures paused in their tracks, a man and a woman. The woman, young and beautiful, possessed golden hair and striking brown eyes, her forehead adorned with a protective headband marked with a leaf-like symbol. Despite her beauty, she wore armor that lent her an air of grim determination. The man beside her was similarly clad in armor, but he additionally donned a green cloak. His long black hair contrasted sharply with his pale visage, and his golden, elongated pupils, highlighted by a faint shadow extending from his eyes to the bridge of his nose, exuded an eerie indifference. These two were none other than Orochimaru and Tsunade, preparing to return to their village in the aftermath of war. Another remnant of warfare, perhaps? Orochimaru coldly observed EZ's retreating figure, retrieving a black shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. To live such a tormenting existence, perhaps death would be preferable, he muttered. gripping the shuriken and stepping forward. Orochimaru, that is merely a child devoid of chakra, Tsunade interjected, placing a hand on his shoulder to halt him. Huh. Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile, glancing at Tsunade. And what of it? He shrugged off her hand, resolute in his intent. Witnessing Orochimaru's obstinacy, Tsunade's frown deepened. But she refrained from further intervention. Having witnessed too much life and death, stained with an abundance of blood, her heart had quietly hardened. Ultimately, this was not the land of fire, nor was it Konoha. Unbeknownst to Yizi, a figure wielding a shuriken was stealthily approaching from behind, intent on ending his life. Meanwhile, he remained fixated on a small, earthy yellow dog before him. Clearly, this unexpected visitor was also in a state of hunger, its demeanor aggressive. As it emitted low growls that proclaimed its claim over the refuse scattered on the ground. How long had it been? He recalled a time when he, too, was driven by the desire for scraps of food that others carelessly discarded. Yizi picked up a stone from the ground, his gaze steady upon the little yellow dog. An unsettling calm in his eyes. Sensing the threat posed by Yizi's stone, the dog felt an instinctual urge to defend its claim. Yet its gnawing hunger compelled it to stand its ground. Had Yizi not toppled the trash bin, the dog would have had no means of survival. Consequently, its growls intensified, shifting from subdued to ferocious. My apologies. The feeble, threatening barks posed no significant impact on Yizi. He did not lift the stone to drive away the small yellow dog. Rather, he was far more inclined towards the readily available meat before him than the refuse within the trash can. Without hesitation, he raised the stone and struck the small yellow dog. The disparity in their sizes predetermined the outcome from the very beginning. In merely a few seconds, accompanied by several pitiful yelps, the small yellow dog was brutally slain by Yizi. With a hat dislodged from his vigorous actions, he wiped the rainwater that trickled down his face and bent down to pick up the diminutive dog, subsequently making his way towards the house. Under the circumstances of a fire, he had no desire to consume it raw. Nearby, Orochimaru, who had halted his steps, observed the entire scene unfold. How intriguing, he mused. As he tucked away his kunai into his ninja tool pouch, he watched Yizi's silhouette with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. He had anticipated that the boy would merely chase away the small dog or perhaps allocate a portion of his territory to it, but was taken aback when the boy directly regarded the small dog as sustenance. If this child were a ninja, such behavior would not have surprised him. Moreover, he noted a detail. The stone used to dispatch the small dog remained firmly clutched in the boy's hand, indicating that the appearance of the dog had awakened a sense of danger within him. Thus, the stone, having served its purpose as a weapon, was still tightly grasped, a fact that stood in stark contrast to his prior state of being unarmed. It evoked the impression of an abrupt realization and awakening to his surroundings, or perhaps a moment of burgeoning maturity. A sudden thought crossed Orochimaru's mind to bring the child back to the village, yet it was swiftly dismissed. Although the war had ceased, the atmosphere still brimmed with tension, and regardless of the reasoning, it remained exceedingly difficult to introduce an outsider into the village, even if the individual was merely a defenseless child. However, standing amidst the rain, the cold gaze of the serpent fixated on Yizi. Such a child, if not taken, would inevitably face death. Tsunade, having witnessed the earlier scene, was momentarily taken aback and sensed the subtle malice emanating from Orochimaru. Yizi, proceeding towards the house, acutely sensed the malevolent gaze directed at him from behind, and a sudden chill coursed through him. He abruptly turned to face the source of the ominous stare. A man? Upon recognizing the individual, Yizi felt a slight sense of relief, yet it was swiftly replaced by profound vigilance, which manifested in his demeanor. The man's malevolent glare promptly relegated him to the list of adversaries. In the seemingly unending downpour, Yizi fixed his gaze on the two individuals before him, his eyes brimming with deep-seated caution. With a decisive motion, he cast aside the hard-won food at his feet, tightly gripping the bloodied stone and taking a cautious step back. Despite his intense hunger and pressing need to eat, at that moment, the small dog's carcass would only serve as a burden in his attempt to escape. Who are you? Under circumstances of necessity, Yizi was reluctant to relinquish the food he had just obtained. However, the question that escaped his lips momentarily stunned him. The words were foreign to him, yet they flowed forth so naturally, and he comprehended their meaning. Orochimaru, with his raven hair and obsidian eyes, observed Yizi as he turned away, refraining from an immediate response to the inquiry. The attributes of his black hair and eyes easily conjured associations with the Uchiha clan, though they were not exclusive to them. He cast a glance at the little yellow dog that Yizi had decisively discarded. A faint smile gracing his lips as his interest intensified. Tsunade, this little brat is quite intriguing. Tsunade shot him a glance and inquired. What do you intend to do? Take him back to the village, Orochimaru stated nonchalantly. Tsunade was taken aback, then resolutely replied, that is impossible. Impossible? Perhaps it is indeed challenging, but I shall endeavor to try. Orochimaru, Tsunade scrutinized him with an inquisitive gaze. If it were Jiraiya, perhaps you would not find it so perplexing. Yet, the one articulating such sentiments was Orochimaru. Tsunade, I'm not Jiraiya. He stayed behind to care for those children out of guilt and a sense of atonement. My desire to bring this child to the village stems solely from my belief that he possesses the potential to grow into a formidable tree. Were it otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Orochimaru pondered quietly. Initially, he did not believe it possible to bring Yizi back to the village. But his burgeoning fascination compelled him to make an attempt. Yizi overheard their conversation and promptly fled, perceiving Tsunade and Orochimaru as human traffickers. If he did not escape now, when would he? Yizi's flight naturally drew the attention of both individuals. Orochimaru let out a cold snort and swiftly formed hand seals. Serpent's shadow. Several serpentine forms, resembling arms and adorned with brown patterns, surged forth from his sleeves, swiftly overtaking Yizi and ensnaring him. Fortunately, Orochimaru was meticulous, controlling the force of the serpents. Otherwise, Yizi might well have been suffocated. Even so, he cried out in agony, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. A snake? As he beheld the serpent's flickering tongue before him, Yizi's heart raced, and fear surged within him. With deliberate steps, Orochimaru approached the ensnared Yizi, who lay helplessly in the rain. Tsunade remained stationary, quietly observing Orochimaru's silhouette. For reasons unknown, she experienced a fleeting moment of unease. Why was Orochimaru so intent on bringing this child to the village? She could fathom Jiraiya's decision to care for the children. Yet she could not grasp Orochimaru's motives at this moment. Little brat, Orochimaru said, lowering himself to meet Yizi's defiant gaze. If you wish to survive, your only choice is to follow me. With great effort, Yizi raised his head to meet the cold, serpentine gaze, and in that instant, he comprehended that the world he inhabited was anything but ordinary. Indeed, he had no alternative. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength, he nodded before losing consciousness and succumbing to the void. As he gazed upon the unconscious Yizi, a sudden smile graced Orochimaru's lips, leaving one to ponder the reasons behind it. In this moment, an inexplicable thrill coursed through me. Despite the subtlety of the sensation, Orochimaru bent down to lift Yeji, hoisting him onto his shoulder, and turned towards Tsunade. Let us proceed. Tsunade cast a glance at Yeji's pallid visage, hesitating momentarily before inquiring. Are you truly intent on bringing him back to the village? Certainly, Orochimaru replied, his gaze unwavering and his tone resolute. Tsunade pressed her lips together and remarked, then we should first tend to his wounds. I doubt he can survive the journey back in his current state. A cold smile graced Orochimaru's lips. Unnecessary. Treatment or sustenance should come from him, should he awaken. If he does not, we can simply discard him wherever. Tsunade regarded Orochimaru with a penetrating stare, observing his indifference, and chose to remain silent. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, as if it would never cease. That night, upon regaining consciousness, Yeji's first sight was a flickering bonfire, around which two figures sat. Hunger gnawed at him, leaving him weak and sore all over. Had the rain ceased? This was indeed a welcome revelation. He could no longer endure the sensation of his body stewing in moisture. However, it was not the rain that had stopped, but rather their departure from the land of rain, having arrived at the border of the land of fire. Give me something to eat, Yeji said, turning to the man whose serpents had bound him, speaking without a hint of politeness. The fact that he was still alive indicated that his captor did not wish for his demise, emboldening him to demand sustenance. From the moment Yeji opened his eyes, Orochimaru had taken notice. Hearing Yeji's bold request for food, he offered a faint smile and casually tossed a few biscuits in front of him. Yeji stared at the biscuits that had fallen near him, and with great effort, reached out to grasp one, placing it in his mouth without biting down. His mouth and throat were parched. The only way to soften the biscuit was to produce a bit of saliva, which he struggled to do before swallowing. Tsunade observed Orochimaru, fully aware that given Yeji's condition, even producing saliva would be a formidable challenge. Thus, swallowing the biscuit would undoubtedly be a painful endeavor. She paused, then suddenly rose and approached Yeji. Under his watchful gaze, She crouched down and angled a corner of a large leaf towards his lips. Yeji's eyes flickered, and he instinctively opened his mouth. The cool liquid trickled from the leaf, akin to nectar, instantly revitalizing him. After casting a grateful glance at Tsunade, he swallowed the softened biscuit, contentment washing over him as he closed his eyes. A single biscuit, a sip of water, so precious. One might even consider them the essence of life. Thank you, he murmured. Without Tsunade's offering of water, it might have taken an eternity to swallow that biscuit. Tsunade nodded slightly, setting the leaf aside. Though the water was nearly depleted, it sufficed for Yeji to finish the remaining biscuit. Enduring the pain, Yeji shifted to a relatively comfortable sitting position, placing the last 2 biscuits into the water of the leaf, patiently waiting for them to soften before silently consuming them. In the stillness of the night, the only sound was the faint crackling of the burning fire. In a forest fraught with peril, the formidable Orochimaru and Tsunade regarded the surroundings with a sense of indifference. If they were within the borders of another country, perhaps vigilance would be warranted, but in the land of fire, adequate precautions were deemed sufficient. Where are you taking me? After slightly satiating his hunger, Yizi inquired. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, to Konoha. Konoha? Yizi furrowed his brow, responding calmly, isn't that a place where human traffickers handle their goods? Human traffickers? Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Yizi, her eyes betraying a hint of anger, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she felt a pang of sorrow at Yizi's unsettling comparison of himself to mere merchandise. In these times of war, there were far more distressing scenarios. Orochimaru coolly retorted. Konoha is our village, thereby dismissing Yizi's assumption. Yizi's brow remained knitted as he pressed on. Then why take me back to your village? I hardly believe a starving child holds any value to you. At this, Orochimaru regarded him with a sidelong glance, a fleeting smile gracing his otherwise pallid visage. Indeed, if you possessed no value, you would have long since become a mere heap of rotting flesh. The coldness of his words sent a shiver through Yizi's heart, only to be followed by Orochimaru's assertion. Therefore, you must find a way to demonstrate your worth. Otherwise, you lack the means to continue your existence. Remember, without me, you would become a corpse within days. Yizi scoffed at this, reflecting that had he not encountered that little yellow dog, perhaps he would not have had the confidence to endure. However, with the presence of that dog, he felt assured of his survival. Yet, in his optimism, he remained oblivious to the dire circumstances he had previously faced. In an era of turmoil, safe havens were scant. For the powerless commoners, they were even rarer. Orochimaru's words rang true, yet they were beyond Yizi's comprehension, for he knew nothing of this world. Tsunade, listening to their exchange, rubbed her forehead in contemplation. Observing the emaciated Yizi, she surmised he was no more than 6 years old, yet his psychological maturity was astonishing. Surely, he was just an ordinary child. His malnourished physique, however, exhibited an undeniable resilience. For any typical individual, the arduous journey of the past 2 days would have been fatal, yet Yizi remained intact. Reflecting on this, Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru, who was fixated on the fire. Had his earlier refusal to tend to Yizi's injuries stemmed from this realization? Miss, what is your name? With no knowledge of either individual, Yizi approached Tsunade, sensing her demeanor was more amiable. Tsunade snapped back to reality, regarding him as she replied. It is basic courtesy to share your own name before inquiring about someone else's. Yizi was left speechless, pondering how they had bound him without a word, yet still spoke of manners. I am Yizi. You may call me Yizi. Yizi? What a peculiar name, Tsunade remarked, her eyebrows lifting in curiosity. Surely, this is not a name you have chosen for yourself? Indeed, Tsunade had merely spoken in jest, yet little did she know she had unwittingly struck the mark. The child sighed softly within her heart. Senju Tsunade, that is my name. Your name is rather peculiar, Yeji remarked, his eyelids twitching slightly as he turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. Tsunade followed his gaze and added, he is called Orochimaru. Yeji nodded in understanding and subsequently fell into a thoughtful silence. Does your body no longer ache? Orochimaru inquired suddenly. Oh, it doesn't hurt much anymore, Yeji replied, realizing upon Orochimaru's words that the pain which had once permeated his entire being had significantly diminished, allowing him to converse with Tsunade in a state of relative normalcy. He, Orochimaru, observed Yeji, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. At this juncture, Orochimaru had no intention of delving into the secrets of reincarnation. Rather, he was solely fascinated by the unique attributes of Yeji's physique. From the moment he first laid eyes on Yeji, He noted the remarkable vitality concealed within such a frail body, a vitality that, although manifested through a mere small heart, was nonetheless extraordinary. Yet, despite its uniqueness, Orochimaru remained resolute. Any entity deemed a threat would be eliminated, though Yeji's final display had ultimately earned him the right to survive. "Let me take a look," Tsunade exclaimed, taken aback by Yeji's assertion. Without further ado, she parted his garments, placing one hand upon his chest, her palm emanating a luminous green glow. The vitality of the cells. Upon sensing the sudden activity within Yeji's frail body, Tsunade found herself momentarily astounded. Perhaps she had underestimated the characteristics of Yeji's physique from the outset. After meticulously examining his body, she approached Orochimaru in silence. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Yeji heard her utter the word cell vitality, and he became entranced. Lost in the vivid imagery of the glowing hand and the man from whose sleeve snakes emerged, all of this had left a profound impact upon him. He believed these phenomena might merely be fragments of a world revealing itself, with even more unfathomable and incomprehensible wonders to follow. It appeared he had entered an extraordinary realm. "Orochimaru, come with me," Tsunade whispered as she brushed past him. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smirk, realizing that this child was indeed extraordinary. He cast a glance at the dazed Yeji before following Tsunade a short distance away. Yeji, regaining his focus, only noticed the silhouettes of Tsunade and Orochimaru fading into the darkness. He paid them little mind, resting his forehead on his hand as he began to contemplate the future. The first priority was to comprehend this world, the second was to acquire the strength necessary for survival, and the third was to seek a way back home. After witnessing the inhuman capabilities of Tsunade and Orochimaru, Yeji felt a flicker of hope that perhaps a means to return to Earth existed. This thought invigorated him, excitement illuminating his expression. "I must return." The mere thought of Lei, alone in the hospital awaiting death, filled Yeji with an overwhelming desire to soar back to Earth in an instant. Clenching his fists tightly, Yeji suppressed the tumult within his heart. Striving to calm his emotions, he had no desire to reveal any signs before those two formidable beings. His current objective was to further earn their trust, gradually unearthing the mysteries of this world and subsequently mastering the unknown abilities. Yeji fixated on the flickering flames of the fire, slowly releasing his grip. The departure of Tsunade and Orochimaru could have presented a golden opportunity to escape. Had he not established a goal, he might have turned and fled without hesitation. With a slightly unfocused gaze, Tsunade and Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, each bearing distinct expressions. Orochimaru's countenance was a blend of coldness and subtle excitement, while Tsunade's was marked by a stoic gravity. Yeji remained oblivious to their intentions, exhibiting a commendable discretion by refraining from inquiring. Thus, the night unfolded in profound silence. A week later, in the Hokage's office of Konoha Village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was deep in thought. Before his modest desk stood Tsunade and Orochimaru. While Yeji had temporarily sought refuge elsewhere upon his return to the village, uncertain of his future there. After a long pause, Sarutobi regarded his proud students with a serious demeanor. "Though the war has momentarily ceased, we cannot indiscriminately accept outsiders from other villages, as conflict may erupt anew at any moment." His brow furrowed in distress. The performance of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had been commendable, especially during the recent war. However, with the cessation of hostilities, Jiraiya remained outside to tend to the war's aftermath, allowing his most esteemed student, Orochimaru, to bring back a war orphan. A decision Tsunade neither opposed nor countered. Sarutobi had yet to meet the child, and regardless of any unique lineage or extraordinary powers the child may possess, he found it difficult to justify allowing the boy to stay amidst the current turmoil, where even the smallest individual could potentially be an enemy spy. He needed to remain steadfast. Orochimaru's unusual insistence was perplexing to Sarutobi. Did the child indeed possess some exceptional quality? Tsunade stood silently beside him, having chosen to maintain her quietude since entering the office, intending to remain so for the foreseeable future. "You must understand the risks involved," Sarutobi remarked, raising an eyebrow, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. "We must eliminate any variables at this juncture." In truth, even if Sarutobi were to consent to the child's stay, the forces lurking in the shadows would not permit it, unless Orochimaru, undeterred by Sarutobi's firm refusal, replied calmly, "The abilities of the Umbu are not so feeble. Can a child devoid of chakra truly pose a variable?" Sarutobi's gaze shifted slightly, his voice deepening. What is it about this child that compels you to insist on his presence here? Orochimaru responded, he has the potential to grow into a towering tree. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi silently gazed at Orochimaru, pondering whether the transformation into a great tree would serve as a sanctuary for the hidden leaf village or merely consume its resources. Such a profound question prompted only a fleeting thought from Sarutobi, who deemed the possibility improbable. Thus, he resolved to remain, contingent upon the interrogation team probing into Orochimaru's memories. Orochimaru momentarily hesitated, then readily acquiesced to this stipulation. Given his tender age and lack of chakra, an unbridled exploration of his memories by the interrogation team could yield two outcomes. Either Yeji would be rendered an imbecile, or he would lose all recollection. Considering Yeji's circumstances, the likelihood of becoming an imbecile seemed more pronounced. Should he easily become a fool, there would be little reason to stay. Conversely, if he lost all memories, it could be a fortuitous opportunity for Yeji to start anew in the Hidden Leaf Village. Regardless of the outcome, both scenarios were acceptable to Orochimaru. In fact, the emergence of a third possibility was what he truly dreaded. Tsunade, upon hearing this, shuddered slightly but remained silent. Sarutobi cast a profound glance at Orochimaru, solidifying the decision. At that moment, Yeji, fervently attacking his meal, remained blissfully unaware of these developments. The act of memory searching, or thought reading, is a choice typically avoided in times of peace, yet becomes commonplace during wartime. In such times, ninjas seek to extract all usable intelligence, and probing the thoughts of a target is the most effective method. However, few possess mastery over this technique, with the mountain clan of the Hidden Leaf Village being among the elite. Generally, ninjas would first employ coercive interrogation methods. If these failed, they would resort to jinjutsu to compel the target to divulge information. If even the hypnotic illusions could not penetrate the target's will, the final recourse would be to directly invade the mind to extract thoughts and memories. This third method, however, often inflicts psychological trauma, potentially leading to amnesia or idiocy. Thus it is seldom used lightly. Yet, in wartime, humanitarian considerations are cast aside. Even the slightest intelligence holds significant weight, prompting ninjas to spare no effort in their pursuit. Yeji, being merely a child devoid of chakra, would not warrant such extreme measures, even from Sarutobi, who had the village's best interests at heart. Nevertheless, if jinjutsu proved ineffective on Yeji, it would necessitate scrutiny regarding his origins, as one of the hallmarks of a spy is an indomitable will, making it plausible that he could resist hypnosis. Some exceptionally skilled spies could even convey false information while under hypnotic influence. The execution of ninjas is characteristically swift. Nearly 3 minutes after the decision was made, 2 Umbu appeared in Yeji's temporary residence via body flicker technique. At that moment, Yeji was engrossed in stuffing his mouth with vegetables, completely oblivious to the 2 silent intruders standing behind him. Yeji? Inquired the Umbu on the left, donning a gray fox mask, slightly stumbling over the pronunciation of his name. Yeji was startled by the sudden sound and swiftly turned around, only to be met by 2 oddly dressed individuals, clad in tight-fitting black attire with a blade strapped to their backs and masks obscuring their faces. They exuded an air of menace. "Who are you?" Yeji was about to inquire when the first speaker interrupted him with a curt command. "Come with us." The bizarre appearance and the cold, unceremonious tone tightened Yeji's expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a ceramic bowl and dashed toward the window. Having familiarized himself with the surroundings upon being brought into the room, he had already mapped out 2 potential escape routes. The Umbu operatives were entirely unprepared for Yeji's impulsive reaction. As they momentarily hesitated, Yeji pressed his hand against the windowsill, ready to leap to freedom. The mere sight of their dark attire and their piercing tones set off his sensitive nerves, prompting his escape, although he had not accounted for the Umbu's agility. Just as his hand touched the window ledge, one of the operatives swiftly moved behind him and struck him with a precise blow that rendered him unconscious without inflicting harm. This demonstrated their adept control over force, especially considering Yeji was still a child with a fragile physique. As the pain shot through his neck and consciousness faded into darkness, a chill gripped his heart. While dining, he had felt a sense of security, believing he was in a place where he could safely explore this world. However, being knocked unconscious shattered that nascent belief entirely, and his perception of Konoha took shape in that moment. With both his first and second impressions being profoundly negative, rectifying them in the future would prove to be a daunting task. If only there were alternatives in this world. Reflecting on today's decisions might well lead to regret. When Yi finally opened his eyes, the first sensation was the discomfort of his restrained limbs. Looking down, he realized he was tied to a chair. He did not panic, nor did he curse, ever since encountering Orochimaru and Tsunade. He had come to understand that he was now a pitiable creature at the mercy of others. And it would not be surprising if he were to be crushed at any moment. He recognized that panic would serve no purpose and began to observe his surroundings. The spacious room was shrouded in darkness, with the only source of light emanating from 2 white candles perched on the armrest of the chair. The feeble glow barely illuminated the walls, allowing him to discern the floor just 2 meters away, with the rest enveloped in obscurity. Retracting his gaze from the environment, Yi exerted a slight effort. His bound hands remained utterly still. How foolish of me, he thought silently. However, he had had no choice when faced with Orochimaru. In retrospect, it seemed a mere distinction between dying sooner or later. His childhood experiences had instilled a deep-rooted wariness of outsiders, leading him to contemplate the worst possible outcomes in any situation, not merely as a precaution, but as a result of witnessing too much darkness. At this moment, he envisioned several grim conclusions, all culminating in death, albeit with varying circumstances. Yet, Yi did not wish to perish. His eyes subtly shifted, his expression calm, while a torrent of thoughts surged within his mind. In an unknown chamber, with limbs ensnared and the environment shrouded in dimness, an overwhelming array of unfavorable conditions prevailed. Rest assured, I shall not inflict harm upon you. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with a gentle tone, emerged from the shadows, accompanied by the soft sound of footsteps. A figure materialized from the darkness, approaching Yi, halting just a meter away. Startled, yet maintaining an air of tranquility, Yi lifted his gaze to scrutinize the newcomer. His eyes swept over the familiar attire before finally settling on the face. With thin lips pressed into a straight line, a strong nose, and straight brows framing piercing eyes, the man exuded both vitality and striking appearance. Is this the child? Shanzhong Yuan, unconcerned by Yi's scrutiny, adhered to his predetermined plan. Intending first to breach the target's defenses with words, followed by employing illusionary arts to extract all pertinent details, striving to avoid the use of family secrets. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by such childish deceit? Yi replied with disdain to the stranger's words. A flicker of surprise crossed Shanzhong Yuan's expression as he regarded Yi, observing the indifference, fear of death, and unabashed wariness reflected in the child's eyes. He then traced his finger along the forehead guard, offering a self-deprecating smile before stating, whether you believe it or not is inconsequential, the truth shall reveal itself. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Yi's eyes, which belied his youthful age, and swiftly formed hand seals. Illusionary realm of dreams. Yi, astonished, watched as Shanzhong Yuan's gestures transformed multiple times, recognizing them as vividly as if painted in his mind. Before he could marvel at his suddenly acute memory and vision, he witnessed Shanzhong Yuan's eyes morph into swirling vortices, which rapidly expanded, engulfing everything, including himself. Endless darkness consumed all, and in a fleeting moment, light returned. Upon opening his eyes, Yi found himself gazing at Yi Rui, who was reclining against the bed. A momentary haze clouded his vision. Brother, what is wrong? Yi Rui's gaunt, pale face bore a hint of concern, her large eyes reflecting inquiry. Nothing. Yi slowly shook his head. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming his skin. As he grasped Yi Rui's small hand, feeling its icy chill, remarkably tangible, a stark reminder that this was no dream. Brother, why are you crying? Huh? Yi touched his cheek, feeling a dampness beneath his fingertips. Turning to the blue sky outside the window, he chuckled softly, just a bit of sand in my eyes. Observing Yi's vacant expression, Shanzhong Yuan lowered his hands and gently inquired, where do you come from? Yi remained unresponsive, as still as a marionette. Shanzhong Yuan furrowed his brow. The illusion had undoubtedly succeeded. Pausing, he asked again, what is your name? Still, there was no reply. Shanzhong Yuan's brow knitted tighter as he posed several more questions, each time lowering his expectations, yet still receiving no response whatsoever. The possibility of espionage? In the midst of the mountains and fields, a whisper lingered. Upon first encountering Yi, he was incredulous, for the wariness reflected in Yi's eyes was too intense. A demeanor uncharacteristic of a spy. However, when Yi fell victim to an illusion yet exhibited such behavior, he began to doubt his initial assumptions. After laboriously toiling for half an hour, he had gleaned no information. It was futile. With a soft sigh, the figure in the mountains and fields felt compelled to refrain from employing the family's secret arts on a mere child. Darkness, an unsettling and profound blackness, enveloped Yi Zi's consciousness. The figure in the mountains and fields had not anticipated such a scenario. He floated in midair, surrounded by an unfathomable void, unable to perceive anything save for his own body. Although he had encountered similar situations shrouded in darkness before, he found no semblance of doors or windows, an essential entry point for any intrusion into one's mind. Yet, there was only an endless abyss of darkness. While he could not definitively ascertain Yi Zi's identity, one thing was abundantly clear: Yi Zi was no ordinary child. Thus, he deemed it necessary to resort to more extreme measures, albeit reluctantly. Suspended in Yi Zi's shadowy realm, he muttered to himself, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals, his expression turning grave. The human mind is inherently fragile, especially that of a child. Any misstep could render them a fool. Do not blame me. His hands halted, completing the seal. Suddenly, from the depths of darkness, clusters of flames erupted, transforming within moments into a towering inferno, illuminating a row of lowly houses struggling helplessly in the blaze. The figure in the mountains and fields observed this unwelcome scene emerge from the darkness, a memory the practitioner wished to forget. With a soft ripping sound, akin to the reverberation of spring thunder, his gaze shifted sharply towards the fissure torn in the darkness. Brilliant white light spilling forth with urgency. It had arrived. In the hospital room, Yi Zi, expressionless, clasped Yi Rui's cold little hand, silently gazing at her serene face, his eyes unwavering. A young nurse stood behind him, letting out a gentle sigh, her gaze towards Yi Rui tinged with pity. Yet in a hospital, such sights were all too common. "Mr. Yi, my condolences." Yi Zi tightened his grip slightly. Then, as if fearing to hurt Yi Rui, he quickly released her hand. "Money is not the issue, so why has it come to this?" Yi Zi spoke in a monotone, yet beneath his calm exterior lay a volcano ready to erupt. The nurse fell momentarily silent. Despite Yi Zi's composed demeanor, an inexplicable chill gripped her heart. "Why?" Yi Zi slowly closed his eyes. "What have we done wrong?" A sharp crack echoed. Yi Zi abruptly opened his eyes, tears trapped within cascading down his cheeks, the world before him resembling a reflection on shattered glass. The crack precisely bisecting the peaceful visage of Yi Rui. "No!" Yi Zi screamed, the world plunging into darkness as if the lights had been extinguished. "Release." In the mountains, Shan Zhongyuan retreated in shock, his face glistening with cold sweat as he gazed at Yi Zi, disbelief etched across his features. What had transpired? Suddenly, a masked figure from the umbu appeared, placing a hand on Shan Zhongyuan's shoulder to halt his retreat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shan Zhongyuan struggled to articulate. "It's complicated." The umbu fell silent, his face obscured by the mask revealing no hint of emotion. After a brief pause, he coldly inquired, "Has the standard for disposal been met?" He was unconcerned with the events that had unfolded. His only interest lay in whether Yi Zi warranted elimination. Shan Zhongyuan's brow twitched as he instinctively glanced at Yi Zi, whose eyes were tightly shut, tears streaming down his face. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. "Yes," was the response he initially intended to convey. However, the haunting image of what he had witnessed stifled his voice. "No," he hesitated momentarily before slowly admitting. "Are you certain?" The umbu's gaze sharpened, sensing the uncertainty in Shan Zhongyuan's demeanor. Once he had expressed doubt, Shan Zhongyuan resolved to abandon hesitation, affirming, "I am certain." The umbu nodded, stating, "I will report to Lord Hokage first. Someone will come to escort him back shortly. Prepare for the subsequent report." With that, he vanished in a flash. After the umbu departed, Shan Zhongyuan's expression turned complex as he looked at the tear-streaked face of Yi Zi, murmuring, "What exactly are you?" Noticing signs of awakening in Yi Zi, he fell silent in astonishment. How could this be? Gazing wide-eyed at Yi Zi, who was gradually regaining consciousness, Shan Zhongyuan's mind was flooded with questions. When did the potency of the illusion become so feeble? After all, the subject was merely a child devoid of chakra. Amidst his confusion, a voice filled with dread broke through. So it wasn't real. Awakened, Yi Zi surveyed his surroundings, recalling the surreal experiences that felt dreamlike. Still acutely aware of the agony that had pierced his heart, he could not fathom why he had been ensnared in such a vivid dream. But one thing was certain. The architect of it all was the individual before him. Should I express gratitude or resentment towards you? Yi Zi, filled with trepidation, attempted to wipe away his tears, only to remember his hands were tightly bound. Shan Zhongyuan fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Yi Zi awakening at that moment, nor did he expect him to retain such clarity regarding the events. "What will happen to me?" Yizi asked calmly, his tone as casual as if inquiring about a meal. It is evident that you do not comprehend our actions, perhaps even harboring animosity towards them. Shan Zhongyuan responded earnestly. Yizi's sudden awakening and retention of memory compelled him to articulate something. Yizi remained expressionless, offering no reply. I long to elucidate our reasoning, but it may prove futile. Perhaps in time, you will grasp why we acted as we did. For now, at the very least, you can continue to exist in a relatively safe environment. Therefore, I hope you can relinquish your hostility. Someone will come to take you away shortly, but before that. As Shan Zhongyuan spoke, Yizi felt his tense nerves gradually relax. He was assured that the crisis had passed. However, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a hint of regret in Shan Zhongyuan's eyes. Before that, you must remain in a state of unconsciousness. It is for your own good. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yizi's face as he noticed the rapid approach of the mountainous landscape behind him, followed by a familiar pain in the nape of his neck. My complete expletive barely had time to escape my lips before it was abruptly silenced. Shan Zhongyuan withdrew his hand, gazing at the unconscious Yizi with his head bowed, murmuring to himself, I hope I have not erred. In the Hokage office, Shan Zhongyuan stood respectfully before the desk. Sarutobi scrutinized the detailed report laid before him, pondering for a moment before slowly raising his head. His piercing gaze sharp as a needle, yet heavy as a mountain. The report was comprehensive and thorough. Had it not been for the prior verbal briefing by Yuan, one might not have discerned any issues. Yuan, I can see you have concealed certain matters, Sarutobi remarked. Startled, Shan Zhongyuan's heart skipped a beat, yet he quickly composed himself, mentally preparing for any reprimand. Sarutobi continued, your actions surely have their reasoning, and I have always believed in you. You possess remarkable abilities, yet lack the heart of a true ninja. Even I am uncertain whether I should advise you to amend this. Placing you in that position truly does you a disservice. The esteemed Hokage, Shan Zhongyuan, lifted his head, his eyes glistening with emotion. Sarutobi gently shook his head and added, this child has a prodigious talent for Jinjutsu. But as you mentioned, he appears to harbor hostility towards Konoha, which presents a considerable dilemma. If possible, I request custody of him. Shan Zhongyuan spoke earnestly, I must insist. Sarutobi, moved by the request, hesitated but ultimately replied, I fear that is not feasible. This child will be entrusted to Orochimaru. Is that so? Shan Zhongyuan nodded. I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further, but let it not happen again. You may leave now. Understood, Shan Zhongyuan replied, turning to exit the office. Once outside the Hokage building, he could not help but sigh. Sarutobi gazed at the door, his thoughts in turmoil. Yuan had always been a promising ninja in his eyes. Regrettably, his lack of coldness and decisiveness rendered him weaker than most genin, confining him to the interrogation division rather than allowing him to undertake missions for the village. It was precisely because of his understanding and belief in Yuan that Sarutobi felt a mixture of joy and concern regarding Yizi. Ultimately, would this exceptionally gifted child prove to be a boon or a bane for Konoha? Sarutobi rubbed his temples, pondering the implications of allowing Yuan to raise this child. Sighing at the mere thought of Orochimaru, he resigned himself to the situation. Days later, at Orochimaru's residence, Yizi quietly consumed his meal, while Orochimaru sat across from him, dressed in casual home attire that softened his usual cold demeanor. They both exemplified the principle of silence during meals, and the dining experience passed quietly. After their meal, Yizi sat idly in the corridor, gazing blankly at the solitary tree in the courtyard, its leaves nearly all fallen. Orochimaru's residence is vast, with the size of its courtyard alone rivaling that of an ordinary dwelling. Yet, within this expansive yard, only an ancient tree stands. And perhaps when this tree eventually withers into nothingness, the grand courtyard will become akin to a desolate wasteland. A few days prior, upon learning that his future livelihood would be overseen by Orochimaru, a wave of despair washed over him. However, the thought of Orochimaru's extraordinary abilities offered a modicum of solace. For engaging with someone of such peculiar talents was undoubtedly advantageous in his quest to return home sooner. In the days that followed, Orochimaru, after initially bringing him to this residence, seemed to vanish, leaving him in a state of hunger as the expansive abode contained no provisions. Upon returning to find Yizi on the brink of starvation, Orochimaru remained silent. In response to Yezi's glowering gaze filled with resentment, he retreated to his room to change into fresh attire. After a brief excursion, he returned with a modest meal prepared, given that he often departed for missions. Sometimes for extended periods, Orochimaru had never stocked the house with food, choosing instead to procure supplies only as needed. To Yezi's astonishment, Such a man could indeed cook. Gazing at the ancient tree, he recalled the delightful meal, shaking his head in disbelief. If one were perceptive enough, they would notice the coins resting on the living room table. A cool, detached voice suddenly pierced the silence. It was Orochimaru. Although it was unclear whether he had overheard Yezi's thoughts. Momentarily taken aback, Yezi realized he had indeed overlooked the coins, having focused primarily on searching the kitchen for sustenance. Orochimaru, after his remark, calmly seated himself beside Yezi. Although he had taken the initiative to claim guardianship, the presence of another in the otherwise solitary house rendered him somewhat uneasy. Yezi stole a glance at Orochimaru's pale profile, his expression wavering with hesitation. He yearned to inquire about many matters but found himself at a loss for words. The two sat in silence, observing the solitary ancient tree in the courtyard. "Perhaps you could take a stroll if you have nothing else to do," Orochimaru suggested cryptically after a lengthy pause, before rising and retreating to his room. Yezi stared at Orochimaru's departing figure, uncertain of how to respond. Humans are not machines. They require rest. Having just completed a mission, Orochimaru sought to enjoy a moment of respite amidst the turmoil of a world rife with conflict, where the ninjas of Konoha were perpetually occupied with unending tasks. Fortunately, the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War had granted all ninja villages a brief reprieve for recuperation, despite having spent nearly a week in this world. Yezi remained entirely uninformed about his surroundings, having remained within Orochimaru's residence since his return to Konoha. Should he venture outside? Rising, he made his way to the living room, where he spotted a handful of copper coins on the table. He approached, scooping up the coins and pocketing them. While he had no clear idea of their utility, he deemed it prudent to carry some money with him. Upon exiting Orochimaru's residence and strolling along the path ahead, I arrived at the street. Although the thoroughfare was not particularly bustling with people, the shops lining either side were plentiful. The prosperity of a village can often be gauged by the number of its operating establishments. At the very least, Konoha village boasted a diverse array of merchandise, suggesting a relative affluence compared to other ninja villages. After all, Konoha's geographical location was far superior to that of its counterparts, resembling a fertile expanse. The inherent melancholy of wartime was not readily apparent here. As I ambled along the street, the passers-by paid little heed to my unfamiliar presence. Rather, when I turned my gaze towards them, they greeted me with warm smiles and nods, which both surprised and embarrassed me, prompting me to restrain my wandering eyes. Due to my frail physique, the garments left by Orochimaru hung loosely on me, creating an awkward appearance. Each step I took was accompanied by the need to adjust my clothing, which frequently slipped from my shoulders. Although I remained oblivious to much of this world, it undeniably appeared more appealing than I had anticipated. After meandering through the marketplace, I could not help but compare it to the desolate village I had first encountered. The contrast was striking. Lost in thought, I inadvertently collided with a child as I turned a corner. The impact, though not severe, caused me to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Cursing under my breath, I grimaced in pain, raising my gaze to meet the eyes of the child, who was slightly taller than myself. In that moment, I was acutely aware of my own frailty. My immediate priority was to regain my strength. The child who had knocked me down appeared to be around 7 or 8 years of age, with golden hair and delicate features. His sapphire eyes now filled with genuine remorse. "Are you all right?" the young Minato Namikaze inquired, his youthful face etched with concern as he extended his hand towards me. I regarded the outstretched hand coolly, choosing to disregard it as I stood up independently, brushing off the dirt that clung to me from the fall. I then walked past Minato without a backward glance. Momentarily taken aback by my indifference, Minato remained in a state of hesitation, hand still raised. Before retracting it and turning to watch my retreating figure, a look of confusion etched upon his small face. This encounter with Minato was but a trivial interlude. With an impassive expression, I continued towards Orochimaru's residence, my backside throbbing with discomfort. My current frail state rendered me susceptible to injury from even the slightest collision. In order to restore my health swiftly, I would need to set aside any reluctance to speak with Orochimaru. Driven by the urgency to harness those extraordinary abilities and to return to Earth as soon as possible, I resolved to confront Orochimaru upon my return. I required nourishment to regain my strength and knowledge of this world to expedite my journey back. Eagerly, I headed straight for Orochimaru's chamber upon reaching the residence. Mere seconds after enduring one of Orochimaru's icy glares, I was unceremoniously expelled from the room. Cast out from the room, Yezi obediently returned to his own chamber, where the chilling gaze of his adversary pierced through him like a serpent's stare, instilling a sense of icy dread. It seemed that any further provocation could lead to dire consequences, even death. Thus, this near truth became one of the rules he must remember, to refrain from reckless behavior in the future. As evening approached, mealtime arrived once more, presenting a table laden with ordinary fare, and once again, silence reigned. Orochimaru, with an aloof demeanor, consumed his meal, as if the earlier disturbance caused by Yi Zi had never transpired, though in that moment, he had resembled a predator poised to strike. Yi Zi, fearful of even casting a glance at Orochimaru, focused intently on his food. During their initial lunch together, he had refrained from overeating out of trepidation. But now resolved to nourish his body, he indulged heartily. Orochimaru, noticing this change, paid it little mind, quietly consuming his share before rising and making his way towards the courtyard, leaving behind a curt remark. Yi Zi, momentarily stunned, lifted his gaze towards the entrance, only to find that Orochimaru had vanished. Oh, he murmured to the empty air, before proceeding to clear the table, meticulously washing each dish. After tidying up, which took no more than 10 minutes, Yi Zi suddenly sensed a gradual resurgence of strength within him. Huh? With a puzzled expression, he raised his arm and clenched his fist, feeling a semblance of vigor return, no longer burdened by the fatigue that had previously weighed him down. It was no wonder that he hadn't found the task of cleaning up particularly strenuous. Indeed, to restore his health swiftly, he must consume more. What Yi Zi was unaware of, however, was that his body possessed a remarkable capacity for energy absorption. Every grain of rice and every drop of water could fuel his vitality. Yet, the amount one could absorb was not merely contingent upon quantity. It was defined by the body's efficiency in harnessing energy. Likewise, a person's capacity to contain chakra was finite, susceptible to the limitations of their physical form, though it could be augmented over time. A single meal had already begun to revitalize his condition, lifting Yi Zi's spirits. With newfound determination, he ventured towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the wooden corridor that led outside, he spotted Orochimaru seated quietly, his feet resting on an oval stone that served as a step. Yi Zi hesitated momentarily, mustering the courage to approach and sit beside him, to which Orochimaru exhibited no reaction. Yi Zi fell into silence, pondering how to initiate conversation, as the last rays of twilight bathed them in a warm glow. After a while, Orochimaru's voice broke the stillness, slightly hoarse, yet characteristically cold. In due time, I will enroll you in the Ninja Academy. Ninja Academy? Yi Zi was taken aback. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on the ancient tree in the courtyard, his expression contemplative as he continued. 3 years, that is the time required for you to graduate from the academy. Though Yi Zi was unfamiliar with the concept of a ninja academy, he was not naive. A moment's reflection allowed him to surmise that it was a place where one could learn extraordinary abilities. Upon entering the Ninja Academy, can one acquire powers akin to yours? Yi Zi inquired with keen eyes. Orochimaru slightly tilted his head to appraise Yi Zi, nodding subtly before responding coldly, that place merely lays the groundwork. True strength can ultimately only be attained through one's own efforts. I understand, Yi Zi replied, nodding earnestly, his small hands clenching into fists. The Ninja Academy represented the first step, yet the duration felt excessively prolonged. A year, no, 6 months, was needed to establish a solid foundation. Yi Zi contemplated this quietly, unaware that the recent conflict had just concluded, and Konoha village currently had no need for hastily nurtured fresh talents. To mitigate the casualty rate among newcomers, every individual had to diligently study for 3 years before graduating from the Ninja Academy. In the days that followed, Yi Zi's appetite grew daily, while Orochimaru either left early and returned late or vanished for several days. After half a month, Yi Zi's once emaciated figure began to fill out, and his loose garments now clung closely to his form. One day, Orochimaru suddenly stated, "Prepare yourself. Today I shall take you to enroll in the Ninja Academy." Though surprised, Yi Zi had mentally prepared himself. He changed into a set of outdoor attire and followed closely behind Orochimaru as they made their way toward the academy. At the end of June in the 29th year of Konoha, new students would flock to the Ninja Academy. And it was on this day that the illustrious 4th Hokage would also enter the academy. Apart from Minato Namikaze, there were no other particularly outstanding ninjas among the newcomers. However, Yi Zi was now among them. On the path to the Ninja Academy, Yi Zi observed numerous ninjas escorting their children in the same direction. He kept pace with Orochimaru's brisk strides, and as they progressed, every ninja cast reverent glances toward Orochimaru. As he walked ahead of them, Yi Zi often overheard the ninjas behind him quietly instructing their children, You must strive hard to become an exceptional ninja like Lord Orochimaru. In addition to the ninjas who provided timely guidance to their children, many others discreetly stole glances at EZ, whispering among themselves. That child is the one Lord Orochimaru brought back from outside. I hear he possesses remarkable talent. Moreover, being raised by Orochimaru, one can foresee that the child's future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. Even if his talent is lacking, under Orochimaru's tutelage, he is sure to grow strong. How I wish my child's instructor post-graduation were Orochimaru. The journey from home to the ninja academy was quite lengthy, and as they walked, Yeezy began to realize that the man ahead of him seemed to be an extraordinary figure. At least, the focal point of the discussions among the crowd was unmistakably Orochimaru. Listening to their hushed conversations and observing their unabashed admiration, Yeezy eventually directed his gaze toward Orochimaru's back, feeling an unexplainable desire to become as great as this man. At that moment, his thoughts centered on how he could obtain strength from him. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, perhaps due to Orochimaru's esteemed status, the reception staff were not only warm but astonishingly efficient, quickly registering EZ and officially making him a newly enrolled child of Konoha Village's Ninja Academy. After attending to all necessary matters, Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at EZ, uttering not a single word of advice but merely stating, "I am leaving." Having grown accustomed to Orochimaru's demeanor, EZ simply nodded and watched as Orochimaru's figure faded from view before following the Chunin responsible for escorting him to the classroom. Were it not for Orochimaru's esteemed position, this Chunin would not have taken the initiative to lead EZ to the classroom. On the way, the Chunin discreetly observed EZ, noting the stark differences between him and other children of his age, the most striking contrast being EZ's remarkable tranquility, devoid of the exuberance typical of youth. "This is it," the Chunin said, halting before a door and gesturing toward the classroom entrance with a smile. "Thank you." EZ replied politely, pulling open the door and stepping inside. The classroom was already populated with numerous students, and as the door swung open, the cacophony of chatter abruptly ceased. All eyes turned toward the newcomer, though their gazes shifted away after a mere moment, each returning to their own pursuits, except for one pair of eyes that remained fixed. Upon noticing EZ, Minato's expression brightened slightly, and as their eyes met, a gentle smile graced his features as he waved him over. The child seated beside Minato looked on in astonishment, pondering whether Minato was acquainted with this unfamiliar face. Before entering the Ninja Academy, these peers had crossed paths on multiple occasions, yet EZ had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. The children in the classroom had never encountered him before. Standing at the threshold, EZ silently regarded Minato, whose golden locks and sapphire-like eyes marked him as one of the few individuals with whom he had shared any interaction. He contemplated whether to approach Minato. Minato, sensing EZ's hesitation, momentarily displayed a hint of exasperation, as if foreseeing a second instance of being overlooked by the other. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and even children tend to form clusters, ranging from groups of 7 or 8 to pairs of 2 or 3. Minato's striking appearance and amiable personality attracted several companions around him. EZ's gaze swept over the somewhat crowded seats beside Minato before he quietly averted his eyes and made his way toward a more secluded corner. He had never considered integrating into a collective. Even during his involvement with less savory groups in society, it had been out of necessity. From a young age, he had relied solely on himself, firmly believing that only he could be his own support. Observing EZ's continued disregard, Minato slowly lowered his arm amidst the curious stares of many, awkwardly scratching his head and offering a sheepish chuckle before taking a seat. However, as he settled down, his glance toward EZ was laden with profound curiosity. His gentle nature did not give rise to anger. Rather, he found himself perplexed by EZ's pronounced aloofness. Once seated, his peers began inquiring whether Minato had made the acquaintance of EZ, but he merely deflected their questions. This very demeanor only served to make his friends perceive EZ as rather impolite. EZ chose a seat in the last row on the left side of the classroom, adjacent to the window, which was empty. Upon sitting down, he directed his gaze towards the playground outside. It was summer, and the sunlight was glaring and intense, flooding his vision with a brilliant radiance that seemed capable of reflecting light. About 10 minutes later, the classroom door swung open with a clatter, and a somewhat intimidating one-eyed man entered. As he closed the door with a swift motion, the previously lively chatter in the classroom came to an abrupt halt. Noticing the sudden silence following his entrance, the one-eyed man gave a subtle nod, his keen eyes sweeping over the students before he proceeded to the podium. his gait somewhat unsteady. The teaching staff after World War II was exceptional, composed entirely of elite ninjas who had returned from the battlefield. These elites had retreated due to circumstances beyond their control. Those who had seen combat either emerged unscathed or were afflicted by hidden ailments that diminished their abilities. The one-eyed man, for instance, had a severed chakra pathway in his left leg. Despite possessing the strength of a nin, he would likely struggle against a genin. The man's physique was remarkably robust, adorned with the Konoha headband on his forehead, while a blue scarf encircled his head. His facial features were strikingly fierce, and a cross-shaped scar over his right eye added an air of menace. My name is Zakanjin Moku, and I shall be your teacher henceforth. I shall not indulge in superfluous words. Should any of you prove to be unsatisfactory, I suggest you return home promptly. Zakanjin Moku's icy gaze and grave voice resonated within the hearts of each student, evoking an instinctive sense of trepidation due to his appearance and demeanor. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, having reviewed a document, suddenly rose and moved to the window, gazing towards the direction of the Konoha school. Reflecting on Zakanjin Moku's character, he murmured to himself, the true period of growth for them is 3 years hence, not now. Do not be overly stringent. Little did he know that Zakanjin Moku had already instilled a significant sense of intimidation in all the children upon his arrival. Were it not for a lack of alternatives, Sarutobi would not have appointed Zakanjin Moku as a teacher. The classroom fell into a profound silence. In the face of Zakanjin Moku's formidable presence, many students lowered their gazes, with only a few, including Ez and Minato, maintaining their focus. Within a few breaths, Zakanjin Moku had memorized the faces of those who were not overawed by his aura. He then reined in his imposing energy, clapped his hands, and softened his tone slightly, though it still bore a weighty quality. All right, let us proceed from left to right for a brief self-introduction. The introduction did not take long, and once it concluded, Zakanjin Moku immediately commenced the lesson. Chakra is an energy born from the perfect fusion of mental and physical energy, essential for the utilization of ninjutsu. The foremost requirement for aspiring ninjas is the ability to harness chakra, transforming it into an energy they can control. Zijiamu's tone lacked any fervor, yet his speech flowed with a measured cadence, each word articulated with remarkable clarity, making him quite suitable for lecturing. Suddenly, he raised 3 fingers and stated in a subdued voice, 3 years. You have 3 years to learn how to become a ninja. He then lowered 2 of his fingers, his tone abruptly shifting to one of sternness. However, you have only 1 year to prove whether you possess the potential to become a ninja. If, within that year, you cannot even harness your chakra, then you may as well return whence you came. At that moment, as Zijiama ceased speaking, the classroom fell into a profound silence, so quiet that even the sound of someone swallowing was distinctly audible. Yeezy felt a slight jolt in his heart. Should he fail to condense chakra within a year, he would forfeit all possibilities. He clenched his fists quietly, his gaze becoming as solid as reality. Becoming a ninja is no simple feat. Zijianma's expression deepened, as though recalling something, rendering his tone even more somber. After half a day, Ez had learned little, yet through Zijiamu's explanations, he garnered a general understanding of the world system. Ninja is a collective term for those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Within the ninja community exists a clear hierarchy: Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and Hokage. The measure of one's rank hinges on the quantity of chakra and the adeptness in utilizing ninjutsu. Those who excel in ninjutsu are inherently gifted, possessing an innate mastery over chakra. Upon returning home, Yeezy's mind was consumed with thoughts of the term ninja. At present, he had only just begun to engage with this vocation, not yet even qualifying as a mere genin. According to Zijianmo, he would require 3 years to have the opportunity to become a genin rather than attaining that status directly. Moreover, should he fail to condense chakra, he would be forever estranged from the path of a ninja. As a teacher, Zijiamu was a chunin, which meant that his guardian, Orochimaru, was at least a jonin. Provided he could condense chakra, any queries he might have could be directed to Orochimaru, who would undoubtedly provide swifter guidance than Zijianmu's methodical instruction. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Yeezy's youthful features. Encountering Orochimaru was not a misfortune after all, despite the initial dissatisfaction that had accompanied their meeting. It was rather fortuitous. Gazing down at his small palms, Yeezy's eyes sparkled with determination. The atmosphere stirred by war seemed to have little impact on the children at the Ninja Academy. Oblivious to the world's turmoil, they frolicked and played, their laughter ever present. To be born in Konoha was, in itself, a stroke of luck. Since that day when he disregarded Minato, Yeezy seemed to have been isolated by all his classmates. Yet, this was precisely what he desired, remaining in that corner, alone, relishing the tranquility. During this period, Zakanjamu had not mentioned the knowledge of chakra again, instead focusing on the theoretical application of ninja tools for several weeks. This left Yeezy feeling quite irritable, for from the moment he awoke in this world, his memory and comprehension abilities had become remarkably exceptional. He grasped the knowledge imparted by Zakanjamu with ease. However, not everyone shared his aptitude. Thus, while Yeezy could comprehend the function and usage of a ninja tool in a single day, others required Zakanjamu to elaborate on each tool for several days before transitioning to another, and unfortunately, the variety of ninja tools was extensive, being indispensable to a ninja's arsenal. This approach underscored Zakanjamu's seriousness, a trait well-suited for teaching, which was precisely why Sarutobi had entrusted him with this teaching session. The only aspect that concerned him was Zakanjamu's stringent demeanor towards people and matters. Gazing out at the empty playground, Yeezy let out a slow sigh, pondering the possibility of losing his sanity if he were to spend 3 years in such a manner. The sound of the door being pulled open drew Yeezy's attention. Zakanjamu, a robust figure, entered with an impassive expression, followed by a girl with striking red hair. At the moment the door swung open, everyone abruptly ceased their activities, settling quietly in their seats. However, upon seeing the red-haired girl, many could not suppress their whispers. The senses of a ninja are astute. And even though the murmurs were hushed, Zakanjamu still heard them. His brow furrowed as he intoned, "Silence." His words held more weight than anything else, exerting a greater deterrent than even the parents of the children present, compelling the whispering students to obediently close their mouths. Yeezy's gaze lingered on the girl with her head slightly bowed, momentarily lost in thought, but he soon regained his composure. Despite the difference in eye and hair color and some facial similarities, this girl was not Yurue. The girl with the vibrant red hair was Uzumaki Kukina, who quietly raised her head to glance at the seated crowd, feeling the weight of their gazes, which made her increasingly nervous, prompting her to avert her eyes. Noticing that the classroom had finally quieted down, Zakanjamu glanced at the girl with her head down and said softly, "Please introduce yourself." Before he could finish, Kukina interrupted him, raising her head and exclaiming, "I am Uzumaki Kukina." Zakanjamu paused, observing Kukina, who had her eyes tightly shut while looking up, and he shook his head slightly, not taking offense. After completing her self-introduction, Kukina realized she had inadvertently let slip her catchphrase and quickly covered her mouth, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. After a brief silence in the classroom, the subdued commotion caused by Zakanjamu rebounded instantly. "Look at the color of her hair," one student remarked to a companion with a grin. "No one has hair like hers. How could it be so red? Such strange hair." Yeezy turned his head to glance at the immature children, then shifted his gaze towards Zaejinmu. He anticipated that Zaejinmu would immediately assert his authority, silencing the little brats. Yet for reasons unknown, Zaejinmu remained silent, allowing the classmates to freely comment on Jiuxing Nai's hair. Yeezy's brow furrowed slightly, confusion evident in his eyes. Listening to their unrestrained chatter, Jiuxing Nai quietly touched her hair. She could not retort, for she too detested the bright red locks. Nevertheless, no matter how much she loathed her hair, she could not permit others to belittle and discuss it so derogatorily. "I will become the first female Hokage in this village." The declaration was astonishing, instantly silencing all voices. Those who had been gossiping widened their eyes in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hokage?" Yeezy turned his head to gaze out the window, a cold smile gracing his lips. Zaejinmu remained expressionless, standing silently beside Jiuxing Nai. At that moment, when everyone was hushed, Minato stood up, his right hand clenched against his chest, squinting with a smile. "I also aspire to be a remarkable Hokage recognized by everyone." Jiuxing Nai regarded Minato's gentle smile, perceiving him as rather feminine, and found him utterly unreliable. How could such a person become Hokage? Minato, however, was oblivious to Jiuxing Nai's true sentiments, maintaining his warm smile, and his words were genuinely heartfelt. Perhaps the others present did not fully grasp the depth of Minato's earnestness, but Yeezy and Zaejinmu found his statements far more persuasive than Jiuxing Nai's impulsive exclamation prompted by the atmosphere. "Find yourself a seat." Zaejinmu, who had remained silent, cast a glance at Minato before speaking. "Oh," Jiuxing Nai replied, choosing an empty seat much like Yeezy had. Once Jiuxing Nai was seated, Zaejinmu spoke in a deep voice. "Let us begin the lesson." Thus commenced a lengthy and intricate teaching session. Even a single type of ninja tool could be elaborated upon by Zhe Jianmu indefinitely, to which Yi could only raise his hands in admiration. While he might perceive Zhe Jianmu's approach as pointless, in truth, only such a diligent and responsible teacher could lay a solid foundation for these young saplings. After an hour of instruction, Zhe Jianmu concluded the lesson and exited the classroom, granting the children a brief 10-minute respite. Once Zhe Jianmu left, the previously oppressive atmosphere transformed into one of exuberance, as if a wilted flower had suddenly burst forth in fragrant bloom. A few lively and mischievous boys promptly approached Jiao Xingnai, encircling her at the back of the classroom. One boy pointed at Jiao Xingnai and cackled, "Tomato. With that red hair and round face, you look just like a tomato." "Haha, I detest tomatoes." Another boy with a buzz cut chimed in. "Me too. I always leave tomatoes uneaten. How could a despised tomato gain the village's recognition?" Laughed a boy who had his hands behind his head. As his words fell, the group surrounding Jiao Xingnai erupted into laughter. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, the blush on Jiao Xingnai's cheeks deepened once again as she heard their mocking laughter. Shyly, she could not help but lower her head, her rosy face resembling a ripe tomato. In the front row, Mizumoto turned upon hearing the commotion and glanced at Jiao Xingnai, who was encircled by the crowd, displaying a hint of surprise but choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Yi, seated in the last row, became a direct victim of the cacophony. Observing the bullies ganging up on her, he rose silently from his seat. He had no intention of intervening, yet this scene stirred memories from his childhood, a stark contrast to the current frivolity, as it had once revolved around the fierce competition for food. "Wow, she's getting redder," one boy exclaimed, unable to resist reaching out to tug Jiao Xingnai's hair in jest. Yi swiftly seized the boy's outstretched hand. Jiao Xingnai, caught off guard by the sudden movement, turned her head only to see a slightly refined boy with black hair, his demeanor aloof, firmly grasping the hand that threatened her. The classroom fell silent, all eyes fixated on this unfolding moment. Yi's grip was formidable, and he did not hold back, causing the boy to cry out in pain. "What are you doing?" The boy's expression twisted in discomfort, unable to articulate his words, while his companions, witnessing the scene, scolded him sharply. "You're disturbing us." Yi cast a cold glance at the speaker, his expression unfazed. After releasing the boy's hand, he intended to prevent any escalation and turned back towards his seat. The boy with the crew cut rubbed his wrist, muttering curses under his breath, yet he dared not retaliate. The moment his wrist was seized, he felt a disconcerting sensation, as if it might snap, and he could only imagine the intensity of the pain. "Are you all right?" Others observed the swelling on the crew-cut boy's wrist with a flicker of apprehension, the initial impulse for confrontation gradually dissipating. Strength has always served as a shield, whether for offense or defense. "I'm fine," the boy retorted, cradling his wrist and occasionally inhaling sharply. He shot a venomous glare at Yi's profile, losing any interest in bullying Jiao Xingnai, and turned back to his seat. The others exchanged glances, their enthusiasm waning as they returned to their own places. As the classmates who had surrounded her dispersed, Jiao Xingnai let out a small sigh of relief. Had Yi not intervened, her hair would undoubtedly have suffered, and in that case, she would have been unable to suppress the urge to retaliate against that fool. That person. She gazed at Yi, who was resting his chin on his hand and looking out the window. Even from this angle, half of his profile visible, she could clearly discern the genuine aloofness etched on his face. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly returned to her seat, only to notice a pair of eyes upon her. Following the gaze, she found it belonged to the boy with yellow hair. "What are you staring at?" Jiao Xingnai retorted without hesitation. Mizumoto was taken aback, offering an awkward smile before diverting his gaze to resume chatting with his friends. Although engaged in conversation, his peripheral vision frequently darted towards the sulking Jiao Xingnai and the contemplative Yi, lost in the scenery beyond the window. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. The muffled sounds resonated in quick succession. 3 shuriken, perfectly aligned in a linear formation, struck the target center, with mere centimeters separating them. Yi withdrew his outstretched right hand, planted his left foot firmly on the ground, and, utilizing the force generated, spun his waist. In a fluid motion, he transferred the momentum to his left hand, forcefully launching the 3 shuriken pinched between his fingers. 3 dark projectiles shot forth from his hand, and in the next moment, 3 more muffled thuds echoed. Zhe Jianmu first glanced at the 6 shuriken embedded in the target's center before shifting his gaze to the impassive Yi, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He spoke in a deep voice. "Yi, full marks. The assessment required the release of 3 shuriken, yet Yi had effortlessly thrown 3 from each hand, all hitting the bullseye. Prior to the evaluation, he had not paid meticulous attention, thus failing to notice the 3 additional shuriken concealed beneath Yi's left sleeve. While Zijian refrained from either praise or reprimand regarding this exceeding display, he harbored a deep-seated admiration. Every individual typically favors one hand for handling ninja tools and weapons. Yet Yi, at such a tender age, exhibited the remarkable ability to maintain equivalency in skill between both hands, which indeed took him by surprise. Over the past 6 months, Yi had dedicated every moment to honing his skills with ninja tools, leaving no time wasted. And such precision and force were a natural result of his diligence. Thus, there was little to celebrate. He briskly approached the target, withdrew the shuriken embedded in the bullseye, and returned them to the tool pouch strapped to his waist before stepping back into the already assessed lineup. Regardless of whether they had undergone the evaluation or not, all gazes directed toward him were filled with astonishment. Minato subconsciously raised his left hand. When it came to the use of ninja tools, he was confident in his abilities. Yet he had not deliberately trained his left hand to match the proficiency of his right. Recognizing its importance, a faint smile appeared on his face as he rediscovered the path he needed to pursue. Next, Namikaze Minato. Upon hearing the teacher call his name, Minato stepped out of the line and approached the designated spot. After a brief pause, he raised his hand and threw 3 shuriken, all hitting the target's center with precision. Namikaze Minato, full marks. Next, Uzumaki Kakunai. Zijian cast a glance at the target before retracting his gaze and solemnly announcing the next participant's name. This session bore 3 outstanding performers: Yi, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kakunai. Unsurprisingly, Kakunai also achieved full marks, while the rest exhibited commendable skills, albeit lacking in consistency. The conclusion of the assessment signaled the end of class. Zijian meticulously recorded the results in his notebook, carefully documenting his evaluations of each individual. Ultimately, the accumulated assessments from the past 6 months would be compiled into a report for the Hokage's desk. It was springtime, and the pink cherry blossoms danced through the air like countless fluttering butterflies, creating a breathtaking sight. In Konoha Village, there existed a location abundantly planted with cherry trees, renowned as an exquisite spot for flower viewing each year. Uzumaki Kakunai always deliberately took the longer route home, simply to stroll along that cherry blossom avenue. And today was no exception. Not only she, but also Yi, takes a deliberate detour to admire the cherry blossoms. Though there are others who come here for reasons apart from the blossoms. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Jio dashes along the cherry blossom avenue, her crimson hair dancing in the wind, exuding an enchanting allure. Suddenly, she halts, for a figure looms ahead. Humph! Matsuda gazes at Jio with ill intentions, letting out a cold snort. Upon recognizing the classmate she had previously bested several times, Jio furrows her brow, sensing the hostility emanating from him. However, should it be just one person, she muses, she could easily handle it again. But her expression shifts slightly when another individual, resembling Matsuda, emerges. It is you who often brings my brother to tears. The boy, adorned with a forehead protector, approaches Jio with crossed arms and an air of arrogance. Unfazed, Jio points at Matsuda with one hand and places the other on her hip, unabashedly declaring, "He is the one who always seeks trouble with me." Despite being so weak, Matsuda recoils slightly, as if struck, the pain of being outmatched by a girl lingering in his heart. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of defeat. Time and again, Jio has bested several of them. As an elder brother, he is determined to defend his sibling. Indifferent to the question of who is at fault, his sole objective is to reclaim his brother's dignity and punish those who bully him. Matsuda's brother, Matsushita, cracks his knuckles ominously, stating with malice, "Those who torment my brother shall receive their just deserts." Jio takes a step back, realizing her adversary is a lower-ranking ninja, while she has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Without hesitation, she turns to flee, observing her retreating figure. Matsushita sneers and gives chase, with Matsuda trailing behind, albeit at a slower pace. This entire scene unfolds under the watchful eyes of 2 observers, Mizumoto and Yi. As Jio is pursued by the lower-ranking ninja, Yi remains expressionless, having no intention of intervening. His previous act of bravado merely stirred old memories. It was an impulsive decision that led him to step forward. Afterward, he turned a blind eye to the bullying of Jio. as the male classmates who sought to provoke her consistently met with defeat, prompting them to enlist the help of a lower-ranking ninja this time. Yet, these matters bear no relevance to him. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself for protection. Glancing momentarily at the group, Yi continues on his path, heading in the opposite direction of Jiao Xingnai's flight. Concealed among the trees, Mizumoto observes Yi's departure, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Over the past 6 months, he seems to have gained some understanding of Yi, despite their interactions being limited to mere words. What manner of person are you? Mizumoto retracts his gaze, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap towards another tree trunk, bounding toward the direction of Jiao Xingnai's escape. Upon arrival, he witnesses Matsushita gripping Jiao Xingnai's hair, while she, enduring the pain, strides forward frantically, oblivious to the fact that her vibrant crimson locks are being pulled and torn in Matsuda's grasp. I too harbor disdain for this hair, yet it remains an inseparable part of my being. Jiao Xingnai turned away, gritting her teeth, casting an angry glare at Matsushita, who stared blankly at the severed strands in his hand. Concealed among the trees, Mizumoto silently observed this scene, which epitomized the strength uniquely belonging to this girl. Distinct from the strength of Yi, what then is the source of my own strength? Upon returning home, the elusive presence of Orochimaru was still absent. Having lingered in the village for 7 or 8 months, I had encountered Orochimaru no more than 20 times. Each time I sought to inquire about chakra, I was invariably deterred by the fatigue etched upon his face. With great power comes immense responsibility, and the burdens one must bear multiply accordingly. As a disciple of the Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, during this period following the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru appeared to be relentlessly engaged in missions. This man's gaze was fixed upon the position of Hokage, and he toiled diligently towards that end. The expansive house, vast to the point of feeling desolate and cold, was nonetheless the only sanctuary where Orochimaru could genuinely find respite. In such a state of exhaustion, how could Yi possibly find the words to speak? Upon returning home, Yi first changed into casual attire, then proceeded to prepare a simple meal, dining alone. Though the food was uncomplicated, the portions were substantial. Before long, Yi swiftly consumed the entire meal, tidied up, and took his ninja tools to the yard, where the old tree still stood, now serving as a target. With a flick of his wrist, he struck the bullseye. 1, 2, 3. He practiced diligently for over an hour, never missing the target. This was the fruit of his relentless training over the past 6 months, showcasing exceptional stability, the only deficiency being the lack of strength compared to an adult, which consequently affected his speed. However, this was not a significant concern, as he understood that with growth, strength would naturally increase. After completing his shuriken throwing practice, Yi commenced his routine physical training, push-ups, sit-ups, and lifting stone weights. Any exercise that contributed to enhancing his physical capability was one he forced himself to undertake. Following each workout, he required another meal to rejuvenate his weary body, yet the fatigue of the mind could not be alleviated by mere sustenance. After finishing his customary physical regimen, Yi took a shower to wash away the sweat, then returned to the kitchen to prepare more food. Each day unfolded in this manner, a ceaseless cycle, leaving him uncertain of when change would occur. 6 months is neither long nor short, yet within this brief span, Yi found himself perpetually contemplating the world beyond, while simultaneously forcing himself to forget the passage of time. He constantly reminded himself that while half a year had elapsed here, only a few minutes would have passed in the other realm. He understood well that haste makes waste. After preparing a table full of food, Yi lifted his weary arms, devouring the meal voraciously. As he consumed more than half, the soreness in his body gradually subsided. Yi could not comprehend the peculiarity of his physique, but this did not hinder his utilization of it. Indeed, it was this very trait that enabled him to persevere step by step. At best, the meal provided only insufficient energy to alleviate all bodily aches. Yet it diminished them by 6 or 7 tenths, allowing Yi to drift into a peaceful slumber later. Just as Yi was savoring his food, a faint sound emerged from the entrance. "Hm." He paused, lifting his gaze slightly, muttering to himself, "Has Orochimaru returned?" Setting down his chopsticks, he rose and walked toward the entrance, where he caught sight of Orochimaru changing his shoes. "You're back," Yi remarked, observing Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru nodded, and after finishing with his shoes, he raised his head, seemingly catching the enticing aroma wafting from the dining area, and suddenly inquired, "Is there any food left?" There's a bit. If it's not enough, I can prepare more for you, Yizi replied. Orochimaru glanced at him and calmly stated, no need. With that, he proceeded directly toward the dining room. Yizi chose not to follow him, but instead took a set of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Arriving at the dining room to find Orochimaru seated quietly at the table, unchanged from his attire. Yizi filled a bowl with rice and presented it to Orochimaru, who accepted it naturally and began to eat at a leisurely pace. As the dishes were scarce, Yizi finished his own rice and refrained from picking up his chopsticks again. Orochimaru discreetly cast a glance at Yizi as he continued to eat in silence. Minutes later, the table was devoid of even the remnants of the meal, consumed entirely, revealing that Orochimaru's stomach was not as placid as it appeared. Never had Yizi considered how the presence of another person would alter the atmosphere of this vast, empty home, yet it seemed to be quite agreeable. Orochimaru set down his utensils and looked at Yizi, who had already directed his gaze toward him as he finished the last grain of rice. Orochimaru, teach me to gather chakra. This evening, Yizi could no longer contain his eagerness and proactively requested Orochimaru to instruct him in chakra manipulation. School will teach you. Orochimaru replied in his usual hoarse tone, devoid of emotion. I want to learn it now, Yizi asserted resolutely. A flicker of intrigue passed through Orochimaru's eyes. He was well aware of Yizi's performance at the Ninja Academy and the arduous training he undertook daily. He could sense Yizi's intense desire to control chakra, which he had previously restrained, but this time, his sudden request suggested a deeper motivation. As for the reason behind it, Orochimaru chose not to inquire. You have already gathered chakra within you, Orochimaru stated calmly, observing Yizi. Feel it, and then control it. Ultimately, Orochimaru refrained from offering further instruction, merely imparting this brief statement. How to feel it and how to control it were entirely beyond Yizi's comprehension. Yet that did not deter him from attempting to sense it. Throughout the sleepless night, Yizi, in a state of earnest determination, endeavored various methods to perceive the chakra. Perhaps diligence begets reward. By dawn, he finally sensed a stream-like essence flowing within him, beginning at his abdomen and gradually coursing throughout his body, akin to a gentle brook. Is this chakra? The first rays of morning sunlight kissed Yizi's face, swiftly evaporating the thin moisture on his cheeks and dispelling the fatigue etched upon his visage. He lowered his head, tightly clenched his fists, and a faint, suppressed smile graced his small face as he trudged along a seemingly endless path. Driven forward only by the occasional appearance of a milestone, Yizi approached the Ninja Academy with a distinct emotional shift, unnoticed by those around him. From this day forth, he no longer harbored disdain for the academy. During classes, he diligently absorbed the knowledge imparted by Zhijianmu, and after lessons, he focused on augmenting his chakra and learning to control it. The issue he recognized was quite simple, although it would take 3 years to graduate from the academy. He need not adhere to its pace. He would seize every opportunity to learn what the academy had to offer, and for what it had yet to teach. He would find ways to self-educate. As spring yielded to summer, then autumn to winter, the old trees accumulated more rings, the grass peeked through once more, and the once barren flower beds began to bloom again. Time, in its rhythm, sometimes flowed like a rushing river and at other times ambled like an elderly man with a cane. For Yizi, he wished for time to be like the old man during training, yet like the river while sleeping. Day after day, year after year, under the watchful gaze of many, Yizi grew rapidly from the moment he first encountered chakra. In the past 2 years, the files on Yizi that graced the Hokage's desk underwent constant updates. Sarutobi witnessed the remarkable transformations of Yizi time and again. His exquisite control of chakra, the diverse applications of it, his first attempts to condense chakra on the surface of his body, to amplify destructive power with a minuscule amount of chakra concentrated in his palm, to adhere objects using chakra gathered at the soles of his feet, and his initial, albeit failed, endeavor to attach chakra to a kunai. Along with his first attempts to manipulate chakra outside of his body, were it not for his constant surveillance of Yizi, Sarutobi might have suspected that Orochimaru was secretly mentoring him. In truth, Orochimaru had only offered Yizi a single piece of advice. Yet that very phrase opened Yizi's eyes to his own potential, setting him on a path of rapid ascension. Orochimaru, you have indeed brought back an extraordinary child. Each time Sarutobi reviewed the evolving documents, he could not help but marvel. Suddenly, a figure appeared, materializing before the desk with an elusive presence, to which Sarutobi was unfazed. The newcomer, clad in a black form-fitting outfit and adorned with a white fox mask, was a member of the Umbu. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama has returned. The Umbu bowed slightly in deference before vanishing like a shadow. Upon hearing of Jiraiya's return, Sarutobi paused momentarily, then smiled faintly. His timing is impeccable. Today marks the graduation day for this cohort of students. In the classroom, Zhijinmu wore a stern expression, hands braced against the podium as he surveyed the students, who were shedding their youthful naivety. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as ninjas. Even in this final hour, the man showed no inclination to smile. This is the class division sheet. Someone will come to escort you shortly. Lacking even a single congratulatory word, and unwilling to recite the class assignment list, Zakanjamu effortlessly affixed the list to the blackboard. In the final moments of their separation, he cast a fleeting glance over the students in the classroom, uttering no further words, and decisively turned to exit. Do not perish easily, he seemed to muse as they left the classroom, a hint of a sigh flickering in his eyes. A ninja, by nature, exists on the brink of life and death, and the greater the strength, the more daunting the peril. In these tumultuous times, even a low-ranking ninja cannot claim absolute safety. Once Zakanjamu departed, the majority of the students gravitated towards the class assignment list affixed to the blackboard. Graduating lower ranks were grouped into teams of 3, led by a higher-ranking ninja, yet the list did not specify the name of the instructor, leaving everyone in uncertainty regarding their leader. Yezi did not approach the list. Instead, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing out at the playground beyond the window. Before long, the classroom buzzed with students clustering in small groups, while Yezi remained lost in thought, staring at the playground. Jiao Xingnai looked up at the list bearing her name, and one particular name at the forefront stood out glaringly, Yezi. Rubbing her forehead, Jiao Xingnai cast a sidelong glance at the daydreaming Yezi, feeling rather speechless. The class assignment bore a discernible pattern. No team would contain 2 high-achieving students. Yet her team was an evident anomaly. Why was she grouped with Yezi? She could not comprehend. Jiao Xingnai, from this day forth, we shall be teammates, came a timid voice, startling her. Turning her head, she found a bespectacled boy with a watermelon-shaped haircut, his cheeks dotted with a smattering of acne, standing half a head shorter than her. Upon noticing Jiao Xingnai's gaze, the boy averted his eyes, seemingly eager to escape her scrutiny. I hope to rely on your guidance from now on, he stammered, suppressing the urge to look away, his voice quivering slightly. Jiao Xingnai scrutinized the boy, inquiring, What is your name? In that instant, the boy felt as though struck by an arrow to the heart, left momentarily speechless, the question echoing in his mind. After 3 years of camaraderie, he realized he did not even know her name. A wave of despair washed over him as he felt on the verge of tears. Noticing the forlorn expression on his face, Jiao Xingnai offered an awkward smile. You haven't told me your name either, so it's not surprising that I don't know it. Was that the sound of an arrow piercing flesh? The boy clutched his chest, lamenting, I am Bei Xingyi. Please remember. Jiao Xingnai nodded repeatedly, recognizing that her earlier words may have been overly harsh. Yet, could she truly be blamed? After all, his presence was remarkably subtle. Surely, that fellow would not know Bei Xingyi's name either, she thought maliciously, casting a glance towards Yezi. Suddenly, Bei Xingyi shivered, also looking towards Yezi, pondering whether she, too, had forgotten his name. It seems unlikely. Bei Xingyi revealed a forced smile at the corners of his mouth, turning to Jiao Xingnai, and timidly inquired, Well, Jiao Xingnai, aren't you going to find Yezi? Of course, we must go, she replied, striding directly toward Yezi, prompting Bei Xingyi to hastily follow suit. With a resounding clap, Jiao Xingnai struck the table, successfully capturing Yezi's attention. Yezi's gaze lingered on Jiao Xingnai's face for a moment before shifting to the pairs of classmates within the classroom. Calmly, he stated, Vortex Jiao Xingnai. Pausing. He then glanced at Bei Xingyi, the one with the watermelon hairstyle, and added, It appears that the 3 of us shall form a team. Upon hearing his name spoken by Yezi, Bei Xingyi's eyes brimmed with tears. Jiao Xingnai retracted her arm and remarked, You seem rather indifferent to the class division. Yezi cast a sidelong glance in her direction and replied coolly, I look forward to your guidance in the future. On the streets of Konoha, Jiraiya, still bearing the dust of travel, wore a look of resignation. No sooner had he returned to Konoha than he was summoned by his teacher, who insisted that he lead a team of freshly graduated young ninjas. After a firm refusal, he found himself at a loss for words. For the past 3 years, he had remained outside the village to care for Nagato and the others, and coincidentally, this was a time when the village was in dire need of manpower. Despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to accept this assignment. He would rather take on more missions than assume the role of a team leader. If Jiraiya was being coerced, then Orochimaru was acting of his own volition. Upon hearing that Orochimaru would also lead a team of students, he was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Surely Tsunade will not lead a team as well?" Fortunately, the response was negative, but the subsequent remark from Sarutobi left him somewhat speechless. Originally, Tsunade was slated to guide a team of students, but it was deemed more crucial for her to focus on training medical ninjas, thus she was not assigned to lead. The initial plan was as follows. Orochimaru would lead the team that included Yizi, Jiraiya would oversee the team with Minato, and Tsunade would guide the team with Gyoshingnai. Each of these students possessed exceptional potential, and Gyoshingnai was even the host of the Nine Tails. Jiraiya could hardly fathom that cold-hearted scoundrel agreeing to such an arrangement. As he scratched his head and made his way toward the Ninja Academy, he could hardly imagine that icy bastard consenting to this. Passing by an izakaya, he caught a whiff of the aromatic sake wafting from within. Stirring the cravings of his inner connoisseur, breathing in the fragrant air, he paused, glanced at the still early sky, and directed his gaze toward the izakaya, chuckling to himself. Since there's still time, why not indulge in a few drinks first? Inside the classroom, only 6 students remained, consisting of Minato's and Yizi's team, as the other students had already been whisked away by the arriving Jonin. Minato's teammates included a boy and a girl. The boy had a round face with dark skin, his features amiable, and his eyes squinted, while the girl was delicate in appearance, her eyes sparkling with warmth, exuding a gentle demeanor. The trio of this team appeared to share a tranquil disposition, displaying no irritation at the delays of their team leader. A few days ago, Yizi learned that the person in charge of his team was Orochimaru. Having spent 3 years in his company, he had developed a certain understanding of the man. He recognized that there must be a reason for Orochimaru's absence, and even if he were to arrive late in the evening, Yizi would remain unperturbed. As for Bei Xingye, whose personality was rather introverted, he would not be roused to anger over such matters, nor would he dare to express his discontent. In contrast, Gyoshingnai exhibited a different demeanor. She initially displayed impatience and muttered several complaints. Bei Xingye merely offered a timid smile, while Yizi gazed absent-mindedly out at the playground through the window. After a lengthy wait, the door suddenly swung open. A pallid yet handsome man entered the room. Upon stepping into the classroom, Orochimaru immediately spotted Yizi and the others in the corner and walked directly towards them. "Orochi, Lord Orochimaru," Bei Xingye exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation that their team leader was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. It was unclear whether the emotions surging within him were fear or exhilaration. "Follow me," Orochimaru remarked coolly, casting a brief glance at Gyoshingnai and Bei Xingye before turning to leave. Gyoshingnai, who had previously been somewhat displeased, found her grievances dissipated the moment she laid eyes on Orochimaru. The opportunity to be led by one of the Sannin was rare, and waiting, no matter how long, was worthwhile. Both Bei Xingye and Gyoshingnai followed Orochimaru with excitement, while Yizi remained indifferent, having been aware of Orochimaru's identity all along. Observing Yizi and his companions trailing after Orochimaru, the 2 teammates of Minato looked on with envy. Just as Orochimaru reached the door, it was flung open with force, producing a loud noise. A whiff of alcohol drifted in as the door swung wide, causing Orochimaru to furrow his brow slightly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of resignation and indifference crossed his eyes. "Jiraiya," he stated in a somewhat hoarse voice, exhibiting no surprise at his appearance. In fact, Orochimaru was unaware that Jiraiya had returned today and would be leading the graduating students. "Oh, Orochimaru," Jiraiya replied, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "What a coincidence." His gaze, however, strayed to the 3 children behind Orochimaru. When his eyes settled on the impassive Yizi, he paused, seemingly entranced. "This child bears a striking resemblance to you," he remarked. Retracting his gaze from Yizi, Jiraiya curiously inquired, "Why did you agree to this?" Orochimaru understood the implication behind Jiraiya's question and replied coolly, "I do not owe you an explanation." With that, he stepped forward, prompting Jiraiya to instinctively sidestep to allow him passage, with the 3 students closely following behind. Jiraiya remained in the corridor, stroking his chin as he contemplated Orochimaru's retreating figure. "Are you the great Jiraiya?" A crisp voice suddenly interrupted his musings. Turning towards the source of the sound, he saw a timid girl approaching. "Indeed," Jiraiya affirmed with a nod, choosing not to dwell on his title, as he was far from the frivolous persona he would later adopt. Upon hearing Jiraiya's response, the three students displayed expressions of joy. Previously envious of Yeji's team leader, Orochimaru, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that their own instructor would be Jiraiya. As they gazed at him, Minato's eyes sparkled with admiration. Noticing Minato's gaze, Jiraiya feigned ignorance, yet he pondered the words his teacher had spoken before his arrival. The rare genius, Minato Namikaze, was destined to be his future student. Jiraiya was acutely aware that his mentor intended for him to nurture Minato into a cornerstone of Konoha, someone akin to himself. And what of Orochimaru? Was he merely a cold, aloof child reminiscent of Orochimaru's youth? With such thoughts lingering, Jiraiya commenced the routine assessment with Minato and the others. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had brought Yeji and the other two to a training ground in Konoha. A brief self-introduction ensued. Names, hobbies, and future aspirations. Orochimaru regarded the three children before him. He merely needed to know their names, yet he found himself intrigued by Yeji's future ambitions. Thus he adhered to this tradition. Yeji, what is it that you truly desire? Self-introductions and the sharing of dreams had long been a tradition in Konoha. I am Uzumaki Kakunai. My favorite food is salty ramen. I detest bitter foods and tomatoes. My future dream is to become the first female Hokage of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru glanced at her with mild interest, nodding slightly to indicate the next participant. By Hoshii, she spoke softly. Casting a glance at the averted gaze of Yeji before continuing, I love rainy days, I despise sweet things. And my future aspiration is to become a man of great stature. Observing by Hoshi's timid demeanor, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly and turned his attention to Yeji, who, sensing the scrutiny, slowly shifted his gaze to meet Orochimaru's eyes. I am Yeji. My hobby is eating, and I have nothing particularly despised. With his eyelids lowered, Yeji stated calmly, my dream is to find a way back. The other two were momentarily taken aback by Yeji's aspiration. A way back? What sort of dream is that? Kukunai inquired with confusion, and Bai Hoshi mirrored her perplexity. Yeji glanced at Kukunai, but chose not to elaborate. Orochimaru regarded Yeji with a deep, calm gaze. Opting not to pursue the matter further, he retrieved 3 small silver bells from his pocket and declared, your task is to devise a means to seize these bells from me, employing any strategy you deem necessary. Those who fail to obtain a bell by sunset shall return to the Ninja Academy for retraining. If you wish to avoid that fate, give your utmost effort to claim the bells. The trio was momentarily stunned by Orochimaru's declaration. They had assumed that graduating from the Ninja Academy would automatically grant them the rank of Genin, only to discover that further assessment was required from their team leader. Orochimaru had not divulged such matters to them. Under no circumstances could they return to the academy, as that would only squander another 3 years. Their expressions shifted with this realization. Observing their reactions, Orochimaru offered a cold smile, stepping back a pace before calmly stating, the deadline is at sunset, the assessment begins now. As the final note resonated, the 3 individuals swiftly vanished from their original positions, concealing themselves in their premeditated hiding spots. One of the key teachings of the Stealth Academy is the ability to rapidly locate a refuge, which can be utilized in conjunction with techniques akin to substitution jutsu and various other practical applications. Once the trio disappeared, Orochimaru remained still, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to their movements. In reality, he had already deduced their hiding places the moment they set off, given their relatively undeveloped speed and agility. Yeji concealed himself in a distant, low, and dense patch of grass, tightly gripping a kunai, directing his gaze toward Orochimaru's lower body. By observing his legs, he could ascertain his movements, while avoiding direct eye contact would diminish the likelihood of being detected. How could he seize the bell? Yeji pondered strategies while keeping his watchful eyes on Orochimaru. Both Beaksingai and Juxingai had chosen to ascend into the trees, their elevated vantage points further minimizing the risk of discovery. Juxingai was also contemplating how to snatch the bell from Orochimaru, while Beaksingai was considering how to discreetly communicate with Yeji and Juxingai. In his view, the optimal approach to securing the bell was through collaboration. As the trio engaged in their thoughts, Orochimaru executed an unexpected maneuver. His lowered arm gradually rose. Yeji's gaze instinctively followed the bell clutched in Orochimaru's hand. Then, they witnessed Orochimaru, expressionless, tilt his head back, open his mouth, and with a swift motion, toss the bell into his mouth, accompanied by a distinct gulp. They could see the undulating motion of his throat, confirming that the bell had indeed been swallowed whole. What the hell? Yeji couldn't suppress a low exclamation, inadvertently revealing his position, and reluctantly had to leap from his hiding spot. Eye stared blankly at Orochimaru's throat, his mind taut as a stretched string, snapping without hesitation, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Eye glanced at the emerging Yeji, then shifted her gaze to the unfazed Orochimaru, holding her forehead in exasperation. How could they possibly retrieve a bell that had been swallowed? Would they have to kill him and then dissect his abdomen? Emerging from his concealment, Yeji regarded Orochimaru with a peculiar intensity. Having known him for 3 years, it was the first time he had witnessed such a side of him. In response to Yeji's unusual gaze, Orochimaru remained unperturbed, his voice gravelly yet calm as he stated, "Restraining me, opening my belly, or even killing me is permissible. You need only focus on one thing, seizing the bell. All other considerations are irrelevant." The calmness of his words belied a chilling reality. This was merely an assessment. Why must it escalate to such extremes? Eye and Eye were bewildered, and Yeji found himself equally perplexed. However, since Orochimaru had articulated this, Yeji felt no hesitation. Moreover, he did not believe he possessed the capacity to eliminate Orochimaru. The only course of action available was to exert every ounce of effort and attempt any method possible. He would not concede, nor could he afford to. With determination, Yeji raised his kunai and charged directly at Orochimaru. Head-on, Orochimaru silently observed as Yeji rushed towards him. Drawing forth a kunai, with his free hand, Yeji swiftly retrieved several shuriken from his tool pouch, employing both hands to launch the kunai and shuriken at Orochimaru. The shuriken spun rapidly through the air, tracing 3 distinct arcs towards a singular destination, while the kunai flew straight ahead. Clang, clang, clang. Orochimaru deftly wielded the kunai, accurately deflecting the 3 shuriken and another kunai with minimal extraneous movement. Seizing the fleeting moment when Orochimaru's attention was diverted by the shuriken, Yeji completed his hand seals. Just over a meter away from Orochimaru, Yeji suddenly erupted into a swirl of ephemeral white mist. With a whoosh, the mist dissipated, revealing a handful of black sand that soared towards Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Yeji, clutching a kunai, concealed himself not far behind Orochimaru, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Sand. Orochimaru instinctively leapt into the air to evade the wave of sand, and without hesitation, he hurled the kunai towards the airborne Orochimaru, who caught it effortlessly with his bare hand, landing gracefully on the ground. Upon landing, Orochimaru switched the kunai to his other hand and examined it, noticing a minuscule wound on his index finger, from which a few droplets of blood oozed. Undoubtedly, this was a substitution technique. Typically, objects used for substitution are living beings. Yet he had resorted to sand. The intention was clearly not to avoid damage, but one must remain cautious. Should sand enter the eyes, it could pose significant trouble. Orochimaru regarded Yeji, whose face was etched with disappointment, with a bemused expression. He found it difficult to assess Yeji's application of the substitution technique. If he were to describe it, it would be akin to a flow. Such use of the substitution technique revealed the limited repertoire of ninjutsu Yeji could employ, as the Academy's teachings encompassed only a few fundamental techniques, none of which were offensive in nature. The curriculum included only the basic 3-body technique, the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique, all devoid of offensive capabilities. Thus, despite Yeji's chakra surpassing that of a genin, the absence of offensive ninjutsu rendered his chakra considerably less impactful. His only means of attack were taijutsu and ninja tools. Considering the circumstances, this appeared to be an inherently unfair assessment, particularly given that Orochimaru had consumed the bell. After a moment's reflection, Eye leaped down from the tree to Yeji's side. Since the bell had been swallowed by Orochimaru, the prospect of seizing it was rendered impossible. The pressing concern now was to subdue Orochimaru. Yet the disparity in strength was vast, making this task far from simple. Cooperation could merely enhance their odds slightly. Upon Eye's arrival, Eye, who had initially intended to collaborate, quickly descended from the tree as well. "Let us cooperate," Eye spoke in a hushed tone, glancing at her companions. Eye nodded vigorously in agreement. Only through collaboration do we stand a chance. Yeji surveyed his teammates, his brow furrowing slightly. Collaboration was feasible. Yet they had never worked together before and lacked any semblance of synergy. Nonetheless, it seemed they had no other choice at this juncture. Observing the emergence of the trio, Orochimaru maintained his calm demeanor, refraining from any offensive action and discarding the kunai in his grasp. This was merely his shadow clone. If the damage inflicted by Yeji and the others could shatter his clone, then the bell would indeed fall. indicating that the assessment was not as daunting as it appeared. Although they were meant to collaborate, the trio exhibited no synergy whatsoever. And in the absence of any opportunity to confer, Yizi called out as a means of alerting his comrades before charging at Orochimaru with the kunai in hand. Leaning forward, he resembled a cheetah sprinting in pursuit of its prey, his gaze sharp and focused. The intensity of his approach elicited a measure of admiration from Orochimaru. However, the execution was still too naive, lacking any feints, rendering such an assault akin to courting death, particularly in a frontal engagement. Yizi understood this reality. Yet he was aware that Orochimaru would not inflict fatal harm upon him. Under these conditions, he sought to gauge the disparity in skill during close combat. The relentless training and the pressure-free opponents in the Ninja Academy assessments had failed to yield any tangible results. As Orochimaru remained rooted in place, Yizi unleashed a surge of power through his legs, stirring up clouds of sand as he approached. Just before closing in, he swung his arm and hurled the kunai towards Orochimaru's face. With an expressionless countenance, Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, seemingly tracking the kunai's trajectory, effortlessly allowing it to whiz past his neck and vanish into the depths of the forest. At that moment, Yizi had closed the distance, lowering his body before Orochimaru. Under the latter's scrutinizing gaze, he propelled himself upward, utilizing the reaction force to launch his most powerful right leg towards Orochimaru's chin. Given the assessment's intent to evaluate the trio's abilities, Orochimaru opted to withstand the attack despite the ease with which he could evade it. Yizi's right leg, propelled by formidable force, met the resistance of Orochimaru's palms. The moment the intense impact resonated through his hands, Orochimaru realized he had underestimated Yizi's strength, resulting in him being sent flying by the kick. Impressive power. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he soared through the air. And before he could contemplate further, his keen ears detected the sound of shurikens slicing through the air. Following the sound, he observed a flurry of shurikens emerging from the dust, aimed directly at him. The fine, loose sand in this area easily stirred up clouds of dust that obscured vision for both parties. Yet, the adversary seemed capable of pinpointing his location with uncanny accuracy, which perplexed him. Despite his confusion, even as a shadow clone, Orochimaru would not be easily vanquished by a mere barrage of shurikens. Wind release, great breakthrough. Suspended in midair, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful gust of wind towards the incoming shurikens. The howling wind instantly dispersed the projectiles, subsequently sweeping through the ground-level dust and towards Yizi and his companions. The fierce gale arrived in an instant, and in their haste, the three were swept away without resistance. The North Star Knight collided violently with a tree trunk, letting out a pained cry. However, Yizi and Jiuxingnai, possessing commendable physical prowess, managed to adjust their stances amidst the howling winds, landing gracefully with their feet braced against the tree. Yet, as soon as they touched the ground, two shurikens landed at their feet. Staring blankly at the shurikens embedded in the ground before them, a wave of despondency washed over them. Had this been a confrontation, those shurikens would have struck true to their hearts. Yizi and Jiuxingnai exchanged glances, each perceiving a shared sense of unwillingness in the other's eyes. Yizi turned his gaze towards Jiuxingnai, moving towards the fallen North Star Knight, who lay incapacitated, and Jiuxingnai mirrored his actions. Upon witnessing each other's movements, they paused momentarily, only to see Yizi abruptly halt, allowing Jiuxingnai to approach North Star Knight. Both harbored the desire to assess North Star Knight's condition, but upon observing Jiuxingnai's intent, Yizi abandoned his own curiosity. Thinking one person sufficed for such an endeavor, Jiuxingnai slightly tilted her head, her peripheral vision failing to catch Yizi's expression as she approached the tree and helped the despondent North Star Knight to his feet. This complete failure in their assessment meant they would have to return to the academy for remedial training. Their faces, hearts, and movements all radiated disappointment. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly transformed into a plume of white mist, which, upon dissipating, revealed three small silver bells. A clone? Yizi's expression shifted as he regarded the mist and the bells that had fallen to the ground. Could it be that even a mere clone posed no resistance? As this thought crossed his mind, Yizi's countenance darkened slightly. I am quite curious. How did you discern my location through the sand and mist? A raspy voice pierced the air from behind them, causing all three to jump and whirl around, only to find Orochimaru standing behind them with an impassive demeanor. The realization that someone had silently approached without their notice sent a chill down their spines. North Star Knight weakly remarked, my hearing is quite acute. I discerned Lord Orochimaru's whispered words and deduced your position, prompting me to instruct Jiuxing Nai to throw shurikens in your direction. Orochimaru's expression flickered with a hint of understanding. No wonder the shurikens had arrived in such a specific sequence. However, the differences in timing were negligible. To achieve such accuracy and speed under varying angles and obscured vision was indeed impressive. He glanced at Jiuxing Nai, contemplating silently. The purpose of this assessment was to gauge the trio's capabilities, and while he had not witnessed everything, he found the results satisfactory enough. We shall convene here again at this time tomorrow. With that cold remark, Orochimaru vanished without further explanation, leaving the three staring at one another in bewilderment. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yizi's expression turned complex. The assessment had indeed ended in failure, but the conclusion was not as Orochimaru had stated. They would not be returning to the academy for remedial training. Despite the absence of a need to return, Yizi felt no joy. His mind was consumed by the earlier events, and the thought of having trained for 3 years yet remaining so feeble filled him with profound disappointment. In the face of an uncertain future, when will one finally grasp even a fragment of it? When shall opportunities reveal themselves? With a slight clenching of his teeth, he disregarded both Beixing'ai and Jixing'ai, making his way toward the residence. Moments later, Beixing'ai, coming to his senses, exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful!" Jixing'ai also exhaled in relief, gazing at the departing Yezi, lost in thought. That night, Yezi found himself restless and unable to sleep. He donned a coat and ventured beneath the old tree in the courtyard, bathed in the silvery moonlight, his gaze fixed upon the luminous full moon in the night sky. Enveloped in silent contemplation, he could discern no difference between this radiant moon and the one seen from Earth, perceiving them as strikingly similar. Yet the worlds they inhabited were worlds apart. He was never one to succumb easily to despair, forever looking ahead without pausing or glancing back. Even when the path forward appeared endless, he would grit his teeth and press on, crawling if his legs faltered, and if his hands and feet were rendered useless. He would still drag himself forward. Thus, in that sunless slum, he had survived alongside his sister in his youth, ultimately emerging from it. Yet this time, with all limbs intact, he found himself halted on this interminable road, besieged by a flurry of questions that sprang forth like mushrooms after rain, causing him a headache that felt ever present. Until the dawn, when the mist enveloped the world, he kept his eyes wide open, the night too fleeting to yield any clarity. He was uncertain of the probability of returning to Earth, nor could he envision the means to achieve such a return. Perhaps only from a certain height could he glimpse the opportunity. In this moment of confusion, Yezi resolved to acquire power akin to that of Orochimaru and to surpass him. Perhaps then, he would be able to grasp something elusive. Unless he perished, he would never relent. At the same time, in the same place, with the same individuals. Orochimaru regarded his 3 youthful students with a serene demeanor. Our village is currently understaffed, burdened with numerous tasks, yet there are few that are suitable for you. Therefore, I shall grant you 10 days, during which I will personally instruct you. Konoha village was at a pivotal juncture, with almost every available ninja engaged in daily missions. While tasks appropriate for Genin amounted to mere menial work, tasks that Orochimaru deemed beneath him. Consequently, he requested a 10-day hiatus from missions from the Hokage, intending to use this interval to enhance the strength of Yezi and his companions before they undertook more challenging tasks. As for the potential for casualties during this period, he regarded it with indifference. In his worldview, missions were measures of strength, and if misfortune led to death, it was merely a consequence of one's own weakness. Such a perspective had resulted in a staggering 100 casualty rate among his students since he began leading teams. Were it not for the limited number of students he had mentored, it is likely that no parent in the village would consent to their child becoming a student of Orochimaru. The trio remained unaware of Orochimaru's intentions, their excitement palpable at the prospect of receiving his direct tutelage. Yezi, recognizing his deficiency in the number of ninjutsu he had mastered, promptly declared, "I wish to learn ninjutsu." His gaze was piercing, directly and bluntly expressing his desires. Jiuxing Nai and Bei Xing were startled by Yi Zi's sudden outburst, cautiously glancing at the indifferent expression of Orochimaru, remaining silent. Yet, their thoughts mirrored those of Yi Zi. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at him, showing no favoritism despite 3 years of acquaintance, and spoke in a frigid tone, "I have the final say." Yi Zi, who had a slight understanding of Orochimaru, wisely chose to remain silent. His earlier hasty remark stemmed from his limited mastery of ninjutsu. He had only grasped the fundamental 3-body technique. He believed his chakra control and quantity had reached a commendable level, and if the next 10 days were to be spent merely training these basics, he would be utterly disheartened. Follow me. Orochimaru turned and walked toward the woods. The 10 days were brief, and he had not formulated a specific plan, opting instead to follow a conventional approach. The first step was to climb trees, followed by mastering the technique of standing on water. To master ninjutsu, one must first possess the ability to control chakra. Orochimaru selected a spot with 3 adjacent large trees and earnestly explained the theoretical knowledge to Yi Zi and the others before allowing them to commence their training independently. Upon learning they would be training to climb trees, Yi Zi's expression darkened. He wished for Orochimaru to teach him ninjutsu directly, but recalling the earlier indifferent remark from Orochimaru, he held his tongue and obediently began to climb the tree. Confident in his chakra control, Yi Zi gathered a small amount of chakra beneath his feet, pressing his foot against the trunk, and walked up the tree as if on solid ground. In no time, he reached the highest point, moving twice as fast as Jiuxing Nai. Meanwhile, Bei Xingyi fell halfway up due to a loss of control over his chakra, causing him to strip the bark off the tree. Orochimaru observed the performance of the 3. At that moment, it seemed that Yi Zi had the best control over his chakra, but the reality was more complex. Jiuxing Nai had never practiced climbing trees before, and her initial clumsiness led to a sluggish speed. However, after a few attempts, her speed quickly surpassed that of Yi Zi. Seeing the ease with which the two were climbing, Bei Xingyi gritted his teeth and quietly continued to practice. As Yi Zi noticed Jiuxing Nai surpassing him, he felt a surge of indignation and quickened his pace. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as he misstepped, losing his footing and tumbling to the ground in an embarrassing fall. This abrupt mishap drew the attention of Jiuxing Nai and Bei Xingyi. Yi Zi ignored their gazes, staring blankly at the small pit created in the bark beneath him, speechless. In that moment, he realized that his control over chakra was not as strong as he had believed. Physical techniques, chakra quantity, chakra control, and ninjutsu were all stages to be refined and enhanced continuously. No one could guarantee the attainment of perfection in any of them. Recognizing this, Yi Zi's eagerness to learn ninjutsu diminished significantly as he turned to look at Orochimaru, who maintained his characteristic aloof demeanor. I have become a bit impatient, he confessed. Yi Zi clenched his teeth, initially believing that climbing trees would be a simple task. However, as he quickened his pace, his previously inflated confidence in his chakra control proved to be futile. Over the past 3 years, he had only contemplated using his body to adhere to objects, never considering that climbing trees could serve as a means to train his chakra control. Nevertheless, this realization endowed him with a solid foundation. In that moment, he set aside his thoughts of learning ninjutsu and devoted himself entirely to the task of tree climbing. Unlike Bei Xingyi, whose objective was to reach the top steadily, Yi Zi aimed to traverse the trunk swiftly while maintaining a steady chakra flow. Although a week is a brief span, under Orochimaru's targeted guidance, the trio felt their capabilities soaring, each acquiring several practical ninjutsu techniques. This remarkable progress, achieved within just a week, was not only due to their solid foundations, but also a testament to Orochimaru's mentorship. His presence allowed freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy to grow at an unprecedented rate. Of course, this also pertained to individual talent. Bei Xingyi, inherently introverted yet possessing an underlying drive, matched Jiuxing Nai in training intensity throughout the week, yet his progress was far inferior to hers, let alone when compared to Yi Zi, who trained even more vigorously. The world is inherently unfair. Many individuals are destined from birth to excel, and the notion that hard work can rival innate talent often rings hollow. Some possess extraordinary gifts, leaving others to admire and envy, forever unable to surpass them. Witnessing Yi Zi and Jiuxing Nai leave him behind, Bei Xingyi felt a deep sense of discouragement. This disparity had already been evident at the Ninja Academy, but under Orochimaru's tutelage, it became glaringly pronounced, evoking a sense of sorrow within him. Why, despite his relentless training, were his outcomes so far from those of Yi Zi and Jiuxing Nai? With such questions lingering in his mind, Bei Xingyi remained resolute, ensuring he met Orochimaru's training requirements. Otherwise, he might have found himself excluded from the first mission. Jiuxing Nai, a female ninja, possessed talents that rivaled those of her male counterparts. She exhibited a unique delicacy, demonstrating exceptional chakra control, coupled with the physicality and strength typically associated with males. Undoubtedly, she was a prodigy, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was poised to become a figure on par with the legendary Sannin. A realization that Orochimaru grasped clearly within the week. However, it was Jiao Xingnai's performance that astonished Orochimaru, while Yi Zi's capabilities left him in awe. Upon witnessing Yi Zi's stable chakra control, Orochimaru promptly began instructing him in ninjutsu, first assessing his chakra attributes, which revealed lightning, wind, and fire. Yi Zi's possession of 3 chakra types was not what dazzled Orochimaru. Rather, it was Yi Zi's ability to independently perform ninjutsu after merely observing a demonstration of hand seals. Although his initial attempt was awkward and the power weak, executing the technique even once suggested that further consolidation would not pose a challenge. Recognizing Yi Zi's potential, Orochimaru maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, yet inwardly felt satisfaction with the decision he had made earlier. On that gloomy, rainy day, he caught a glimpse of the boy and confidently predicted that the boy would one day grow into a towering tree. On the final night of the intensive training, Yi Zi was engaged in rigorous exercises. Due to physical constraints, the volume of training he undertook daily was unimaginable to Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi. While Bei Xingyi may have recognized Yi Zi's remarkable potential, he overlooked the relentless effort Yi Zi put forth, which was no less than anyone else's. As night deepened in the yard with the standing old tree, a boy moved robotically, hoisting a massive and heavy stone barbell, repeating mechanical motions. Under the silvery moonlight, only the sound of his labored breaths pierced the silence. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the first mission. It would be wise to conserve energy and adjust his condition. Suddenly, a cold and hoarse voice resonated from the corridor connecting the house to the garden. Yi Zi abruptly halted his upward lift of the barbell, inhaled deeply, exhaled forcefully, and slowly lowered the heavy weight. He turned his head towards the corridor, where a tall, slender man stood. "I am acutely aware of my physical state," Yi Zi stated. His decision to set down the barbell was not prompted by Orochimaru's counsel, but rather stemmed from a desire to show respect by conversing with him after relinquishing the weight. Orochimaru observed Yi Zi, contemplating the uniqueness of his physique. A glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "This is for the best." With that, he turned and strode toward the bedroom. Watching Orochimaru disappear from view, Yi Zi resumed his monotonous, mechanical training. Ever since he discovered that the energy derived from food could swiftly alleviate bodily fatigue, Yi Zi trained obsessively, unperturbed by potential injuries from the high-intensity regimen. In Konoha village, no more than 10 individuals were aware of Yi Zi's unique constitution, and the Akimichi clan was not among them. Although the energy consumed from food could not be transformed into chakra, it could still restore his physical state. A notion that might stir various thoughts within the Akimichi clan, irrespective of their nature. Consequently, the third Hokage chose not to disclose this information to them. Was the uniqueness of his body solely related to energy recovery through food? No, Yi Zi believed there was more to it. As time passed, he felt his mastery over bodily coordination intensifying, and he vaguely sensed something profound. Though he could not grasp the answer directly, he harbored a premonition that the body he occupied in this world possessed extraordinary advantages. After completing his tedious training, Yi Zi freshened up and consumed a considerable amount of food before dutifully retiring to bed. In the morning, upon opening his eyes, Yi Zi nimbly leaped from his bed, stretched his limbs, and contentedly twisted his neck. The daily high-intensity training had not inflicted any harm on his body. Each time he awoke, he felt rejuvenated, his limbs brimming with vitality. What would the first mission entail? Prepared, Yi Zi did not wait for Orochimaru, even before the appointed time. He set out directly towards the designated location. Upon arriving at the designated gathering place, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Yi Zi, unfazed by the dew on the wooden pillar, leaned against it and dozed lightly, awaiting the arrival of others. "Good morning, Yi Zi." After a considerable while, the second person to arrive was Bei Xingyi, who instinctively greeted Yi Zi upon noticing his presence. "Morning." Yi Zi lifted his eyelids slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the surroundings, Bei Xingyi realized that Lord Orochimaru and Jiao Xingnai had not yet arrived, so he squatted down beside Yi Zi. After a while, Jiao Xingnai hurriedly approached, followed closely by Orochimaru. True to his unyielding style, upon seeing the three assembled, Orochimaru stated directly, "The task we are undertaking is ranked A. The objective is to eliminate bandits. Details will be discussed on the way. Now follow me." Without waiting for any response from the trio, he turned and headed towards the village entrance. Eliminating bandits signifies that this mission will involve taking lives. With a swirl of unexplainable thoughts, Yizi trailed behind Orochimaru, passing through the gates of Konoha under the watchful gaze of the gatekeepers. Having spent over 3 years in Konoha, this was Yizi's first departure from the village. It may seem unfathomable how one could remain within Konoha for 3 years without venturing beyond its borders, yet it was entirely rational. For the outside world was fraught with danger, a fact he had recognized long ago. This long-awaited excursion beyond Konoha did not evoke much novelty in Yizi. Instead, he attentively listened to Orochimaru elucidate the mission's particulars. The task of eliminating bandits had been commissioned by a village nestled by mountains and waters. Over 200 miles from Konoha flowed a river, alongside which lay a village inhabited by ordinary folk. Since the Land of Fire was not a battlefield, enemy ninjas would not target a village filled with commoners. However, a small band of marauders had recently emerged from the nearby mountains, periodically descending upon the village to pillage and kill, treating the villagers as mere livestock. Unable to endure the onslaught any longer, the villagers sent a young man to Konoha to post a request for assistance. Orochimaru accepted this mission for a straightforward reason. As ninjas, killing was a commonplace affair. Every endeavor requires a beginning, and for Yizi and his companions, this mission represented an initiation, marking the first drop of blood in their ninja careers. As night enveloped the world in darkness, the heavens were shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of a hint of moonlight. Occasionally, a gust of wind would howl past, rustling the branches and producing a shrill sound akin to a night owl. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yizi glanced up at the sky. Feeling the cold breeze brush against his cheeks, muttering to himself, "It seems like it's going to rain." The bandit stronghold lay atop the mountain, accessible only by a single path, which they guarded fiercely, making it difficult to breach. Yet for ninjas, infiltrating such a stronghold posed little challenge. Orochimaru led the trio directly up the steep cliff, stealthily penetrating the bandit's lair. Concealed behind a dilapidated dwelling, Orochimaru did not grant Yizi and his companions the luxury of time to assess the distribution of guards. Instead, he signaled for them to act immediately. The objective of infiltrating the stronghold was merely to mitigate the threat. The primary aim remained to witness bloodshed and confront the harsh realities of combat. Thus, Orochimaru forbade Yizi and his companions from employing assassination tactics to gradually dismantle the bandit's stronghold. When Jixingnai and Bixingai observed Orochimaru's gesture, they hesitated, their expressions betraying uncertainty. Noting their reluctance to move, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from urging them onward. Understanding that this was a rite of passage for all who graduated from the Ninja Academy, a necessity to cultivate a callousness towards bloodshed, even if they could not become entirely devoid of emotion. In contrast to Jixingnai and Bixingai's indecision, Yizi exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Shortly after Orochimaru's signal, he fixated on a man who had retreated to a corner to relieve himself, brandishing a kunai as he charged toward his target. The sound of his footfall upon the sandy ground startled the man, who turned just in time to see the kunai aimed at his throat. Enemy. The man's eyes widened, the word barely escaping his lips before being silenced as the sharp kunai effortlessly pierced his throat, warm blood splattering across Yizi's face. The warmth on his skin, coupled with the repugnant scent of blood, surged into his nostrils, provoking a wave of nausea. Yizi maintained his extended arm, transfixed by the man's eyes, which were now filled with despair and resentment. A gurgling sound escaped the dying man, his gaze dimming with each passing moment. Yizi's eyes remained locked onto the man's until the light faded completely. He then slowly withdrew the kunai, wiping the blood from his face. This marked his first kill. Witnessing a vibrant life extinguished by his own hand evoked little guilt, akin to the indifferent slaughter of a chicken for a meal. In truth, he had witnessed far too many brutal scenes in his youth. He had seen individuals commit heinous acts for a mere morsel of bread. He had contemplated that, should circumstances permit, even cannibalism could arise. With a soft thud, the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, making a faint sound. Yizi did not spare the corpse a second glance, silently moving toward his next target. Hidden in the shadows, Orochimaru wore a satisfied smile, while Jixingnai and Bixingai stood in stunned silence, gazing at Yizi, who was now drenched in blood. Bixingai trembled slightly. This was his first encounter with such a gruesome sight. Despite having mentally prepared himself beforehand, the reality proved overwhelming. Jixingnai's gaze fell upon the fallen body, its head turned slightly toward her. In the flickering firelight, the dullness of its eyes seemed to harbor residual resentment. She clenched her teeth, taking a cautious step forward, yet froze in place like a statue. Moments later, Yizi had slain several individuals, finally capturing the attention of the bandits. Accompanied by a fierce roar, the outlaws poured out of their lair. Upon seeing the forehead protector that signified a ninja adorning Yi Zi's brow, they were momentarily taken aback. However, that shock quickly ebbed away like a receding tide. For their opponent was merely a solitary child. Just a little brat, what is there to fear? A burly man wielding a spiked club exclaimed angrily. No sooner had he spoken than a shuriken flew through the air, piercing his throat. With wide eyes, he looked down in disbelief at the handle of the weapon before collapsing limply to the ground. After dispatching the man with the club, Yi Zi still felt invigorated. He retrieved another shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and charged into the fray like a wolf among sheep. After slicing through the throat of one bandit, Yi Zi swiftly leaped backward, narrowly evading a heavy iron rod aimed at him. The sheer number of adversaries presented a significant threat, and sustaining an injury could easily lead to disaster. Gradually consumed by the thrill of battle, Yi Zi nevertheless retained his composure. Having eliminated approximately 10 foes, he sensed his stamina waning. Without hesitation, he executed a series of backward leaps, distancing himself from the encircling bandits. He glanced at the nearly 100 remaining foes, then cast a quick look toward the hiding places of Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi, his brow furrowing in concern. In terms of individual skill, Yi Zi was confident he could vanquish anyone in the bandit stronghold. However, the overwhelming numbers could easily outweigh his prowess. And this mission was not one he could accomplish alone. It seemed Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi sensed his gaze upon them, awakening to the realization that they were there to fulfill a task. Stepping forward without hesitation, Jiao Xingnai revealed herself, while Bei Xingyi hesitated for a moment before gradually emerging from behind the building. The ground was strewn with disarrayed corpses, their lifeless forms sprawled haphazardly. Vivid crimson blood converged into numerous rivulets, flowing across the sandy terrain before slowly seeping into the earth, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. The bandits, who initially underestimated the prowess of the seemingly innocent child, now felt a sense of dread. The emergence of 2 more figures only deepened their trepidation. Even if we die, we'll take a few down with us. One bandit barked, eliciting a wave of hostility from the others, devoid of humanity. They walked the razor's edge daily, each carrying the weight of numerous lives on their hands. Just as Yi Zi felt no remorse in killing them, they bore no psychological burden when slaying their own kind. Suddenly, the oppressive sky rumbled as flashes of lightning streaked across it, briefly illuminating a sea of sinister faces. Yi Zi, unperturbed by the presence of Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi, formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the throng. As the blazing orb soared through the air, the initial bravado of the bandits evaporated, their fierce expressions morphing into sheer terror. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated amidst a cacophony of anguished screams, instantly incinerating several bandits. The acrid scent of charred flesh hung heavily in the air. As they beheld the bandits swiftly reduced to ashes, both Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi turned pale, while the remaining outlaws were engulfed by sheer terror. The recently gathered bravado evaporated disgracefully as the blazing fireball shattered their illusions of safety, prompting them to scream and scatter in all directions. What are you still dawdling for? Yi Zi snapped at the two, brandishing his kunai as he charged towards the fleeing bandits. Exchanging a glance, Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi steeled themselves against their discomfort and joined the ranks of slaughter. If one could not even bear to take a life, what right did they have to bear the title of ninja? The sky rumbled ominously, and after a prolonged wait, torrential rain descended, extinguishing the flames ignited by the fireball. The noxious amalgamation of burnt flesh, blood, and filth filled the air, yet Yi Zi remained undeterred, tilting his head slightly, his expression impassive as the chilling rain washed over his face, cleansing the vibrant crimson of blood. Nearby, the cold bodies lay lifeless at his feet. Jiao Xingnai glanced down at her kunai, illuminated by fleeting flashes of lightning, watching as blood dripped incessantly from its tip. When she had taken her first life, nausea had churned in her gut, yet now, she felt no such discomfort. Turning her gaze to Yi Zi, whose eyes remained closed in indifference akin to the cold rain, an inexplicable chill surged from her core, spreading through her limbs, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Was it the bitter chill of the storm that wrought such a reaction? This was the essence of a ninja. Bei Xingyi, surveying the sea of corpses, trembled slightly. The mission is complete. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, his hoarse voice declaring the conclusion of their task. Was killing truly such a daunting endeavor? As this question took root, one might find themselves lost in confusion. When a precious life slipped from one's grasp, Did it return only with a burden of guilt? Not at all. The blood that gushed forth from the body was indifferent to warmth or cold. The desperate wails that erupted from their mouths were of no consequence. The hatred reflected in their dying eyes held no relevance to oneself. Is life truly precious? Only one's own life holds value. With this sentiment in mind, Yizi followed Orochimaru, resembling an emotionless automaton, relentlessly executing his tasks, transforming the blood upon his hands into a vibrant hue while becoming increasingly formidable. Blood and fire have always served as catalysts for rapid growth, whether corporeal or spiritual. Zhou Xingnai and Bei Xingyi sensed this truth. Despite the deepening bond forged through prolonged combat, they could feel the distance widening between themselves and the comrade who now led the charge. A year later, amidst the flurry of cherry blossoms, 3 graduates from the Ninja Academy ascended to the rank of genin. Over the course of a year, they shed their innocence in the crucible of blood, earning the right to be called ninjas. Even during moments of respite from missions, Yizi never ceased his training. It was this relentless self-discipline, coupled with his innate talent, that caused his growth to consistently draw the attention of Orochimaru, ultimately intensifying the scrutiny from the higher echelons of the Hokage. Rather than mere observation, it is more akin to surveillance. Several months ago, the increasingly formidable Yizi detected the presence of an observer. Although the Umbu did not underestimate Yizi and exerted their utmost efforts to conceal themselves while monitoring him, they were ultimately perceived by Yizi. He mistakenly considered this awareness a testament to his growing strength, unaware that with his current capabilities, discerning the hidden watchers of the Umbu was beyond his grasp. Upon discovering the Umbu's presence, Yizi maintained his composure and refrained from confronting Orochimaru about the matter, behaving as if he had not noticed the surveillance. Nonetheless, as he gradually integrated into Konoha village, a faint sense of unease began to stir within him. On this particular day, after training from dawn until noon, Yizi could no longer endure the gnawing hunger in his stomach. After a brief grooming, he set out to address his hunger. Orochimaru was away on business, and since receiving remuneration from his missions, Yizi rarely cooked for himself, typically opting to dine at local restaurants. The streets were rather empty at midday, and Yizi contemplated what he might wish to eat. Yizi! A familiar voice called from behind, prompting him to halt and turn toward its source. He offered a slight nod in greeting. Unfazed by Yizi's demeanor, Bei Xingyi approached, somewhat bashfully running a hand through his hair, and softly said, Yizi, I would like to invite you and Zhou Xingnai to dinner. Are you certain? Yizi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Bei Xingyi, who hesitated, his lips twitching slightly as he contemplated Yizi's appetite, questioning whether his wallet would suffice. Yet, in order to have Zhou Xingnai join them, he resolutely nodded. With the offer of complimentary meal tickets presented, Yizi found no reason to decline, replying, Perfect. I'm quite famished. How about barbecued meat? His gaze drifted toward the most renowned barbecue establishment, which, of course, was accompanied by a steep price. Upon hearing the mention of barbecue, Bei Xingyi's heart raced. Following Yizi's line of sight to the priciest barbecue restaurant, his face twitched slightly, and he hastily replied, I think I might not have enough money. Shifting his gaze away from the barbecue restaurant, Yizi turned and remarked nonchalantly, Then let us choose another place. First, let us call Zhou Xingnai. Upon hearing Yizi's suggestion, Bei Xingyi's spirits soared. He was not miserly. It was simply that his funds were insufficient. Fortunately, Yizi had offered a way out, alleviating his dilemma, and calling Zhou Xingnai was indeed his most pressing desire, lacking even the courage to extend an invitation himself. How could he hope to capture Zhou Xingnai's interest? Despite having spent a year in each other's company, he remained oblivious to this fundamental truth. Walking ahead, Yizi shook his head slightly. He was well aware of Bei Xingyi's feelings for Zhou Xingnai. Whenever not on a mission, Bei Xingyi would often use him as an excuse to invite her, essentially relying on Yizi to bolster his confidence in approaching her. Given Bei Xingyi's personality, it was unlikely that Zhou Xingnai would ever take a liking to him. Understanding this, Yizi felt a twinge of pity for Bei Xingyi. He had no inclination to play matchmaker for the two of them and did not explicitly convey this sentiment to Bei Xingyi. In his view, if Bei Xingyi were to recognize this truth and endeavor to change for Zhou Xingnai's sake, then he would be worthy of pursuing her. Arriving at the doorstep of Zhou Xingnai, Bei Xingyi, as per usual, stood to the side, pushing Yizi forward and entrusting him with the task of knocking. Yizi, observing Bei Xingyi huddled to the side, shook his head in exasperation. Just as he was about to call out for Zhou Xingnai, he furrowed his brow, sensing several unusual presences nearby. They were not from Konoha, so who could they be? In an instant, Yizi's thoughts raced. But upon detecting a few concealed presences belonging to Konoha lurking deeper in the shadows, he relaxed his brow and called out several times towards the house. Upon hearing Yizi's calls, Jiao Xingnai paused, exchanged a few words with her uncle and aunt, and then made her way to the door, opening it to find Yizi standing there alone. "What do you want?" she asked bluntly, knowing she was about to have her meal. To her inquiry, Yizi replied nonchalantly, "We're having barbecue for lunch." Surprise flickered in Jiao Xingnai's eyes, and with a slight smirk, she asked the crucial question, "Are you treating us?" Yizi raised an eyebrow, scoffing, "Is that even possible?" "I thought so." "You're as stingy as ever," Jiao Xingnai remarked, tapping her forehead in exasperation. "Where's Bei Xingyi?" "Right here," Bei Xingyi chimed in, peeking from the side and smiling at Jiao Xingnai, rolling her eyes at the sight. Jiao Xingnai turned back to inform her uncle and aunt before joining Yizi and Bei Xingyi on the street. "Which barbecue place are we going to?" Yizi inquired of Bei Xingyi while his gaze drifted towards the most expensive barbecue restaurant. Startled, Bei Xingyi quickly pointed to a nearby establishment known for its decent flavor and reasonable prices, saying, "How about this one? The taste is quite good." "Fine," Yizi said, somewhat disappointed as he withdrew his gaze. Observing from the side, Jiao Xingnai shook her head, saying, "When will it be your turn to treat us?" In response to such a remark from a girl, Yizi swiftly delivered a playful slap to the back of her head and bluntly replied, "I'm broke." This elicited a darkened expression from Jiao Xingnai as she watched Yizi walk towards the barbecue restaurant. In truth, Yizi's finances were quite strained. He required a significant amount of food daily, and his meager earnings from missions barely covered his expenses. All his income went towards sustenance, leaving him unable to afford even a single new piece of clothing, as he wore only the old garments previously owned by Orochimaru. If only Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi paid a little more attention, they would surely notice this predicament. Once inside the barbecue restaurant, driven by a mindset against waste, Yizi promptly ordered 20 servings of barbecue. Both Bei Xingyi and Jiao Xingnai, accustomed to such behavior, were not particularly surprised. Nor was the server taking the order, for Yizi's reputation as a glutton had already spread throughout the streets. Is 20 servings enough? Under the watchful gaze of peers and patrons alike, Yizi performed a live broadcast of his remarkable appetite, swiftly devouring the grilled meat on the table as if a gust of autumn wind had swept away fallen leaves. Such astonishing speed of consumption would surely leave even the members of the Akimichi clan feeling somewhat embarrassed. In less than 5 minutes, the table was left with nothing but greasy, empty plates. Bei Xingyi stared blankly at Yizi, a piece of meat slipping from his chopsticks with a soft plop onto the table, while Jiao Xingnai had already piled her plate high with an ample portion. Yet, it seemed insufficient. Yizi, feeling a slight pang of hunger, furrowed his brow, though despite his lingering dissatisfaction, he had no intention of ordering more grilled meat. For Bei Xingyi was no fool easily parted from his money. After a silent sigh, he turned his gaze towards Jiao Xingnai, who was leisurely savoring her grilled meat. Sensing Yizi's scrutiny, Jiao Xingnai quickly pulled her plate back, eyeing him warily as if he were a wolf, and huffed. "Don't expect me to share." With a slight tilt of his head, Yizi was not taken aback by her response. At that moment, Bei Xingyi, regaining his composure, trembled as he picked up the piece of grilled meat that had fallen on the table, silently chewing it. After a brief moment, he calculated the money in his wallet while swallowing the morsel, his lips curling into a forced smile as he remarked, "Do you want more?" Upon hearing this, Yizi's eyes brightened, yet he shook his head to indicate that it was unnecessary, not wishing to further burden Bei Xingyi. Sensing the relief in Bei Xingyi's demeanor, he acknowledged that he would not have acted so generously with anyone else. But Yizi's insatiable appetite was akin to a bottomless pit. One could never ascertain how much he could consume. Though Yizi had declined more food, Bei Xingyi, having only eaten 2 pieces of grilled meat, felt too shy to ask for more, staring blankly at his plate with just a small greasy remnant. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks holding grilled meat reached into his plate, placing a piece of meat before him. Bei Xingyi turned to Jiao Xingnai, who had split her portion in half. Gratefulness washed over him as he looked at Jiao Xingnai. "Eat up, lest someone snatch it away," she remarked, casting a glance at Yizi, who remained unfazed, resting his chin on his hand and gazing out the window. After their meal, Bei Xingyi suggested taking a stroll in the cherry blossom district, to which Yizi and Jiao Xingnai readily agreed. At that moment, The cherry blossoms were in full bloom, and the area, adorned with numerous cherry trees, attracted many villagers. The pink petals danced in the breeze, filling the air with their distinctive fragrance. As Jiu Nai watched the petals fluttering about, she recalled how, a year prior, she had realized that her desire to become Hokage was not genuine. Even now, the malicious taunts about her bright red hair lingered in her mind. Yet she felt fortunate that her two companions had never shown a hint of disdain for her hair. Observing the indifferent Yi Zi, with his hands tucked in his pockets, alongside the cheerful Bei Xingyi, whose gaze always brushed over her with a hint of warmth, a smile graced Jiu Nai's face. As dusk approached, Bei Xingyi reluctantly bid farewell to Jiu Nai and Yi Zi, departing first. As Yi Zi gazed at the elongated silhouette of Bei Xingyi under the twilight, he inquired of his companion, Jiu Nai, "What do you intend to do?" "What do you mean?" Jiu Nai feigned ignorance in response. "Nothing," Yi Zi replied, shaking his head, and turned to leave. Once Yi Zi's figure vanished around a corner, Jiu Nai let out a soft sigh. She was aware of Bei Xingyi's affections for her, yet she harbored no feelings towards him. She wished for him to relinquish his hopes early on, but considering Bei Xingyi's character, she felt a sense of helplessness. Shaking her head, she cast aside these troublesome thoughts and proceeded towards home. At the corner, Yi Zi pressed his back against the wall, slightly tilting his head to observe Jiu Nai's departing figure. He pondered whether he should stealthily follow her. The ominous presences he sensed at noon were undoubtedly malevolent, and they were aimed at Jiu Nai. Although he could not fathom why anyone would target a mere nin like her, he felt compelled to inform her or to discreetly protect her. Yet, recalling the signatures of those Konoha ninjas in the Umbu who were covertly surveilling him, he hesitated. Since there are already protectors, my intervention would be futile. With this thought, Yi Zi's inclination tilted towards the decision not to follow. He took a step, yet could not summon the resolve to take a second. But what if something unforeseen were to occur? Suddenly, Yi Zi's brow furrowed deeply. In the past, he would have remained indifferent, but why was he hesitating now? Was it merely due to the resemblance between Jiu Nai and Yi Rui? Frustrated, he shook his head, acknowledging that it might indeed be because of Yi Rui, yet he was reluctant to admit it. His ultimate goal was to leave this place and return to Earth. Hence he desired no connections with anyone here. But why could he not simply turn away? Cursed be it. After lingering in indecision for a considerable time, Yi Zi silently cursed under his breath and stealthily made his way towards Jiu Nai's residence. He sensed one of the Umbu monitoring him, yet found himself unable to shake off their presence. Even if he possessed the capability, he could not afford to do so, especially since he lacked the means to evade their scrutiny at this moment. Konoha village was vast, encircled by towering walls that enclosed a significant expanse, within which lay not only densely populated residential areas but also the ominous death forest. It could be said that within the sprawling Konoha village, there existed both thriving and secluded locales, and the area where Jiu Nai resided belonged to the latter. Upon arriving at Jiu Nai's home, Yi Zi was met with the grim sight of several Konoha ninjas sprawled in a pool of blood. His expression shifted dramatically as he quickly assessed the situation, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Multiple Konoha ninjas lay dead, their wounds numerous, with the fatal injury being a slash across the throat. The blood still bore a trace of warmth, indicating that death had not long claimed them. Jiu Nai. After casting a glance at the estate and failing to sense her presence, a wave of worry surged within him. Without delay, he sprinted towards the nearest wall, knowing he had no time to alert others. He was certain that the Umbu witnessing this scene would abandon their watch and notify the Hokage instead. As expected, the moment Yi Zi scaled the wall and exited the village, he could no longer sense the presence of the dark forces monitoring him. After leaving the village, Yi Zi floundered like a headless fly, lacking effective tracking means. Even though the enemy had recently abducted Jiu Nai, he was unable to ascertain their direction. A heavy heart weighed upon Yi Zi, and he felt a simmering anger welling up within him. Had he not hesitated for so long, his hands clenched tightly. His face darkened as if it could drip with water, and a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of Yi Rui, and his expression darkened even further. The feeling of helplessness was akin to having his heart violently torn apart, an excruciating sensation. If Orochimaru were present, he would surely be taken aback. Despite Yi Zi having killed numerous individuals during his missions, Orochimaru had never perceived even a hint of murderous intent in him. Now, as Yi Zi began to despair in his search, amidst the last rays of the setting sun, several strands of pure red hair caught his eye. Those strands, quietly lying there, shone like dawn in the night, dazzlingly bright. Upon seeing the hair, Yizi's grim expression softened momentarily. He swiftly picked up the strands and examined them for a moment, confirming they belonged to Jiao, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned the strands to their place. Fortunately, he had the habit of carrying a ninja tool pouch, from which he retrieved a kunai and inserted it into the earth beside the hair, then rose to pursue the enemy ninja who had abducted Jiao. He was not arrogant enough to believe he could rescue Jiao single-handedly. Merely delaying the enemy was a stroke of luck. Thus, the hair needed to remain, guiding the pursuing leaf ninjas. At most, he could leave a kunai to make the marker more conspicuous, but he could not create more obvious markers along the way, as doing so would hinder his speed. Who exactly was Jiao? After spending over a year together, Yizi could not fathom why enemy ninjas would dare to infiltrate the Leaf Village just to abduct a girl who had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. It was known that the war had only just begun to calm down. A single spark could reignite the flames of conflict. The only certainty was that Jiao possessed a value that could provoke such a bold move from the enemy. Searching for the strands along the way consumed a considerable amount of time, but fortunately, Jiao hair was pure red rather than black, making it less difficult to locate as night fell. Even so, after several hours of pursuit, Yizi still saw no sign of anyone. If this continued, once the enemy crossed the border, there would be no room for redemption. Meanwhile, the Cloud Ninjas who had abducted Jiao had been moving at full speed from the outset. However, Jiao lacked the stamina and endurance to match them. As they neared the border, she finally could not hold on any longer. Useless, spat the Cloud Ninja responsible for dragging her along. Casting a glance at the tall figure ahead, Lord Kira, we have arrived here. I doubt that Leaf's people will catch up. Should we slow our pace? Known as the Crow Owl, Yunrin possesses a rugged visage, with a dusky complexion and a menacing cross-shaped scar adorning his right eye. His expression is as frigid as ice, exuding an extraordinary aura of severity at first glance. Upon hearing an inquiry from his subordinate, Crow Owl paused, contemplating that the Konoha ninjas would likely be unable to pursue them further. Noticing the fatigue etched upon his three subordinates after their relentless journey, he acquiesced to their suggestion. Casting a glance at the weary Akatsuki, whose head hung as if he might collapse at any moment, he coldly instructed, "Reduce your speed. We are nearing the border. Do not be careless." Understood. The three Cloud Ninjas visibly relaxed. The strenuous pace had indeed taken its toll on them, particularly on Akatsuki, whose physical strength and endurance were notably inferior. Had it not been for the unique physical traits of the Uzumaki clan, it could have been fatal for anyone else under such conditions. Unbeknownst to them, a solitary wolf was closely pursuing from behind. Half an hour later, the Cloud Ninjas, now walking leisurely, appeared to be on the brink of completing their arduous task, their vigilance significantly waning. However, the ever-watchful eyes of Crow Owl, marked by his gruesome scar, remained alert. In stark contrast to the ease of the Cloud Ninjas, Akatsuki, whose consciousness was fading, was engulfed in despair. "Someone, please save me." Amidst a swaying vision, only the dim path lay before him, when suddenly, a blurred figure emerged. With black hair and dark eyes, the figure blended into the night. Oscillating between clarity and obscurity, that silhouette, trembling in the darkness, bore a face that was both familiar and distant, exuding an air of indifference. "Yuzi." A glimmer of light flickered within Akatsuki's despondent gaze, his voice quivering and faint. "Leaf?" The Cloud Ninja guiding Akatsuki turned upon hearing the indistinct whisper. "Stop." At this moment, Crow Owl, leading the group, abruptly halted, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade, swiftly turning to face the rear. Witnessing Crow Owl's reaction, the other three understood that someone was closing in. Their hearts raced as they cautiously peered into the shadows behind them, where a figure leapt from the trees, descending like a divine warrior onto the ground not far from their position. One person? Or a mere child? Upon realizing that their pursuer was merely a Konoha genin, the three Cloud Ninjas let out a sigh of relief, having initially feared a large contingent of Konoha ninjas was in pursuit. "I've caught up." Yuzi, slightly breathless, called out to the familiar figure ahead. "Akatsuki, are you all right?" Unlike his usual demeanor, his voice now resonated with genuine concern and urgency, devoid of the typical emotional detachment. Hearing this familiar yet strange voice, Akatsuki slowly turned, and there he saw Yuzi, undeniably present. Yuzi. It was as if the sight of Yuzi alone promised salvation, as Akatsuki's eyes widened in hope. a flicker of joy illuminating his dirt-streaked face. Do you truly believe you are saved? The cold voice that echoed in his ears ruthlessly shattered Akatsuki's fleeting illusion of hope. Jiao Shao traversed past Jiao Xingnai, his gaze fixated on the murderous expression of Yi Zi. With a chilling demeanor, he remarked, "Your expression is commendable. Since you dare to pursue alone, I assume you have reconciled yourself to death." As he spoke, Jiao Shao slowly drew the short blade from his waist, his eyes transforming into a frigid abyss. "You all proceed swiftly with the objective through the border. I shall deal with this little brat. If all goes as anticipated, we may soon face pursuers." Understood. Though they were uncertain why Jiao Shao had chosen to remain behind solely to confront a mere child, they complied with his orders, hastily pulling Jiao Xingnai along to quicken their pace. Damn it! Yi Zi's focus was locked onto the short blade in the man's hand, his expression grave. His sole intention was to delay his opponent. Ideally, if the adversary chose to leave one behind, that would be most favorable. However, in his anticipation, it should not have been the strongest individual who remained behind simply because he was a child. Yet, ironically, it was indeed the strongest who had chosen to stay. The blade, glimmering with a chilling edge under the moonlight filtering through the trees, appeared to Yi Zi as a harbinger of death. Undoubtedly, the fallen Konoha ninjas had met their demise at this man's hands, each slain with a swift cut to the throat, efficient and merciless. However, the presence of numerous minor wounds on the bodies indicated that this man's blade had not yet reached the swiftness that left no room for reaction. Otherwise, he would not have opted for a stealthy ambush to eliminate the ninjas. The odds of victory were not non-existent, merely exceedingly slim. Yi Zi's countenance darkened. It was already a daunting task to survive against this man, let alone prevent Jiao Xingnai from being taken away. Silently, he withdrew a kunai, gripping it tightly in his hand, gritting his teeth as he forced his gaze away from the abducted Jiao Xingnai, instead fixating on the man who was beginning to emanate an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, the oppressive atmosphere rendering the air around them thick and viscous. Jiao Shao exuded confidence, choosing not to strike immediately. Instead, he observed Yi Zi, whose breath had steadied, a flicker of approval passing through his eyes. The boy's ability to match his pace while maintaining composure was a testament to his skill. Age had never been a determinant of strength. Regrettably, this potential Konoha prodigy was still too young, and his rash pursuit would come at a heavy price. "Do you understand why I chose to remain?" Jiao Shao raised his arm slightly, his face etched with lethal intent. "It is because I know that the others are no match for you. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Prepare to meet your end." Just as he was about to strike, he hesitated as a swift figure descended beside Yi Zi. Captivated by Jiao Shao, Yi Zi only realized the approach of this rapid silhouette when it was already at his side. His heart raced, and he instinctively prepared to attack. But the voice of the newcomer halted his intentions. "Where is Jiao Xingnai?" Minato's gaze, directed at the menacing Jiao Shao, mirrored Yi Zi's gravity in a single glance. He recognized the formidable strength of the man before him. Another child. Jiao Shao furrowed his brow. Had the pursuing leaf ninjas been elite jounin, it would have been a different matter. However, to his surprise, the two who had caught up were mere children, and they appeared to be formidable in their own right. Upon seeing Minato arrive, Yi Zi's eyes sparkled with joy as he pointed in a certain direction and declared with undeniable authority, "Kushina is currently being held by 3 cloud ninjas. You must hurry and pursue them. I will hold this man at bay." Yet, Minato hesitated, doubting Yi Zi's ability to contend with the man before them, and fearing the significant likelihood that Yi Zi could be killed. Enough of this hesitation. If we delay any further and Kushina is taken beyond the borders, it will all be over. As Minato continued to linger in indecision, Yi Zi's anger flared. Hearing Yi Zi's words, Minato cast a deep glance at him, a look of resolve flashing across his face. He could not betray Yi Zi, who had staked his life on this endeavor. Thus, he was determined to rescue Kushina. With his decision made, Minato shot forth like an arrow, disregarding Jiao Zhao's presence, and headed towards the direction in which Kushina was being taken. "How dare you ignore me?" A flicker of anger crossed Jiao Zhao's face, astonished by Minato's speed. In an instant, he appeared at Minato's side, raising his blade to strike with deadly precision. Yet, in the face of this lethal blow, Minato did not even glance back, his focus solely on the path ahead. At that moment, Yi Zi stepped between them. With a resounding clang, sparks flew in the night as Yi Zi, clutching a kunai, blocked the strike, while Minato vanished into the darkness without a backward glance. "Good, very good." Jiao Shao watched with cold fury as Minato swiftly departed. A chilling, killing intent emanated from him. Yi Zi's arm trembled, feeling the overwhelming force transmitted through the kunai, the short blade glinting dangerously, almost piercing his skin. So powerful. Against such a formidable opponent, even the thought of escape seemed a distant luxury. Why had I risked my life to confront such a powerful foe? In the 29th year of the Leaf Village, Yi Zi was discovered by Orochimaru in a deserted village in the Land of Water and brought back to Konoha. That same year, he enrolled in the Ninja Academy of Leaf Village. In the 32nd year, having graduated from the academy, Yi Zi became Orochimaru's apprentice. In the 33rd year, on this very night, Yi Zi, having undertaken numerous missions under Orochimaru's guidance, encountered the most formidable adversary he had ever faced. The night was silent. The distant call of an owl echoing through the stillness, its mournful cry hauntingly beautiful. Bathed in moonlight, the forest was dim, yet sufficient to discern the flash of a blade descending from the sky, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Clang! The violent clash of metal resonated throughout the woods. Sparks flew, and a glimmer ignited in Yi Zi's obsidian eyes. Though his grip on the kunai trembled slightly, he remained as steadfast as a rock. To retreat would mean that the glinting blade would mercilessly slice through his throat. You can see my blade clearly, very impressive, yet still insufficient. Hidden deep within Jiao Zhao's eyes lay an unspoken wariness, yet he seemed entranced by the thrill of impending victory over a prodigy. Amidst the relentless pressure, he would invariably utter a few words after Yi Zi thwarted his strikes, a stark contrast to his usual indifferent demeanor. In response to the words spoken by Jiao Zhao, Yi Zi remained silent, or rather, he lacked the strength to speak. As Jiao Zhao had claimed, he could perceive the swift, thunderous movements of Jiao Zhao's blade and the trajectory of the attack descending from above. However, despite years of arduous training that had endowed him with superior physical capabilities compared to his peers, he found himself unable to contend with a robust adult whose prowess was similarly rooted in physicality. Thus, even though Yi Zi could foresee Jiao Zhao's offensive maneuvers, his body could not muster the strength to retaliate. He could only endure the onslaught of Jiao Zhao's formidable force and lightning speed. He believed that his chances of victory were not entirely absent, albeit slim. Yet, from the very moment their clash commenced, he realized how naive he had been. The physical attributes he had once taken pride in were being utterly overwhelmed, and his somewhat self-satisfied mastery of chakra control proved ineffective. Faced with an unrelenting barrage from his foe, he found himself unable to employ even the most basic ninjutsu, relying solely on kunai to parry the relentless strikes. Ironically, his previously overlooked eyes became the key to his survival at that moment. Clang, clang, clang. In the dimly lit forest, sparks occasionally flared to life. This little brat. As he witnessed Yi Zi deftly neutralizing his increasingly cunning and vicious attacks, a flicker of apprehension surfaced in the depths of Jiao Zhao's eyes. Although he regarded Yi Zi as a rare talent, the disparity in their strengths led him to underestimate his opponent, causing him to initially hold back. While he still managed to keep Yi Zi in a state of torment, he was unable to inflict any significant harm. Once again, as their weapons clashed, Jiao Zhao pressed down on Yi Zi with an unyielding force. Fixing his gaze upon him with a furrowed brow, he coldly remarked, "I have indeed underestimated you." Suddenly, under Yi Zi's astonished gaze, Jiao Zhao's entire being shimmered with flickering bolts of lightning. Withdrawing his blade, he struck. Amidst the flashes of lightning, the blade bore a chilling aura of lethal intent. Yi Zi's eyes widened in alarm, as he instantly perceived the dramatic acceleration of Jiao Zhao's speed. Perish, little brat. The short blade, now crackling with arcs of lightning, pierced through the kunai's defense, aiming straight for Yi Zi's throat. In his field of vision, it seemed as though only the dancing lightning existed. A familiar sensation etched deep within his soul surged through him in an instant. When had he ever faced such an unbearable feeling? Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The singular experience of having brushed with death reverberated within him. No, the kunai could not intercept the suddenly swift blade in time. Yet there remained a fraction of distance between his body and the incoming strike, allowing him to react. In a split second, Yi Zi shifted slightly to the right, and Jiao Zhao's determined thrust merely pierced through his collarbone. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yi Zi hurled the kunai in his hand towards Jiao Zhao, simultaneously delivering a kick aimed at Jiao Zhao's abdomen. To his astonishment, Yi Zi managed to react at a critical moment, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Jiao Zhao, taken aback, was met with a throwing knife aimed at his face. Instead of retracting his own blade, he resolved to pivot the hilt, intending to sever Yi Zi's head with a single stroke. As he leaned away to dodge the kunai, his wrist twisted, poised to deliver the lethal blow. Yet, before he could execute his plan, a sudden force struck his abdomen. Bang! Yi Zi's kick sent Jiao Xiao flying, the blade piercing his collarbone as he soared back. Clutching the profusely bleeding wound, Yi Zi's gaze transformed into something terrifying, akin to a famished wolf spotting an elusive prey. Lightning flashed right on. The cold, piercing glint in his eyes reflected Jiao Xiao, sprawled on the ground, still ensnared by flickering bolts of electricity. Is it possible to harness such power? With a soft murmur, Yi Zi bowed his head, and as a thought ignited within him, he felt the exhilarating pulse of every cell in his body. So, this is how it can be utilized. Jiao Xiao, rising swiftly from the ground, wore an expression of chilling resolve, though he had not been slain with a single strike. The piercing of his collarbone left him vulnerable to Yi Zi's impending assault. In that moment, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Jiao Xiao's eyes as he gazed at Yi Zi, whose head hung low, his face suddenly frozen in disbelief. What? He beheld an astonishing sight. The boy he had pierced was now enveloped in arcs of lightning. The barely audible crackling sounded like the roar of spring thunder, reverberating in his ears. How could this be possible? Struggling to articulate his disbelief, Jiao Xiao's expression betrayed his incredulity. The sound intensified, resembling a cacophony of countless birds in song, as the delicate threads of electricity around Yi Zi thickened, wreaking havoc in the air. Moments later, the faint scent of singed air wafted through the battlefield. A stinging sensation coursed through Yi Zi's entire being, prompting him to frown slightly. He realized that the chakra turn lightning was overwhelmingly potent, scorching both cells and skin. With deliberate intent, he endeavored to temper the chakra's output, causing the once thick bolts of lightning to revert to fine strands, stimulating his cells without the risk of combustion from excessive energy. Jiao Xiao, acutely aware of the acrid scent in the air, watched in astonishment as Yi Zi became entwined in the same electric threads that had previously surged through him. This mastery of transforming chakra into lightning to stimulate rapid cellular division for physical enhancement was a skill not easily acquired. Even among the adept practitioners of Riton in the Cloud Village, only a select few could wield such techniques with finesse, the most illustrious being the Reikage. Yet, here was this young boy from Konoha, who, having merely glimpsed a rough template, could immediately apply this ability. The reality was utterly incredible. But the lingering scent of charred air compelled Jiao Xiao to acknowledge the truth before him. In a mere span of 10 breaths, Yi Zi not only attempted to employ this technique, but also swiftly identified and rectified his errors, achieving a near-perfect execution. How terrifying. Upon this realization, Jiao Xiao's murderous intent surged instantaneously. Such a junior was indeed formidable and would inevitably evolve into a terrifying adversary in the future. Presently, this might be the sole opportunity to eliminate the opponent with relative ease. Stimulating cell division could undoubtedly enhance speed, yet it required a substantial expenditure of chakra. At best, he was merely a novice ninja with a limited chakra reserve. Even if a swift attack failed to vanquish him, subduing him to exhaust his chakra would suffice. Jiao Xiao contemplated silently, at this moment truly regarding Yi Zi as a peer, approaching the confrontation with a newfound seriousness. Unaware of the numerous Konoha ninjas who were soon to arrive in support, Jiao Xiao recognized the urgency of the situation. He flickered and appeared directly before Yi Zi, his short blade crackling with lightning as it lunged towards the latter's face. Yi Zi could discern the blade, his body responding in kind, deftly sidestepping the thrust. It seemed Jiao Xiao had anticipated this evasion, as, in the instant the strike missed, he pivoted the hilt, directing the blade's edge towards Yi Zi's neck, slicing horizontally. The blade had yet to reach him, but the fierce wind generated by it had already grazed his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the glint of cold steel. Yi Zi abruptly lowered his head, narrowly avoiding the blade aimed at his throat. With a swift motion of his arm, he sent a kunai towards Jiao Xiao's wrist. The latter's gaze sharpened, and he quickly kicked Yi Zi's wrist away. Then, with a swift turn, leveraging the force from his waist, he swung the blade towards Yi Zi's side, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two diagonally from the shoulder. The force behind this strike was tremendous. Yi Zi, quick to react, adjusted his posture, retracting his arm and raising the kunai to intercept the blow. However, the overwhelming force transmitted from the blade shot pain through his wrist. Yi Zi furrowed his brow, for the first time becoming acutely aware of the disparity between the kunai and standard weaponry. Had he possessed a blade akin to Jiao Xiao's, even lacking in proficiency, his superior reflexes and bodily coordination would have sufficed to defend against an opponent skilled in swordplay. Yet now, despite successfully parrying his adversary's attacks, The strain on his wrist was accumulating with every exchange. Could he truly not prevail, even with his body keeping pace with his reactions? The fleeting pang of frustration dissipated as Yi Zi forcefully pushed Jiao Zhao's blade away. However, as soon as the blade was deflected, it surged towards Yi Zi's face with even greater speed. Yi Zi's expression shifted, his feet planted firmly on the ground, his head tilting slightly back as he took a swift step back. Splat. Blood splattered. A deep gash appeared on Yi Zi, stretching from his chest to his abdomen. Despite his timely reflexes and evasive maneuvers, he could not evade this strike. The metallic scent of blood permeated the stillness of the night as Yi Zi endured the pain, retreating step by step. The wound inflicted was severe enough to render him vulnerable to the ensuing onslaught. How could he emerge victorious? What must he do to secure a win? With a wild glimmer in his eyes, Yi Zi focused intently on Jiao Zhao and the bloodied short blade. Faced with an opponent who dominated in every aspect, how could victory be achieved? No, there was no chance of success, none whatsoever. The only advantage lay in utilizing his own body for a mutual demise. Was this truly the only course of action? Was there truly no other way? A faint, pallid smile graced Yi Zi's lips, and the madness in his eyes intensified, beneath which lay a profound unwillingness. He had triumphed. Jiao Zhao observed the deep and elongated gash across Yi Zi's chest with a cold gaze, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. However, his eyes trembled as he realized that he had momentarily felt relieved over a decisive blow, all for a mere child. He lifted his gaze slightly and inhaled deeply. Having traversed the corpses of formidable foes with a short blade in hand, never had he felt this way before. For a fleeting moment, a heart-stopping sensation passed through him, almost as if it were a mere illusion. Regardless of everything, it was sufficient to eliminate him. Jiao Zhao paused for a moment, his entire being crackling with electric energy for several seconds, and the dancing lightning on his short blade grew thicker. A faint hissing sound echoed in the air. In an instant, Jiao Zhao vanished, only to reappear before Yi Zi the next second, propelled by the last remnants of his chakra. He was convinced that this time, the injured Yi Zi would not evade him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yi Zi had no intention of dodging this time. The blue electric light blazed like daylight, deeply illuminating Yi Zi's eyes, which were filled with madness. The short blade, entwined with lightning, easily pierced his left chest, where his heart lay. The sensation of the blade effortlessly penetrating his body coursed from the knife to his palm, as Jiao Zhao nearly pressed against Yi Zi's form, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. Descend to hell. The cold whisper slowly reached Yi Zi's ears, his expression slightly contorting, his lips trembling. You are the one who will descend to hell. Suddenly, Jiao Zhao's face, once filled with pleasure, froze as pain surged through his heart, instilling a moment of terror and disbelief within him. With no time to ponder the questions that arose in his mind, he let out a shriek and, summoning the last remnants of his strength, kicked towards Yi Zi. Yi Zi was sent flying backward, the blade that penetrated his body being yanked back, inflicting additional damage. The intense pain elicited a cry from him mid-air, yet he never released the kunai that slipped from Jiao Zhao's heart. With a thud, his battered body collided with a tree trunk, pausing for a moment before sliding slowly to the ground, leaving a thick, crimson streak upon the bark. How could this be? As the strength within him ebbed rapidly like a receding tide, Jiao Zhao glanced at the blood gushing from his left chest. In the final moments before darkness enveloped his vision, he beheld Yi Zi, who sat slumped against the tree trunk, gripping the kunai with his head bowed. Have I truly been dragged down to hell by a mere child in a situation that was supposed to guarantee my victory? The bewilderment in his eyes solidified in an instant as his robust body crashed heavily to the ground, crimson blood quickly staining the verdant grass beneath him. Yi Zi, with his head lowered, raised his gaze forward, catching sight of the unwillingness and confusion etched upon Jiao Zhao's face in his dying moments, prompting him to smile silently. My heart is not on the left side, thus, I have one. Blood continued to pour from his wound. Such an injury, regardless of one's constitution, would lead to a swift demise. Although the final outcome was his victory, he too was destined to embrace death, feeling the gradual ebbing of strength. Along with the fatigue that clung to limbs like a parasite, one could distinctly sense the despair within the cells of the body, as well as the fading breath of life. A profound sorrow surfaced on Yi Zi's face. I do not wish to die. I cannot die. I must not die. The specter of death drew ever closer, as if suffocating the surrounding air, rendering each breath increasingly arduous. An overwhelming will to survive consumed every corner of his mind. I cannot die. I cannot die. I must not die. Slowly, Yi Zi raised the blood-soaked kunai, suddenly casting his gaze upon his arm. where a flicker of the only remaining hope sparkled in his eyes. To cut and consume one's flesh. This instinctual thought emerged under the encroaching breath of death, serving as a lifeline for the despairing Yi Zi amidst the vast ocean of hopelessness. With the scant remnants of his strength, Yi Zi severed a significant portion of flesh. Trembling as he leaned in closer, bypassing the need to chew, swallowing the mass directly affixed to his arm. In that instant, he relinquished all remaining strength. As darkness consumed everything. From a distance, Mizumoto and Jioxing-nai, rushing to his side, caught sight of Yi Zi slumped against a tree trunk, his head suddenly tilting. That motion instantaneously struck a chord in their hearts. Yi Zi, Yi Zi, Yi Zi, in the depths of his being. A familiar voice seemed to call out his name incessantly. It sounded remarkably like Yi Rue. Upon hearing that voice, Yi Zi was engulfed with unrestrained joy, abruptly turning his gaze toward its source. However, his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, refusing to part, revealing only an endless abyss of darkness. He wished to cry out. Yet his lips remained sealed. He longed to move, but his limbs felt as if they were weighed down by lead. Then, in despair, he realized that the voice was growing fainter, receding further away, until he ultimately sank into an abyss-like darkness. Yi Zi, Yi Zi. Jioxing-nai clasped Yi Zi's bloodied hand, tears streaming down her face. Had he not come to rescue her, she would not have sustained such grave injuries. If only she possessed medical ninjutsu. Beside them, Mizumoto, having examined Yi Zi's condition, felt his heart plummet. The initial joy upon detecting a faint pulse dissipated in an instant. Although the bleeding had begun to slow, the injuries were far too severe. The only option was to hasten back to the village for treatment. As he spoke, a sadness enveloped Mizumoto. They were already near the border, making it impossible to reach Konoha in time for treatment. If only one of them possessed medical ninjutsu. No, there must be a way, right? There must be. Jioxing-nai's heart sank, gazing at Mizumoto, who seemed lost in despair. Meeting her forlorn gaze, Mizumoto bit his lip. If there was any hope, it lay in the possibility of encountering a medical ninjutsu practitioner among the pursuing Konoha ninja, though the chances were slim. Even if a medical ninja were present, preserving Yi Zi's life would not be an easy feat. Thus, no opportunity could be overlooked. His gaze shifted toward a large tree, a resolute plan forming in his mind. Most residents of Konoha were unaware that Jioxing-nai was the new host of the Nine Tails. Consequently, after her abduction, the third Hokage did not mobilize the entire village but instead dispatched a number of elite shinobi. The ninja traversing the night forest sensed a stirring in their ears, catching wind of a tremendous commotion emanating from the southwest. The figure closest to the commotion was a young man with white hair. Upon hearing the sound, he immediately leaped to the treetops. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, he observed an array of leaves swirling in the southwestern sky. His gaze sharpened. Although the ostentatious display resembled a signal akin to a smoke signal, he did not relent. Instead, he maintained his vigilance and quickened his pace toward the source. Nearby, the Konoha ninjas also sensed the disturbance and swiftly headed in that direction. As the white-haired ninja approached, he was first struck by a heavy scent of blood. Then he beheld his student, Minato. Jiraiya, he called out, before turning his attention to the injured Yi Zi, his expression shifting as he took in the horrific sight of bloodshed. Teacher, Minato said, disappointment flashing in his eyes at the sight of Jiraiya, while Kushina felt similarly disheartened. She had not anticipated that the first to arrive would be the legendary Sannin, yet not Tsunade. Jiraiya, astutely noticing the fleeting disappointment in their eyes, offered a wry smile as he gazed at the weakened Yi Zi, feeling utterly powerless. What kind of adversary had this child faced? With such thoughts, Jiraiya examined Yi Zi's wounds, discovering that despite the severity of the injuries, the blood loss was surprisingly minimal. His brow furrowed at this anomaly, leading him to consider the worst-case scenario, that Yi Zi's blood loss was critical, yet he had not anticipated that the boy's body was actively staunching the bleeding. Rubbing his chin, Jiraiya looked at the child before him, whose demeanor echoed that of Orochimaru in his youth, and sighed regretfully. Even if Tsunade were here, it is likely too late. These words struck Kushina and Minato like a thunderclap. How could this be? Kushina's eyes trembled. Minato turned his head away, clenching his fists. Had he chosen to stay, perhaps they could have pursued Kushina more swiftly, and together they might have vanquished their opponent before catching up to her. Their sorrow was short-lived, interrupted by a sharp shout. Get away. They then witnessed Jiraiya being kicked away by a shadowy figure, crying out in pain as he crashed into a large tree, bringing it down before finally coming to a halt. Fool, Tsunade muttered, casting a glance at the flung Jiraiya without acknowledging Minato and Kushina, and immediately set to work treating the gravely injured Yizi. She could sense the still vibrant life force within him, and upon hearing Jiraiya's grim verdict, she unceremoniously kicked him away. "Kid, you better not die so easily." Tsunade's expression was grave, her teeth clenched as she focused intently on her healing efforts. Minato and Kushina were overjoyed by Tsunade's unexpected arrival but dared not interrupt. They merely stood to the side, watching with a sense of hope burgeoning within them. This familiar sensation resonated deeply. Jiraiya, having been sent sprawling, shook his somewhat dazed head. Rising to his feet, he intended to unleash a tirade against Tsunade, only to halt abruptly upon witnessing her tending to Yizi. Was the child still salvageable? Jiraiya scratched his head, walking slowly over, unaware of Yizi's unique constitution, while Tsunade was well aware of it. After a while, another figure arrived at the scene, Orochimaru. Jiraiya gazed at the approaching figure, astonished that the legendary three ninjas would reunite in such a manner. Orochimaru leapt down from the tree, nodding slightly at Jiraiya before directing his gaze towards Yizi, whose body was drenched in blood. A cold glint flickered in his serpent-like eyes. His attention abruptly shifted to the corpse lying not far away, and the intensity of his gaze sharpened. The name of the fallen ninja Jiao Shao struck Jiraiya with shock. Upon his arrival, he had been drawn into Yizi's turmoil, neglecting to pay heed to the lifeless body. However, upon recognizing the corpse as indeed belonging to Jiao Shao, his eyebrows raised in astonishment. This child had managed to slay Jiao Shao. Jiraiya's expression reflected his surprise. "Humph," Orochimaru sneered quietly, his own astonishment evident as he withdrew his icy stare from Jiao Zhao's body, redirecting it to Yizi, who was being treated by Tsunade. Jiraiya distinctly noted the fleeting anger in Orochimaru's eyes. Even this seemingly indifferent man could be stirred to wrath for someone. "Sensei, was Jiao Shao truly formidable?" Minato inquired softly from the side. Jiraiya nodded, explaining, Jiao Shao was a special jonin from the Cloud Village, proficient with blades, and possessed remarkable taijutsu and speed. He was exceedingly troublesome. Even a jonin could fall victim to his lethal strike if caught off guard. After speaking, Jiraiya regarded Yizi with a contemplative expression, unable to fathom how a mere chunin could confront such a formidable opponent. Even a genius would struggle, for Jiao Zhao's lightning-infused techniques rendered his blade nearly imperceptible. How had Yizi managed to defeat such a foe? He glanced at Orochimaru, whose demeanor remained unyieldingly cold. Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Minato grasped the true terror of Yizi's adversary. Just then, Tsunade exhaled a sigh of relief, withdrawing her hand from Yizi's wound as the gentle green light gradually faded. "Lady Tsunade, is Yizi all right?" Jiao Xingnai implored, gazing at Tsunade with hope. "He is no longer in mortal danger, but he must return to the village for further recuperation," Tsunade replied casually, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion as she glanced at the significant portion missing from Yizi's left arm. "Wonderful, truly wonderful," Jiao Xingnai breathed, her previously tense form relaxing at the news of Yizi's survival. She studied Tsunade's profile, formulating a plan in her mind. The sensation of teetering on the brink of death felt akin to having all the oxygen in one's chest suddenly squeezed away, giving rise to an abrupt and suffocating terror that gradually robbed one of their senses, allowing them to experience the tragic loss of what was once held dear in an encroaching darkness. Such an experience was sufficient to endure once. Yet Yizi had faced it twice. Not far from the ninja hospital stood a cherry blossom tree, blooming beautifully, its delicate fragrance wafting through the window and gently brushing against Yizi's nostrils. The morning sunlight was warm yet gentle, gracing his pallid face, yet failing to penetrate his inky black eyes. The choices made back then were indeed erroneous. Yizi gazed out at the sky beyond the window, quietly rebuking the unrest within his heart. How many times can one truly flirt with the specter of death? How many times should one endure such a harrowing experience? Emerging from the depths of darkness, I listened to the familiar voices fading into the distance, feeling the encroaching fear that I could almost touch. Time lost all meaning in the endless void until at last, I discovered a solitary glimmer of light, akin to a drowning soul finally breaking free from the suffocating embrace of water, gasping for the sweet breath of air. I had once believed I was on the brink of death, only to find myself still alive, which led to a profound sense of regret. In that shadowy corridor, the beloved voice lingered behind me while the light beckoned ahead. If I were to perish, everything would be lost. Yeji slowly clenched his fists, his pitch-black eyes taking on a faint chill. He had never been one to sacrifice for others, save for his closest kin. Yet, what had compelled him that fateful night to step forward, risking his very life? Suddenly, the door creaked open without warning. A girl with deep crimson hair entered, carrying a basket of fruit, accompanied by two others, one, a Watergate, and the other, Beixingyi. Upon hearing the commotion, the coldness in Yeji's gaze gradually softened as he turned his head, silently observing the newcomers. Jiuxingnai approached, placing the fruit basket on the table. Her eyes filled with concern as she regarded his pale visage, drained of vitality. "Does the wound still ache?" she inquired gently. "It's healing well enough," Yeji replied, avoiding her worried gaze, his tone steady. At that moment, Beixingyi leaned closer, studying Yeji's ashen face. "You truly frightened me, even if training is necessary." There was no need to venture into such perilous territory. On that day, upon learning of Yeji's injury, he had rushed to the hospital, only to find Yeji wrapped like a mummy, entranced in a state of unconsciousness. Yeji offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. Upon awakening yesterday, he had received a brief explanation from Orochimaru regarding the incident involving Jiuxingnai's abduction. He could sense that there was much more beneath the surface, and he was certain that all the individuals and circumstances entwined in this affair were far from simple, too intricate for him to dare touch. The hostile ninjas had invaded, seizing Jiuxingnai, leading Yeji to suffer grievous wounds in his attempt to rescue her. Yet, the official narrative portrayed him as overly ambitious, recklessly training in the forest of death, resulting in his unfortunate injury. Fortunately, he had been discovered in time and had clung to life. The true reason behind the events remained shrouded in secrecy, and he pondered that had he met an untimely demise, it might have been in vain, unnoticed and unremarked upon. However, such matters no longer held significance for him. Through this brush with death, he had come to understand much. The people of this world had no ties to him. He did not belong here. Watergate stood quietly beside the hospital bed, the sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating his golden hair. He gazed at Yeji, a hint of admiration flickering in his deep blue eyes. Naturally gentle in disposition, he seldom engaged in conflict, yet he had always possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. However, since Yeji's arrival, he had realized that competing with others was not inherently negative, especially when that individual surpassed him. Jiuxingnai picked up a red apple. Smiling at Yeji as she asked, "Would you like an apple?" Beixingyi, observing this interaction, felt a strange sensation arise within him. For Jiuxingnai's demeanor appeared dissonant with the gravity of the situation. Shuimin usually paid attention to Jiuxingnai, and upon seeing her warm words and cheerful demeanor, it seemed as if she had stumbled upon something peculiar. Her expression mirrored that of Beixingyi, revealing a hint of strangeness. Jiuxingnai remained oblivious to the changes in the two. Had she noticed, she might have inadvertently crushed the apple in her hand. In the past, Yizi would have unreservedly pointed out Jiuxingnai's pretentiousness, succinctly summarizing her character and the corresponding scenarios in plain language. However, now, a flicker of indifference passed through Yizi's eyes as she cast a glance at the crimson apple and, with a perfectly measured tone, declined, "I'm not hungry, thank you." Jiuxingnai's arm, holding the apple, trembled ever so slightly as she quietly scrutinized Yizi's demeanor, which seemed unchanged. With a slight furrow of her brow, the simple thank you appeared to have awakened something within her. Yet, she dismissed the thought, discarding the apple and retorting with irritation, "If you don't want it, then fine. I was merely offering to peel it for you." Yizi smiled faintly, turning her gaze toward the azure sky outside. Despite their striking resemblance, their personalities were worlds apart. Once was enough for her to risk everything for such foolishness. Beixingyi observed the composed Yizi and the somewhat irate Jiuxingnai, unsure of what to say. Subtly, he sensed an oddity. The atmosphere of their interactions had never felt like this before. "If there is nothing else, I would like some quiet," Yizi declared, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, thus issuing an implicit dismissal. Oh. Beixingyi was taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he turned to Jiuxingnai, who wore a slight frown. After a moment, she said, "Rest well." With that, she turned and left. Watching her depart, Beixingyi addressed Yizi, "Yizi, take care of your health. I'll treat you to barbecue when you recover." Yizi continued to gaze out the window, nodding gently in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Beixingyi followed after Jiuxingnai, while Shuimin observed the trio, sensing something amiss. He politely greeted Yizi before turning to exit the hospital room. Soon, Yizi found herself alone, relying solely on herself. "Jiuxingnai, wait for me," Beixingyi called out as they exited the hospital, waving his hand. Reluctantly, Jiao Xingnai slowed her pace, waiting for Shui Min and Bei Xingyi to catch up. Shui Min studied Jiao Xingnai's unusual behavior, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. A team that had spent over a year together should not feel this way, especially considering Yi Zi had once risked her life to save Jiao Xingnai. Why had the atmosphere just now felt so strange? Jiao Xingnai, don't you find Yi Zi a bit odd? Bei Xingyi glanced at Shui Min, contemplating before candidly sharing his thoughts. Who knows? A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiao Xingnai's eyes as she waved her hand in annoyance. She had sensed Yi Zi's unusual coldness, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance, though it was well concealed beneath her calm facade. Why? The question perplexed her, and the more she pondered, the more agitated she became. Having spent over a year in the company of Yi Zi, Bei Xingyi was no fool. His perceptiveness rivaled that of Jiao Xingnai. He too had sensed the indifference that lay hidden beneath the surface of Yi Zi, an indifference that had long since dissipated through their interactions. What had transpired? Observing that Jiao Xingnai was reluctant to linger on the subject, Bei Xingyi wisely fell silent. Yet his mind was preoccupied with unraveling the events of the past few days. As an outsider, it was challenging to comprehend the intricacies of the matter. He cast a gentle smile at Jiao Xingnai. Having narrowly escaped death from severe injuries, it was remarkable that Yi Zi had healed within just a week. This astonishing recovery prompted awe among the medical ninjas at the ninja hospital, while those in higher echelons pondered the implications of Yi Zi's existence and the value it might represent. On the very first night after his discharge, Yi Zi received a short blade from Orochimaru. As Yi Zi gazed at the blade, its hilt as dark as obsidian and the blade itself approximately 2 feet long. It gleamed with a cold light, reflecting a subtle luster. Merely by observing, one could sense the sharpness emanating from it. He could never forget that this was the very blade that had once pierced his chest, the weapon of the infamous Jiao Shao. Orochimaru regarded him with a detached demeanor and remarked, "This is your trophy." Yi Zi silently accepted the short blade, nodding in acknowledgement. I was indeed in need of a weapon. During his battle with Jiao Shao, he had acutely felt the disadvantage of lacking a suitable weapon. This short blade was perfectly tailored for a ninja, lightweight, sharp, and conveniently sized for carrying. It could be described as a ninja's ideal companion, capable of channeling chakra, thus rendering it a formidable tool for assassination. The two remained silent for a moment, the room enveloped in a heavy stillness. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru's distinctive raspy voice broke the silence. "Tell me about that night in detail." Many were eager to learn how Yi Zi had managed to slay the renowned Jiao Shao of the Cloud Ninja Village, including Orochimaru himself. As it was an inherently perplexing feat if the opponent had not been particularly skilled in taijutsu and swordsmanship, it might have been more easily accepted. However, Jiao Shao was a formidable adversary, adept in both physical and sword techniques, not to mention capable of utilizing lightning release to enhance his agility. Faced with such an adversary, how could Yi Zi, having only been a genin for just over a year, achieve victory? Orochimaru was intrigued, well aware of Yi Zi's capabilities. Meeting Orochimaru's inquisitive gaze, Yi Zi fell silent for a moment before a flicker of lightning danced across his skin. He extended his hand, observing the crackling lightning coiling and pulsating in his palm, and calmly stated, "At that moment, I believed I could only achieve a mutual destruction, yet I survived. Ultimately, I still need to acclimate to this body." Orochimaru fixated on the lightning, his expression shifting gradually, as if he had begun to formulate a hypothesis, yet he remained silent, awaiting further revelations. Yi Zi shifted his gaze from his palm to Orochimaru's face and continued, "By harnessing the transformation of chakra properties, I can convert it into lightning to invigorate my body, thus allowing for swifter and more agile movements. Initially, I was unaware of such an application. I merely observed that individual employing it and endeavored to replicate it, resulting in success. It is precisely for this reason that I possess the means to engage in a mutual demise with that individual." Yi Zi refrained from elaborating further, for Orochimaru was keenly aware of his physique, including the fact that his heart resided on the right side. Orochimaru's expression flickered slightly. He recognized that Yi Zi learned quickly, even memorizing his hand seals after a single demonstration. Had it not been for the absence of the Sharingan in Yi Zi's eyes, Orochimaru might have suspected him of possessing such ocular prowess, enabling him to discern his sealing speed and accurately record the sequence of seals. Nonetheless, he had not anticipated that Yi Zi's talent had reached such a formidable level. The unknown is one of the principal barriers to human advancement. Akin to a thick fog, to progress further, one must navigate slowly through it. Yet, In the face of uncertainty, Yi burst forth like a blazing sun, violently tearing through the fog. Without a solid foundation in theory or practice, he merely observed Zhou Xiao utilizing lightning release to enhance his speed and was able to learn it on the spot and put it into practice. To Orochimaru, who held himself in high regard, a flicker of envy began to stir within him. Zhou Xiao's defeat was not unwarranted. Such talent was indeed one of the factors leading to victory. Another factor, however, was Yi Zi's unique physiology. Typically, when a blade pierces the heart, a person has a fleeting moment to retaliate, but if that blade is infused with lightning, the circumstances change dramatically. Yet, Zhou Xiao was oblivious to the fact that Yi Zi's heart was on the right side. From the moment the knife pierced his chest, Zhou Xiao had already lost. Even so, in his final moments, Zhou Xiao naively believed that Yi Zi would perish as well, unaware that Yi Zi's cellular vitality rivaled that of the Senju clan. Orochimaru regarded Yi Zi with newfound seriousness, realizing that his previous attentiveness had been woefully inadequate. "Can we undertake a mission tomorrow?" he inquired. "Indeed," Yi Zi replied softly. Orochimaru nodded and said, "Rest then." Rising, he strode towards the corridor, having resolved to escalate the intensity of their missions, believing that this would facilitate Yi Zi's rapid growth. As Yi Zi watched Orochimaru depart the room, he gradually retracted his chakra, drawing out a short blade and gazing silently at it, his eyes a deep abyss. Lost in thought, profound transformations often lie hidden within myriad subtle changes. Upon returning to the team and during the course of several missions, Zhou Xingnai and Bei Xingyi distinctly perceived the shift from vague to clear, from closeness to an almost palpable distance. Their teammate, Yi Zi, began to emanate an air of subtle aloofness. In the days of rest following missions, Yi Zi used training as an excuse. No longer dining with Zhou Xingnai and Bei Xingyi, their interactions seemed confined solely to the execution of their tasks. Orochimaru also took note of this phenomenon. Yet he had no intention of altering it. Despite Yi Zi's growing estrangement from others, his diligence in executing tasks remained unwavering. In Orochimaru's eyes, even if the team were to disintegrate, Yi Zi was the one most likely to survive. Even if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were to perish, as long as Yi Zi remained unscathed, it sufficed. A man as serpentine as his nature, with a heart as cold as ice and a perspective steeped in indifference, this was Orochimaru. On that particular day, the sky was overcast, from dawn until afternoon. The clouds swelled like fermenting dough, darkening and pressing heavily upon the earth, as if poised to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. The dense, rolling clouds obscured the sunlight, casting a gloomy pall over the day, rendering the streets nearly devoid of passers-by. Yet Yi Zi remained oblivious, engaging in rigorous and monotonous physical training in a relatively secluded training ground. Suddenly, large raindrops fell, striking Yi Zi's slightly tilted forehead and bursting into crystalline droplets. Soon, more raindrops plummeted from the heavens, rapidly enveloping the world in a hazy curtain of rain. Thunder rumbled ominously as lightning snaked through the thick clouds, occasionally tearing the sky asunder. The downpour intensified, pressing down on his shoulders, the raindrops stinging against his bare skin. For the Fire Country, known for its favorable climate, such a deluge, brewing for half a day, was a rarity not seen for years. In this torrential rain, Yi Zi persisted, lifting massive stone dumbbells, creating clouds of mist in the air. The downpour, accompanied by a biting chill, seeped into his skin. He furrowed his brow slightly, but showed no inclination to leave. This boy, on the brink of death multiple times, had grown increasingly reckless. The rain showed no signs of abating, compelling the villagers of Konoha to seek refuge indoors. Gazing at the rare spectacle of rain, they watched the downpour through their windows, listening to the cacophony of rain, unaware that amidst the storm, a young boy was training relentlessly beneath the heavy downpour. Feeling the weight of the dumbbells grow heavier and his body grow colder, Yi Zi gritted his teeth, dropped the weights, and turned to return to the courtyard of his home. Through the misty veil of rain, he spotted a figure. Amidst the white haze of rain, someone stood, and through the murky curtain, a deep crimson hue could be discerned. Even with the torrential rain cascading down, Yi Zi felt the gaze directed at him. He let out a low, cold laugh, quickly swallowed by the roaring sound of rain. The fierce wind, thunder, and rain, a tempest that had brewed for a day, was neither coincidental nor hasty. He had no desire to ponder how long that person had been there, or what thoughts occupied their mind at that moment. With raindrops clustering against him, Yi Zi strode forward, clearing the rain-soaked haze to discern the figure watching him. Without pausing or casting a glance at the girl, he brushed past her, confronting the rain and thunder head-on. Xingnai disregarded the rain cascading from her hairline, striving to fix her gaze upon Yi Zi's obsidian eyes. Yet, as that figure strode past her, all she discerned was an abyss of darkness and an indifferent luminescence. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, she acutely sensed the usual subtle aura of rejection magnified within the icy rain, chilling her to the bone and seeping into the edges of her heart. It seemed he conveyed a message. A command. Halt. She bit her lip, her eyelids drooping slightly to conceal the flicker of despondency that had surfaced. The uncertainties birthed from that fateful night occasionally resurfaced in her mind. What transpired? How had he transformed so abruptly? The perplexity deepened in the rain-soaked moment. After more than a year of companionship, she had believed she understood him well, only to realize that perhaps he was not who she thought he was. Suddenly, Xingnai turned, her gaze piercing through the curtain of rain, her lips parted as if to speak, yet a sharp pang lodged in her throat, rendering her voiceless. And she could only watch silently as his silhouette vanished into the downpour. Her eyes, now unable to withstand the onslaught of rain, blurred before her. It felt as though the person who had once knocked at her door like the North Star was a mere illusion, fragile as a bubble. Why then? Had he come to rescue her? Her muted voice was swiftly consumed by the roar of the storm. The image of him, slumped against the tree trunk, head bowed, bloodied and battered, was indelibly etched in Xingnai's mind, perhaps impossible to erase. She stood alone in the rain, arms wrapped around her shoulders. And even with the torrential downpour attempting to obscure her tears, she fought to keep them at bay. She merely could not comprehend how Yi Zi had come to be like this. Upon her arrival in Konoha, everything had been foreign, strangers, and an unfamiliar environment. Moreover, there was inexplicable malice. Thus, she began to deliberately ignore her surroundings, gradually growing resistant to it all, until, at last, she found someone she cherished. Yet this precious existence seemed to be slipping away inexplicably, leaving her in the dark as to why. The thunderous sound of the storm erupted. The incessant patter of rain filled her ears. Suddenly, the relentless droplets above ceased, as a sturdy umbrella emerged, shielding her from the downpour. Xingnai looked up in bewilderment, her heart warming at the sight of the umbrella, and then she quickly turned her head to the individual holding it. What met her gaze was a face she had once found insufferably gentle. It was not him. Minato silently held the umbrella, his concerned gaze fixed upon Xingnai. Has no one ever told you that your gentleness resembles that of a woman? She murmured. As the encompassing umbrella finally blocked the encroaching chill that had been gnawing at her heart. Amidst the cacophony of rain, Minato managed to hear her soft words, offering only a gentle smile, without uttering a reply. In that moment, he looked at Xingnai, while simultaneously pondering over Yi Zi. He too was perplexed, just as both Bei Xingye and Xingnai were. At dawn, Orochimaru's team advanced towards the land of rain, accompanied by the guide, a father and daughter duo whom Yi Zi had encountered the previous night, namely Shinmaku and Yanyi. Upon seeing Yi Zi, Yanye's eyes sparkled with an eager determination, and had it not been for Shinmaku's penetrating glare, she might have approached Yi Zi for a contest, embodying the essence of a battle enthusiast. Throughout the journey, Yanyi was consistently distracted by her ardent gaze fixed upon Yi Zi, while he remained oblivious to her fervent attention. This peculiar behavior caught the notice of Xingnai and Bei Xingye, who discreetly observed the interaction between Yi Zi and Yanyi, speculating that it stemmed from something that transpired during Yi Zi's outing the night before. Which indeed was the case. In the face of Yanye's overt provocations, Yi Zi felt a sense of helplessness, perplexed as to why Yanyi, despite being a fervent warrior, was fixated on him rather than Xingnai, who was also a woman. Unbeknownst to him, Yanye's focus on him was due to him being the first prominent ninja she had engaged with. At their current pace, they expected to reach the border of the land of rain by the evening watch. Shinmaku gazed ahead and addressed Orochimaru, who subtly nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Yanyi, whose demeanor suggested a frivolous attitude towards the mission, clearly revealing Orochimaru's discontent, which Shinmaku could easily perceive. In light of this, he managed a faint smile, recognizing the importance of the task at hand. For Yanyi, who had never encountered high-difficulty missions, this was a crucial trial that could significantly reshape her attitude. He had exerted considerable effort to include her in the mission, but he never anticipated that. On the eve of the task, she would deliberately challenge Yi Zi. Not only did she fail to achieve a decisive victory, but her somewhat frivolous demeanor that morning had also stirred Orochimaru's dissatisfaction. In any collaborative mission, Distrust is a perilous and destabilizing factor. Orochimaru understood this well. He respected Shinmaku's abilities but could not endorse Yin Ye's seemingly casual approach. Shinmaku, cognizant of this, pondered how to demonstrate Yin Ye's worth to Orochimaru as soon as possible to alleviate his mistrust. As the trees on either side of the path swiftly receded, Shinmaku's expression turned serious. After much contemplation, he resolved to have Yin Yi lead the charge, tasked with neutralizing the first critical scout outpost in the Land of Rain. A silence enveloped the group until nightfall, when the waning moon ascended into the sky. Orochimaru's team finally arrived at the predetermined location, a safe distance from the scouts of the Land of Rain, allowing for a brief respite, although they were still quite far from the scattered outposts. Lighting a fire at night was still an unwise choice. Each member found a spot to sit and commenced a short rest while consuming their rations to replenish their energy. Shinmaku and Orochimaru utilized the dim moonlight to examine a map detailing the distribution of the scout outposts, cross-referencing the terrain to ascertain the general locations of the outposts. The accuracy of this intelligence was not absolute, as many outposts were not marked on the map, rendering it merely a reference. There are only 7 fixed sentinels confirmed, while the remaining ones patrol an uncertain range, with approximately 30 undiscovered sentinels. Shumu pointed to the 7 circular dots distinguished by color. Orochimaru scrutinized the rudimentary terrain intelligence map, his gaze particularly lingering on the dashed lines connecting the dots. After a prolonged moment, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he pointed to the right side of the map, where the distribution of sentinels was slightly denser, and spoke in a low voice. This point will serve as our breakthrough. It is the weakest link connecting the fixed sentinels. Shumu paused for a moment, observing that the indicated area was evidently the most challenging to penetrate, yet he could not fathom why Orochimaru would choose this particular spot. At this juncture, Yeji and the others, having sufficiently rested, approached. Upon hearing Orochimaru's declaration, Yin-Ye clenched her fist, her excitement palpable as she remarked, "Now this is intriguing." Orochimaru cast her a cold glance before returning his attention to his students, who appeared deep in thought, as if coming to a realization. A careful examination of the simplified terrain map reveals that the distribution points of the sentinels are arranged around the 7 fixed sentinels, forming a tightly woven net of vigilance. While the intelligence map provides insight into this arrangement, it lacks detailed information regarding the timing of communications between sentinels. Thus, any attempt to disturb even the slightest point of this net could potentially trigger a widespread alert. The reason for selecting the right side, seemingly the most formidable entry point, lies in its distance from the fixed sentinels. However, concerning the assassination mission, one must mentally prepare for the multitude of enemies that will inevitably arise post-operation, a reality that cannot be avoided. The sole distinction is that eliminating a sentinel a second earlier could afford the mission an additional second for execution, a crucial margin that may enable a timely retreat. Shumu was the first to grasp the concept, nodding in understanding. In essence, infiltrating the enemy's stronghold to assassinate the sovereign is akin to embarking on a perilous journey from which there is no return. The notion of stealthily entering and effortlessly eliminating the target is unrealistic, as one must inevitably confront a throng of adversaries following the mission's success. This is a task with but a single opportunity. The time to be secured in the first step is not merely to enhance the likelihood of mission completion, but rather to bolster the assurance of a safe return. Before the mission commenced, Orochimaru had already formed a general understanding of Shumu and Yin-Ye's capabilities. He turned to Shumu and stated calmly, "I happen to have individuals with strong reconnaissance abilities in my team. They will be responsible for identifying the locations of the sentinels, after which the task will be entrusted to you." Shumu nodded earnestly and suddenly glanced at Yin-Ye, saying seriously, "When it comes to utilizing lethal poison for silent enemy elimination, Yin-Ye excels beyond me." His words bore no semblance of recommendation, merely stating a fact. Orochimaru cast an unexpected glance at the visibly enthusiastic Yin-Ye, pondering momentarily. He held no trust in her, especially in her current state, which made it difficult for anyone to feel confident in her abilities. "I'll do it," Yin-Ye exclaimed, raising her hand with excitement, seemingly brimming with confidence. Can she truly manage? Orochimaru did not look at Yin-Ye, but instead focused on Shumu. Before Shumu had the chance to speak, Yin-Ye had already turned her serious gaze towards Orochimaru, declaring with a huff, "I can do it." Shinmu, observing this, rubbed his forehead in distress. At this moment, he found it difficult to assert that Yin-Ye was indeed capable of undertaking such a task. Perhaps, Orochimaru. She might be able to. Suddenly, Yi interjected, and the others present looked at him in astonishment. Jiao Xingnai and Bei Xingyi exchanged glances at Yi. Then at Yanyi. In truth, those who understood the gravity of the situation were more inclined to have Shenmu take on the mission. For it was indeed the most critical step. After speaking, Yi turned his gaze back to Yanyi, his eyes sharp as he solemnly stated. Silently eliminating the lookout to buy us time could serve as the barrier that ensures our timely retreat. Should the mission fail, you shall perish here. In the realm of assassination, Yi considered himself on par with Yanyi. However, he was aware that a rapid strike would inevitably produce some noise, particularly when enveloped in lightning. Without a sound, the lightning itself would serve as a beacon in the darkness, rendering him unfit for this pivotal role. The excitement on Yanye's face gradually receded as she slowly regarded Yi, her expression shifting slightly. After a moment, she responded with earnestness, I understand. If the mission fails, I shall not return alive. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile. The assurance of her life was sufficient to instill in him a preliminary trust in Yanyi. Shenmu, upon hearing Yanye's words, felt no apprehension. Aside from a touch of exasperation towards her demeanor, he held complete confidence in her abilities. She is the rising star of our grass ninja, he mused silently, waiting for the day to come. In the stillness of the night, an atmosphere of impending danger brewed silently, gradually surfacing as time elapsed. Jiao Xingnai closed her eyes, focusing on the flow of chakra feedback. While not far from her, Bei Xingyi strained to listen intently. After a brief moment, he turned his gaze and shook his head at Orochimaru. Beneath the seemingly tranquil forest, a cacophony of sounds disrupted Bei Xingyi's concentration. Orochimaru nodded slightly, silently observing Jiao Xingnai as he patiently awaited the outcome. After a considerable time, Jiao Xingnai slowly opened her eyes. She had discerned the position of the lookout and nodded towards Orochimaru. The mission had commenced. The lurking threat in the night was unbeknownst to any. The occasional hoot of an owl echoed through the night sky, causing the concealed lookout to instinctively turn his head and perk up his ears. In the next moment, however, he habitually relaxed his brief and fleeting vigilance. They were accustomed to the owl's lonely cries, just as they had grown used to the transient lapses between communication. A gentle breeze, carrying a faint fragrance, wafted past him, and in that moment of languor, even upon sensing something amiss, the well-concealed lookout had no time to react. He felt no pain as he realized that his body was no longer under his control. He could not lift even a single finger. Nor could he part his lips even the slightest bit. The lookout's eyes widened in terror, the pupils desperately darting about. He had clearly issued the command to shout. Yet the night sky remained eerily silent. Soon, he felt his breath becoming increasingly labored, the fragrance between his nostrils fading as if it were slipping away from him. And darkness swiftly descended. Yanyi supported the lifeless body, methodically arranging it before silently reaching for the next sentry. Below, not far away, Orochimaru and his companions recognized for the first time the terrifying side of that lively girl. How dreadful is this poison, Bei Xingyi murmured. He distinctly saw Yanyi insert a needle-like object into the target's nape. Within mere seconds, the target quietly perished, not even a whisper escaping. Jiao Xingnai was equally astonished by the potent toxin, already planning to return to Konoha to inform Tsunade of this matter. Only Yi's expression darkened. For the object that caused the sentry's demise was none other than the sunbon that Yanyi had shot at him the previous night. He had not anticipated that it contained such a fierce toxin. Shenmu, initially feeling a sense of satisfaction while observing the astonished crowd, sensed trouble upon seeing Yi's grim countenance. After all, Yanyi had attacked Yi with this very weapon last night. This could spell trouble. Shenmu gently rubbed his forehead, a bitter expression on his face. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Yanyi skillfully and silently eliminated one sentry after another. While the effects of the unknown poison were indeed formidable, they were complemented by Yanyi's exceptional close-quarters techniques. Unexpectedly, such talent existed among the grass ninjas. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with profound interest. In his view, Yanyi, at such a tender age, possessed such proficient skills, marking her as a natural-born assassin. Given time, once she reached her peak, she would surely be known to all and hunted down. What a pity, Orochimaru mused, that in these times, individuals like her are ill-suited for survival. After neutralizing the sentries, the group swiftly made their way to the capital of the Land of Rain without being detected. Unbeknownst to them, dark clouds obscured the moon, and the temperature suddenly dropped. While hastening onward, Yi glanced up at the night sky. a hint of familiarity dawning in her eyes. It seemed that after embarking on the path of killing, only the oppressive skies preceding a torrential downpour would be remembered. A moment etched forever, with her palms stained in blood. Human life is so fragile. After stealthily traversing and eliminating each obstacle, the group finally arrived at the residence of the ruler of the land of rain with remarkable ease. Upon reaching the exterior of the residence, the members exchanged glances before nimbly scaling the wall and leaping into the courtyard. At that moment, a flurry of kunai, propelled by a fierce wind, suddenly rained down upon Yizi and her companions as they landed. Had they been discovered? There was no time for astonishment. Yizi deftly dodged the kunai, falling like raindrops. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. As soon as they touched down, several cold voices rang out, and the ground of the courtyard transformed into a muddy mire. In mere moments, the legs of those who had just evaded the kunai sank into the swamp. With a whoosh, as if it were a preordained plan, kunai tied with explosive tags fell toward the spots where they had landed. Flames and white smoke igniting at their rear like a countdown from the Grim Reaper. Yuzi had no time to spare. Her hands swiftly formed seals. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions engulfed the entire courtyard in an instant. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of all within the land of ash. The once quiet city erupted into chaos. An enemy attack? The vigilant soldiers on night watch gazed toward the direction of the explosion, their faces stricken with terror. For it was unmistakably the residence of the sovereign. Meanwhile, the ninjas tasked with maintaining the perimeter were equally alarmed by the disturbance caused by the explosion, their faces paling in fear. Within the lord's estate, atop a tower, a middle-aged man clad in form-fitting battle attire coldly surveyed the courtyard shrouded in thick smoke below. This man was none other than the ruler of the land of ash, Hayahara. Is it a ninja from Konoha? Beside him, a stout middle-aged man, his expression grave, replied in a chilling tone, "It is one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru." This man bore the forehead protector of the rock village, and beside him stood three youths, approximately 11 or 12 years of age. Hayahara, judging the intruders by their attire, was not as astute as the rock ninja. Upon hearing the name Orochimaru, even his composed demeanor betrayed a flicker of surprise. "Do we have a chance?" Hayahara's voice trembled slightly. After all, they were contending with one of the most notorious Sannin. Tsuchiya Sanzo remained unfazed, responding with a steady voice. "As long as it is not Konoha's White Fang, I can ensure your safety. Daigon, Dick, and Mocha, you three must protect him." Understood, the trio replied in unison, positioning themselves defensively around Hayahara, their expressions grave. Tsuchiya Sanzo leaped down from the tower, his heart heavy. Despite gaining the upper hand, facing Orochimaru would likely render this mission more challenging than anticipated. A twinge of regret surfaced within him. Perhaps he should not have brought his students along for this mission, considering their inexperience. However, this fleeting remorse was soon cast aside, as he dismissed any thoughts that might interfere with the forthcoming battle. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the courtyard. The ambushing ninjas focused intently on the yard. There were no corpses. As the smoke cleared, only charred earth remained. Had the ambush failed? Tsuchiya Sanzo's gaze remained fixed on the vast courtyard as he raised his arm, signaling the surrounding ninjas to remain vigilant. His nose twitched slightly as he caught a faint whiff of a mingling scent of charred flesh and blood, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. "Attack!" he commanded, determined to grant Orochimaru and his companions no respite. With his order, numerous enemy ninjas transformed into dark shadows, vaulting over the high walls under the cover of night. Outside the perimeter, Hokusai Yuru clutched his bloodied and mangled right leg, a visage of agony etched upon his face. Just as Kukina contemplated healing him, she caught sight of the enemy ninjas descending from the wall, her expression shifting dramatically. In this orchestrated ambush, Yazuki, Kukina, and Kodon had narrowly evaded the attack thanks to their quick reflexes, while Hokusai Yuru and Shinmaku were not so fortunate. Both had sustained severe injuries to their legs, a consequence not of physical prowess but of their slower reactions. Orochimaru's cold gaze swept over the pursuing foes, immediately suspecting that the ambush was a result of intelligence leakage. However, with no time to ponder further, he glanced at the incapacitated Shinmaku and Hokusai Yuru, his brows knitted in concern. In the most dire circumstances of the assassination mission, they found themselves besieged, with injured comrades in their midst. Generally speaking, abandoning the wounded would be the most prudent course of action, and at that moment, such a thought crossed his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pursuing enemies swiftly spotted the injured Shinmu and Beaksingai, immediately hurling shurikens without hesitation. Gather together, Orochimaru commanded sharply, quickly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth wall. A formidable earthen barrier erupted from the ground, swiftly taking the shape of a semicircular wall that enveloped Yezi and the others. As a barrage of projectiles clanged against its surface. Go now, don't worry about us. Shinmu grit his teeth, recognizing their predicament. This time, they were truly trapped. The adversaries were evidently aware of their presence and had orchestrated an unexpected ambush. The combination of the Hell's Marsh and explosive tags aimed not at killing, but at incapacitating them. The enemy had succeeded, and thus, he had resigned himself to staying behind. Beaksing, drenched in cold sweat from pain, trembled slightly at Shinmu's words, lowering his gaze to hide the flicker of panic in his eyes. He did not wish to stay, for remaining would mean certain death. His mouth opened and closed. Yet no sound escaped. Should he speak, he feared it might endanger the others. Lacking Shinmu's decisive resolve and gripped by the fear of death, he held back his words, unwilling to burden his companions. The contrast between Beaksing's silence and Shinmu's assertiveness was stark. Yet no, both Jiao Xingni and Yin Yi exclaimed in unison. Yin Yi could never abandon his father, and Jiao Xingni could not forsake Beaksing. Orochimaru, gazing at the earthen wall, remarked coldly, "Do you wish to stay and die together?" No sooner had he spoken than the protective wall trembled violently, cracking apart with a resounding roar. Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly as he turned his gaze to the leading rock ninja before him, stating flatly, "Tsuchiya Sanzo." Tsuchiya Sanzo regarded Orochimaru with a cold glare before shifting his attention to the injured Shinmu and Beaksing, a smirk playing on his lips as he coldly declared, "I can't guarantee your survival, but they are doomed." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru fell silent. If Tsuchiya Sanzo was among the enemy ranks, he felt their chances of survival dwindling significantly. The streets were now teeming with armed soldiers, while ninjas gathered atop the surrounding walls and rooftops, resembling trapped animals in a jar. Suddenly, the sound of sizzling, akin to the chirping of birds, pierced the heavy silence of the night. Leafshi, crackling with lightning, silently drew the blade hanging at his waist, pointing it forward and asking, "Stay or go?" He was inquiring of Orochimaru. If Orochimaru said to go, they would have to leave, for staying would mean death. If he said to remain, they would stay, as survival was not guaranteed. Should they be compelled to flee, he would unhesitatingly abandon Beaksing, feeling a pang of guilt, yet knowing that compared to death, guilt was merely a hollow void, a mere fraction of weight. Orochimaru, unwilling to let the mission falter, cast a glance at Yi, his thoughts shifting as he rasped, "Stay, Jiao Xingni, and Yin Yi will remain to protect. I shall distract Tsuchiya Sanzo. Yi, you go and assassinate Hui Yuan." After a brief pause, he added, "Do not overexert yourself." A flicker of hesitation crossed Yi's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Gripping Leia tightly, he surged forth like a flash of lightning piercing the night sky, dashing towards the wall. "Not on my watch." Tsuchiya Sanzo's eyes widened in alarm, just as he intended to thwart Yi. He caught sight of Orochimaru biting his thumb, his expression shifting dramatically. He commanded the other ninjas to impede Yi, then bit his own thumb as well. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Two voices resonated in unison. Suddenly, a massive cloud of white smoke erupted in the street, two enormous shadows emerging from within. A gust of wind swept through, dispelling the smoke with ease, the residual force nearly extinguishing the nearby torches, revealing a colossal serpent thrashing its tail. It was Orochimaru's summoned beast, Manda. On the opposing side, Tsuchiya Sanzo's summoned creature was a gigantic lizard, its body covered in rock-like protrusions. Both men stood atop their respective beasts, a striking contrast against the backdrop. Soldiers brandishing weapons along the street stood frozen in fear at the sight of the two monstrous creatures. "Manda, it appears your situation is rather precarious." Manda's icy gaze scanned the battlefield, its tongue flicking out greedily as it coldly remarked, "Do not forget our agreement. This time, I demand double." Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, "If you possess the capability." "Humph," Manda scoffed, glancing at the massive lizard. Neither party made an immediate move, for the sheer size of their summoned beasts meant that any strike could result in collateral damage to their allies. Tsuchiya Sanzo, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, regarded Orochimaru with a chilling tone. "Hui Yuan is still guarded by my 3 students. Will you allow that boy to enter alone and perish?" A glint of anticipation sparked in Orochimaru's gaze as he observed Yi rushing through the wall. "We shall see." Earth style, rock coffin. Just as Yi burst through the wall, a cold shout rang out, causing the ground beneath him to shudder. His eyes narrowed, and he leaped into the air as a series of stone walls erupted violently from his previous position, intertwining tightly. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have been crushed to a pulp by the encroaching rocks. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. While Yi was still airborne, the rock ninjas, acting on Tsuya Sanzo's command, swiftly converged. Observing Yi leaping to evade the rock coffin, they wasted no time in launching their assault. 7 or 8 dragon heads formed from earth and mud surged through the air toward Yi. Yi sheathed his blade, calm as he formed hand seals. Boom. The earth dragons collided with Yi, erupting into a downpour of mud. Did we hit him? The ninjas who initiated the earth dragon attack fixed their gaze on the falling mud. Just as one spoke, a sizzling sound reached their ears. Watch out. One ninja caught sight of lightning crackling at the corner of his vision and barely had time to shout a warning before he was silenced, blood sealing his throat. After swiftly dispatching an enemy with a single strike, Yi's eyes flickered with a glimmer reminiscent of lightning. Upon closing in, he entered his domain. Witnessing Yi's terrifying speed, the leading ninja issued the correct command, yet nearly instantaneously, Yi appeared before him. The ninja's eyes widened in terror. With a stoic expression, Yi plunged his blade, infused with the essence of thunder, into the man's heart. In his final moments, the ninja comprehended the formidable strength of this youth, a power that rendered them utterly helpless. In mere moments, 2 IWA ninjas had fallen, instilling a profound sense of pressure in the remaining foes, who were vividly reminded of a crucial truth. In the world of ninjas, age is not a measure of strength. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. One IWA ninja stealthily approached from behind, his rock-encased fist hurtling towards Yi's nape. Yet, Yi seemed oblivious, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the loft above, where Hui Yuan was observing from the balcony. Just as the fist was about to connect, he effortlessly swung his blade backward with one hand. In a flash of lightning, the blade, entwined with electric energy, effortlessly severed the arm encased in stone. The momentum of the IWA ninja abruptly halted as he stared in shock at his mutilated limb. After a moment, the searing pain surged forth, prompting a horrific scream. In the next instant, another bolt of lightning struck, slicing through his neck, abruptly silencing his cries. Witnessing this scene, the remaining IWA ninjas were frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. On the balcony, Hui Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, his previously calm heart once again stirred by the threat posed by Yi. Beside him stood 2 companions, a man and a woman, Dick and Mocha, students of Tsuchiya Sanzo. Dick watched Yi intently. This peer of his possessed a terrifying speed, and the blade crackling with electricity was a veritable bane to earth release techniques. Diane, you are responsible for restraining his movements, Dick called to a stout youth below, another student of Tsuchiya Sanzo, who had previously compelled Yi to leap into the air to evade. Upon hearing Dick's command, Diane nodded earnestly. Mocha, the Lord is entrusted to you. Dick turned to Mocha, who was fiddling with her short hair, pausing to consider before responding. Her gaze remained fixed on Yi, and after a moment, she nodded slowly, stating, our mission is to protect the Lord, thus we should opt for retreat rather than confrontation. However, I am aware you will not choose to withdraw. So do as you wish. But should you find yourselves in a losing position, I will promptly take the Lord and depart. Dick silently regarded her for a moment before wordlessly leaping from the balcony. As he approached Yi, Mocha's fingers danced with increasing urgency through her hair, suddenly plucking several strands and blowing upon them, sending them floating into the air. What audacity to exude such confidence in the face of such an adversary, she mused softly, casting a glance at Yi, who was enveloped in crackling lightning. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Hui Yuan, quietly advising, be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. In the current circumstances, retreating with Hui Yuan emerges as the most prudent choice. If they can delay Yi until the forces from the outskirts of the Grey Nation converge, not only could Hui Yuan ensure their absolute safety, but perhaps even eliminate some foes. However, she understands Dick all too well, and thus lacks the inclination to persuade him, merely hoping that he and Diane do not suffer a swift defeat. Upon hearing Miao Hua's words, Hui Yuan was momentarily taken aback. She could not comprehend why Miao Hua believed that so many would be unable to thwart a single youth from Konoha, despite his formidable strength. If Dick and Diane could not overcome that Konoha boy, what of her? Miao Hua tilted her head to glance at Hui Yuan, her tone cold as she remarked, with me included, the odds of victory would not be zero, but your chances of survival would diminish. At this, Hu Yuan fell silent, his grip on the hilt of his blade tightening. He too was a ninja, not devoid of any capacity for resistance. In the courtyard, Yi Zi, relying on his speed and the restraint of earth release through lightning release, swiftly dispatched several IWA ninjas. Simultaneously, he noticed two individuals approaching with ill intent, Dian and Dick, one of whom had initially ensnared him with a rock coffin technique. Despite being of similar age to the IWA ninjas he had just defeated, he sensed that these two were not to be underestimated. Dian observed Yi Zi darting through the courtyard, an involuntary look of awe flickering in his eyes. The boy's speed was astonishing. In a village renowned for its taijutsu and defensive prowess, it was unlikely to find anyone faster than him. It was truly hard to believe that this youth was of comparable age to himself. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Dian formed hand seals and struck the ground, transforming the vast courtyard into a mire in an instant. Not this technique again. Yi Zi halted his movement, concentrating chakra into his feet to remain grounded on the swamp, avoiding being sucked in. Dick exchanged a glance with Dian, both nodding in silent agreement. Earth release, swamp bullet. Dick formed several seals, crossing his hands, and with a sharp command, a barrage of mud balls erupted from the swamp, hurtling towards Yi Zi. At the same moment, two other IWA ninjas unleashed the Earth Dragon Bullet technique, two dragon heads with gaping maws lunging at him. Yi Zi prepared to dodge to the right to evade the onslaught, but suddenly, an overwhelming suction force from beneath his feet immobilized him. His heart raced as he instinctively glanced at Dian's hand, which was still pressed firmly against the ground. With the mud balls and earth dragons closing in, Yi Zi had no choice but to expend chakra to withstand the assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. He expelled a massive fireball from his mouth, incinerating the earth dragons and mud balls into nothingness. Subsequently, he unleashed a surge of chakra beneath him, liberating himself from the pull of the swamp, and immediately charged towards the two IWA ninjas, swiftly dispatching them before they could react. As he passed through the lifeless bodies of the IWA ninjas, Yi Zi retrieved a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch and consumed it. Maintaining the lightning release for an extended duration would deplete a significant amount of chakra and stamina. Given his current chakra levels, he could not sustain it for long, and the remaining adversaries appeared formidable. There was no alternative. She could only grit her teeth and endure. Yi Zi cast a cold gaze towards Dian and Dick, her feet shifting as she instantaneously appeared before Dick, thrusting a blade towards his chest. The latter managed only to form a seal. Suddenly, the quagmire before him surged upward, solidifying into an earthen wall. Nevertheless, Yi Zi felt little resistance as she effortlessly tore through the wall of earth, albeit momentarily halting her advance, allowing Dick the opportunity to evade her strike. He was acutely aware that the earthen barrier could not possibly impede Yi Zi's blade, imbued with the power of lightning release. Dian, Dick shouted, having narrowly escaped the thrust. Understanding his intent, Dian's eyes widened, channeling nearly half of his chakra to execute his most formidable binding jutsu. Earth release, earth corridor technique. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and within a radius of several dozen meters around Yi Zi, columns of earth erupted, swiftly forming towering walls that ensnared her within. As the columns ceased their ascent, additional columns emerged from the tops, crossing over and sealing the structure together. Yet, the assault did not end there. The sludge within the quagmire was manipulated by a force, adhering to the stone pillars of the corridor. Petrify. After controlling the sludge to coat the stone corridor, Dick solidified it into rock. Upon completing this, a satisfied smirk graced Dick's lips. He clasped his hands tightly, a chilling intent flickering in his eyes as he bellowed, "Strangle." The stone corridor let out a thunderous roar, abruptly closing in on itself. Surely doomed now. Dick and Dian gasped, having expended a considerable amount of chakra. Above, in the loft, Hu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that Yi Zi would perish under the combined might of Dick and Dian's ultimate move. A look of surprise also crossed the delicate face of Mount Hua, encasing Yi Zi within the stone corridor, followed by Dick solidifying it from all sides. They believed there was no escape for her before they crushed the pillars. Thus, the tension in Dick and Dian's bodies began to ease. It was at that moment that the stone wall unexpectedly shattered, a bolt of lightning bursting forth from the fissure, crackling like the chorus of 1,000 birds. A dazzling flash of lightning surged through the breach, heading straight for the astonished faces of Dick and Dian. With a swift motion, Yi Zi plunged her hands, glowing with lightning. Into the chests of Dick and Yin. How is this possible? Dick and Yin stared in disbelief at Yi, who slowly withdrew her bloodied hands, coldly stating, I wield more than just fire and lightning. The shock in Dick and Yin's eyes froze as they collapsed to the ground, breathless and lifeless. After eliminating Dick and Yin, Yi did not immediately retrieve the Raiga, which was trapped within the earthen wall. Instead, she gazed upward towards the loft, now devoid of any presence. Mao Hua and Hui Yuan had departed at the precise moment Yi broke free from the stone coffin, leaving her unaware of their chosen direction. The intense and relentless battle had drained her chakra significantly. Yi retracted her chakra, the crackling lightning gradually dissipating. She turned to glance at the distance behind her, where the myriad serpents and stone lizards stirred the tempest. With the objective unclear and the current circumstances not conducive to a pursuit, Yi chose to abandon the chase. On the street, Kukunai and her companions found themselves in a perilous situation. In their desperate attempt to protect the injured Shemu and Baisia, Kukunai and Kodon could only adopt a defensive stance, sustaining several wounds in the process. The assailants, skilled ninjas, seemed to understand the art of attrition well, opting for ranged attacks rather than close combat, primarily targeting Shemu and Baisia, whose severely injured legs rendered them vulnerable. As time passed, the likelihood of their victory increased, and they showed no urgency in their assault. Conversely, Kukunai and Kodon grew increasingly agitated. Not only were they wounded, but their chakra was rapidly depleting. It wouldn't be long before they were unable to safeguard Shemu and Baisia, and their own lives would be at stake as well. Baisia, initially terrified of being left behind, watched as Kukunai's injuries multiplied, his heart aching with pain. His fear of dying there began to wane, replaced by a more profound fear that Kukunai might perish alongside him. Kukunai, you must leave, he urged, his tone resolute and devoid of jest. Kukunai hesitated for a moment, then immediately resumed her stance, turning her back to Baisia and asserting, impossible. Baisia's eyes trembled violently as he gazed at Kukunai's silhouette, a deep sorrow swelling within him. He had always aspired to be a formidable man capable of protecting others. Yet he found himself perpetually sheltered instead. Leave, he suddenly cried out, his voice filled with anguish. If given the choice, he did not wish to perish so easily. He wanted to remain by her side until he could truly enter her heart, even if only in her gaze. Kukunai bit her lip, unmoved. There was no way she could abandon them so easily. Shemu glanced at Baisia, a sigh crossing his features. He turned to the protective Koton and said solemnly, Koton, go. I will buy you time to retreat. Koton shook her head. No. This time, please listen to me. Do not argue, Shemu retorted fiercely. Leave. Tears that had been held back streamed down Koton's face in response to his shout. The enemy ninja commanding the assault observed this scene, reminiscent of a farewell, and sneered. None shall escape. As soon as his words left his lips, the cold smile on his face froze, pain radiating from his chest as he looked down to see a sharp blade protruding from his body. Ugh! Yeji yanked the blade free, a torrent of blood spraying into the air as the ninja collapsed. The sudden appearance of Yeji startled the surrounding ninjas, who quickly redirected their attacks towards him. Yeji activated his lightning release, evading their strikes and swiftly reaching Kukunai's side. Upon seeing Yeji, Kukunai's expression brightened. Yeji, what do you? Without hesitation, Yeji interrupted. Staying here means certain death. He surveyed the encroaching enemies in the deepening night, realizing that with the moon obscured by clouds, an escape would be much easier under the cover of darkness. Are you willing to abandon your comrades? Kukunai asked, staring at him in shock. Yeji did not meet her gaze but looked towards Baisia instead, stating calmly, he has already made his resolve. Baisia locked eyes with Yeji, a broad smile suddenly illuminating his face. Yizi's indifferent expression was momentarily stunned by the smile. I know you can protect Jiuxingnai, right? Bei Xingyi, enduring the pain, rose to his feet. Even the slightest pressure on his injured leg sent a piercing agony coursing through him. Yizi fell silent upon hearing this. It was precisely because of this moment that he could not utter insincere words. If abandoning Jiuxingnai meant survival, he would do so without hesitation. Just as he felt no burden in discarding Bei Xingyi, unaware of Yizi's thoughts. Bei Xingyi saw the silence on Yizi's face and disappointment flickered in his eyes as he said gravely, take Jiuxingnai and leave. No. Jiuxingnai stubbornly shook her head while fending off the incoming shurikens. Do not underestimate others' resolve. As the surrounding ninjas multiplied and Orochimaru was momentarily restrained by Tsuya Sanzo, Yizi knew they could no longer delay. Grasping Jiao Xingnai's arm, he charged towards the predetermined escape route. Watching the departing duo, Bei Xingye's smile gradually turned bitter. How I envy you, Yi Zi, if only the one in Jiao Xingnai's heart were me. Yin Yi, follow that boy. Shinmika glanced at Bei Xingye and then pushed Yin Yi towards Yi Zi's direction, exposing herself to numerous attacks. This push extinguished all of Yin Ye's resolve. She understood that remaining was futile. Thus, rather than perish meaninglessly, she chose to seek vengeance for her father in the future. I'm sorry, she murmured softly. Resolutely turning to chase after Yi Zi, crystalline tears cascading through the air. A look of relief crossed Shinmiku's face, quickly followed by determination. Wind release, great wind. With no reservations left, Shinmiku expended all her chakra. With a wide mouth, she unleashed a terrifying gale that swept away everything in its path, scattering dust and debris in its wake. The fierce winds ravaged the surroundings, leveling all before them with astonishing force, yet they could not annihilate the enemy entirely. Exhausted from chakra depletion and the pain in her leg, Shinmiku collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Boy, do you regret it? As Yi Zi and the others vanished into the night, Bei Xingye could no longer stand. Like Shinmiku, he sank to the ground. Gazing up at the sky shrouded in dark clouds, feeling despondent. Regret. Is that so? Shinmiku sighed. Yet, I feel closer to the sky than before. I truly do not wish to die. Bei Xingye reached out his hand toward the sky, as if attempting to touch the oppressive clouds looming overhead. Regaining composure amidst the gale, the enemy ninjas angrily directed their attacks at the remaining Bei Xingye and Shinmiku, with lingering regret and reluctance. Bei Xingye and Shinmiku were engulfed by ninjutsu and shurikens. No life is more significant than another, yet in one's own eyes, life is deemed more valuable than that of others. Yi Zi was oblivious to whether Orochimaru was monitoring the battle on his side, but regardless, he had no energy left to inform Orochimaru of their escape. Moreover, he did not believe that someone of Orochimaru's caliber would be left behind. Even the colossal rock lizard, not inferior to the great serpent, was merely a temporary hindrance. With utmost caution, he arrived, and with equal care, he departed, the former to evade detection, the latter to avert injury. In such a precarious situation, even a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. There was no time to linger. Every counterattack and strike was executed in haste. Armed only with a blade and an indomitable thirst for life, Yi Zi transformed into a spearhead, exhibiting a flawless escape posture. No one could impede him. Every obstacle in his path ultimately crumbled to mere remnants in the winds. The blade, glinting with a chilling edge even amidst the inky darkness of night, etched itself indelibly into the minds of the rock and mist ninjas. Regardless of the relentless pursuit, regardless of the disregard for life, Yi Zi's blade, imbued with a fervent will, could not be thwarted. I cannot die, he quietly repeated, even as his hands grew weak, threatening to drop the weapon at any moment, and his vision blurred beneath a veil of blood. Yet he summoned every ounce of strength to strike. For it was only through such resolve that obstacles would diminish, allowing his foes to truly grasp his indomitable spirit, the will to break free. Leading the charge, Yi Zi bore the brunt of the conflict, while Kyukana and Yin Yi felt minimal pressure. They witnessed Yi Zi cleave through every adversary before him, feeling his will to survive more profoundly than the enemies themselves. This could be perceived as a manifestation of fear of death. Yet it could not be articulated that he was afraid. Even the fiercest of foes began to falter. Some adversaries are simply insurmountable. Even to delay their advance is futile. Treading upon blood and corpses, surrounded on all sides, Yi Zi left a trail of crimson and fearful gazes, guiding Yin Yi and Kyukana to escape the borders of the land of ash, causing this unplanned ambush to culminate in failure. Upon reaching the border of the land of grass, those tasked with the retrieval were taken aback at the sight of the blood-soaked trio and hurried forth to assist. The grass ninjas regarded Yi Zi, nearly entirely enveloped in thick blood, not with disgust, but with profound respect for the young warrior. The blood, whether his own or that of his enemies, was a testament to his resilience, and the mere fact that he stood there was worthy of admiration. The retrieval team had many inquiries and comments to make, yet gazing at the defiant Yi Zi, who stubbornly refused to collapse, alongside the weary and disheartened Kyukana and Yin Yi, rendered them speechless. The initial high-stakes mission undertaken by Orochimaru's team ended in failure. On the morning of the new day, Orochimaru returned to the territory of the land of grass, wearied yet unscathed. The enemies who had failed to corner Yi Zi and his companions did not lose their fighting spirit. Upon re-entering the battlefield, they turned their focus solely upon Orochimaru. Under an assault that could be likened to the full might of a small nation, Orochimaru managed to retreat unscathed, a testament to his reputation as one of the legendary three ninjas. Upon his return, he merely noted the mission's failure, and in the days that followed, perhaps in an effort to allow Yi Zi and the others to recuperate in peace, he remained silent. When Yi Zi and Jiao Xingnai's injuries had nearly healed, he was finally prepared to seek an explanation from the highest authority of the Grass Country. However, the Grass Country was swifter in providing a response, promptly delivering the promised compensation. This simple act quelled all discontent. The essence of accepting a task lies in the reward, and with that reward in hand, any lingering dissatisfaction held no significance. Since such discontent was rendered meaningless, pursuing the truth behind any potential leaks of information or questioning if it was intentional served no purpose. At the moment of parting, Yan Yi approached Yi Zi and calmly stated, "I owe you a life." Yi Zi gazed at her, unable to discern any trace of the vibrant girl he had first encountered. That spirited youth appeared to have settled into the melancholy of that fateful night, much like he himself had after the devastating fire, a transformation marked by an inexplicable growth, cold and devoid of reason. "You should be grateful to your father, and I too should express my gratitude," he replied, his tone equally serene. That night, he endured both mental and physical torment, ultimately managing to escape, leaving behind a trail of blood and remains. In truth, it was the technique of evasion unleashed by Shenmue, who exhausted the last vestiges of his life, that had enabled their survival. Without that tempest, their lives would have withered in the depths of the night. A flicker of sorrow passed through Yin Ye's eyes, quickly reverting to an unsettling calmness. In that expression, in those eyes, Yi Zi felt as though he was gazing at a reflection of his former self. Living is the most important thing, a once significant person in his life had once said. Reluctant to dwell on the past, he decisively turned away to join Jiao Xingnai and Orochimaru, who awaited him. Living is indeed the most vital pursuit. Suddenly, from the depths of that stillness, a glimmer of light emerged. "We will meet again," Yan Yi called out to Yi Zi's retreating figure. Without turning back, Yi Zi silently replied in his heart, "Of course." One day, he would return to that place, and she would do the same. The wounds inflicted there would eventually be repaid. She sought to reclaim the cost of her sorrow, while he remained a beast, relentless in his pursuit of retribution. The demise of Bei Xingyi resonated like a trivial stone cast into a lake, creating faint ripples that quickly dissipated. Upon receiving the news of their child's death, Bei Xingye's parents were engulfed in grief, leaning on each other as they staggered homeward, a place now devoid of hope. Once, they had taken pride in their son as a ninja, and though sorrow overshadowed their pride, they would still feel a sense of honor. Yet, the weight of their sorrow would perpetually eclipse any pride they felt, and no amount of compensation could soothe the enduring grief that lay ahead. Jiao Xingnai observed the bereaved parents from a distance, an abundance of words trapped within her, yet ultimately, she could only watch from afar. Leaning against the nearby wall, Yi Zi watched the departing couple with a tranquil gaze. He felt a sense of regret for Bei Xingye's passing, yet it did not plunge him into sorrow. Jiao Xingnai turned to meet Yi Zi's eerily calm expression, and then, regarding him with the eyes of a stranger, she remarked, "You have truly changed." Beneath the gaze of Jiao Xingnai, Yi Zi inexplicably felt a surge of restlessness, yet his demeanor remained remarkably serene, as if the demise of Bei Xingyi were merely a trifling jest. "This is who I am," he replied succinctly and with conviction. Jiao Xingnai bit her lip, sorrowfully questioning, "If this is truly you, then why did you come to rescue me?" Yi Zi paused, pondering the reason himself. Was it due to the resemblance? He hesitated to respond, unwilling to articulate his thoughts. As he met Jiao Xingnai's inquisitive gaze, the tumult within his heart intensified. It was merely a fleeting impulse. Such occurrences were unlikely to repeat. "Is this really you?" Jiao Xingnai seemed to have grazed a deeper facet of Yi Zi, and even that slight glimpse revealed a chilling indifference and selfishness, recalling the bloody path of their escape that night. The fierce will to survive exhibited by the one at the forefront muddled her perceptions further. Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on these thoughts and turned to leave. Yi Zi watched her retreating figure in silence. In that moment, the team truly began to unravel. With the death of Bei Xingyi, Jiao Xingnai withdrew to study under Tsunade. She had pursued medical ninjutsu for Yi Zi's sake, yet had never once utilized it for him, and now, it seemed there would be no further opportunity. Nevertheless, she continued her studies under Tsunade, possessing a remarkable control over chakra and a natural aptitude in this field. The death of Bei Xingyi and Jiu Nai's departure rendered Orochimaru's team no longer a cohesive unit. This mission's failure left no blemish on the records of Orochimaru or Yi Zi, for while the task itself was a failure, it appeared to have been completed on the surface. With the disintegration of the team, there was no inclination to reassemble, as neither the third Hokage nor Orochimaru entertained such thoughts. Myriad reasons lay behind this, the most significant being the pressure. That night, the tragic loss of two Awagakure youths, unfortunate heirs of their clan, ignited fury among their ranks, prompting those enraged to seek retribution, regardless of the shame involved. Thus, the tinder for war was ignited in a most inexplicable manner, for any rationale could serve as a catalyst, rendering the onset of conflict devoid of justification. On that fateful day, an individual from Konoha perished quietly, remembered only by a select few, while another's name echoed widely, albeit perhaps exaggeratedly. Nonetheless, the blade of that night left an indelible mark on many, instilling fear in countless hearts thereafter. The moniker Konoha's White Fang emerged among the Awagakure. Seemingly juvenile and somewhat amusing, yet, those aware of Yi Zi's past deeds found no humor in it. This boy, wielding a blade, had single-handedly vanquished the Cloud Village's formidable Jiao Shao, and anyone familiar with Jiao Shao knew of his prowess with a sword. The name Konoha's White Fang revealed several truths. First, the White Fang wielded a blade. Second, his blade was swift. Consequently, Yi Zi found himself on the watch list of other ninja villages. A youth, one who may potentially grow to become the second White Fang of Konohagakure, faces an unsettling reality. No one wishes for his peaceful maturation. The rock shinobi have set their sights firmly on Yuzuki, unashamedly declaring that they will only relent in their offensive if Yuzuki is surrendered. In light of this distressing predicament, few are inclined to prioritize the reformation of their ranks. The perils of death during missions are commonplace. Indeed, the once illustrious Kurohira perished at Yuzuki's hands due to sheer misfortune. Despite the Cloud Shinobi's awareness of this fact, they find themselves powerless, as the crux of the matter lies in Kurohira's insufficient strength. Similarly, the untimely demise of Oyen and Dick during their confrontation with Yuzuki can be attributed to their own inadequacies. It is merely a testament to their weakness. However, the rock shinobi's approach in this matter appears as though their countenance is cloaked beneath a layer of impenetrable stone, thick and appallingly shameless. They demand the surrender of Yuzuki, citing the notable surnames of the deceased Oyen and Dick as justification. How absurd and brazen such a demand is. Tragically, Konohagakure, having only recently emerged from years of respite, is reluctant to plunge once more into the chaos of war. Thus, confronted with the rock shinobi's unabashed threats, the conservatives deem the relinquishment of Yuzuki to be the most prudent course of action, even if it entails enduring a few slaps to their dignity. This decision emerges from a careful weighing of gains and losses. Sarutobi, observing the cold demeanor of Orochimaru before him, tapped his fingers lightly upon the table. Indeed, even though Yuzuki had slain Kurohira and may one day rise to embody the second White Fang, that is a matter of the future, not the present. The opinions of the ancient elders matter little. What I desire to know is your perspective. Perhaps stoked by the realization of their decision, a long-buried anger ignited within Orochimaru, who, foregoing honorifics, addressed Sarutobi directly. Sarutobi halted his rhythmic tapping, fatigue flickering in his eyes. At times, the constraints of the Hokage position are glaringly evident. Under the weight of higher-ups, he finds himself unable to unilaterally decide on a matter of such significance, as it requires a consensus. He is but one voice among many. After a moment of silence, he declared, "I cannot guarantee that there remains room for negotiation, but I shall make another attempt." A chilling, mocking laugh escaped Orochimaru's lips. Once the old men have rendered their verdict, how could there be any room for reconsideration? If there were truly an opportunity for negotiation, Sarutobi paused, suddenly noticing the earnest expression etched upon Orochimaru's face. It seemed that, regardless of circumstances, he was determined to protect Yuzuki. In the face of his former prodigy, now a pillar of strength, Sarutobi found it difficult to adopt an authoritative stance, particularly as he himself opposed the notion of surrendering Yuzuki. The threats employed by the rock shinobi to coerce Konohagakure into yielding Yuzuki were largely bluster, for war is never undertaken lightly. Yet, the majority of Konohagakure's upper echelons are unwilling to take risks. Gazing at Orochimaru's serious countenance, Sarutobi's tone grew increasingly earnest. "I shall exert every effort to advocate for him." Orochimaru silently observed Sarutobi. From the moment Sarutobi expressed his intent to attempt a resolution, Orochimaru harbored no belief that there remained any possibility for reconciliation. He could not fathom when the higher echelons of Konoha had become so feeble, or rather, when the mightiest of the Hidden Leaf had succumbed to such vulnerability. He uttered no further words. Only disappointment for Sarutobi filled his heart. With a slight nod, he turned away in silence. Sarutobi watched Orochimaru's retreating figure and sighed. Regardless of how eloquently he spoke, the decision regarding Yeji ultimately lay in the hands of the higher-ups, unless he adopted a resolute stance to refute their authority. Was it truly worth the endeavor? Sarutobi believed it was not. Thus, he could only exert his utmost efforts without responding to Orochimaru with unequivocal assurance. Yeji did not merit such a response from him, for he had never perceived a sense of belonging in Yeji. He could allow Yeji to flourish, ever hopeful that one day he might become a pillar of strength for Konoha. Alas, to this day, he had yet to witness in Yeji any semblance of recognition or allegiance to the village. That night, after dinner, Orochimaru halted Yeji as he prepared to clear the table. Once Yeji resumed his seat, Orochimaru remarked, "I trust you have heard some whispers." Yeji nodded, understanding the implication, and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't such a demand rather absurd?" "Indeed, it is absurd," Orochimaru concurred, his gaze fixated on the greasy, empty dishes before him, lapsing into silence. Orochimaru's sudden quietude made Yeji realize that this ludicrous demand might indeed be acquiesced. "Even you cannot intervene?" Yeji asked, not fearing that Konoha might hand him over, but reluctant to depart from the village so soon. Indeed, Yeji felt no sense of belonging to Konoha, a fact that Sarutobi's incessant briefings made evident. Orochimaru's eyes flickered slightly as he rasped, "I will find a way." Yeji smiled nonchalantly, wishing not to burden Orochimaru, and remarked, "That must be quite a challenge. The world is vast, there will always be a place for me, not necessarily within Konoha. Circumstances are often relative." Sarutobi hoped for Yeji to develop a sense of belonging to Konoha and to eventually become a guardian of the village. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yeji had long since the Umbu lurking in the shadows, monitoring his every move. Under such conditions, how could one foster a sense of belonging? "You have no choice but to remain in Konoha," Orochimaru asserted without room for debate. Yeji fell silent at these words, and after a moment, calmly replied, "I am no longer the defenseless child I once was. You are not strong enough to dismiss the assassination squads dispatched by other ninja villages. If you insist on leaving, it is better to perish at the hands of Konoha than by others," Orochimaru stated. Yeji's expression shifted as he regarded Orochimaru, his tone growing grave. "Orochimaru, are you serious?" Orochimaru met his gaze, his face devoid of emotion, his serpentine eyes icy, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned frigid. Yeji suddenly let out a cold laugh, saying, "I did not anticipate that my greatest obstacle to leaving would be you. You spared my life once, and do not think you can take it now." Orochimaru merely regarded him with a cold stare, and after a long pause, reiterated, "I will find a way." "You have no way," Yeji replied, with an expressionless countenance. Yeji rose to begin clearing the dishes. Orochimaru silently observed him as he tidied up. Indeed, he found himself powerless against the decisions of Konoha's higher-ups. Despite his illustrious military achievements and being one of the legendary Sannin, he held no sway over the village's policies. After completing his task, Yeji retreated to his room, while Orochimaru remained alone in the living room. It was not until the moonlight spilled into the hall from the courtyard that he turned his gaze towards the silvery light illuminating the yard. After a prolonged pause, he gradually stood and made his way to his room. In that moment, he had resolved that if there were truly no alternatives, he would eliminate Yeji. As he had stated, it was preferable for Yeji to perish at the hands of Konoha than to fall victim to others. His remains would still hold significant research value. Throughout, he never believed that Yeji could survive outside of Konoha. The efforts that Sarutobi spoke of ultimately amounted to mere empty rhetoric. The will of Konoha's leadership was not easily swayed. Yet, Orochimaru was not one to concede easily. He even attempted to persuade the village's upper echelons. Regrettably, this time their resolve was exceptionally firm. Days of fruitless endeavors only deepened the chill in Orochimaru's gaze, openly revealing his emotional turmoil before Yeji, as if to communicate that his attempts would inevitably culminate in futility. Thus, he was mentally preparing to take action. He conveyed this choice to Yeji, leaving the decision of whether to strike in Yeji's hands. Since the loss of his parents in childhood, Orochimaru's blood had gradually grown cold, only becoming completely frigid after becoming accustomed to life and death. It wasn't until he encountered Yeji until his once desolate home became inhabited by another, that a flicker of warmth began to seep into his cold-hearted existence. Despite his demeanor and eyes remaining as indifferent as ever, the world is rife with helpless circumstances, such as the casual flames cast down by the strong upon the weak, the inherent injustices bestowed upon one's body from birth, and the chilling winds and icy rains that greet one upon awakening anew. For instance, being brought here without any means of resistance, only to be discarded at whim. On this night, devoid of wind and cloud, the moon shone round and bright. Yeezy donned his combat attire, equipped with all the necessary ninja tools for the mission, and then prepared an abundant feast. The dishes were lavish, primarily composed of eggs, filling the entire table, a reflection of Orochimaru's fondness for eggs. After setting the table, Yeezy sat quietly, casting his gaze towards the verdant courtyard. Once, that space was marked by a solitary old tree, the very site of Yeezy's initial training. When he became dissatisfied with practicing in the courtyard and transitioned to Konoha's specialized training grounds, the area gradually flourished with additional plants and flowers, evolving into a respectable garden. Now abundant with flora, he sat in silence for a while, until he heard a noise at the entrance, prompting him to straighten his posture and focus his gaze ahead. The dishes before him still emitted steam, a testament to his careful timing in preparing the meal. Upon his return, Orochimaru did not take the time to change into comfortable attire, but instead arrived in the standard garb of a ninja, taking a seat across from Yeezy at the dining table adorned with an array of egg dishes. The two exchanged silent glances, and after a brief moment, Orochimaru was the first to lift his chopsticks, prompting Yeezy to follow suit. The only sounds that filled the air were the clinking of chopsticks against ceramic bowls and the quiet chewing of food. It has always been the custom to remain silent during meals, once, now, and likely in the future as well, whether in solitude or company. Half an hour later, the table was devoid of any remnants, a familiar outcome. Yeezy often consumed more than Orochimaru, his pace of eating considerably swifter, yet as the last dish was cleared, both were equally satisfied. "I should take my leave," Yeezy remarked after a moment of silence, gazing at the remnants on the table. Orochimaru's gaze fell upon a small piece of golden egg skin left behind on the edge of an empty plate as he coldly replied, "I offered you a chance." The implication was clear. He had informed Yeezy of his intentions, yet Yeezy had chosen to linger, preparing a feast in anticipation of his return. "Indeed," Yeezy responded calmly, nodding before disregarding Orochimaru's stern demeanor. He slowly rose, pausing in the corridor to say, "This time, I shall not clean up." With that, he stepped onto the stone steps leading to the courtyard, casting a glance at the familiar surroundings. He then turned to silently observe Orochimaru's profile before scaling the wall and heading towards the gates of Konoha. Forced to come to this place named Konoha, he now intended to depart through the front gate with dignity. Throughout, Orochimaru remained fixated on the small piece of egg skin, lost in thought. Days prior, he had spoken of ending Yeezy's life, and now, as the moment had arrived, he found himself unable to act. The prospect of returning to an empty house weighed heavily on his heart, stirring an inexplicable sense of melancholy within him. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru? He felt he was but a shadow of that title. The cold, brooding man muttered to himself. As night fell, the streets of Konoha were aglow with myriad lights, hinting at a vibrant life. Undeterred by the incredulous gazes of passers-by, Yeezy sprinted through the streets, unimpeded, until he reached the gates of Konoha, where he encountered no obstacles. Despite his confusion, he did not linger, bursting through the gates and proceeding along the straight path that extended from them, the trees lining the road swiftly retreating behind him. Suddenly, not long after exiting Konoha, Yeezy abruptly halted, his heels carving a rough mark into the ground. He stood still, gazing intently at an individual ahead. The silvery moonlight poured down, illuminating the figure clearly. A man with disheveled black hair held back by a forehead protector, his expression impassive, a noticeable scar gracing his chin. The brilliance of the moonlight could not conceal the cold glint in his eyes. The newcomer was Shimura Danzo, the one who controlled the route. Though Yeezy did not recognize him, his indifferent gaze shifted from Danzo's face to the crimson-hued battle attire he wore, finally resting on the red hilt of a blade peeking from behind Danzo's shoulder, silently drawing Raiga. With a furtive glance cast toward the trees lining the road, his gaze ultimately settled on Danzo as he slowly tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. He sensed a subtle yet palpable aura of lethal intent in the air, whether from the individual before him or the concealed figures perched among the branches. Each was undoubtedly burdened with numerous lives. The hidden assailants exhibited remarkable stealth, their nearly imperceptible breaths akin to those of insects. Yet the unmistakable aura of malice they exuded seemed deliberately revealed. Danzo observed as Yezi drifted toward a concealed position among his subordinates. And a hint of softness graced his stern visage as he remarked, very perceptive. Yezi met his gaze in silence. "Do you wish to flee?" Danzo inquired. Yezi remained taciturn, adopting an offensive stance instead. As if oblivious to Yezi's raised arm, Danzo continued, "No one can escape Konoha under my watchful eye. I present you with two choices, perish here or join Root." "Root?" Yezi finally spoke, breaking his silence. Danzo replied calmly, "Root is the foundation of Konoha. You may understand it as a faction dedicated to training the Umbu for covert operations." "Why?" Yezi questioned, his eyes fixed on him. Danzo's lips curled into a cold smile as he stated, "You possess sufficient talent to warrant my attention. Sarutobi cannot protect you. Orochimaru cannot shield you, but I can." This man from Root saw potential in Yezi's future, unlike the now unattainable Konoha's White Fang. Yezi was presently in a phase of rapid growth. One day, Konoha might witness the emergence of a second White Fang. Even if the likelihood were slim, Danzo was determined not to overlook any opportunity. His ambition was to ascend to the position of Hokage, necessitating a cadre of exceptional individuals and the backing of those with considerable renown within Konoha. He operated in the shadows, not as conspicuous as the sunlit green leaves. The famed Sennin, basking in glory, were all aligned with Sarutobi, and the Hitaki clan's White Fang would never support him. For the time being, he found himself devoid of any chance to grasp the Hokage's position, which could only arise upon Sarutobi's demise or abdication. That moment would be fortuitous rather than guaranteed. It might be a decade hence, or perhaps merely a year away. No one could predict, merely waiting silently for the opportunity to materialize. When that time arrived, he would seize it with unwavering resolve. And to better ensure his grasp, he needed to prepare diligently even now. Lacking the support of those currently in power, he would cultivate a new generation of distinguished individuals himself. Thus, he came forth. In this moment, where the air had been thoroughly purged, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, he presented Yezi with a choice. Faced with such a dilemma, Yezi found himself at an impasse. He was no longer the wretched being who had first arrived in this world. He now possessed the means to survive, rendering his stay in Konoha unnecessary. Yet, reality often proves cruel and relentless, compelling one to make difficult choices. After a lengthy silence, Danzo exhibited remarkable patience. The lethal aura in the air unchanged with the passage of time, remaining steady and unhurried. "Why should I trust you?" Yezi inquired, his grip on the hilt tightening as he spoke calmly. To utter such words indicates his capitulation. For the choice laid before him is as clear as that presented by Danzo, death or allegiance to the Root. He finds himself bereft of options, for he wishes to live. In every realm, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The weak are compelled to make choices. He remains among the weak. And thus on this moonlit night, he is faced with a decision. The rationale for his choice is starkly evident. Should he utter a refusal, he would undoubtedly meet his end here, not far from the gates of Konoha. His opponent is well prepared, having meticulously eliminated any possibility of escape, orchestrating a blockade based on his own strength. Upon discerning Yezi's submission, the chill upon Danzo's visage softened considerably as he remarked, "You must understand that the rock shinobi demand your surrender from Konoha, and there is no indication of whether it entails life or death. Since they seek your surrender, it is likely they would be satisfied with merely a corpse. The implication is clear. If I am to hand you over to the rock shinobi to avert a conflict, then it would be simpler to end your life than to engage in such futile discourse. Do you truly believe you can remain here?" After a moment of silence, Yezi, with a sense of reluctance, replied. Danzo suddenly erupted into laughter, his previously rigid demeanor transforming as the passage of time etched peculiar and glaring marks upon his face. The man's gaze turned cold as ice. Even the beastly instincts that reside within you have chosen submission at this moment. You are acutely aware that the trees, the gravel, the moonlight, and even the air form an intricate snare, a trap from which you may one day escape. But at this juncture, you are ensnared. And I am certain of this, as are you. Yezi, unwilling to concede, lowered his head and silently sheathed his rakiage. Recognizing that the mere fact of his adversary's presence at this time and place foretold his inevitable inability to depart. A small mercy in this misfortune is that he need not be surrendered to Konoha, for in the eyes of certain individuals within the village, he still holds potential value. Or rather, his capacity for growth is highly anticipated. "I shall join," he declared, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation as he turned his back to the moonlight. Making his way toward the gates of Konoha, Danzo observed his retreating figure with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, genuinely hoping that Yezi would one day evolve into Konoha's second White Fang or perhaps even a Raikage, serving solely his interests, a Raikage that is fierce and merciless, capable of tearing apart anything that lies ahead. Suddenly, a figure landed before Danzo, draped in a white cloak and masked with a white fox visage. The individual knelt before Danzo, inquiring, if this person proves sufficiently powerful, he may become an unstable element. Danzo's gaze remained indifferent, his eyes shimmering with a light reminiscent of Orochimaru, as he replied, everyone has their desires, as long as he remains with the root. I will always discern what he seeks. If I provide him with what he desires, he will choose to stay. Loyalty is unnecessary. Mere restraint suffices. As for strength, if I cannot maintain my position at the forefront, what right do I have to aspire for anything? Moreover, he is not Orochimaru. He lacks the standing to engage with me as an equal, let alone surpass me. The masked member of the root hesitated momentarily before asking, should we arrange for someone to monitor Yezi? Towanzo pondered for a moment before responding, there is no need. A member of the root hesitated for a brief moment, as if he had something to express. Towanzo, noticing this, regarded him with a cool demeanor and calmly urged, speak your mind. The member, no longer hesitant, declared, I do not believe this individual merits such concern from you, let alone the necessity to compel others to create such an environment. Before long, the third Hokage will certainly become aware of it. Not worth it. Towanzo gazed up at the luminous moon, a gentle breeze caressing him and rustling the leaves along the roadside, producing a soft rustling sound. He fixed his eyes on the moon above, reminiscent of a time when he stood at a crossroads in life, grappling with the question of worth, ultimately missing the most pivotal opportunity. After a long silence, his voice turned cold. There is no such thing as worth. There is only action or inaction. Upon returning to his residence, Yezi had just removed his shoes at the entrance when he heard soft footsteps approaching. Orochimaru stood before him draped in a white robe, gazing at him with an icy stare, silent. Yezi paused momentarily in his actions, then continued to remove his shoes, slipping into a pair of slippers before finally looking at Orochimaru and calmly stating, someone offered me a choice, and that is why I stayed. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. As if a thought had crossed his mind, he coldly inquired, who? Yezi replied, Root. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, concealing a glint of danger. I believe you are aware of Root, as well as the man with the cross-shaped scar on his chin, though I do not know him. Yezi stated with a tranquil tone, masking the turmoil within, a feeling he despised. Orochimaru nodded, saying, I know. In time, you will also come to know. Rest now. Several days later, the shift in the wind often occurs abruptly and unexpectedly. Faced with the aggressive demands of the Stone Ninja, Konoha, on the verge of capitulation, suddenly rejected their ludicrous request with a hard stance, thus shortening the fuse that would ignite the flames of war, planting the seeds for future conflict. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in contemplation. He was weary, both mentally and physically. When the news of the Konoha leadership's sudden reversal and Yezi's induction into Root reached him, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, contributing to his fatigue. His index finger instinctively curled against the tabletop, while he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sharp intensity. The wrinkles etched by time at the corners of his eyes smoothed out as he gazed into the quiet, empty office, lost in silence. One cannot force everything to conform to their will. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly. That night, Orochimaru chose not to kill Yezi, and he himself had no intention of detaining him. Subconsciously, he harbored a hope for Yezi to depart from Konoha. Thus, at the opportune moment, he instructed the guards not to impede Yezi's exit. Yet, ultimately, Yezi remained, not as a concession for Konoha, but rather joined Root. Why did he join Root? This question occupied Sarutobi's thoughts extensively, even leading him to consider the potential ramifications in the future. However, for now, he could only watch in silence, awaiting the transformation that would accompany Yezi's integration into Root, the nature of which, whether for better or worse, remained uncertain. In the 34th year of Konoha, figures such as Kakashi and Guy were born in succession. On this particular day, a new member, merely 12 years of age, was welcomed into the ranks of Root. For an organization that frequently recruits younger members, this was hardly an unusual occurrence. Gifted individuals often require a nurturing environment conducive to their development. As the covert training division of Konoha, Root is capable of providing an optimal training atmosphere for anyone within the village. Upon entering Root, the first task at hand was to update identity records, essentially an assessment of one's capabilities. The dimly lit corridor echoed with the crisp sound of footsteps, a vital segment of the clandestine training department. True to its name, Root was situated beneath Konoha, firmly embedded in its soil, continuously supplying nourishment to the village. Yeji followed silently behind the individual leading the way and conducting the assessments, traversing the shadowy corridor where the flickering torches on the walls emitted faint crackling sounds. The yellowish glow cast long shadows upon the floor. Upon reaching a corner, the leader halted before an iron door, prompting Yeji to stop as well, silently observing him. The leader turned, his gaze cold and indifferent as he addressed Yeji in a monotonous tone. There are 3 main tests. Upon completion of the first, I will inform you of the second. Now, you are to enter this room. Further details will be provided once you step inside. As his words concluded, the iron door creaked open with an ungracious sound. Yeji stepped into the room without uttering a word, a blinding light cascading from above, illuminating the space as if it were midday. Suspended against the walls were numerous shurikens, frozen in time, glinting ominously in the radiant light. Yeji squinted slightly, surveying the shurikens surrounding him, and began to grasp the nature of the first test. However, the quantity seemed rather excessive, implying that this test bore considerable risk. A single misstep could result in being overwhelmed by the projectiles. It was no wonder the tester refrained from divulging all 3 test components at once. It seemed likely that failure in the first would preclude the necessity of proceeding to the second. Suddenly, the empty room resonated with the clear voice of the individual who had guided him there. Step to the center. Yeji complied, moving to the designated spot where the most brilliant beam of light enveloped him. The voice continued. Do you see the shurikens surrounding you? This constitutes the first test, primarily assessing your reflexes and evasion skills. I will activate the mechanism after a countdown of 3 seconds, at which point the shurikens will be launched toward your position. You may use kunai, leap, crouch, or lie down, but you cannot leave the confines of the light beam, nor may you employ ninjutsu. If you understand, please raise your right hand. Upon hearing the explanation, Yeji's expression shifted slightly. He glanced down at the area illuminated beneath him, a diameter of approximately 1 meter, not insignificant. Yet given the number of shurikens, it seemed likely to be completely filled. Is this truly a test? His brow furrowed as he refrained from raising his right hand, instead silently fixating on the illuminated boundary. The observers within the room gazed patiently at Yeji, and after casually shutting off the loudspeaker, one turned to the middle-aged man standing quietly beside him, inquiring, without specialized training. It is highly probable that he may perish when faced with such formidable challenges during his inaugural test, even with medical ninjas on standby. The middle-aged man was Danzo. He peered down through a narrow 5-finger-wide gap, observing the bowed and silent Yeji. After a moment, he spoke slowly. How do you think he survived beneath the swift blade of the Cloud Ninja? And how did he manage to break free from the encirclement of the Rock and Wind Ninjas? The man, momentarily taken aback by the question, found himself at a loss for words even after several seconds had elapsed. Danzo continued to regard the silent Yeji and remarked, he is neither from the Hyuga clan nor the Uchiha clan, yet I find his eyes remarkable. It is precisely because of those exceptional eyes that he has survived the blade of the Cloud Ninja and successfully escaped from such seemingly insurmountable peril. Given the efficacy of his vision, this level of testing should pose little challenge. The man, upon hearing this, remained unable to articulate a coherent response. Remarkable eyes? Even if there were some basis for this assertion, certainty seemed elusive. What if this conjecture were unfounded? His gaze towards Yeji inevitably bore a hint of pity. The concealed weapon launchers in the room were set to the highest difficulty. Despite his extensive training within these confines, he could not guarantee his own safety. With the shuriken numbering in the hundreds unleashed simultaneously, lateral movement could only be executed in the initial fleeting seconds, for once all the shuriken were fired, the ground within the designated area would be blanketed with them. Thus, after dodging a portion of the shuriken, one would have no choice but to leap into the air, adjusting their posture mid-flight to evade the onslaught. Each movement must be executed with precision, without the slightest delay or error, no matter how trivial the mistake. Unless one possessed an extraordinary tolerance for pain, the standard response is to move laterally before leaping. However, could Yeji, untrained in similar exercises, rely solely on his so-called exceptional eyesight to make such rapid judgments? The man shook his head slightly, his sympathy gradually fading as he hovered his hand above the switch, patiently awaiting Yi Zi to raise his right hand. Regardless of the circumstances, he had every reason to wait patiently for Yi Zi to survey the room. Even though Yi Zi remained silent, fixated on the beam's range. Lord Danzo's valued little one, I hope you can succeed, the man mused silently. Then he observed Yi Zi finally beginning to scrutinize the myriad shuriken aimed at the walls, seemingly glancing at each direction only to quickly avert his gaze. Both the man and Danzo noted this detail, pondering it momentarily. Before they could delve deeper into their thoughts, they saw Yi Zi merely glance around, already showing signs of raising his hand. Danzo, witnessing this, subtly smiled. He seemed to have discerned yet another strength in Yi Zi. Talent is the truest reflection of a person's worth, and evidently, in Danzo's eyes, Yi Zi had begun to demonstrate his value. Thus, in this moment, he felt a growing satisfaction with Yi Zi and with his decision to compel Yi Zi to join the Root organization. He gazed intently at Yi Zi with his cold and merciless eyes, within which, steeped in the passage of time and the ravages of war, flickered a hint of expectation. Inside the room, Yi Zi wore a slightly grave expression. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid this perilous test. Yet, reminiscent of the circumstances he faced just nights prior, he found himself without an option. Long ago, he had discovered his possession of numerous extraordinary talents, such as the ability to alleviate fatigue through the consumption of energy, a keen sensitivity to the movements around him, and an uncanny aptitude for understanding and memorizing the hand seals used to execute jutsu. At this very moment, as he surveyed the multitude of shurikens suspended above him, countless lines intertwined before his eyes, resembling an intricate spider's web enveloping the entire room, with gaps so narrow that not even a head could pass through. Lacking the confidence to completely evade the shurikens encircling him, he contemplated seriously before raising his hand. Then, he placed the kunai he held into his ninja tool pouch and slowly drew forth the raiga from his waist. Since he could not confidently evade such a plethora of shurikens, he resolved to strike them all down. Observing Yi Zi's decision to forsake the kunai in favor of his sword, the examiner, Jiang Yiwu, cast a glance at Danzo, who, after a brief moment of silence, gave a slight nod, permitting Yi Zi to proceed. Suddenly, arcs of lightning erupted from Yi Zi's body, followed by a vibrant display of electric arcs that emitted a sound akin to the chirping of birds. Once enveloped in lightning release, he gradually raised his right hand. Without prior warning, Jiang Yiwu swiftly pressed the activation switch. A myriad of barely audible sounds resonated in the darkness. A brilliant light shone upon Yi Zi's face, body, and eyes, akin to the compassion of Jesus. His dark orbs brimmed with radiance, and soon, a vast shadow approached, resembling a flock of geese returning south. Meticulously aligned as they flew into his gaze, replaced by a barrage of shurikens. The kunai and shurikens descended like a torrential downpour in the dry spring, unavoidable and relentless. His eyes, as Danzo had remarked, were indeed effective, though still not as adept as the Sharingan, leaving him unable to evade perfectly as the Uchiha elite could. Nevertheless, he could deflect some shurikens, thereby creating a space to maneuver. Perfection was not paramount. Whether he could evade or not mattered little. What was essential was to remain unscathed. And that sufficed. With lightning flickering in his gaze, Raiga tore through the air, emitting a resonant hum. It traced a graceful arc in the air, sending the shurikens within the arc spiraling back at an accelerated pace. Yi Zi's eyes, focused as if in a meditative state, swept away a portion of the incoming shurikens before leaping into the air, pivoting to unleash a luminous arc resembling a crescent moon, striking down the shurikens aimed at his back. Finally, with a twist of his waist, he executed another arc slash directed at the shurikens above him. Ding ding ding. A multitude of shurikens returned fruitlessly before the three sweeping arcs unleashed, falling helplessly to the ground. In this fleeting moment, Yi Zi slipped through like an elusive loach, evading the remaining shurikens that came hurling towards him. With a speed akin to a thunderous flash, the three strikes shattered the majority of the shurikens coming from all directions, demonstrating a raw and unrefined power. Once they had fallen, Yi Zi swiftly sheathed the raiga. In the monitoring room, Jiang Yiwu observed Yi Zi's figure and the scattered shurikens on the ground. After a brief silence, he turned to Danzo and remarked, I seem to witness the dance of the crescent moon. The dance of the crescent moon is a sword technique from the Leaf Village, one of the few sword arts that can be paired with ninjutsu. As one rushes towards the enemy, a single-handed hand seal allows the instant creation of three deceptive clones, each executing sweeping arcs of slashes from different directions, while the original waits for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike. Yizi's instantaneous arcs, however, were not the dance of the crescent moon. Jiang Yiwu's comment stemmed from the breathtaking speed with which Yizi wielded his blade, evoking the closest sword art that matched the scene. Yet, the initial 3 strikes of the dance are merely for confusion, and the slashes from the clones bear no offensive intent. The 3 arcs that coexisted for a brief moment lingered vividly in Jiang Yiwu's mind. He gazed at Danzo in silence for a while, then turned his attention back to Yizi in the training room, saying nothing. Unbeknownst to him, the fleeting glint of sharpness in Danzo's eyes had gone unnoticed. This man he respected had not displayed the brilliance of youth in quite some time. Let him continue with the remaining 2 tests, the formidable man said softly before turning to depart. Jiang Yiwu inhaled deeply, contemplating how the freedom to act recklessly in training was no longer a privilege exclusive to the Uchiha clan. He then pressed a button and called out to Yizi in the training room. Well done. I shall wait for you outside. Proceed to the second test. Under the lights, Yizi exhaled gently, the tremors within his chest still resonating. After an arduous duration, he completed the remaining 2 assessments, and his strength evaluation was officially recorded in the confidential archives of Root, marking his formal induction as a member under the codename Raiga. That night, Orochimaru, in an unusual display of initiative, sought out Yizi. Joining Root may indeed be a beneficial endeavor for you, he remarked, seated in the corridor leading to the courtyard, observing the softly glowing flora. Yizi paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Orochimaru cast a surprised glance at him, saying, I had thought you would resist this. Initially, I did resist, but I suddenly realized that the environment there is precisely what I need. Yizi slowly raised his gaze to the moon hanging in the night sky, contemplating the day's trials, as if envisioning a celestial staircase descending from the moon's surface. Different worlds, yet the same moon. Only by gazing at the moon did he feel that the path he sought to explore was not so distant as to be unattainable. He resolved to grow stronger than anyone, even surpassing Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting upon the first encounter with Yizi and recalling the words exchanged during their time together. Notably, he realized that Yizi had never broached the subject of family, nor had he exhibited any inadvertent reliance on kin. On that fateful day, as the rain poured heavily, he witnessed a child lift a stone and, without hesitation, hurl it at a small yellow dog. At that moment, as the stone disrupted the rain's descent, Orochimaru experienced a fleeting pang of unease, and in that instant, he comprehended Yizi's essence. Like him, he was merely a carnivore. Yet, he often pondered a question that, though seemingly trivial, bore significance in his mind, the matter of Yizi's family. It was evident that Orochimaru did not believe Yizi's family still existed in this world. However, he had never observed any reminiscence of deceased relatives from Yizi, leading him to occasionally speculate that Yizi had never known family, appearing as if he had emerged from a stone, devoid of kinship. What then motivated Yizi's desire for strength? In the present Konoha, a place coveted by any war-torn soul, he had already secured his standing. So why the fervent yearning for further power? Numerous questions surfaced upon deeper reflection, only to dissipate with the arrival of a report from the interrogation department. Yet, the pursuit of strength surely stems from a fundamental cause. What was Yizi's reason for desiring power? Yizi hesitated. His motivation, of course, was to return to the world that belonged to him. However, confronted with Orochimaru's inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words and thus fell silent. Orochimaru, unperturbed by Yizi's reticence, gazed upward at the moon, which radiated a silvery luminescence. Suddenly, he recalled the faint thrill he felt upon first encountering Yizi, and a cold smile graced his lips. He was a cold-blooded serpent, one who ought to fear nothing, and in the future, it would be others who feared him. Little did he know that on that rainy day, Tsunade had also experienced a brief, inexplicable anxiety as she watched him approach Yizi. Nor could he foresee the profound impact this child, whom he had rescued from the rain, would have on the world in the days to come. The so-called Umbu training camp, known as Konoha, was far from being an empty title. As a facility designed to cultivate Umbu operatives, its hardware exceeded Yizi's wildest imagination. The rigorous and professional training programs, coupled with an array of martial arts, ninjutsu, sword techniques, and scrolls detailing the use of rare ninja tools, filled dozens of rooms. Upon his first encounter with these scrolls, which a common person might spend a lifetime trying to master, Yizi felt a tempestuous surge within him. Standing in the largest room, bathed in the murky yellow light, He gazed at the scrolls, emanating a strong scent of ink, lost in silence. He had once entertained a notion, sparked by witnessing Orochimaru summon a multitude of snakes through summoning jutsu. This thought had lingered in his heart, restless yet well contained. How did summoning jutsu instantaneously bring forth immense life from another realm? What hidden mysteries lay within that seemingly intricate technique? How can one traverse the realms of time and space? Is it possible to unlock a doorway by comprehending every minute detail within that arcane technique? As Easy gazed upon the countless scrolls in the room, the light in his eyes resembled the nascent sun, brimming with vitality at the break of dawn. The art of ninjutsu stirred within him, causing his brow to arch slightly, his gaze sharp and focused, fixated solely on the shelf designated for the ninjutsu scrolls. Perhaps within this multitude of scrolls lay answers to his myriad questions. The mere thought of potentially uncovering a path home ignited a fervent flame within his heart. As his thoughts surged uncontrollably, he could scarcely wait, casting aside the training tasks assigned to him and diving headfirst into the scrolls. Akin to a sponge yearning to absorb the vast ocean. To outsiders, this insatiable quest for knowledge might appear ludicrous, yet when considering Yi Zi's circumstances, such behavior seems entirely justifiable. However, none could fathom the depth of Yi Zi's desires. On the very first day of training at the root, Yi Zi was absent. The instructor responsible for his training, Jiang Yiwu, seething with fury, searched for him until he discovered Yi Zi ensconced among the scrolls. The blaze of indignation in his eyes seemed on the verge of erupting. This marked the first instance since the establishment of the route that anyone had missed a training session, especially on their inaugural day. No instructor could tolerate such an occurrence, particularly in this esteemed organization. Jiang Yiwu strode swiftly to confront Yi Zi, the deliberate noise of his footsteps failing to rouse Yi Zi from his scrolls. And in his fury, he bellowed, "Leia!" Startled by the shout, Yi Zi paused and slowly raised his gaze towards the enraged Jiang Yiwu. The thoughts consumed by ninjutsu crystallized into clarity at that moment. He silently regarded the furious expression on Jiang Yiwu's face, realizing he had committed a grave folly, and resigned himself to endure the ire that even a fool could perceive. Jiang Yiwu's furious glare shifted from Yi Zi's silent countenance to the heaps of scrolls piled upon the table, before demanding, "You had better provide me with a justifiable reason." Despite his efforts to rein in his emotions, traces of anger permeated his tone. Under the weight of that piercing gaze, Yi Zi lowered his eyelids slightly and eventually replied, "There is no reason." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yiwu, instead of becoming angrier, let out a hollow laugh. Though the fire in his eyes remained unabated, he regarded Yi Zi coldly and stated, "You should consider yourself fortunate for not having offered an excuse. Otherwise, I would break your legs. Do not assume this is merely a verbal threat. I am a man of my word." He spoke the final sentence with utmost seriousness, despite his harsh demeanor. In that moment, Yi Zi yearned to utter an apology, but he refrained, just as he had not sought a justification earlier. For both an apology and an excuse held no significance. From his very first day at the root, he had come to understand the nature of this organization and the stringent discipline it demanded. He was indeed mistaken, and this error seemed particularly foolish at its core. However, he would not feel a shred of remorse because of it. Facing the furious gaze of Jiang Yiwu, he uttered not a word, instead choosing to remain silent and brace himself for whatever punitive decision Jiang Yiwu would impose. This oppressive silence, akin to still water, often left those eager to vent their anger feeling constrained and uneasy. Yet, in Jiang Yiwu's eyes, such silence was the most effective means to alleviate his fury. Nevertheless, even with the anger dissipated, it would not alter the subsequent decisions. Today's training volume has been increased threefold, with only 6 hours remaining until midnight. Should you fail to complete it, you shall relinquish your code name. Jiang Yiwu coldly stated before decisively turning away, arriving here with a heart full of rage. He spoke only a few terse words, and aside from a slightly pronounced tone and a somewhat rapid rise and fall of his abdomen, he exhibited no overtly extreme actions. Yet, his anger was palpable. Thus, the first thing he intended to do upon leaving was to report this matter to Danzo. He believed that no matter how exceptional Yi Zi's talents might be, he could never embody what Root required. For his discipline was appallingly inadequate, a transgression utterly intolerable in an organization that demanded the utmost rigor from its members. After Jiang Yiwu departed, Yi Zi surveyed the cluttered desk filled with scrolls. After some contemplation, he decided to meticulously return each scroll to its rightful place. Rather than fixating on the insufficient time for training, he prioritized organizing the scrolls, for he needed to remember which sections he had perused. He aimed to review all the ninjutsu scrolls and commit every morsel of knowledge to memory, leaving no detail overlooked. It was imperative for him to grasp the intricacies of the summoning technique, which necessitated a profound understanding of ninjutsu. One could only ponder how Jiang Yewu would feel if he knew that Yu Zi was diligently organizing the scrolls with the scant time remaining. Once the scrolls were restored to order, Yu Zi made his way to the specialized training room. The originally prescribed training regimen was arduous, typically requiring a minimum of 6 hours to complete. However, with less than 6 hours remaining, Yu Zi was now expected to accomplish 3 times the usual workload. The training protocols established by Root differed significantly from standard practices, akin to the distinction between adults and children. Generally speaking, those selected for Root were younger individuals with considerable potential. Each member endured intense hardship during their initial training, yet none had ever succumbed to such rigorous demands. The rationale was straightforward. The instructors crafted training plans based on the limits of each member. Root's ability to continuously supply Konoha with members stemmed from its unparalleled teaching prowess, far exceeding that of the Ninja Academy. Jiang Yewu was well aware of Yu Zi's capabilities across various metrics, which is why he had established a 6-hour training quota. Consequently, Yu Zi could only allocate 6 hours to fulfill this augmented training requirement. The underlying reason for mandating that Yu Zi complete 3 times the training volume within 6 hours was that Jiang Yewu had already resolved to expel him from Root. Yet, could Yu Zi truly not accomplish this task? The arduous and burdensome training is often tedious, yet it serves as a true testament to one's willpower. Jayamu believed that Yu Zi would be unable to complete the training within the limited time frame, a judgment steeped in objectivity. Yet he was oblivious to the sheer intensity of Yu Zi's determination. Such individuals are not needed in the Root. He articulated this before Danzo. What is Root? It embodies the dark side of Konoha, the roots that draw nourishment beneath the great tree. This nourishment consists of absolutely loyal killing machines. Danzo, seated calmly, regarded him with an unwavering gaze and replied, "What I desire is not his loyalty." Jayamu remained expressionless, silent, for he was a man who would extract the utmost value from everyone, maximizing their worth, which is precisely why Danzo had placed him in this position. Danzo's gaze shifted away from his face, unfazed by his rudeness. As he unfurled the scroll upon the desk, he stated coolly, "From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I never harbored any illusions about his loyalty. I have said before, he is but a blade, meant to cleave through the obstacles before me. He is merely a weapon, not a person. Are you not concerned it may become a double-edged sword?" Jayamu interjected suddenly. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone frosty as he replied, "Naturally, I have my reservations. However, now that I understand what he desires, I am confident in my ability to control him." Pausing, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he coldly chuckled. "I merely did not anticipate that he would mirror Orochimaru to such an extent. If Orochimaru could compromise, how could he possibly refuse?" "Understood, my lord." At this juncture, Jayamu grasped Danzo's intentions and recognized Yu Zi's significance in Danzo's eyes. Following his dismissal, he refrained from observing Yu Zi's progress in the training room. He had always believed that Yu Zi could not fulfill the thrice-repeated training regimen. However, 6 hours later, a subordinate responsible for supervision reported that Yu Zi had completed the required amount of training. The subordinate delivered the news and promptly departed, while Jayamu remained, silently gazing into the air. From that day forth, Yu Zi devoted nearly all his time to the Root, engaging in rigorous training and poring over scrolls detailing the fundamentals of ninjutsu. Like a sponge, he incessantly absorbed knowledge, thus doubling his growth rate. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina increasingly shone among their peers, becoming the brightest stars within Konoha. Yu Zi thrived in the darkness of the Root, while Minato and Kushina flourished under the sun. Time flew swiftly, and before long, another year had passed. The skirmishes between the Rock Shinobi and Konoha escalated, with casualties on both sides as the conflict intensified, visibly destabilizing the situation both overtly and covertly. On this day, Yu Zi returned from a covert mission in the Land of Earth, battered and bruised. Upon extracting the scroll containing classified intelligence, he collapsed from exhaustion and was promptly taken to the Root's exclusive medical facility for treatment. Outside the room, Jayamu held a bloodstained scroll, his expression somewhat complex. Over the course of this year, Yu Zi's performance had significantly altered his perspective. "Lord Danzo, you were right." His gaze shifted away from the tightly closed door, contemplating how the youth he once held in disdain had truly transformed into a blade, or perhaps a terrifying fawn. His emotions grew increasingly complex. Over the course of a year, nearly 100 missions of varying magnitudes had been undertaken, all without failure. Time and again, he faced peril, leading many to believe he would meet his demise, only to awaken anew. This was an exceptionally formidable youth. This was an exceptionally formidable junior. This was an exceptionally formidable peer. Deep down, no one could deny the terror that was Yi. Inside the medical room, several medical ninjas were wholly focused on treating the battered Yi. Although his breath on the operating table was so faint that it seemed he could perish at any moment. Not a hint of urgency was present in the expressions of the medical ninjas. The tense emergency treatment appeared remarkably calm, instilling a sense that this endeavor would conclude successfully. 2 hours later, the surgery was complete. Yi's weak breath began to strengthen, trending towards stability, and then, under the influence of a substantial dosage of anesthetic, he inexplicably opened his eyes. His brows furrowed deeply, seemingly in response to the pain emanating from his body. He turned to the nearest medical ninja. Despite the oversized mask covering her face, her delicate features revealed her to be a woman. "Thank you," he said, the pain serving as a reminder of his continued existence. He looked at the woman and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Upon hearing Yi's familiar, hoarse thanks, the woman turned to regard the awakening youth. A flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, before she directed her attention to her colleague responsible for administering the sedative and anesthetic, saying, "I instructed you to administer 5 times the dosage." The colleague appeared equally astonished and nodded, affirming, indeed, it was 5 times the dosage. The woman's refined brows arched slightly as she turned her head to the composed Yi, earnestly stating, "If possible, please refrain from sustaining such severe injuries in the future." Yi regarded her quietly, replying, "I fear that may not be possible." With that, he bore the pain and unsteadily descended from the operating table, moving with the frailty of an elderly man, stubbornly making his way toward the door, as if seeking entry into a world unknown to anyone else. None in the room offered to aid him, for they were all aware that the youth would coldly reject any assistance, nor did they caution him against moving recklessly, for they understood his remarkable healing abilities. Once Yi departed, the individual responsible for administering the anesthetic voiced concern, "Next time, even 5 times the dosage may prove ineffective." "Indeed," the woman replied, lowering her head to begin tidying the instruments. Injured, he could no longer undertake missions, yet, despite his wounds, Yi spent his days in the study, poring over the scrolls that filled the shelves. His persistence bordered on madness, leaving no one to fathom his reasons. Danzo was disinterested in knowing, and Kuruma was equally indifferent. They merely needed to ascertain his desires and thereafter extract his utmost value. As the clock approached midnight, Yi felt the incessant protests of his weary body reach their zenith, compelling him to relinquish the scroll he had been holding. Weary, he rubbed his temples, the pain that accompanied his movements causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He donned a loose robe that he had carelessly placed aside, gradually rising to extinguish the candle flame before meandering toward the door. Upon stepping outside, Yi instinctively cast his gaze towards the ground to his right, where a square food container wrapped in an orange cloth lay quietly. He paused for a moment, contemplating, before bending down to lift the container with some effort. Inside, the dishes were crafted from ingredients meant to replenish blood, though their taste and texture left much to be desired, often bordering on unpalatable. Nevertheless, for someone who had lost a considerable amount of blood, it was the ideal sustenance. Holding the food container, Yi resembled an aging elder as he slowly departed from the place. He knew to whom this container belonged, harboring no aversion towards the unappetizing fare. Perhaps it was due to his childhood experiences of often going hungry. Perhaps the nourishment was beneficial for his blood-depleted body. Or perhaps it held the essence of someone's heartfelt intention. He silently expressed gratitude to the nameless girl, just as he would have done upon opening his eyes to her presence, yet he had no desire to learn her name. He neither wished to know nor could he. The night was as dark as ink, the silver rays cascading down to the earth. The streets of Mai were tranquil, bathed in a silvery glow, as Yi, cradling the food container, made his way toward his dwelling. After rounding a corner, he halted abruptly, for a figure stood ahead, silently observing the girl, and his mood soured. He had intentionally avoided the girl with the striking red hair, walking away from her, yet she invariably appeared before him in inexplicable fashion, bathed in the luminous moonlight. Kushina's gaze drifted to the bandaged area on Yi's body, her lips unconsciously biting down as a complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes. Reminiscent of times past, the silvery light paved the path, and the night was so still that the hum of insects could be heard. Yeezy regarded the girl who stirred his irritation and coldly inquired, "Is there something you need?" The brevity of his words seemed to chill the air, and the insect sounds quieted momentarily. The boy exuded an aura of aloofness that kept others at bay, yet Kushina did not flinch in the slightest. Her gaze shifted from the bandaged area to meet Yeezy's indifferent eyes. Her tone as natural as it had been over a year ago as she smiled and asked, "What is it that you're carrying? Is it delicious?" Yeezy glanced at the food container in his hand, then fell silent, observing the beaming Kushina, his agitation growing. Noticing his silence, a flicker of disappointment crossed Kushina's eyes, only to be quickly replaced by a bright enthusiasm as she continued to chatter. "The little flowers on the cloth wrapping the container are adorable. It seems like a girl made it for you. Is she your new friend? Does she cook well?" Beneath the silvery glow, the girl incessantly chattered, while Yeezy's eyes, still filled with indifference, meticulously scrutinized Goxin. As the years passed, that beautiful visage seemed to gradually align with the memory of the most significant person in her life. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, their appearances would grow even more alike. "Do you know? I have become quite skilled at cooking since that day you mocked me. I truly dedicated myself to learning." As she felt Yeezy's unchanged, apathetic gaze, Goxin's cheerful tone slowly descended into melancholy, a faint sadness surfacing in her eyes. To this day, she remained perplexed by Yeezy's sudden transformation into such a cold demeanor. She gradually closed her mouth, and after a moment of silence, finally uttered the question she yearned to ask, "How did you get hurt? Does it hurt?" The bandages enveloping his body indicated the severity of his injuries. How could it not be painful? A flicker of change passed through Yeezy's indifferent eyes. In his memories, there were times when he would fiercely contend for even a moldy piece of bread, and discovering foul seafood felt like striking gold, though it invariably led to more intense skirmishes. Each time he returned to their humble dwelling, bruised and battered, there would be someone gazing at his wounds with a face full of concern, always uttering the same phrase to him. A hint of unnoticeable sorrow flickered in his dark pupils as he silently regarded Goxin. After a moment, he slightly lifted the lunchbox and coldly remarked, "Is there anything else?" Goxin was taken aback, then slowly bowed her head, murmuring, "Nothing else." Yeezy observed Goxin with her head lowered. In that instant, his icy gaze softened as if an iceberg had melted, becoming exceptionally gentle. His eyes radiated a tenderness so profound, as if the person before him were a cherished kin. Yet, just as swiftly, that gentleness reverted to coldness, concealed in the shadows. Minato caught a glimpse of Yeezy's fleeting warmth, his expression slightly astonished, before he contemplatively watched Yeezy vanish from view. On the silent street, Goxin gazed at the ground cloaked in silver light, her expression sorrowful. After a moment, she raised her head, donning that resilient demeanor once more. She looked ahead, firmly taking her first step, then a second. Minato traversed the rooftops, glancing down at the girl illuminated by the moonlight, accompanying her in spirit. They walked the same path, in the same direction, while in another direction, on a different road, was the boy who still bore a trace of warmth within his cold shell. In the days that followed, Yeezy consistently received the nourishing meals prepared by that medical ninja. He silently expressed gratitude towards the girl, thanks to these restorative dishes. His body healed more swiftly than usual. Occasionally, they would encounter one another by chance, yet an ineffable understanding lingered between them, never stealing a glance at each other, not even reaching the level of a mere nodding acquaintance. Yeezy wished to remain uninvolved with this world. He could awaken during treatment to thank her, for that was her duty, and thus he refrained from expressing gratitude for the meals that hastened his recovery, despite how simple it would have been to say thank you. He had his reasons, but what of that girl? At times, he would ponder the reasons behind a girl's actions. Yet he swiftly suppressed such thoughts and immersed himself in the vast ocean of books. 2 weeks later, having recovered from his injuries, Yeezy was promptly assigned a new mission, to eliminate a spy concealed within Konoha. Following a near-fatal encounter, he had procured classified intelligence regarding the spy's identity from the Rock Ninja, prompting a covert, extensive purge within Konoha. However, truly exceptional spies leave no trace of their identities within the ninja village. They possess remarkable skills in disguise and a terrifying capacity for information gathering. No one knows the identity of their information couriers, nor the methods by which they transmit intelligence. These skilled Rock Ninja spies lurked within Konoha, with no connections between them. Each spy had a specific contact, and only the head of the intelligence agency was aware of all their identities. Spies are a troublesome existence. Although the information Yi Zi had acquired led to a cleansing of some spies, it failed to unearth the most critical details. Nevertheless, Konoha's roots were not to be underestimated. Within a mere fortnight, they had identified 3 suspects, and Yi Zi's task was to observe and confirm the true identities of these individuals before eliminating them. Among the suspects was an elderly man named Takayama Kimura, whom Yi Zi recognized. This elderly gentleman lived alone and, according to the intelligence, was a long-standing, ordinary resident of Konoha, one of the village's earliest inhabitants. Aside from never having married, his life appeared unremarkable, making it difficult to fathom how such an aged individual could be a suspect. Takayama Kimura. Yi Zi gazed quietly at the file, reminiscing that his very first mission after graduating from the Ninja Academy had been to assist this solitary elder in clearing weeds. He vaguely recalled the elder's aged visage and the occasional warmth of his gentle smile. It was hard to believe that such a man could be deemed a suspect. His cold gaze fell upon the photograph, where the wrinkled skin resembled the bark of a dying tree, and the age spots accentuated a sense of desolation. Yet within his still clear eyes, a flicker of clarity remained. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Yi Zi donned casual attire and made his way to Takayama Kimura's home. Carrying a sweet delicacy he had purchased from a nearby shop, Takayama resided in the outskirts, surrounded by fields, and he tended to a substantial plot of land for vegetable cultivation. As the sun set, Yi Zi could see the orange glow illuminating the wooden house and the elderly man seated on the wooden porch, holding a cup of hot tea. With a natural stride, Yi Zi approached the wooden dwelling, pausing at the fence gate to call out, "Grandpa Kimura, I've come to see you." "Oh." Takayama squinted his left eye while raising his right, struggling to open it fully. He gazed at the young boy before the gate, his opened eye reflecting confusion as he tried to recall the boy's identity. Then, noticing the sweet delicacy beside the teapot, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "Ah, it's you. Come in, come in." Yi Zi smiled gently, pushing open the gate to step inside. Takuya Kimura gently patted the seat beside him, signaling for Yi Zi to sit down. The latter complied obediently, preparing to present the yokan he had purchased to the elder when he suddenly noticed the yokan resting on the plate beside the teapot. The faint aroma wafting to his nose indicated that it was the yokan from Jiya House. Kimura glanced at the packaging box that Yi Zi offered, chuckled softly, and remarked, "This afternoon, a girl who used to accompany you also brought me yokan. You all are truly thoughtful. You remember that I relish the yokan from Jiya House." Upon hearing that Kushina had visited earlier that day, Yi Zi's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled slightly as he handed the yokan to Kimura, inquiring, "How have you been?" The old man replied with a hint of humor, "I'm an old bone. What can possibly be wrong? I may not have many years left, but seeing the vitality in you all makes me feel as though I can live a few more." He squinted at the setting sun, letting out a long sigh of contemplation. Yi Zi responded with a smile, "You are still vigorous. Surely you can live for several more decades." The elder's eyes crinkled at the corners as he said, "The sun has set. If you're not in a hurry, why not stay for dinner?" Yi Zi's expression shifted slightly, but he readily agreed. Perhaps it was a habit. The elder always waited until the last sliver of sunlight vanished from the horizon before beginning to prepare dinner. He declined Yi Zi's offer of assistance, methodically kindling the fire before washing the rice and vegetables. He rinsed the vegetables in the same water used for the rice, and after a moment of careful consideration, he measured the ingredients, seemingly weighing the portions for 2. Yi Zi watched the elder's movements in silhouette in calm silence, reminiscing about the time when they had cleared weeds for the elder, who had then invited them in, served them hot tea, and meticulously divided a single piece of yokan from Jiya House into 4 perfectly equal parts. As the night descended, the solitary house, standing beside the fields, released wisps of smoke into the air. After a while, the smoke ceased, and the table inside was set with 2 bowls of rice, a plate of greens, and a dish of pickled radish, constituting a simple meal. Accustomed to larger portions, Yi Zi quickly finished a bowl of rice accompanied by a couple of slices of radish, and then sensibly declared, "I'm full." The elder glanced at the empty bowl, devoid of even a grain of rice, and smiled before slowly beginning his meal. Yi Zi rose to wash the bowls and chopsticks by the stove, also cleaning the pot before stepping into the yard. He looked up at the moon in silent contemplation. Initially, his purpose had been to probe, but upon seeing that familiar figure, his mood grew somber. He gazed quietly at the moon, thinking of Takuya Kimura inside the house, and then of the elder from his memories. Eventually, a glimmer of determination shone in his silver-lit eyes. The elder, though advanced in years, moved slowly yet steadily, devoid of even the slightest tremor. Yeezy silently withdrew his gaze from the moon, turning to re-enter the house. The elderly man was only halfway through his meal, and Yeezy naturally bid him farewell. The old man responded with a benevolent smile, and Yeezy waved goodbye. Upon returning to the residence, he found Orochimaru seated alone in the corridor. Yeezy approached and sat beside him, following his gaze to the flowers and grass in the courtyard. Listening attentively to the chirping of insects emanating from the bushes, Orochimaru glanced at him and inquired, "Where have you been?" Yeezy replied, "On a mission." Orochimaru nodded, then suddenly announced, "I have also joined Root." Yeezy's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at him incredulously, exclaiming, "How could you possibly join Root?" This was a question many were curious about, yet few knew the answer. Not even the third Hokage understood the reasons behind Orochimaru's decision. Noticing Yeezy's disbelief, a hint of derision appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. He had no intention of revealing his motives, simply stating, "Root offers many conveniences." Yeezy agreed with this sentiment, yet he understood that this was not the true reason for Orochimaru's affiliation. There must be more critical underlying motives. However, since Orochimaru was unwilling to elaborate, Yeezy chose not to press further. In the following days, Yeezy frequently visited Takiyanagi Mukamura's home. When the old man inquired about his reasons, Yeezy sincerely replied, "You remind me of my late grandfather." This was not a fabrication, but a heartfelt truth. And the elderly man, despite his long life, had no reason to doubt Yeezy's words. After spending some time with the old man, Yeezy began to ascertain that Mukamura was unlike other elderly individuals. First, he was remarkably healthy. Second, he possessed considerable strength. And finally, he lacked chakra. Yeezy documented his observations in a report and submitted it to his superiors, who subsequently dispatched an individual, Yamashiro Nozomi, someone familiar to Yeezy. In a secluded woodland, Yeezy regarded the newcomer with a cool demeanor. Yamashiro Nozomi scrutinized Yeezy closely, a smile gracing his face. It is often said that seeing is believing, now. Observing Yeezy's robust physique brimming with vitality made it difficult to reconcile with the emaciated child he once was. After many years, that once peculiar child had grown strong enough to stand on his own. "It's been a long time," he began. Though aware of the need to get straight to the point, he could not help but digress. Yeezy did not take offense, as this person, in a certain sense, had benefited him. Moreover, he was eager to learn what Yamashiro had perceived on that fateful day, a question that had become increasingly pressing as his own strength grew. "Yes," he replied, "but not now," thereby concluding the pleasantries. Yamashiro Nozomi offered a faint smile before adopting a serious tone, stating, "Once confirmed, the rest will be my responsibility." Yeezy nodded silently, realizing that the task of eliminating spies was of great importance to the village, as even personnel directly under the Hokage were involved. Typically, such shadowy affairs were always entrusted to Root. In truth, the task of cleansing spies need not be so convoluted. Once a suspect is identified, adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly execute than to let slip simplifies matters considerably. However, this is Konoha, where such affairs unfold not in darkness but within shadows, rendering the process rather cumbersome. Days later, Yeezy once again visited the elder's abode. This time not at dusk, but precisely at the moment when the smoke from the hearth ceased. Upon entering, he found the elder slowly savoring his morsels. If the remaining moments of life had begun to hold significance, then such a manner of consumption seemed rather wasteful. This evening, the moon shone round and bright, its silvery light streaming through the door and windows, illuminating the interior. The elder, upon noticing Yeezy's entrance, exhibited a flicker of surprise, swallowing his rice and setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Before inquiring, "Have you eaten?" Yeezy took a seat before him, refraining from answering, and instead declared, "I deceived you. I have no grandfather, nor have I ever had parents." A look of astonishment flickered in the elder's clear eyes as he gazed at Yeezy with confusion. Yet, Yeezy did not meet his gaze. Instead, fixating on the meager fare before them, calmly continuing, "I am an orphan, with a younger sister 3 years my junior. We were taken in by an orphanage. At the age of 6, I escaped with her, and just as we were about to succumb to hunger, I encountered a very frail old man who bears a striking resemblance to you." Takuya Kimura released his grip on the chopsticks, silently observing Yeezy. The aging visage, polished by time, was now etched with concern. He asked, "Child, what troubles you?" Yeezy abruptly lifted his gaze to meet the elder's, his eyes icy as he replied, "You bear a resemblance to him, yet you are not he. He was genuine, whereas you seem somewhat disingenuous." Perhaps your weariness has rendered your existence somewhat perfunctory, which does not befit an elderly man in his twilight yet still in good health. At this juncture, the worry etched on Takuya Kimura's face receded like a receding tide, leaving his expression blank, his aged eyes revealing a hint of understanding. He sighed softly, stating, "Indeed, I am weary of this monotonous existence. So, do you believe you can glean anything from me?" "I believe I can," Easy replied coolly. "You possess no chakra." Takuya Kimura's hand hastily brushed against his chest, an abrupt gesture that elicited no reaction from Easy, who continued to regard the elder with calmness. Kimura, feeling the seal inscribed on his chest through his clothing, remarked with a trace of nostalgia, "Yes, I have no chakra." He then lowered his hand, suddenly appearing disinterested. "I apologize," Easy suddenly said. A look of astonishment crossed Takuya Kimura's expressionless face, which was quickly replaced by a faint smile as he replied, "Even in the stillness of night, I shall faithfully embody the role of an elder, despite my awareness of the absence of others around. Recently, I have begun to find discontent with my current life. Thus I wish to depart. Yet, such thoughts can only remain as musings. I am acutely aware that I can only meet my end here in Konoha. So I have chosen a place, not far, beneath the willow tree near my rice field. If possible, please inter me there." "Understood," Yeezy responded succinctly. "Thank you." The elder continued, "And I too must extend my apologies. You may find disappointment, for even the clan of the mountains cannot uncover anything from me." Takuya Kimura chuckled softly. Yeezy said softly, "This has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Mu villager Takuya smiled even more joyfully, a stark contrast to his previous expressionless demeanor. He then slowly remarked to Yeezy, "Do not underestimate those without chakra." "I will not," Yeezy replied, his gaze sharpening slightly. Takuya nodded, retracting his smile as he turned to face the doorway, where Yama Zhongyan stood waiting. "Farewell, intriguing lad." Yeezy remained silent, watching as Takuya was led away by Yama Zhongyuan. Several days later, Yeezy buried Takuya's lifeless body beneath a willow tree, turning his back to the small lake and facing the fertile fields. Before the grave stood a dish containing 3 pieces of yokon. Suddenly, a gentle breeze carrying a faint fragrance wafted from behind, accompanied by a familiar, sorrowful voice that spoke. "Not long ago, Grandpa Mu appeared so healthy." Without turning, Yeezy already knew who it was. He gazed at the name etched on the gravestone, pondering that this name was merely a Fade, eliciting a cold laugh from him. "He could have lived a few more years, but I took his life." Jiao Xingnai's expression gradually shifted, her face a mask of shock as she regarded Yeezy's back. The wind had abruptly turned cold, no longer a gentle breeze infused with a delicate aroma, but rather a flurry of withered leaves swirling through the air before the fragrant yokon. In this summer, still in its prime, a chill akin to late autumn settled deep within. It seemed that no matter how one gazed or hoped, that person would resolutely advance in another direction. This time, as she looked at his broad back, her heart felt utterly frozen. He was not jesting. Every word he spoke was devoid of any pretense. Thus, the reason the once robust old man had suddenly turned to dust today was that he had killed the elderly gentleman. Yeezy's indifferent gaze remained fixed on the name on the gravestone, sensing the fleeting change in the girl's emotions behind him, his expression unyielding. Jiao Xingnai's lips moved several times, ultimately falling silent. She looked up at his dark hair, straining to discern what thoughts lay within his mind. She was not foolish. Upon hearing those words, she had indeed been startled, yet upon reflection, his presence here suggested a reason she was reluctant to confront. The only reason Yeezy would slay that kind-hearted old man must be a compelling necessity, a deeper reason she did not wish to uncover. "Why do you tell me this?" she murmured through clenched teeth, as if grasping a revelation. A flicker of helplessness crossed Yeezy's eyes. Even so, it seemed unable to quell the girl's stubbornness, perhaps due to insufficient resolve, leading her to believe he was still the same. One cannot escape moments of heated folly. If time could be reversed, he would not have risked his life to save her that night. Having thought this, he ought to be ruthless, to be indifferent, to sever all ties. This bond should never have formed. He spoke with a tone of indifference, saying, "A few days ago, you visited him. So I felt it necessary to inform you of the reason he lies here today." Jiao Xingnai fell silent, as a flicker of understanding crossed her mind. She realized that the person before her was deliberately distancing himself. Yet, she could not fathom the reason behind it, for all the changes had transpired after that fateful night. On that night, he sat against a tree, drenched in blood, his head bowed, his breath faint, as if he were on the brink of departing this world forever. In that moment, he entered her life, But it was also after that night that she sensed his withdrawal. Why was this so? No matter how hard she tried, she could not comprehend, for Yi Zi was not of this world. He felt alienated from it, yearning to return to where he belonged. Yi Zi turned away, striding past the silent Jiao Xingnai, leaving behind the grave beneath the willow tree, where 3 pieces of yokon lay before it, his apology to the elder. He would not return to this place again. The memories of people linger in one's mind eternally. Even if they become indistinct, they can be revived by similar experiences. The time spent with the elder, which should have been somewhat hazy, suddenly became vivid. He had lost an important relative, and another significant one awaited him. Yi Zi departed. While Jiao Xingnai stood before the grave, her expression tinged with sorrow. After a moment, she clenched her fist and resolutely whispered to herself, "Unless you tell me the reason in your own words, I will not let go." The sparks ignited by minor frictions ultimately led to flames. IWA shinobi could no longer contain themselves, revealing their sharp fangs, launching a surprise attack that obliterated a 100-man team stationed at the border of Konoha. Such brazen actions thrust both sides into the open. Once the bottom line is breached, no justification holds any weight. In response to the IWA shinobi's aggression, Konoha prepared to confront them head-on. The third Hokage directly appointed Orochimaru as the leader, with Tsunade as his aide, rallying the forces for an advance into the land of Earth. Since the last grand conflict, each nation had nearly recovered, and the new generation of talents was ripe for honing. The discord instigated by the IWA shinobi was an excellent sharpening stone for this new generation. This battle was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time, a reality many perceived with clarity. Sarutobi stood atop the Hokage office building, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the land of Earth, his expression profound. Behind him stood several silent Umbu operatives. If conflict was unavoidable, then they must confront it. He lowered his voice, stating this simple truth. The Umbu members remained silent, yet concurred with the third Hokage's sentiment. Sarutobi suddenly sighed, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, and slowly remarked, "War, though brutal, always forges individuals. I have high hopes for them. After this discord, their names will echo throughout the ninja world. I dare to assert this." Suddenly, a voice interjected, belonging to a man with flowing white hair. Sarutobi gazed at the newcomer, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "They bear a striking resemblance to you. Each time I see them, I am reminded of your former selves." The individual in question was Jiraiya, who scratched his head and chuckled. Little Pepper indeed resembles Tsunade, possessing remarkable talent. That aloof lad is much like Orochimaru, a genius akin to him. However, Minato is unlike me. He is a prodigy who stands on par with that boy. Oh? Sarutobi expressed mild surprise at Jiraiya's uncharacteristic self-deprecation, unfazed by Sarutobi's astonished gaze. Jiraiya turned towards the land of Earth and stated earnestly, "I am utterly convinced that Minato's name will reverberate throughout the shinobi world, starting from this war." A subtle smile crept onto Sarutobi's lips, and his weary eyes seemed to envision such a scene. Perhaps Minato's name would indeed echo through the annals of the shinobi world in the future, but surely that Little Pepper and Leaf Zizi would as well. Wars come and go, an unending cycle. The sorrow forged by the flames of conflict is locked within the eyes and buried deep in the heart. Familiar faces, now mere memories, surged before him in this moment, leaving only resolve and profound enmity in their wake. The conflicts ignited between the shinobi villages invariably afflict the smaller nations caught in the crossfire. When IWA shinobi instigated this war, the lands of the Gray Country and the Grass Country were destined to clash once more. In this impending conflict, these two small nations could be deemed as cannon fodder or vanguards. Undoubtedly, the initial battleground would always be the small buffer states. Konoha erected an expansive defensive line along the border, formidable enough to make it difficult for IWA shinobi to breach their territory. However, the land of Earth, characterized by its defensible terrain, required no excessive military force to fortify its own borders. In terms of military strength, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Orochimaru observed the rough distribution of forces with a cold gaze, his expression slightly grave. The geographical advantages of the Fire Country where Konoha resides are significant, yet it remains encircled by the major nations. As Konoha engages in warfare with IWA shinobi, it must remain vigilant to the movements of other shinobi villages. Hence, Konoha's White Fang and Jiraiya did not advance to the front lines. If the conflict were to solely involve a confrontation between two nations, Konoha could easily secure victory by deploying all its elite forces. The legendary three shinobi and Konoha's White Fang alone could withstand half of Iwa's elite forces. Most of Iwa's main strength was consolidated, making it challenging for our forces to withstand their onslaught. If we do not retract our defenses, there exists a significant possibility of our lines being breached. Within the tent, a middle-aged man with a faint scar on his cheek spoke steadily. He was Nara Shikaku from the Nara clan, one of the Jonin at the front lines. Once we retract our defenses, it becomes difficult to fend off Iwa's covert incursions, interjected a handsome man with light blue hair, Kato Dan, who was also Tsunade's partner. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin and replied calmly, "Indeed, should disturbances arise from the rear, it would pose considerable complications. However, we can devise strategies to mitigate or avoid those risks. Yet, if we are overwhelmed at the front, ultimately, our lines will still be drawn into their territory." Tsunade cast a glance at the contemplative Kato and spoke in a low voice. "It is not unwise to draw the front lines into our territory. This would grant us a geographical advantage. Furthermore, if the enemy extends their lines, their supply chains will become increasingly strained. Let us not forget that this war is primarily defensive in nature." Nara Shikaku turned to Tsunade and remarked, "Once the front lines are drawn into our territory, the potential for damage will exponentially increase. If there are no superior alternatives, I do not oppose the idea." Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, her gaze lingering on the map without uttering a word. Kato then proposed, "Why not lure the main forces of the rock shinobi into our territory and consume them in isolation?" Orochimaru, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly interjected, "The strength of the rock shinobi should not be underestimated. We cannot afford such a risk." I maintain that Shikaku is correct. We should retract our lines and engage the rock shinobi directly. A boisterous member of the Akimichi clan chimed in. The atmosphere in the room fell into a contemplative silence. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and stated coldly, "To secure victory in this war, we must ultimately crush the enemy. While retracting our lines is a viable strategy, we can mitigate the risks of infiltration by organizing a covert unit to counteract any incursions. There is no need for a full-scale defense. We can manage with a few strategic points." Meanwhile, within the stronghold of the rock shinobi, discussions were also underway in anticipation of the impending conflict. "The Leaf's defenses are stretched too thin. We need only strike at key points to gradually erode their positions," a middle-aged man with pronounced features remarked icily, his gaze filled with a deep-seated animosity towards the Leaf village. Orochimaru would not be so naive as to allow us to charge recklessly. A retraction of our lines is inevitable. With our numerical superiority, we can dispatch a unit to infiltrate enemy territory and sever their supply routes, suggested a man with a chilling demeanor. The Leaf's supply lines have always been multifaceted. Completely severing them is nearly impossible, but causing them some inconvenience would suffice. Indeed, this task can be entrusted to the demolition squad. A voice, laced with mockery, added, "I am eager to witness the reaction of the Leaf's shinobi when the flames erupt from behind their lines." While the demolition squad would undoubtedly instill fear, the addition of a camouflage unit would enhance our effectiveness. Indeed, with the support of a camouflage unit, it will be considerably more challenging for the Leaf to identify the demolition team. This time, we shall ensure that the Leaf witnesses the might of the rock shinobi. The strategic plans of both sides were solidified through their exchanges. In this conflict, both factions would dispatch a considerable number of elite shinobi, but the majority would consist of Nin and Jinin, whose relative weakness and limited self-preservation capabilities would render them particularly vulnerable to casualties. Minato and Kushino were both Nin, and the Inuzuka clan, represented by the trio of Inuzuka Kiba, Akamaru, and Hinata, also found themselves on the front lines. Meanwhile, as a member of the Umbu, Reikage was deployed to the front after shedding his codename. This marked the first war for the new generation. War. Yeji caressed the hilt of his sword, reclining on the grass as he gazed at the moonlit sky, his expression indifferent. Beside him lay a large bento wrapped in a floral cloth, and this time, the girl who had been his primary physician on numerous occasions had also joined the fray. The full moon hangs high in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of stars against the backdrop of a cloudless night. A gentle breeze wafts from afar, creating rippling waves across the grasslands, softly brushing past the young boy's dark eyes. He reclines on the grass, quietly gazing up at the moon within the sea of stars. Its silvery light ensnared within his profound gaze, a world unknown to others, and thoughts inaccessible to anyone. Each night, in moments of leisure, he finds himself fixated on the moon, reminiscent of Earth, as if he could discern the smiling faces of loved ones reflected in its uneven surface. The night breeze is exceptionally tender, and a food container, wrapped in a floral cloth, rests quietly beside him, despite its thermal insulation, after several hours. The dishes within must have grown cold. At that moment, a subtle sound of footsteps treading upon the grass drifts from a distance. Yizi's gaze instinctively sharpens, then gradually relaxes. This place, situated at the heart of the army, should pose no threat. Most importantly, upon hearing the leisurely footsteps, he instinctively knows who approaches. "Why aren't you eating?" Beneath the luminous moonlight, the girl's crisp voice, as clear as pearls falling onto a plate, floats into Yizi's ears. Her silver eyes imbued with a scrutinizing glint, yet her tone remains as tranquil as a windless lake, masking the slight annoyance she feels at this moment. Yizi, captivated solely by the moon, fails to notice the hint of irritation in the girl's gaze. He does not comprehend the significance of the food within the container. However, the girl, as its creator, understands its importance better than anyone else, even more so than the esteemed adult in the realm of medicine. Observing that the ribbon atop the container remains untouched after several hours, she finds herself somewhat vexed. Yizi calmly replies, "I have already recovered from my injuries, and I do not feel any deficiency in my vitality." The girl's delicate brows gradually arch, her gentle gaze sweeping over Yizi on the grass, slowly ascending to the silver moon in the cloudless night sky. Her eyes, as beautiful as the moon itself, reflect a flicker of hesitation and concern that the silvery light cannot conceal. She states, "That is not for replenishing blood." Yizi is momentarily taken aback, uncertain how to respond. He wishes to express that if such a portion of food offers no benefit to the body, it would be better suited to fill a gap between teeth. Yet, this thought remains merely a speculation. Then why did you prepare this for me? He does not know the girl's name, nor has he considered inquiring. If possible, he would even prefer to decline her offering. However, when one is perpetually at risk of lying upon another's operating table, one cannot easily dismiss the kindness of others. The girl offers no answer but instead asks, "May I sit down?" Yizi replies simply, "Of course." The girl shifts her feet and gently sits beside him, her hands resting on her bent legs, her head lowered, the delicate curve of her chin resting on her knees. The night breeze playfully lifts the 2 strands of silver hair that cascade from her temples. Yizi caught a faint, delicate fragrance, reminiscent of the scent emitted by ginger orchids adorned with morning dew. Following the aroma, he turned to the girl beside him, noticing a striking silver strand cascading down from her dark hair at the temples. As his gaze shifted, he could only glimpse half of her face obscured by her long locks. The girl, gazing at the tips of the grass swaying gently in the night breeze, softly remarked, "Are you aware that the cells within your body are exceptionally active?" Yizi hesitated slightly, and after a moment of silence, he replied calmly, "I am somewhat aware." The girl continued, "This is not a favorable condition. The number of cell divisions in a person's lifetime is finite, and based on your current rate of division, your lifespan may not exceed 30 years. Yizi's expression remained serene as he inquired, "And then? Therefore, I intend to assist you in curbing the rate of your cell division." Suddenly, Yizi glanced at the food container beside him and remarked, "Is it these?" The girl nodded in affirmation. Yizi scrutinized her profile, his eyes reflecting a subtle chill, and said, "Wouldn't medication be a more direct approach? Perhaps even more effective?" Meeting Yizi's frosty gaze, the girl responded with composure, "I do not dare." "Dare?" Yizi let out a disconcerting cold laugh, then stated coolly, "I appreciate your repeated interventions, but I do not require your misguided assistance." The girl's obfuscation had crossed a boundary he held dear. She fell into a brief silence before earnestly stating, "In less than a year, the dosage of anesthetics has escalated from double to quintuple the ordinary amount. Yet it remains ineffective. This indicates that the rate of cell division in your body continues to escalate. The assessment of your potential lifespan being under 30 years is based on this division rate. If it cannot be effectively restrained, one day, your body may age rapidly. Do you truly not care?" Was such a grave declaration a reflection of reality? A lifespan of less than 30 years? The prospect of rapid aging? Early degeneration of bodily functions? Indeed, it was severe. However, thus far, he had only experienced the advantages his body afforded him. Had it been otherwise, he might not have endured this long. Had it been otherwise, he might have perished long ago. Yizi suddenly straightened his torso and coldly asserted, "In this era where death lurks at every corner, why should I suppress it? What of a lifespan of less than 30 years? What of the prospect of swift aging? If this enables me to accomplish what I desire sooner, then it is all worthwhile. Even if one day I return there in a decrepit state, clinging to life, I shall retain a trace of inconsequential chakra to serve as the first ray of dawn. Only by returning to that world could there be hope. The resolute tone in his voice resonated deeply with the girl. She did not fully comprehend the nature of Yi Zi's ambitions. Yet she could discern that it must be a formidable undertaking, one for which he might even forsake his life. For reasons unknown, an impulse surged within her, compelling her to do something for Yi Zi, akin to the time she had begun preparing food to suppress the rate of cell division. But at this moment, that feeling was clearer and more defined. She still vividly recalls the moment when Yi Zi was first brought to the operating table, his body drenched in blood. His breath so faint it seemed he could slip away at any moment. The furrowed brow and eyes reflected an indomitable unwillingness to succumb to fate, revealing the intensity of his will to live. In that instant, she exerted every ounce of her strength to save him, and when he finally opened his eyes, he became etched in her memory forever. Within those fleeting seconds, his dark eyes conveyed an overwhelming mix of fear and defiance. But as he began to absorb the oxygen flowing from the mask, those emotions swiftly dissipated, replaced by a profound bewilderment, and then an inexplicable calm. It was a tranquility born of survival, not relief or elation, but a serene acceptance that starkly contrasted with his earlier fervent desire to live. She had never encountered a boy like him before, and thus, she committed him to her memory. To this day, her desire to assist him burns brightly. Especially in this moment. I want to help you. I must help you. You have to let me. The typically quiet girl displayed her first act of assertiveness in her life. The night air was cool and tranquil. Yet, her strong response did not elicit any change in Yi Zi's demeanor. He remained as cold and unyielding as stone. Consequently, she fell silent, gazing at him with unwavering determination, convinced that he would eventually need her aid, if not now, then in the future. My name is Shimura Nanako. After stating her name, she turned to leave, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. At last, Yi Zi shifted his gaze to Nanako's retreating figure, a hint of mockery flickering in his indifferent eyes. Root. Shimura, the corpse collection unit? Ha? You wish to help me? A thick cloud swept across the sky, gradually veiling the moon, as he watched the darkness rapidly approach, engulfing Nanako in its shadows, eliciting a low, cold laugh from him. It was as though he had disowned everything, arrogantly dismissing any goodwill. Although Nanako's intentions were rooted in pure kindness, the weight of her surname, Shimura, led Yi Zi to perceive that kindness as a mere fade. There were numerous reasons for his skepticism. For instance, she had always been the one to treat him and was now aware of his unique physical condition, which was undoubtedly a treasure to many, including Shimura Danzo. Yi Zi pondered coldly. He was a member of Root, yet he was not destined to remain forever shrouded in darkness. Thus, he had been summoned to this war, but as his attending physician. She had arrived under the banner of the corpse collection unit. Was this a precaution to collect my remains? The clouds dispersed, revealing the silver moonlight cascading once more upon the earth, casting an icy glow on Yi Zi's face and eyes. On the morrow, war loomed on the horizon. The rock shinobi and the leaf village arranged their troops, as if gazing across a chasm. Between the two armies lay a vast expanse of yellow earth, marking the division between the gray shinobi and the grass shinobi. In this conflict, the gray and grass shinobi had allied themselves, albeit their contributions were merely symbolic support. The rock ninja and the leaf village did not harbor high hopes for the augmentation of their military might through this alliance. Their sole desire was merely to secure passage through the territories of the mist and grass ninjas. After all, during times of war, no one appreciates the presence of troubles lurking beneath their very noses. The front lines of both factions stretched long and far, resembling a colossal black dragon sprawled across the horizon. This was the overt conflict, yet both sides remained unaware of the clandestine maneuvers taking place behind the scenes. In the arena of war, intrigue is secondary. The pivotal factor for victory lies in the disparity of strength, for any scheme must be underpinned by power. The forces of the rock ninja were evidently superior in number compared to the leaf village. However, despite their smaller troop size, the individual prowess of the leaf ninjas was significantly greater. It appeared that both sides had arrayed their forces prominently, seeking to intimidate one another, yet unbeknownst to them. Each had discreetly positioned a contingent in the shadows. At the helm of the rock ninja was a cold and stern middle-aged man named Ishikawa F2. A figure of considerable renown among the rock ninjas, akin to Orochimaru standing within the leaf village. He was not only leading this campaign to diminish the strength of the leaf, but also to avenge his son. During a mission to protect the daimyo of the Land of Rain, his son was slain by the leaf's Yazuki. Initially, he found it hard to believe, as the squad was led by Tsuchiya Sanzo. However, after enduring both anguish and fury and meticulously examining the battle report. All his wrath was directed at the peculiar name of Yuzuki. It was this individual who had taken his only son. He had devoted his life to the battlefield, fathering a child in his middle age, only to see his son, a promising talent of the new generation, perish in what he perceived to be merely a mission for gaining experience. He was engulfed in grief and rage. Such emotions were potent enough to obliterate reason. Thus, he stood here, gazing at the forces of the Leaf Village, resolved to unleash his full power to deliver a devastating blow to their might, while simultaneously seeking to eliminate all of their radiant new generation. For this singular purpose, he dared to defy the Tsuchikige's orders, for in this moment, he was prepared to sacrifice his own life. The Tsuchikige's commands paled in significance compared to his obsession that transcended his own existence. In the distance, Orochimaru appeared as a mere speck, yet he was sharply focused in F2's gaze, with a demeanor as frigid as ice and eyes filled with a chilling malice. F2 was determined that Tsuchikage aimed to weaken the Leaf's power through this endeavor, even possessing intelligence from spies, yet unwilling to strike at the new generation of Leaf ninjas. However, he prioritized the assassination of Yuzuki above all else, if possible. Eliminating Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki would be an ideal bonus. Thus, during the strategic meeting, he expressed his support for deploying troops to infiltrate the Leaf's rear, severing their supplies, for only then could he send forth his elite assassination unit to hunt down Yuzuki and others with the assistance of the camouflage squad. He firmly believed that as long as he could locate Ez and his companions, he would undoubtedly eliminate them, for this assassination unit was far from being ordinary jonin. Of course, it would be ideal if the targets were not positioned at the rear. Once Ez illuminated the battlefield, he would stop at nothing, exerting every ounce of his strength to vanquish him, and no one could impede his resolve. On the side of Konoha, Orochimaru remained oblivious to the fact that IWA shinobi's Ishikawa Fudo had clandestinely prioritized the assassination of Ez, even though he could gather intelligence regarding Dion, Ishikawa Fudo's son. It was difficult to fathom that amidst such a large-scale war, a formidable warrior would allow personal sentiments to influence his actions. It was precisely this unanticipated factor that led him to assign Ez as a member of the interception unit, aligning with Ishikawa Fudo's intentions. With Ishikawa Fudo's influence, the strength of the food-cutting unit dispatched by IWA Shinobi actually surpassed the estimations of Konoha's decision-makers. No one could have predicted that Ishikawa Fudo would prefer to weaken the visible forces on the surface to match Konoha's combat capabilities, all to bolster the clandestine strength, merely to ensure the successful assassination of Ez, whether from IWA Shinobi or Konoha. Anyone who discerned this truth would inevitably regard this individual with genuine disdain, a hopelessly incorrigible rogue. This large-scale conflict could not determine a victor in a single encounter. Thus, the superficial engagements were mere tests, while the true resolution of the initial clash lay in the unseen collisions beneath the surface. Konoha's interception unit comprised approximately 100 members, with fewer than 20 being jonin, the majority being chunin. Unfortunately, the brilliant new generation was among them, including Ez, Kushina, Minato Namikaze, and the Ino Shikacho trio. Even the relatively promising new generations of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were present. Undoubtedly, under the leadership of a few jonin and the dazzling presence of the new generation, this interception unit possessed considerable strength. However, Ishikawa Fudo's unconventional tactics meant that this unit would soon face the most perilous situation of the war, simultaneously serving as a crucial trial. As the two armies confronted each other, the essence of the ninja would transcend mere stealth and ambush. The contest would hinge upon genuine power. The fierce wind swept through, stirring the desolate yellow earth that had once lingered in solitude. At this moment, the breath of life permeated the air, and years hence, this barren land might flourish with verdant life birthed from the bloodshed. With little dialogue to spare, the war commenced with stark simplicity. A thunderous cloud of white smoke erupted from the military formations as Konoha summoned several colossal summoning beasts, including the signature slug and the myriad snakes of the three Sannin. IWA Shinobi, unwavering, countered by summoning numerous gigantic lizard-like beasts. A sudden gale surged from the distance, carrying with it a whirlwind of dust that obscured the sky, akin to a golden dragon piercing the boundary between the two armies. In the hazy atmosphere, the cacophony rose amidst the yellow sands, words of slaughter and conflict infused within the sudden tempest, thus marking the commencement of the first fierce clash of war. Countless figures soared into the air, plunging into the swirling yellow sands, as various ninjutsu unleashed astonishing might. In mere moments, anguish cries echoed, one after another. Like relentless waves crashing upon the shore, seemingly never ceasing. In the face of large-scale warfare, life appeared horrifically insignificant. Amidst the chaos of battle, one could be struck from behind by a kunai at any moment, or be engulfed by the fury of ninjutsu. Orochimaru stood atop a myriad of serpents, coldly observing the clash amidst the swirling winds and sands. Witnessing the continuous fall of both sides' ninjas, the icy gaze of the myriad serpents was filled with disdain. And it remarked indifferently, "Should I be thrust into the battlefield, I shall not discriminate between targets." The implication was clear. In the fray, it recognized neither friend nor foe. Beside it, the slug cast a disapproving glance, harboring a long-standing aversion to the chilling demeanor of the myriad serpents in Orochimaru. Orochimaru, seemingly accustomed to the serpent's nature, glanced at the battlefield and calmly instructed, "You shall restrain the opponent's summoning beasts." No sooner had he spoken than he leapt down from the serpent's head. The myriad serpents regarded him with a cold smile, declaring, "No problem, watch me devour them." With that, its serpentine body undulated forward, akin to a cataclysm, causing the ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a deep trench in its wake. Tsunade, perched atop the slug, turned to Orochimaru and called out, "I will focus on healing from the rear. The front is in your hands." Orochimaru glanced up at Tsunade, his expression impassive, and nodded slightly before charging into the fray. As he entered the battlefield, Tsunade clasped her hands in a seal, saying, "I entrust this to you, slug." "Understood, Lady Tsunade," the slug replied softly. At that moment, barely a minute into the conflict, over 100 had already fallen upon the dusty ground. The initial wave of assault was always ferocious, intended to establish momentum, followed by an unyielding push to consume the adversary. Orochimaru joined the fray, fighting alongside numerous elite jonin, merging into a single formidable force that plunged fiercely into the enemy's ranks, mirroring the actions of the rock ninjas. Shadow snake hands. With vibrant, venomous serpents springing forth from his wrist, Orochimaru dispatched 2 rock ninjas. His gaze swiftly swept across the battlefield, realizing that the pressure on Konoha was not as severe as anticipated, or rather, there seemed to be a discrepancy in the enemy's strength and intelligence. Not only did Orochimaru discern this, but many strategizing jonin also recognized the same. Nara Shikaku knelt on one knee, his hands forming unsealed signs, as numerous shadows slithered from beneath him like serpents, in conjunction with the interference genjutsu from the Yamashiro clan, successfully ensnaring several rock ninjas in an instant. "Well done, Shikaku." Neru. As the shadow restrained rock ninjas, Akimichi Choji wielded a massive fist formed by his expansion technique, swiftly eliminating the captured enemies. A single coordinated attack resulted in the demise of several rock ninjas. However, Shikaku's brow furrowed slightly, not feeling much joy. At that moment, a perplexity lingered in his mind. Did the enemy still have a backup? No, that was incorrect. A backup would be meaningless. What, then, was truly at play? This was troubling. As Lu Yun's thoughts meandered, he found himself contemplating the battlefield behind him. The visible military strength had diminished significantly, suggesting a strong possibility that the enemy had redirected their forces to the rear. "Nayu, connect me with Orochimaru," Lu Yun commanded, his expression instantly turning grave, for the rear guard included his son. "No problem." Despite her doubts, Nayu promptly established the connection with Orochimaru. Upon connecting, Lu Yun swiftly conveyed his suspicions to Orochimaru, whose demeanor shifted slightly. However, after but a few breaths, he decisively dismissed Lu Yun's proposal. The enemy had indeed made a poor move. In the face of equal forces, Konoha held the advantage. Under such circumstances, if they could seize a substantial portion of the enemy's strength, they would gradually gain the upper hand and secure victory in the war. For this objective, even if the rearguard suffered a catastrophic defeat, it would be deemed an acceptable sacrifice. Orochimaru's sole focus lay upon the victory of this war, devoid of any personal sentiments, even if it meant risking his own son, Yezu, and employing him as bait to distract the enemy forces. Such was Orochimaru's nature. He understood the gravity of the situation. Hearing Orochimaru's resolute rejection of his proposal, Lu Yun's brow furrowed deeper. He recognized the validity of Orochimaru's decision. However, the rearguard consisted of his son, and he clenched his teeth in silent prayer that the new generation of Inoshikacho would not encounter formidable adversaries. On the other hand, the rearguard was comprised of merely over 10 elite shinobi, the majority being chunin, with around 20 genin. Each elite shinobi led a 10-man squad, responsible for a designated area of vigilance, tasked with eliminating any enemy they encountered on sight. Kushina and Minato were assigned to one such squad. while Yazoo found himself in a team with several unfamiliar faces, led by a jonin named Kato Dan, distinguished by his light blue hair. Among the team members, two were particularly notable to Yazoo, a pair of twin siblings from the Uchiha clan, possessing the same black hair and eyes as him. Prior to the mission, the group had conducted brief assessments of their abilities, revealing that the Uchiha siblings were both chunin. The brother specialized in genjutsu, while the sister excelled in ninjutsu. Their synergy was commendable, enabling them to contend with elite shinobi. Yazoo privately envisioned a confrontation with the twins and realized that defeating them would require considerable effort. His resistance to genjutsu was notably exceptional, and if he could eliminate the supportive brother first, he might stand a chance. However, for an ordinary individual lacking sensitivity to genjutsu, a single encounter could spell disaster against the siblings. Among the remaining members, the other chunin were not particularly noteworthy, while three genin, like himself, possessed a formidable combat potential. Being the successors of Inoshikacho capable of intricate teamwork, it seems I must fight alone, Yazoo mused silently, casting a glance at his teammates. He felt out of place amid the Uchiha siblings and the Inoshikacho duo, while he held little regard for the other chunin. However, he considered that he might be able to collaborate with their leader, Kato Dan. If it is indeed as Kato Dan asserts, that he can control the bodies of others, then he would surely grasp the opportunity to eliminate his opponent swiftly. We are on the defensive, holding the advantage of terrain. After we separate, we can strategically set some traps to enhance our odds of victory. Kato Dan stood upon a tree branch and addressed the group. Narashikaka, with his braided hair, scratched his cheek, seemingly reluctant, and inquired of his teammates, "Shall we set traps?" Akimichi Ding boisterously replied, "I'm all for it." Yamamoto Aichi, exhibiting a calm demeanor, stated, "Let us prepare some prudent traps. Our task distribution should focus on maintaining a stronghold, as our combat strength is not formidable." Indeed, Narashikaka nodded and remarked, "Then let us devise some rather insipid traps. If nothing else, it might improve our chances of survival." After thoroughly outlining several precautions, Kato Dan glanced at the Uchiha siblings and the young boar, Tsuchiya, offering further cautionary words before the group dispersed to their respective defensive positions. The warfare among ninjas significantly diverges from that of soldiers, particularly concerning supplies. Unlike soldiers, ninjas do not stockpile ample provisions at their rear bases. For them, incinerating supplies is a trivial task, while safeguarding them proves considerably more challenging. Thus, supply teams undertake long treks, timely delivering a requisite quantity of food to the troops. Consequently, Konoha's stronghold is not overly burdened with provisions, necessitating vigilance against enemy assaults on supply routes, specifically targeting the supply teams. The mission of the ambush units is to maintain watch along these routes, eliminating any enemies encountered to diminish their forces. Hence, the broad scope of this defensive duty necessitates division into smaller teams, each covering a designated area. Yetzi held a low opinion of the other chunin in his team, but had no choice but to align himself with these three adults, all of whom were considerably older than him. One, nearly 30, named Guan Village, was robust, with visible wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The other two, younger, were named Niao Yin and Hei Mu, approximately a decade his senior. Guan Village seemed to harbor no expectations of promoting to jonin, resigning himself to a life as a chunin, having lost his ambition. Coupled with the fact that he was already married, such individuals tend to settle into complacency, even as frontline combatants, prioritizing the avoidance of danger. Niao Yin and Hei Mu were peers, having ascended to chunin shortly after their graduation as genin. Unfortunately, due to lacking talent and an inability to significantly enhance their chakra reserves, they remained stagnated at the chunin level. Yetzi regarded these three with contempt, finding them weak. Even facing all three simultaneously, he felt confident of an effortless victory. It was precisely this disdain and his accustomed solitary nature that led him to withdraw from their discussions, maintaining a stoic silence at the periphery, as a chunin of modest strength. The fact that he has survived to this day without any injuries speaks volumes about the unique qualities possessed by these three individuals. However, Yeezy's preconceived disdain has clouded his recognition of this fact. As the oldest member, Guan Xiyuan naturally holds significant authority, and his experience is notably astute. Consequently, both Niao Yin and Hei Mu do not oppose the strategies proposed by Guan Xiyuan regarding traps. The trio has also perceived Yeezy's aloofness and contempt. Despite knowing that Yeezy is a disciple of Orochimaru, they refrain from extending him excessive consideration or kindness. Nestled at the border, the area is abundant with flourishing trees, where towering giants stretched towards the sky, their dense foliage providing an ideal cover for concealment. Under Guan Ziyuan's guidance, the three swiftly set numerous traps, the effectiveness of which would ultimately hinge on the perceptiveness of the approaching enemies. Each individual found a secluded spot to hold their breath and observe the vibrant life within the forest, quietly awaiting the anticipated prey. After a while, a squad clad in IWNE attire finally appeared, leaping through the woods with an audacious flair. The leader of this squad, a robust middle-aged man named Shi Ziyuan, sported a well-defined physique, with taut muscles filling out his vest. His hair was cropped short, and his deep-set eyes were somewhat marred by a flat nose, detracting from his overall appearance. Yi observed his movements from a distance, his gaze sharpening as he noted the man's fluid agility, marked by decisive and powerful motions. As he landed on a tree branch, a sharp crack echoed, seemingly intended to attract the attention of Konoha's ninjas. The three companions trailing behind Shi Ziyuan were no ordinary fighters. Each exhibited graceful movements and formidable builds. While their ninjutsu remained uncertain, their taijutsu appeared commendable. Most notably, however, was the faint traces of blood staining their attire. It remained indeterminate whether the blood belonged to humans or beasts, but it seemed improbable that they would engage in pointless slaughter of wildlife. As the enemy drew ever closer, Yi subtly shifted his gaze, using his peripheral vision to scrutinize the IWNE squad while contemplating the disparity in strength. Given their own capabilities, it would be challenging to confront this squad directly. The only way to incapacitate them would be if the adversaries foolishly stumbled into their traps. Otherwise, his allies would have to serve as cannon fodder while he awaited the opportune moment to strike down the strongest among them with unyielding force. In the interest of self-preservation, one must adopt a cold and selfish demeanor. Faced with such formidable opponents, Yi's initial instinct was not to collaborate with Guan Ziyuan and the others, but rather to regard them as expendable. Soon, under the weighty gaze of Guan Ziyuan, Shi Ziyuan and his comrades were on the brink of entering the trap-laden area. Yet, just a few steps away, Shi Ziyuan abruptly raised his arm, halting abruptly on a tree branch, prompting the others to follow suit. Had they been discovered? Guan Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly. Shi Ziyuan cast a cold glance at the nearly invisible wires strung across the branches, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke in a low voice. There are traps. There must be Konoha ninjas hiding nearby. Suzy, flush them out. One of his companions nodded silently, channeling chakra in preparation. After issuing the command, Ziyuan feigned a casual glance around. Yet a barely perceptible cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Thus far, they had only eliminated a Leaf Village team that had also sought to rely on traps, unaware that the reinforcement squad dispatched by Konoha was remarkably feeble, merely at the level of Nin. Now, they faced yet another squad that relied on traps, likely composed of similarly weak individuals. Three figures appeared, one at a distance of 1,000 meters directly ahead, and two more positioned at 1,200 meters in the 10 o'clock direction. In a brief moment, Suzy's lips moved, and his voice coalesced into a whisper, gently reaching Ziyuan's ears. The faint curve of Ziyuan's smile suddenly morphed into a pronounced, sinister grin as he coldly remarked, "Be wary of traps. Those two are yours." With that, he suddenly stomped down, causing the tree trunk beneath him to splinter, and he shot forth like a cannonball towards the direction where Quan Village was hiding. Discovered. As Ziyuan charged directly towards him, Quan's expression changed drastically. Devoid of any hope for survival, he immediately leapt out of the thicket and decisively turned to flee. The disparity in strength was unequivocally apparent the moment Ziyuan surged forward, leaving Quan with no thoughts of engaging in battle. Thinking of escape? Witnessing the Leaf Ninja turn to flee, Ziyuan's eyes flickered with derision, followed by a glint of danger. So Navi. As soon as the words left his lips, Ziyuan's speed surged dramatically, closing the distance to Quan in mere instants. With a swift motion, he plunged his kunai into Quan's back, eliciting a harrowing scream as Quan lost his footing, plummeting to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Though the kunai pierced his heart, Ziyuan did not depart. He followed Quan's descent to the ground, casting a cold gaze at the mangled corpse, preparing to confirm the target's demise when, suddenly, the body erupted into a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a section of tree trunk. A substitution technique? When did this happen? Ziyuan's gaze shifted slightly. With his keen perception, he had not detected any signs of Quan performing hand seals during the chase. Yet the technique had indeed been employed successfully. Now, having narrowly escaped using the substitution technique, Quan was hidden in a secluded patch of grass, drenched in cold sweat. This spot had been identified by him from the outset as a hiding place for crucial moments. Though he had indeed utilized it now, his heart was heavy with dread. It was evident that the enemy possessed sensory ninjutsu capable of easily locating him. The only hope now lay in praying that Miao Yin and the others could divert the attention of this formidable foe, allowing him to escape. If he were to assign blame, it could only be placed on the overwhelming strength of the enemy. But was that truly feasible? Observing Shitsuen's movements with keen scrutiny, Yi Zi had already pronounced Quan's death sentence. To flee without a fight rendered any potential resistance utterly futile. Shitsuen was undeniably powerful. Though not to the extent that Yi Zi felt he was invincible, in truth, only Orochimaru had instilled such a sense of invulnerability in him. Consequently, he sought an opportunity to eliminate Shitsuen, yet this required Quan to create a chance. Absent such an opportunity, Yi Zi would resolutely withdraw in silence. Like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision, Yi Zi deliberately subdued his emotions to a whisper of a breeze. Minimizing his presence to the utmost, he patiently observed, noting that the adversary quickly deduced the positions of Miao Yin and Guan Xiyan, indicating at least one sensory ninja among them. His own presence had gone unnoticed due to distance, presenting him with a rare opportunity. If he could eliminate the most formidable leader, victory would be assured. With this thought, Yi Zi cast a cold gaze towards a secluded thicket, shrouded from light. His earlier silence was not indicative of inaction. As an outsider, his keen perception easily located Guan Xiyuan's hiding spot. The speed of the substitution technique was astonishing. Likely honed through extensive practice, though its utility in combat was limited, however, it proved invaluable for evasion. Yi Zi held no disdain for Guan Xiyuan's focus on this technique. Had he lacked better options, he might have also prioritized skills for survival. You cannot escape. Make the most of your remaining strength, Yi Zi mused quietly, glancing at the indifferent Shi Xiyuan. Upon being detected, Miao Yin and He Mu, after an initial flurry of confusion, regained their composure. Yet, they faced 3Ch Nin whose abilities were nearly on par with J Nin. The enemies attacked with reckless abandon, disregarding chakra consumption, unleashing highly aggressive ninjutsu. After merely a few exchanges, Miao Yin and He Mu felt immense pressure. Without their adept teamwork, they might have perished in the second clash, engulfed by one of the opponent's earth techniques. Despite the palpable sense of crisis, both Miao Yin and He Mu maintained sharp clarity of thought. They perceived that their adversaries were intent on dispatching them swiftly. Exchanging glances, they silently communicated their intentions. This fleeting exchange did not go unnoticed by the 3IWA Nin, who quickly assumed that Miao Yin and He Mu had formulated a strategy, given their established synergy. Stay vigilant, the leader commanded, his expression turning serious. Suddenly, He Mu and Miao Yin diverged, shooting off in opposite directions. Aware of the overwhelming strength of their foes, they did not hesitate to flee. The leader's expression froze in disbelief, his face darkening with anger as he barked, "Pursue." The other two, equally incensed, required no further discussion and split into two directions, channeling their chakra to chase after Miao Yin and He Mu. The leader opted to pursue He Mu, whose slightly superior strength made him a prime target, but He Mu cleverly chose a direction that led him into the territory guarded by Kato Dan. While Miao Yin opted for the position of the Uchiha siblings, Bird Yin and Haima successfully diverted most of the firepower, while Guan Village found himself in dire straits. In this predicament, he could only hope that Shur Village would abandon him, yet that was utterly impossible. Shur Village had two objectives in this location. One was to eliminate Yi Zi, and the other was to kill anyone they encountered. Mastering the subtle art of concealing one's presence to evade enemy detection is the fundamental condition for hiding. Guan Village excelled in this regard, but could not maintain it for long. Within just over 10 minutes, he had inadvertently leaked a faint trace of his aura, akin to a guiding beacon illuminating Shur Village's path. Just as Shur Village glanced toward Guan Village's hiding spot, Guan Village burst forth from the underbrush, wildly choosing a direction to flee, which happened to be toward the direction of the little pig deer butterfly. Do you not feel any shame? The worthless leaf. As Guan Village turned to flee once more, Shur Village's forehead erupted with multiple crossroad marks, resembling a ferocious beast as he charged through the trees in pursuit of Guan Village. Hearing Shur Village's furious taunts, Guan Village did not dare look back. If shame could ensure his survival, he would have no qualms about it. Watching his teammate flee shortly after the skirmish began, Yi Zi felt a sense of exasperation and quietly followed the two. The little pig deer butterfly, who had set numerous traps, waited in vain for the enemy to arrive. Dingswa could no longer stifle his yawns, lamenting why he hadn't brought along some snacks. which elicited a wry smile from Lucio, while Hai wore a look of disbelief, despite the forest teeming with life and an abundance of background noise. None could compare to the sound of one munching on potato chips. Someone is coming. At that moment, Lucio, with his keen hearing, detected a faint sound. After alerting his teammates, they all turned to the source of the noise and were taken aback to see a disheveled figure fleeing. It was none other than the Sage Nin. Guan Village. Who was pursuing him? An enemy? Hai whispered, his expression slightly serious. To have a Ch Nin fleeing in such a panic indicated a formidable adversary was on his tail. Should we reveal ourselves? He asked, glancing at Lucio. Lucio sighed and nodded. After all, he had great confidence in the traps he had meticulously set. At this moment, Guan Village was akin to a headless fly crashing into their territory, and it seemed the traps might ensnare him before they could even confront the enemy. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. No one anticipated that Guan Village would venture so far into their established perimeter. Ding Zhuo, however, grinned mischievously, resembling a combative warrior, for his prolonged concealment had left him restless. As Guan Village was about to step into a trap, Lucio emerged, launching shurikens towards several trees and loudly warning, "Beware of the traps. Follow the direction indicated by my shurikens." Upon hearing Lucio's voice, Guan Village felt as though he had heard a divine call. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the direction of the shurikens, eager to reach Lucio and the others as swiftly as possible. Naturally, Shur Village also caught wind of Lucio's warning and sneered coldly, thinking to himself, now there are 3 more people, and they are merely children. The ambush team from the Leaf this time is truly pathetic. Though he harbored such thoughts, Tin Village did not exhibit the slightest hint of underestimation. His combat style was one that employed full force even against a mere rabbit. He was undeniably a formidable individual, seemingly devoid of any weaknesses and temperament. Even if the enemy were to threaten him by taking his loved ones hostage, he would likely launch an unhesitating attack against them. Although Rukyu had provided guidance to Guan Village, he remained cautious, signaling his teammates to prepare with a glance before slowly forming hand seals. He skillfully maneuvered his shadow to stealthily approach the last kunai, reaching the farthest distance his shadow could extend, as long as he could seize control of the opponent. He was confident that even against a Jounin, his teammates would prevail. Soon, Guan Village, in a state of exuberance, leaped over the final kunai and swiftly approached Rukyu, exclaiming, "We must flee. The opponent is too powerful." Rukyu's lips twitched slightly, but he had no time to respond to Guan Village. The latter, disappointed by Rukyu's lack of intent to escape, contemplated turning back but ultimately refrained from abandoning his companions. Tin Village observed the opposing formation with a sense of vigilance, unaware that they were descendants of the legendary Inoshikacho trio. This oversight proved critical, for despite his heightened alertness as he approached the last kunai, he failed to detect the shadow lurking in the darkness. In the midst of a leap, as he descended toward the tree trunk, Rukyu's gaze sharpened, and he formed the final hand seal with lethal precision. At the moment Tin Village's feet touched the ground, the shadow awaited him perfectly. Just as anticipated, Tin Village's feet landed upon the shadow, rendering him immobile. His expression shifted dramatically as he realized the situation, and he snorted disdainfully, "Nara clan." The shadow technique had succeeded splendidly. Kneeling on the tree trunk, Rukyu managed to restrain Tin Village and smiled, whispering, "Hachi, enhance the control. DZA, eliminate him." Certainly. DZA and Hachi, both well acquainted with Rukyu's shadow technique, sprang into action before Rukyu had even finished speaking. Trusting Rukyu's abilities, DZA launched himself at Tin Village without a hint of defense, his arms swelling midair as he struck toward Tin Village's head, shouting, "Multiplication technique, big bone." Upon hearing this name, a bead of sweat trickled down Rukyu's forehead. Meanwhile, Hachi began to form seals, intending to disrupt Tin Village's mental state. However, as the last seal was completed, Hachi's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted to DZA, "DZA, come back." But it was too late. Tin Village, watching DZA leap toward him, allowed a cold smile to creep across his lips. With a sudden pull of his arms, Rukyu, who had been firmly controlling Tin Village, let out a muffled groan as the shadow retracted swiftly. His arms fell limply, seemingly injured. Such power. Rukyu's expression shifted as he turned to DZA, fear gripping him. "Come back." But it was too late. Tin Village let out a maniacal laugh, standing his ground as he faced DZA's massive fist, which was enveloped in chakra. As DZA felt the immense pressure of the approaching punch, he realized he had no choice but to push through, forcing himself to maintain his offensive strength despite the overwhelming force. As the fist of Shurtsuin made contact with Dingzhua's enormous hand, an overwhelming force instantaneously shattered Dingzhua's bones, resulting in a resounding crack that echoed through the air. Following a blood-curdling scream, Dingzhua was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding locomotive. Both Hai and Luge were taken aback. Luge, with his arms injured, could only watch helplessly as Dingzhua flew towards him, while Hai, without hesitation, reached out to catch Dingzhua to prevent further harm. However, he grossly underestimated the force behind Dingzhua at that moment, and upon attempting to catch him, was violently propelled against a tree. A sharp pain surged through Hai as he coughed up blood, and upon inspecting Dingzhua, he found him unconscious. Luge, this adversary is formidable. We must retreat, Hai urged, straining to lift Dingzhua while shouting at Luge. Yet Luge shook his head in dismay, gazing at Shurtsuin with a heavy heart. The sight of the little pig, Ludi, in peril due to his actions filled him with profound guilt, and the thought of fleeing began to wane. Faced with such a powerful enemy, he had no desire to remain and fight, fully convinced that death awaited him. Yet, in that moment, escape seemed impossible. It was precisely Luge's concern for potential traps that led him to forego the optimal opportunity to warn his companion, resulting in their severe beating upon confrontation. In this dire situation, Guan Village could not bring himself to abandon the little pig, Ludi. Clutching his kunai tightly, he positioned himself protectively in front of Luge. Aware that his legs were trembling uncontrollably, a sight that was undeniably embarrassing, yet beyond his control, Luge stared at the rapid quivering of Guan Village's legs, letting out a silent sigh before offering a wry smile, touched by the gesture. However, with a grave crisis at hand, he had no time for sentiment, focusing instead on devising a strategy to extricate themselves from their predicament. Yet, no matter how resourceful one might be, it proved futile against overwhelming strength. The thought of the shadow mimicry technique being effortlessly escaped by their foe filled him with despair, as he could not even create an opportunity for his comrades to flee. He gazed intently at Guan Village, biting his lip until it bled slightly. "Oh, you choose not to flee?" Shurtsuin remarked with surprise, taken aback that this cowardly wretch would remain, and even more so to protect others. Guan Village opened his mouth at a loss for words, and ultimately closed it again in silence, his body quaking with increasing intensity. Hidden in the shadows, Yezi observed the four ensnared in their plight, opting not to intervene but instead to adjust to the optimal position for a surprise attack. Guan Village's decision to stay and resist was, without a doubt, fortuitous news for her. While I genuinely appreciate your willingness to stay, you must escape. Do not make a futile sacrifice. Neither Dingzhua nor I can match your speed. And we are injured. We cannot escape, Luge said calmly after taking a deep breath. Damn it. Hearing you say that makes me want to turn and run. But because you said it, I cannot flee, no matter how beastly I may be. Upon hearing the well-meaning counsel of Rikuju, Guansuin felt a deep sorrow envelop him. Observing Guansuin's silence, Rikuju sighed, relinquishing his attempts to dissuade him, and devoted himself entirely to the counterattack. His thoughts drifted towards the traps he had set. His hands and bones injured, he was unable to form seals. The only path to victory lay in the traps that had been previously established, albeit with exceedingly slim chances of success. Yet, Guansuin remained unaware of the types and locations of the traps, which posed the greatest challenge. What should be done? Rikuju's gaze grew grave. Shijun was not merciful enough to grant them much respite, swiftly launching several shurikens towards Guansuin with a mere wave of his hand, then rapidly forming seals. His abdomen swelled prominently as he opened his mouth, unleashing a considerable number of mud bullets towards Guansuin. Though the mud bullets lacked lethality, their strong adhesive properties could impede the enemy's movement. Rikuju pursued Guansuin relentlessly, unwilling to let him escape at the crucial moment. After laboriously fending off several shurikens, Guansuin was struck in the leg by a mud bullet, letting out a muffled groan. Conversely, Rikuju was caught off guard as well, hit by a mud bullet, rendering him incapable of contemplating strategy under such intense pressure. Cursed be it. The mud bullet clung heavily to his thigh, and Guansuin vigorously shook his leg, only to find the mud remained steadfast, rapidly solidifying around his limb. After the mud bullet struck, Shijun let out a cold laugh. Charging towards Guansuin like a wolf pouncing on its prey, his speed akin to that of a cheetah attacking its quarry, he swung a fist towards Guansuin, which was instantly encased in hard stone, resembling a fist sculpted from rock, intent on dispatching Guansuin with a single blow. Quick, evade, Guansuin shouted, leaping backward, while Rikuju also sprang to the side. Boom. The stone fist collided with a tree trunk, shattering it into fragments. Guansuin landed on a nearby tree trunk, his body suddenly tilting as he lost his balance, the weight of his left leg contributing to his instability. This slight shift, however, birthed an overwhelming sense of peril. Shijun's gaze snapped towards him as he formed seals with his hands, declaring, "Earth release, sharp peak spear." In an instant, a sharp stone spear materialized in the air, hurtling towards Guanxuan with lethal intent. Guanxuan's expression shifted as he began to form seals, murmuring, "Water release, water barrier." Rich vapor coalesced in the air, swiftly forming a continuously flowing, arc-shaped water wall before him. Upon impact, the stone spear struck the water barrier, sending splashes in all directions, creating violent ripples. Ultimately, the spear could not penetrate the water, dissolving into mud as it was washed away. Upon releasing the water barrier, Guanxuan's stamina and chakra plummeted to dangerously low levels. A desperate struggle ensued. Shijun sneered, charging towards the panting Guanxuan. In that moment, Hai executed the mind disruption technique against Shijun in midair, seeking to seize control for but an instant, hoping to make Shijun fall. However, in that fleeting moment of attempted control, Shijun broke free with even greater mental fortitude. The backlash against his spirit left Hai pale, his face devoid of color, and despair consumed him utterly. Ding fell into a state of unconsciousness. And neither the secret techniques of Lu Jiu nor his own could contain the adversary. Were they destined to languish in despair? After breaking free from mental control, Shitsuan, under Guan Village's desperate gaze, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the latter's heart. With a furious roar, Guan Village lunged forward, wielding a kunai at Shitsuan. The latter responded with a cold smirk, twisting his waist to kick the kunai aside, while his fist struck Guan Village's chest with unrelenting force. A muffled thud echoed, and Guan Village's back erupted in a spray of flesh, revealing a faintly discernible heart. Slowly, Guan Village's eyes widened as he helplessly knelt on the ground, the light in his gaze fading swiftly, having succumbed to a fatal blow to his heart. Lu Jiu, eyes wide with terror, beheld the scene before him. Gritting his teeth, he raised his injured arm, enduring the pain to form a seal, intent on executing a final gambit with his shadow technique. Dark shadows surged from beneath his feet, effortlessly ensnaring Shitsuan. Like serpents, the shadows coiled around Shitsuan's form, one of them extending outward to form a sharp point, hovering just 5 centimeters from Shitsuan's heart. Unable to breach any further, straining with all his might, veins bulged on Lu Jiu's forehead, cold sweat cascading down as he struggled to advance the shadows. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Zi wore an expression of grave concern. To propel a heart from the body, yet maintain stillness. What terrifying mastery of force control was this? The martial prowess of this individual had reached an extraordinary level. Could a surprise attack truly be effective? In his moment of hesitation, Yi Zi observed Shitsuan ensnared by the shadow technique. Perhaps it was instinct or experience, but he realized there was no time to lose. This might be their sole opportunity. Thus, he sprang into action. As Shitsuan cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jiu, Yi Zi moved, enveloped in flickering lightning, gripping the thunder fong tightly. Like a venomous serpent launched from the shadows, just as Shitsuan attempted to break free from the shadows. The thunder fong, crackling with electricity, pierced the air, aimed directly at Shitsuan's back, precisely at the heart's location. Sensing the sudden surge of wind behind him, Shitsuan's expression shifted dramatically. An overwhelming sense of danger compelled his body to instinctively respond. He tore free from the shadows and, relying on instinct, deftly sidestepped the impending strike. With a chilling sound, blood spattered. The thunder fong grazed Shitsuan's left shoulder, severing a robust arm, blood spraying from the wound, intensifying the metallic scent of blood in the air. Shitsuan let out a grunt, then retaliated with breathtaking speed, delivering a swift kick towards Yi Zi. The impact resounded as the kick struck Yi Zi's back, causing him to emit a muffled groan and propel forward, crashing through several sturdy trees before finally halting his momentum against one. Leaning against a tree trunk, blood gushed from Yi Zi's mouth as he surveyed Shitsuan, now missing an arm, his expression grim. Had he not fortified his back with chakra at a critical moment, that blow could have cost him his life. The rapid turn of events left Lu Jiu and Hai Yi momentarily stunned, but Lu Jiu quickly regained his composure, retreating to maintain a safe distance from Hai Yi and the others. Shijun clutched his bleeding left shoulder, casting an enraged glare at Yi Zi. Upon sighting the emblematic Leia, his expression suddenly contorted into a grotesque mask of fury, the murderous intent in his eyes surging like a tidal wave. So you are Yi Zi. Very well. With a visage etched in cold menace, Shijun's piercing gaze became a spotlight solely focused on Yi Zi as he coldly declared, An arm for your appearance, worth it. Upon hearing this, Yi Zi's eyes shifted, an inkling of realization dawning upon him. The target is me? His gaze towards Shijun grew increasingly frigid. He wiped the blood from his mouth, acutely aware of the dull ache radiating from his back. Frowning slightly, he discreetly surveyed the condition of Lu Jiao and the others. The pain deepened his furrowed brow. The fruits of his painstaking efforts yielded only the loss of an arm for his opponent, while his own side suffered casualties, comatose individuals, and crippling injuries, providing him no assistance whatsoever. Due to significant blood loss, Shijun's complexion turned pale, his murderous intent threatening to overflow as he fixated on Yi Zi. Channeling his chakra, he allowed a layer of earth to coalesce over the smooth wound on his left shoulder, staunching the flow of blood. Without uttering a single word, he suddenly charged at Yi Zi, hands weaving through a series of seals. In a flourish of white smoke, he conjured two shadow clones that surged towards Lu Jiao and Hai Yi, unsure of their remaining stamina, to interfere. He deemed it prudent to dispatch the two clones to eliminate them first while his true self made a direct sprint towards Yi Zi. His speed swift enough to stir the winds and scatter green leaves in his wake. Yi Zi inhaled deeply, his concern for Lu Jiao and the others eclipsed by the imminent threat of Shijun's assault. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a surge of lightning, emitting a crackling sound akin to birdsong. Though possessing 3 chakra affinities, he predominantly employed the lightning element, his favorite, for it was the only one that could enhance his physical abilities. During his idle hours, he often perused materials in the Roots archives, mastering an array of lightning-based jutsu. He had even begun to delve into the nature transformation of lightning release, leveraging his exceptional chakra control to amplify the electricity enveloping him without damaging his cells. This not only augmented his speed, but could also incapacitate foes upon contact. Furthermore, during an offensive, he could concentrate the transformed lightning into a single point. However, with his current level of control, gathering 60% was his utmost limit, yet even that bore considerable destructive power. Lightning release, by its nature, countered earth release. And with Shijun having lost an arm, he ought to be incapable of forming seals. Thus, Yi Zi resolved to remain and test the waters. Yet, in the next instant, earth release, earth spear array. Shijun's eyes narrowed, and with a single hand, he formed the seals. The transformed stone and earth suddenly coalesced in midair, materializing dozens of sharp stone spears arranged in a square formation, which then shot towards Yi Zi with a deafening sound of air being pierced in the forest. Quite feasible. Perhaps it was due to the single-handed hand seals, but as Yi Zi was astonished, he swiftly perceived the incoming barrage of gunfire, realizing its power seemed rather feeble. Instead of retreating, he advanced, with Leia brandishing a flurry of blade light before him. Wherever the lightning struck, it obliterated the stone spears with ease, carving a path through the array of projectiles. Seeing this, Shi Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he charged directly at Yi Zi. Earlier, he had gauged Yi Zi's speed and felt confident in his own close combat abilities. Likewise, Yi Zi, having observed Shi Yuan from the shadows for quite some time, had developed a fair understanding of his close-range prowess. The most troublesome aspect of Shi Yuan was his ability to adapt swiftly, maintaining his strength without faltering. However, bolstered by confidence in his own perceptive abilities and noting Shi Yuan's severed arm, Yi Zi believed he could contend with Shi Yuan's formidable nature. With a swift motion, Leia's blade flashed like a bolt of lightning, striking towards Shi Yuan's neck with unmatched speed, faster than his earlier strikes against the stone spears. Yet, despite the swiftness of the blade, Shi Yuan raised his kunai with one hand, accurately parrying Yi Zi's attack. Yi Zi had not been naive enough to believe that Shi Yuan would be unable to withstand a single blow. In terms of strength, even with just one arm, Shi Yuan held an undeniable advantage. Aware of this, Yi Zi retreated his blade upon sensing the force transmitted through the kunai. However, Shi Yuan was no ordinary opponent. The kunai deftly pursued the blade, not aiming for a vital strike, but rather seeking to leverage its force to push Yi Zi down towards the ground. The kunai's speed was not to be underestimated, and at that moment of exhaustion, Yi Zi had no choice but to raise his blade in defense. With a resounding clash, the kunai collided with the blade, and Yi Zi felt a terrifying force surge through Leia, akin to a fallen bird plummeting towards the earth. Witnessing Yi Zi's descent, a sinister smile crept across Shi Yuan's face. Mastering earth techniques, he held an absolute advantage on the ground. Earth technique, Needle Forest. After hurling the kunai at the rapidly descending Yi Zi, Shi Yuan immediately formed hand seals. Within 100 meters of where Yi Zi was about to land, a dense array of stone spikes erupted from the ground. Yi first deflected the kunai with his blade, then glanced at the multitude of spikes below. Suddenly, he spun midair, retracting his blade and executing rapid hand seals. Instantly, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind towards the ground, halting his fall just above the forest of spikes. With a swift motion of his neck, he utilized the wind to glide out of the range of the spikes, landing with a slight breathlessness. As Yi successfully mitigated the assault, a fierce look of determination filled Shirseiyuen's eyes. He leaped down from the tree trunk, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. Though merely a lower ninja, he proved to be more tenacious than an average upper ninja, which explained how he single-handedly dispatched two of the village's promising young talents. A thought flashed through Shirseiyuen's mind as he charged towards Yi. The latter tilted his head back slightly, his chest swelling like a bellows, and then unleashed a massive fireball towards the oncoming Shirseiyuen. Once the fireball left his mouth, he quickly resumed forming hand seals. Wind technique, great wind. A tempestuous gale erupted from his lips, surging towards the fireball in the air, manifesting a powerful combination of elemental ninjutsu. The wind intensified the flames, and as the fireball was infused with a substantial gust, it suddenly erupted into a vast expanse of fire. Originally intending to disperse the fireball with a direct punch, Shijun's expression turned serious. He concentrated a significant amount of earth and stone in his right hand, forming a semicircular stone shield in front of him. He charged into the astonishingly hot sea of flames, breaking through the inferno created by the combination of the fireball technique and the wind technique. Emerging from the fiery abyss, the searing stone shield cracked on either side. Without hesitation, Shijun launched a punch towards Yezi's neck, who appeared momentarily stunned. A sharp crack echoed. A jet of blood shot into the air as a terrified head soared upwards. Shijun's expression remained cold, but mid-sentence, he halted upon witnessing the head transform into strands of lightning. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to retreat, yet Yezi, who was already poised for action, moved faster. With no flash or sound, he utilized the blade of Thunderfang, stabbing Shijun from behind. The blade pierced through, causing droplets of blood to splatter onto Yezi's face. He gasped heavily. From the moment he unleashed the combined ninjutsu, he had not anticipated inflicting damage on Shijun. It was a desperate gamble, utilizing most of his remaining chakra to obstruct Shijun's line of sight, allowing his shadow clone to divert Shijun's attention, just as the latter believed he had vanquished him. Yezi struck with lethal precision, and fortunately, he succeeded. Shijun slowly lowered his head, staring at the blade protruding from his chest. The sharp edge had cleaved his heart in two, robbing him of all strength. His mouth moved slightly, the light in his eyes gradually succumbing to darkness. And before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground. Yezi gradually withdrew Thunderfang, which was drenched in blood, then reversed the weapon and drove it into the earth, kneeling on one knee, his forehead resting against his hand that gripped the blade, panting heavily. With the demise of his original body, the shadow clone that had been attacking Rukyu and the others dissipated abruptly. Rukyu and Hai were momentarily stunned. Then both succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air, as the nerve strained under the pressure of death nearly snapped. Saved at last, Rukyu felt as though he were suffocating, his mouth agape, drawing in deep breaths like a fish on the verge of asphyxiation. Suddenly, he recalled the reason behind the shadow clone's disappearance, and his expression froze in realization. Had Yezi slain that formidable foe? With this thought, Rukyu beckoned Hai, and together they helped the unconscious Tingzu towards Yezi. Before long, they beheld Yezi kneeling on the ground, alongside the striking corpse, their faces etched with astonishment. Such a powerful adversary had indeed fallen beneath Yezi's blade. One might say, indeed, he is Konoha's white fang. Upon sensing their movement, Yezi abruptly turned to face them, his eyes still harboring a glint of murderous intent. Under the chilling gaze, Rukyu and Hai shivered involuntarily, goosebumps erupting on their skin, as they regarded Yezi with a mix of fear and disbelief. Upon discovering the presence of Rokuju and his companions, Yezi reined in the murderous intent that flickered in his eyes, striving to regulate his chaotic breathing. He retrieved a soldier's ration pill and placed it into his mouth, yearning to swiftly restore some vitality and chakra. Before the battle commenced, after hearing the words of the shinobi from the 10 villages, he understood that the rock shinobi, for reasons unknown, had made him their target. Contemplating deeply, he could only attribute this to the peculiarities of his own physique. As for how the rock shinobi had acquired this information, it was undoubtedly a testament to the insidious nature of spies. Casting aside the terrifying gaze of Yi, Rokuju observed him in deep thought and expressed his gratitude. Yi, I am immensely thankful to you. Were it not for your intervention, we would likely have perished. It is a pity about Guan village. Yeezy glanced at him with indifference, rising to approach the nearest tree, where he leaned against the trunk and coolly remarked, "This is war. Death is a commonplace occurrence." Rokuju nodded silently, adding, "I overheard that their target might be you. So it would be prudent for you to rejoin the main force as soon as possible. What about you?" Yeezy did not respond to this inquiry, but instead surveyed the unconscious Ding Zhua, along with the injured Rokuju and the gravely wounded Hai, a veritable assembly of battered soldiers. Rokuju, gazing at Ding Zhua's agonized expression, inhaled deeply and sighed. "We are unaware of the number of intruders. To move recklessly would only heighten the danger. Thus, we have resolved to seek a concealed location to evade the immediate threat, waiting for the rock shinobi to withdraw." Yeezy cast a glance at Ding Zhua's hand and remarked coolly, "His metacarpals are shattered, and his internal organs are injured. If we do not administer prompt medical attention, it is not merely his hand that may be rendered useless. He could very well be facing a life-threatening situation." Rokuju and Hai fell into a contemplative silence. They were acutely aware of this reality. However, in this perilous forest, given their current condition, any encounter with the enemy would likely spell their doom. The loss of a hand pales in comparison to the value of life, illuminating the necessity of a medical ninja within a small squad. They were keen to enlist Yeezy's assistance, yet their unfamiliarity with him rendered it difficult to voice their request, compounded by Yeezy's notably aloof demeanor. Yeezy was indeed reluctant to carry extra burdens, yet he pondered that sometimes these burdens could serve as bait or even as stepping stones to navigate danger. After some contemplation, he turned to Rokuju and calmly stated, "If you wish to spare him from losing a hand, then accompany me. We are relatively close to the stronghold. While returning there entails certain risks, it offers the swiftest route to medical care. Conversely, the land of grass is farther away, presenting less danger. Which path do you prefer?" Personally, Yeezy favored heading to the stronghold, where he could more rapidly rejoin the main force, though he refrained from voicing this inclination, leaving the decision to Rokuju and the others. He was not overly invested. Should he encounter formidable foes, he would not hesitate to abandon the likes of Zhu, Rokuju, and others. Upon hearing Yeezy's offer of assistance, Rokuju and Hai could not help but feel elated. "To the stronghold," Rokuju decisively proclaimed. Yeezy nodded, stating coolly, "I will take the lead in ambushing. My strength lies not in frontal assaults. Therefore, I will quietly follow behind you. Should we encounter the enemy, I will strike with the swiftness of lightning." Frontal assaults are indeed lacking. Lugio's lips twitched slightly, a chill creeping into his heart. He refrained from immediately revealing his suspicions on his face and agreed, "Then let it be so." Seeing that Lugio and the others had no objections, Yeezy said, "Time is of the essence. You should set off." Lugio nodded, supporting the unconscious Ding Zhua alongside Hai as they made their way towards the stronghold, while Yeezy leaped into the thicket, closely following behind them. Is this a bait, or merely a stepping stone? It seems unlikely, after all. They are all from the same village. Lugio furrowed his brow slightly, striving to think positively about the situation, yet the chill in his heart lingered. After several encounters, he had sensed Yeezy's indifference, which was not merely superficial but deeply ingrained. In the eyes of such a person, the lives of others might be utterly insignificant. Powerful yet cold, perhaps even heartless. What kind of individual is he? Lugio pondered silently. He had often heard discussions about Yeezy, but today was the first time he witnessed his strength. It could be said that the rumors were not exaggerated, yet, in comparison to the tales, perhaps no one had truly discerned the essence of who Yeezy was. Meanwhile, as Niaoyan stepped into the territory guarded by the Uchiha siblings, the pursuing IWA shinobi seized the opportunity and launched several shurikens, one of which struck Niaoyan's thigh, causing him to scream in agony as he lost his footing and fell towards the ground, like a hunter who had just fired at his prey. The IWA shinobi regarded the descending Niaoyan as already condemned to death. He approached, resembling a reaper with a scythe, vigilant, while wielding his shuriken. Suddenly, he felt his feet sink, glancing down to find his soul submerged in mire. His expression shifted as he recognized the familiar earth release technique and prepared to extricate himself. However, the ground around him erupted into mud waves over 3 meters high as several massive, earth-colored serpents reared their bodies, casting a cold glance in his direction, before simultaneously opening their gaping mouths to strike. He let out a horrified scream as light transformed instantaneously into darkness. Crack! With an icy demeanor, Uchiha Bing snapped the neck of the IWA shinobi, then released his grip, allowing the body to slump to the ground. The IWA shinobi perished without ever realizing he had fallen victim to Uchiha ninjutsu. He truly believed he was being devoured by snakes, when in reality, it was merely Uchiha being adjusting his wrist. Observing the ease with which the pursuing IWA shinobi met his end at the hands of the Uchiha siblings, Niao Yen felt both astonished and relieved. Uchiha Bing cast a cold glance at Niao Yen, his expression unyielding, and said nothing as he single-handedly lifted the corpse and discarded it into a thicket of dense grass. Uchiha ninjutsu squinted at Niao Yen, stating flatly, "Do not obstruct us." Niao Yen was taken aback, left speechless. At the same time, the two IWA shinobi pursuing Heimu perished at the hands of Kato Duan. While Heimu narrowly escaped with his life, albeit with knife wounds on his abdomen and calf, the former shallow, the latter significantly deeper. The two wounds were not inflicted by the two rock shinobi, yet they were nonetheless connected to them. At that moment, Kato Danzan was engaged in a fierce battle with the two rock shinobi jonin. Victory seemed assured, and it was merely a matter of time before he could eliminate the adversaries without sustaining any injuries. However, Kuroki led two rock shinobi, whose strength was nearly that of jonin, into the fray, resulting in Danzan's injuries, while Kuroki emerged unscathed. Danzan's wounds were severe and critical, particularly the deep gash on his leg, which would significantly impair his agility. Kuroki appeared innocent as the instigator of the incident. It was not his intention to cause such harm to the most formidable Danzan. Unfortunately, the absence of medical ninjas meant that only herbs and bandaging were available, rendering Danzan's recovery impossible in the immediate term. Danzan did not blame Kuroki. Instead, he sat pensively upon a massive tree trunk. Learning of Kuroki's situation, coupled with the lack of timely communication from each squad, led him to consider the worst-case scenario. Clearly, there had been a grave misallocation of forces. The disparity in strength between Konoha and their enemies was evident from the outset of their skirmishes. A mere squad contained two jonin, indicating one of two possibilities. Either the enemy prioritized quality over quantity, or their strength was so overwhelming that two jonin were assigned to a single team. Danzan suspected the latter. Given the disproportionate power dynamics, the only viable option was to conserve their strength and retreat to the base. He swiftly resolved to return to the base, guiding Kuroki while inscribing codes for communication along the way, heading directly towards their stronghold. Danzan's assessment proved astute. Konoha's 100-member ambush squad was utterly incapable of withstanding the rock shinobi. By the time he and Yeji concluded their respective battles, Konoha's ranks had dwindled to fewer than 20. Among the jonin, aside from Danzan, every individual had tragically perished. Yeji encountered a formidable team, though not the strongest. Within that squad, there was only one jonin. The others, while chunin, were nearly on par with jonin in skill, representing a fairly standard team, especially considering that the rock shinobi had sent hundreds of their own. Faced with such overwhelming strength, Konoha's defeat was inevitable. Several Konoha ninjas, possessing a stronger instinct for self-preservation, opted to retreat, collectively rationalizing their return to the base. Consequently, the rock shinobi tightened their encirclement, continuously drawing closer to the stronghold. The rock shinobi would not assault the base directly. Instead, they aimed to intercept Konoha's returning ninjas before they could regroup, systematically eradicating the remnants. This was a race against time, a deadly contest to determine whether Konoha's beleaguered forces could reach the base first or if the rock shinobi would succeed in cutting them off entirely. Danzan's leg injury hampered his speed, and while he was fortunate not to encounter any enemies along the way, he similarly did not come across any Konoha allies, causing his heart to sink further. Meanwhile, Shikaku and Hachi supported Tei's as they advanced rapidly. Although they were unaware of the enemy's condition, they were acutely aware of one thing. They needed to return to the base as swiftly as possible. In the shadows, Izzy maintained a vigilant state while discreetly following Lu Jiu and his companions. Fortunately, they encountered no enemies along the way, but instead came across several lifeless bodies from the hidden leaf, one of which belonged to a jonin. The sight of this fallen jonin was a disheartening revelation for Lu Jiu and his team. If even a jonin had perished, what hope did they, mere chunin, have for survival? Perhaps it was divine providence or merely a matter of timing that led them to fortuitously encounter Kato Dakwon and Kuroki. Upon witnessing Kato Dakwon's injuries, Lu Jiu's expression shifted dramatically. The fact that even the formidable Kato Dakwon had sustained wounds indicated the formidable strength of their adversaries. As they congregated, this assemblage formed a modest combat force, bestowing upon them a semblance of security and alleviating some of the mounting pressure. After a brief exchange of their respective circumstances, they pressed onward without delay. Kato Daquan harbored no objections towards Yizi's choice to remain hidden and provide support from the shadows. Lugio, however, was prone to speculation due to Yizi's comment regarding their lack of strength, while Kato Daquan understood Yizi's strengths aligned with the covert approach, rendering the strategy reasonable. As they drew closer to their base, the tightening noose of danger became increasingly palpable, and soon, Kato Daquan and his party found themselves confronted by a team of IWA, shinobi intent on interception. This was not a standard four-man squad, but rather a trio. Likely diminished due to prior combat losses. All three members were jonin, one of whom was notably renowned. Upon recognizing this well-known IWA shinobi, Qianshi Ren, Kato Daquan's demeanor shifted dramatically. He knew of Qianshi Ren's exceptional prowess in earth release techniques, having witnessed many from the hidden leaf fall before him. The other two remained unknown to him, yet their formidable chakra levels suggested they were powerful adversaries. Given their current predicament, encountering such a formidable team left them with scant hope for survival. Even without his injuries, Kato Daquan knew that while he could potentially shield himself, the others would undoubtedly meet their demise. Unlike Yizi, Kato Daquan would never abandon a single teammate. Faced with the overwhelming strength of their opponents, he began contemplating escape strategies for Lugio and the others. However, the enemy was far from lenient. Upon sighting Kato Daquan and his allies, they wasted no time, launching a direct assault without uttering a word. Scatter! Escape! Without a moment's hesitation, Kato Daquan shouted, charging towards the incoming trio despite his injuries. Lugio, perceptive and rational, quickly assessed the disparity in strength between the two sides. With Kato Daquan's command echoing in his ears, he transformed in that instant. Adopting a cold-blooded demeanor akin to Yizi's, and without a shred of hesitation, he guided Hachi to evade the fray, heading straight for their base. Kuroki, though not as astute as Lugio, recognized the gravity of the situation and, driven by a sense of self-preservation, followed suit as soon as Kato Daquan's words fell. They all understood one crucial truth. Avoiding needless casualties was paramount, and preserving their fighting strength held greater significance than facing a futile death. Hidden in the shadows, Yizi's gaze shifted slightly upon witnessing Kato's abrupt decision, seemingly unexpected. In a matter of mere seconds, Kato had made such a choice, evidently lacking thorough contemplation. Yizi's eyes flickered. Had it been him, he would have unhesitatingly abandoned them to flee, yet Kato opted to preserve their lives, or rather, enhance their chances of survival. However, the formidable strength of the rock shinobi rendered Kato's current state utterly incapable of withstanding the trio. Qianshi Ren commanded the other two to pursue Lugio and his companions, while he himself positioned to confront Kato. In Kato's prime, he would have been a serious consideration, yet in his injured state, Qianshi was entirely confident in his ability to eliminate him. Earth release, stone cage. Qianshi Ren sneered, as a multitude of stones surged from the ground, swiftly forming an immense birdcage around Kato. Simultaneously, the other two, their expressions devoid of emotion, bypassed the ensnared Kato, chasing after Lugio. Damn it! Spirit transformation technique. Kato's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his most powerful jutsu. His soul surged forth from his back, swiftly traversing the stone cage towards Qianshi Ren. I am well aware of your techniques, Qianshi Ren remarked, exhibiting no signs of alarm, his demeanor icy. As Kato's spirit approached, he made no move, only to vanish suddenly. What? Kato's spirit was taken aback. Even in his chakra-sensing state, he could not discern Qianshi Ren's whereabouts. To prevent excessive chakra depletion, he was compelled to retract his spirit, terminating the spirit transformation technique. While incredibly potent, rendering one nearly invincible in one-on-one scenarios, the technique was marred by its substantial chakra consumption, limiting its endurance. Qianshi Ren evidently understood this, employing an unknown method to obscure his presence, even eluding Kato's spirit form. With the spirit transformation technique countered, Kato, trapped within the stone cage, wore a grave expression. Meanwhile, Yizi, lurking in the shadows and preparing to depart, found himself intrigued by Kato's technique upon witnessing its execution. With the rock shinobi leaving only one behind, he felt less urgency to escape. His curiosity towards Kato's jutsu peaked. He desired to learn it for himself, thus opting to remain. Unaware of the means by which Qianshi Ren concealed himself, Kato, even in his spirit form, could not detect him. Upon the spirit's return to its original form, detection was even more improbable. Maintaining vigilance, Kato first broke free from the stone cage. Yizi, hidden away, could not discern how Rin vanished. In that instant, he had not performed any hand seals, disappearing without a trace, even his presence undetectable. Losing sight of the enemy, the atmosphere thickened, the wind rustling through the trees, as if the leaves themselves were the movements of an unseen foe. Kato Dan surveyed his surroundings, his brow deeply furrowed. He could faintly sense the subtle hostility in the air, but was unable to ascertain the enemy's position. In such circumstances, an ordinary person's mind would be affected, and over time, their composure might waver. However, Kato Dan remained remarkably calm, untouched by the oppressive atmosphere. He deftly rotated a kunai between his fingers, grasping it firmly in one hand while the other maintained a tiger seal stance. Perhaps noticing Kato Dan's unflinching demeanor amidst the heavy tension, Rin suddenly materialized behind him. The waves of chakra surged into the air, his fist encased in hard rock, striking towards Kato Dan's back. The chakra's presence only manifested when Rin appeared, and by the time Kato Dan sensed it, Ran's rock fist was nearly upon him. Should this blow land, Kato Dan would undoubtedly perish. The impending sense of doom ignited a fervent blaze of thoughts within him. Yet, despite his constant vigilance, he found himself utterly helpless against an enemy who revealed their presence only at the moment of attack. It was a deadlock he could not escape. However, there was one who could break this impasse, Yi. Though Yi, with his exceptional perception, could not pinpoint the enemy's exact location, he was certain that the adversary would appear. Thus, he focused solely on Kato Dan's rear. If the enemy intended to strike from the front, there would be no need to conceal their presence through unknown means. He was resolute that the attack would come from behind. Just as he anticipated, Rin, employing an unknown method, concealed his aura and form, stealthily approaching Kato Dan's back to deliver a lethal blow. The stone fist, imbued with the essence of death, bore down upon Kato Dan's back, yet a flash of lightning surged forward with greater speed, emitting a crackling sound. In Ran's astonished gaze, it pierced through his fist like an arrow, shattering the rock that enveloped it into countless fragments. A gaping wound, 2 fingers wide, was torn through his hand, and the force of the blow propelled blood to erupt from the opening in a violent stream. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rin stepped back, attempting to distance himself from Kato Dan. However, this was precisely what Yi had anticipated. As soon as Rin landed, Yi had already positioned himself behind him, his gaze icy and merciless. The blade of his weapon, devoid of lightning, struck toward Rin's back. The wind of the blade sliced through the air, carrying with it a chilling intent to kill. Rin's expression shifted dramatically. He lunged forward with all his might, but could not evade the strike, which left a deep gash across his back. He collapsed to the ground, and as Yi stepped forward, he unleashed another strike toward Rin. In that instant, however, Rin's form abruptly vanished. Yet, Yi's thoughts did not falter. He continued to swing his blade toward the position where Rin had been. Swish! The strike met only empty air. Yi swiftly retracted his blade, suddenly noticing several trails of blood moving through the air, as if smeared upon an invisible object. Darting rapidly, he could also perceive the gusts of wind generated by the intense movement. So that was it. Yi tilted his head to observe the bloodstains leaping into the air, a cold smile gracing his lips. In mere moments, he formed a series of hand seals, and lightning crackled to life in the palm of his hand. Lightning release, raging torrent. He brought his index finger together, directing it at the invisible entity that had just landed upon the tree trunk. A beam of lightning surged forth from his fingertips, effortlessly piercing through the enigmatic figure. A shrill cry echoed as a massive chameleon gradually materialized. Kato Dan, who had narrowly escaped disaster, gazed at Yi with lingering trepidation. His eyes darted to the chameleon perched on the tree. In that instant, he seemed to foresee his own demise. Yet, at the crucial moment, Yi intervened, wounding Rin severely. To Kato Dan, Yi had proven himself more than capable of facing the challenges posed by a jonin. Thank you. Kato Dan nodded to Yi, then fixed his gaze intently on the chameleon. Without further ado, he unleashed his soul technique. The ability of Rin to conceal his form and presence largely relied on this chameleon. His soul detached and surged toward the creature, now tainted with blood. The chameleon lost its means of invisibility. It opened its mouth wide, its long tongue whipping out to fling Rin's body far away, blood raining down from the air, slightly worsening his injuries, yet allowing him to escape the perilous vicinity. Kato Dan watched as Rin was cast aside, but did not alter his objective. His ethereal soul directly infiltrated the chameleon's body. Moments later, the chameleon let out a wretched scream, its eyes dimming. Kato Duan's soul emerged from the chameleon. Returning to his corporeal form, just as the chameleon plummeted from the tree, its vitality extinguished. Simultaneously, Yi, wielding the lightning fang, pursued Qianshi Ran, the outcome already determined. In no time, Yi, propelled by his terrifying speed, caught up with Qianshi Ran, who had abandoned his retreat and turned to face Yi with a cold stare. Observing Yi's features and the lightning fang, Qianshi Ran remarked indifferently, "You are Yi. Indeed, you live up to the title of Konoha's little white fang." He had truly fallen hard, nearly losing his life. He never anticipated that his target had been lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. Had it not been for Yi, he would have had every confidence in delivering a fatal blow to Kato Duan. Yi remained silent, his entire being enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning. His mastery over lightning release had reached a considerable level. As Qianshi Ran beheld Yi, shrouded in electric brilliance, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, there was a significant disparity in their strengths. Had Yi concealed his true power? Or had he remarkably grown stronger in such a brief span? "You should not have pursued me," Qianshi Ran said coldly, having resolved to expend every ounce of his strength to eliminate Yi. "Since I have pursued you, I am confident in my ability to vanquish you," Yi retorted. Assessing Qianshi Ran's pale visage, the result of excessive blood loss. With a considerable advantage in chakra and stamina, he opted against close combat. Lightning release, howling wolf technique. The concentrated lightning erupted from Yi, ascending into the sky and manifesting into 5 lightning wolves that raced through the air, each lunging at Qianshi Ran from different directions. Qianshi Ran erupted in maniacal laughter, disregarding the approaching wolves as he charged directly at Yi. Yi raised an eyebrow, remaining rooted in place as he commanded the pack of wolves to encircle and consume Qianshi Ran. Sizzling sounds echoed, accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning. The terrifying lightning engulfed Qianshi Ran. Despair. Yet, a frenzied glint sparkled in Qianshi Ran's eyes as he forced his paralyzed and scorched body to surge forward. Launching a fist towards Yi. Unmoved, Yi gazed at the approaching fist, slightly lowering his upper body into a stance reminiscent of a drawn sword. In a flash, Leia was unsheathed, and with a swift arc of light, the colossal fist was sent hurtling into the air, drenched in blood. The momentum had waned. With another stroke, Yi severed Qianshi Ran's head. Blood gushed forth, creating a gruesome spectacle. Kato Dato, who had rushed to provide assistance, sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. He had struggled to match Yi's speed and had been concerned that Yi might not withstand Qianshi Ran's onslaught. He had not anticipated that Yi could eliminate Qianshi Ran so swiftly. This was undoubtedly aided by Qianshi Ran's injuries. But it also spoke volumes about Yi's own prowess. The residual warmth of the blood stained his cheek, and the sticky, warm sensation prompted Yi to instinctively wipe the blood from his face before slowly sheathing Leia. "Well done," remarked Kato Dato, glancing at the headless corpse on the ground, his tone slightly weary. Yi turned to him earnestly and inquired, "What kind of ninjutsu was that?" Kato Dato paused, quickly realizing what Yi was referring to. He replied, "It is the art of spiritual transformation, a forbidden technique akin to soul manipulation. In the state of spiritual transformation, one can eliminate targets regardless of distance and control their mental realm. Regardless of distance." Yi's eyes brightened, filled with eagerness for this technique. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you, but only after this war concludes, and it is not a technique one can master easily." Observing Yi's fervent gaze, Kato Dato smiled faintly. He was reluctant to impart forbidden arts to just anyone, yet he considered Yi one of the most radiant stars of the new generation. Given Yi's daring rescue of him and his steadfastness alongside the struggling Lu Jiao, he felt that sharing this forbidden knowledge with Yi was not inappropriate. "Are you truly willing to teach me this technique?" Yi was taken aback by Kato Dato's initiative. Of course, Kato Dato nodded, then surveyed their surroundings, stating, "Lu Jiao and the others are in great danger. We must pursue them immediately and regroup at the stronghold." Yi was elated to hear that Kato Dato intended to teach him the art of spiritual transformation. However, upon realizing the peril involved in chasing after Lu Jiao and the others, he fell silent. Given the extensive distance they had to cover and the encounters with multiple enemy groups, he doubted Kato Dato was unaware of the lurking dangers. It was highly plausible that the rock shinobi, with ample forces, had already encircled them. At this juncture, retreating to the stronghold was the only viable option to evade the encirclement. Should they attempt to rescue Lu Jiu and the others, they would likely fall into the enemy's trap, a scenario Yi Zi wished to avoid. Kato Dato, oblivious to Yi Zi's silence, believed that Yi Zi's willingness to assist him indicated his commitment to his comrades. Therefore, he assumed that the choice to return and aid Lu Jiu was only natural, never suspecting that Yi Zi's motivation for the rescue stemmed from his interest in the art of spiritual transformation. Let us go. Concerned for the safety of Riku and the others, Kato Dan leaped directly towards the branches above, giving Yi Zi no time for contemplation. Gritting his teeth, Yi Zi, without a moment's thought, allowed forbidden techniques to prevail and immediately followed Kato Dan. The IWA shinobi had indeed encircled the Konoha's blocking forces, aiming to annihilate the remnants in one fell swoop. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Even the most formidable individuals faced the dire shortage of chakra. This confrontation held no suspense, and the remaining Konoha forces, acutely aware of this fact, opted to retreat to their base, striving to conserve their strength while contacting the main forces for reinforcements to eradicate the pursuing IWA shinobi. By sharing a common objective, the Konoha forces gradually congregated, while the pursuing IWA shinobi began to tighten their encirclement. Almost all of the blocking force Jonin had perished, leaving behind only Chunin and Jinin. This was because the Jonin, being stronger, would often choose to remain behind when faced with insurmountable foes, allowing the less effective Jinin to escape. Such actions had led to the current predicament. Although the IWA shinobi also suffered losses, they paled in comparison to those of Konoha. The remnants of Konoha were akin to cornered beasts, slowly gathering together, until finally, Riku and his companions converged with Kushina and her group, thanks to Minato and Kushina, managing to evade being hunted down by the pursuing IWA shinobi. Having faced numerous perils, Riku felt a sense of frustration as he hurried towards the base with Minato and the others. They encountered no enemies along the way, but instead came across Uchiha Ice and Uchiha Natsu, both of whom bore injuries. With the forces now united, Riku inquired briefly, but his brow furrowed in concern. As more individuals gathered, Riku found no joy in the increasing numbers. Even though his companions were unharmed and possessed greater strength, he felt a heavy heart. He had a vague sense that the IWA shinobi were driving them, intent on swallowing them whole. Yet, even with an inkling of the enemy's intentions, they had no choice but to comply. For as long as everyone could reunite, there remained a glimmer of hope. Riku, have you seen Yi Zi? Kushina asked after failing to spot him, turning to Riku after her inquiry with the Uchiha siblings. Riku glanced at her, hesitated momentarily, and replied, yes. He should be with Teacher Dan, but I am unsure of their current situation. Is that so? Upon receiving the response, Kushina glanced back, worry evident in her eyes. The remaining group numbered fewer than 10. Despite their escape being devoid of encounters, the situation was far from optimistic, a reality both Minato and Riku recognized. Finally, as they approached their base, 3 IWA shinobi appeared on the branches ahead. The expressions of the Konoha group shifted, astonished that the IWA shinobi had reached them first, intercepting their path. Only a breakout. Do not hesitate. Riku commanded immediately. It is well known to all that breaking through is not a simple endeavor. The 3 rock shinobi, without employing any ninjutsu, effortlessly sent the formidable Uchiha Ice flying with a single exchange, followed swiftly by inflicting severe injuries upon Uchiha ninjutsu, causing the others to halt their advance. With the encirclement firmly established, escape became exceedingly difficult, especially when the disparity in strength was so pronounced. The struggles of a cornered beast merely heralded its demise. Despite Orochimaru's foresight regarding this situation, he remained indifferent, seizing upon the fleeting opportunity to push back the rock forces. Meanwhile, the remaining elite from Konoha found themselves in the most perilous predicament since becoming shinobi. Not to mention the still inexperienced Kiju, even in his matured state. He felt utterly powerless in the face of such despair. Any semblance of wisdom crumbled to mere fragments when confronted with insurmountable power. Uchiha Ice, brimming with confidence in his taijutsu, aimed to break through alongside his brother, only to be severely injured in a single encounter, inadvertently dragging Uchiha ninjutsu into his plight. Had he not succumbed to unconsciousness from his injuries, he would surely be overwhelmed with guilt. Uchiha ninjutsu's condition was hardly better, though he remained conscious. His fighting capability had waned, leaving him to await his inevitable fate. Among the remaining fighters, Kiju had nearly depleted his chakra, while Dingzhu lay still in unconsciousness. Hachi still possessed some chakra, yet was rendered ineffective. Conversely, Kushina and Minato were in relatively good condition, their chakra reserves plentiful and unscathed, making them the most likely candidates for escape. The others were largely incapacitated or severely injured. Onward. A mere glance at the remnants of Konoha's forces prompted the rock shinobi to launch their most ferocious assault. In such dire circumstances, those who understood the necessity of sacrifice would not foolishly remain to resist. Regrettably, neither Minato nor Kushina were inclined to abandon their comrades. Even with the possibility of escape looming before them, choosing instead to stand by their companions, even unto death. Kiju, form a line. Dozens of rock shinobi descended rapidly, and Minato exchanged a determined glance with Kushina, finding resolute conviction reflected in each other's eyes. Kiju's expression shifted slightly. His initial urge to suggest an escape plan for Minato and Kushina was swallowed back. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that surrender was never his style. Though he felt utterly useless in the current situation, he would make a final, desperate stand. He and Hachi remained steadfast, shielding the unconscious Dingzhu and others behind them. Their hopes rested solely on Minato and Kushina, though the odds were terrifyingly slim. The choices made by Minato and Kushina, along with Kiju's protective instinct, shattered the pride of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha ninjutsu, gazing at the backs before him, clenched his fists tightly in silence. He could accept death in battle with calmness. Yet he despised this sense of helplessness. In the face of numerous formidable rock shinobi, Minato and Kushina appeared remarkably frail. Yet, Minato was destined to be the future Hokage, and Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. How could they truly be weak? Minato moved like lightning, his speed rivaling that of a thunderous jutsu. Already embodying the essence of the yellow flash, he streaked through the air, leaving a trail of light, and swiftly dispatched a rock shinobi in an instant. Kushina's speed was not as swift as Minato's, yet she unleashed a powerful punch towards the nearest rock ninja. The rock ninja, observing Kushina's delicate yet vibrant fist, exhibited a fleeting look of disdain and swung his massive fist in retaliation. In the next moment, however, he paid dearly for his arrogance. A deafening crash echoed as the rock ninja vanished from sight, leaving behind a trail of shattered trees. Witnessing this spectacle, the protected Riku and his companions could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief, particularly Riku, who instantly made a comparison between his mother and Kushina, concluding that Kushina had far outclassed his mother. Indeed, women are formidable beings, Riku thought, a grim expression settling on his face. The thunderous sound of the punch caught everyone's attention. Having witnessed the fate of their unfortunate comrade, the other rock ninjas dared not underestimate Kushina's strength. Minato smiled faintly, fully aware of Kushina's formidable prowess, whether it be her physical strength or her spirit. I cannot afford to lag behind, he resolved, his expression growing serious as he prepared to exert himself fully, knowing that only by severing his retreat could he grasp a slim chance of survival. However, both Minato and Kushina were still inexperienced, and despite their valiant efforts in defeating over 10 rock ninjas, they ultimately sustained injuries and were forced to retreat. The rock ninja contingent was taken aback by the loss of so many to merely 2 children, especially when they discovered that one of these children was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Minato bore 2 deep wounds, one on his back, incurred while saving Kushina, and another on his thigh. With his chakra depleted, he had been reduced to a state akin to that of Riku. Kushina fared slightly better, having escaped injury. Yet her chakra reserves were dwindling. Resigned to their circumstances, Riku sighed internally as he surveyed the scene, masking his dismay. Minato, filled with frustration, felt utterly helpless. Was there truly no way out? Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Kushina furrowed her brow slightly, if she could avoid it. She would not wish to tap into that power, but for the sake of her comrades, she had no choice. Her brow gradually relaxed, and her expression hardened with resolve as she delved into the space sealing the Ninetales, arriving before the damp, shadowy cage. Humph, came a displeased snort from the dim light. Ninetales, lend me your chakra. Kushina floated in midair, her determination unwavering as she gazed into the icy, merciless eyes beyond the cage. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted through the bars, swiftly aiming for Kushina's forehead, a sharp, obsidian claw. Unfazed, Kushina remained steadfast, her gaze fixed on the darkness behind the cage. Even as the claw hovered perilously close to her forehead without the slightest flinch. Little girl, remember, I am not aiding you. I am saving myself. The Ninetales retracted its claw, its voice laced with fury. Thank you. Kushina replied, her face breaking into a radiant smile. A surge of formidable chakra suddenly emanated from Kushina, enveloping her in a bubbling chakra cloak. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of fierce beastly orbs. This is... Minato gazed in astonishment at Kushina beside him. The rock ninjas, poised to launch their final assault, were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene, but soon their expressions shifted to unrestrained joy. They had not anticipated that the trapped beast before them was a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. If they could bring her back to the rock village, it would be a monumental achievement. However, in their exuberance, they failed to consider that even if they captured Kushina, traversing through the ranks of the Konoha army to return to their village would prove exceedingly difficult. I will protect you, Kushina declared earnestly, her beastly gaze unwavering, before charging single-handedly toward the rock ninjas. The ninjas present were no weaklings. They were not easily intimidated by the chakra of the Nine Tails. To them, she was merely a child possessing a vast reservoir of chakra, incapable of wielding it effectively. Indeed, although the Nine Tails had lent her its chakra, it could not instantly transform Kushina into a formidable warrior. Cloaked in chakra, she engaged in fierce combat with dozens of rock ninjas, and soon, several of them began to fall, though her own wounds multiplied in the process. Minato, unable to bear the sight, joined the fray to assist Kushina, only to inadvertently cause her to sustain a blow while attempting to save him, resulting in Minato being kicked out of the battle. The fight did not last long. Yet over a dozen rock ninjas had already succumbed. By the time Yeji and Kato arrived, Kushina's chakra cloak had weakened to a near-translucent state, her body marred with blood. Although most of her wounds had begun to heal, the blood lost could not be replenished, leaving her on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, Yeji felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, a sensation of pain. That girl, drenched in blood, stubbornly refusing to retreat, stood alone, sacrificing her life to protect her comrades behind her. As he beheld the faltering, blood-soaked Kushina, Yeji furrowed his brow deeply, grappling with the question of why he felt such heartache and even anger. Even though the girl bore a striking resemblance to his sister, it should not have stirred such emotions within him. He had resolved to remain indifferent and forsake his ties, yet this scene shattered his resolve. Was it because those bonds had already taken root, or was it the haunting image of the girl, bloodied and battered, that resonated with memories long buried? At that moment, Yeji truly did not know. Ultimately, Kushina could not withstand the onslaught of the rock ninjas. After exhausting her final reserves of chakra and strength, she was forcefully kicked away by one of them, while another ninja rushed toward her, kunai in hand. The glint of cold determination shone in the ninja's eyes as the dark kunai sliced through the air, aiming straight for Kushina's heart. He had no intention of killing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It was merely a pretense, and at the last moment, he would surely hold back. As Kushina landed, she looked at the rock ninja and raised her arm in a futile attempt to defend herself, only for it to fall limply at her side. Despair evident in her gaze. In that instant, Minato summoned the last of his strength, darting in front of Kushina with unwavering resolve, arms outstretched. Minato. Kushina stared blankly at the figure before her, her eyes trembling. The rock ninja, upon witnessing an unexpected intruder, was momentarily seized by a flash of murderous intent. Why are they all so foolish? Leaf Ji swiftly drew his blade, chakra coursing through his veins, generating a tumultuous current upon his skin. He surged forward at an astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, appearing before Watergate in the blink of an eye, and swung his sword. The velocity was such that it left only a streak of light in the eyes of onlookers. The rock ninja barely sensed the approaching chakra before a dazzling flash crossed his vision, followed by a chilling sensation at his throat, as if all his strength was ebbing away like a receding tide. A torrent of warm blood gushed forth from his neck as he clutched at the wound, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden appearance of Leaf Shi, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Withdraw, Leaf Shi stated coldly, not even glancing at the two behind him after dispatching the rock ninja. Watergate, having just returned from the brink of death, breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, both he and Kushina were utterly drained of chakra and stamina. Remaining would only hinder their escape. Thus, he decisively assisted the stunned Kushina, retreating to where Rokuju awaited. Seeing that Kushina and Watergate were unharmed, Rokuju too felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned his gaze to Leaf Shi, enveloped in crackling currents of electricity, and rubbed his forehead in regret, reflecting inwardly. It seems I must retract my prior assumptions. Kushina, are you all right? Watergate inquired, helping her to sit against a tree. I'm fine, Kushina replied, shaking her head. She then gazed at Leaf Shi's retreating figure. A beautiful smile gracing her lips as she said, "Watergate, he remains unchanged." A fleeting sense of melancholy passed through Watergate, and he nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Kato-dan had also reached Leaf Shi's side. It could be said that only he and Leaf Shi from Konoha still possessed the strength to fight. The remaining 10 or so rock ninjas wore grim expressions, feeling assured of their mission's success, yet unexpected variables continued to arise. First, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had unleashed their power, not only thwarting their assault but also costing them several comrades. Just when they thought they had captured the Jinchuriki, 2 Konoha ninjas emerged to interfere. Recognizing Leaf Shi's appearance and distinctive lightning techniques, the rock ninjas quickly deduced his identity. "It's the target, eliminate him," commanded the one-eyed leader coldly. "Understood," responded the remaining rock ninjas, charging towards Leaf Shi. "Cover me," Leaf Shi called to Kato-dan, feeling the weight of pressure increase as the rock ninjas advanced. And then he dashed into the fray alone. "All right," Kato-dan replied, his expression grave. Just as he spoke, he felt a slight disturbance at his feet, causing his heart to leap. Reacting swiftly, he raised his kunai in defense. At that same moment, a figure erupted from the ground, radiating a fierce, murderous intent, and struck towards Kato-dan with a powerful punch. It was none other than the one-eyed rock ninja leader. Clang! The fist, encased in hardened earth, collided with Kato-dan's kunai, the tremendous force knocking Kato-dan's arm aside. When did this happen? Kato-dan's expression shifted drastically. Yet it was too late to counter the second strike from the one-eyed rock ninja. The one-eyed rock ninja delivered a forceful kick to Kato-d's abdomen, causing the latter to spew forth a mouthful of warm blood and be violently propelled backward, landing heavily near the incapacitated Leaf ninjas. "D-sensei," the injured Leaf ninjas exclaimed, their hopes dwindling. Minato, dragging his weary body, rushed to the fallen Kato-d, gripping his kunai tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the one-eyed rock ninja. The sudden turn of events caught the Leaf side off guard. Yeji, who had initially charged forward, sensed something amiss upon witnessing the one-eyed rock ninja transform into a puddle of mud. To his dismay, he realized that the target was indeed Kato-d, and it was too late for him to provide aid. As he watched Kato-d being kicked away, his fate uncertain, Yeji decisively halted his charge and redirected his attack towards the one-eyed rock ninja, fully aware that Kushina and the others possessed no combat capability, making it all too easy for the enemy to eliminate them. "You are Yeji?" The one-eyed rock ninja coldly regarded him. Previously, the chakra unleashed by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been overwhelmingly formidable, and despite inflicting casualties on over a dozen of his comrades, they had struggled to subdue the Jinchuriki. However, he believed that a mere speed-type ninja adept in lightning techniques would not pose a significant challenge, especially since he doubted that the young Yeji could still possess ample chakra after several battles. Yeji offered no reply. Instead, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, faster than before, aimed directly at the one-eyed rock ninja. "So swift, I cannot evade it," he thought, a flicker of realization striking him as he acknowledged his overconfidence. As evasion became impossible, a frenzied glint ignited in the one-eyed rock ninja's eyes as he extended his robust palm toward Yeji. Yeji's expression shifted, even in his high-speed motion. He found himself unable to alter his course. The Raiga followed its predetermined trajectory, slicing fiercely towards the one-eyed rock ninja. With a swift swoosh, a severed arm spiraled into the air. Die. Despite losing his right arm, the one-eyed rock ninja paid it no mind. Seizing the moment while Yeji was momentarily weakened, he delivered a powerful punch to Yeji's ribs. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Yeji let out a stifled groan, his wrist twisting as he was forcefully hurled away. As he was propelled backward, Raiga left a deep gash across the one-eyed rock ninja's chest. The ninja furrowed his brow, silently contemplating the charred wound on his torso. It dawned on him why a superior sought to eliminate Yeji amidst this conflict. He raised his gaze to the ground, where Yeji had carved a deep trench, taking a step forward only to feel a sudden numbness coursing through his body, causing him to kneel heavily, gasping for breath. 2 ribs were fractured, and his chakra was in a dire state. Yeji paid no heed to the one-eyed rock ninja. Instead, he assessed his own injuries, his brow furrowed with concern. To him, the broken ribs were of little consequence. The real issue lay in his dwindling chakra. Without sufficient chakra, he would lose his greatest asset. What to do? Should he flee? He pondered silently, realizing that with Kato-d incapacitated and the others in a similar predicament, it would be impossible for him to contend against the remaining rock ninjas with his meager chakra reserves. Yet, he found himself unable to act on his inner thoughts. He slowly rose, gazing at the advancing rock ninjas. He could not comprehend why he chose to remain in such dire circumstances. Yet a voice within him incessantly urged him on. If Kushina were to perish here, he would be engulfed by an irreparable regret, fully aware that staying was profoundly foolish. Yet Leaf Ji resolved to stay. He became the last bastion, safeguarding the lives of those behind him. Having made the decision to remain, his thoughts were consumed with devising a strategy to overcome the rock ninjas. First and foremost, he faced the pressing issue of inadequate chakra. Resolving this dilemma was imperative for any chance of victory. At this juncture in battle, the supply of military rations had long been depleted, and such provisions bore significant side effects, typically reserved for the throes of war. The remaining rock ninjas showed no concern for Leaf Ji's condition. They unleashed their formidable earth release techniques, unleashing torrents of mud and stones akin to a cataclysmic wave, crushing trees in their path as they surged towards him. The force of the mudslide was immense, extending even to the vicinity of Kato and his companions. However, due to the distance, Leaf Ji perceived no threat to Kato and his team, thus he paid them no mind. Just as the deluge was about to engulf him, he expended the last vestiges of his chakra, transforming it into a bolt of lightning to lift the injured, paralyzed one-eyed rock ninja away from the impending onslaught. It must be said, although the rock ninja strategy was foolish, it undeniably forced the Konoha ninjas, including Leaf Ji, into a desperate predicament. To put it plainly, the considerable chakra expended by the rock ninjas to create such a massive mudslide compelled the Konoha side to exhaust their final reserves in evasion, Leaf Ji included. His chakra was nearly depleted, though his physical strength remained relatively intact. The Konoha fighters lay scattered among the trees shattered by the mudslide, rendered immobile, their gazes fixed on Leaf Ji, silently hoping for a miracle. Leaf Ji stood atop a tree trunk submerged in the mudslide, one hand grasping the one-eyed rock ninja, the other wielding Raiga, his expression impassive, yet a glimmer of ruthless determination flickered in his eyes. If there remained a glimmer of hope for victory, it resided solely in the conjecture brewing within his mind. Observing Leaf Ji's grip on the one-eyed rock ninja, the remaining rock ninjas exchanged scornful glances, mistakenly believing he intended to use the captive as leverage against them. Such a notion was utterly foolish. If they could be threatened, they would no longer be ninjas. You wish to use me to threaten them? The one-eyed rock ninja laboriously lifted his eyelids, emitting a low scoff. No, I intend to use you to eliminate them. Leaf Ji's initial uncertainty gradually gave way to a fierce resolve. If survival was at stake, he would not hesitate to take extreme measures. The one-eyed rock ninja, chuckling in mockery, believed Leaf Ji genuinely sought to wield him as a means of intimidation, oblivious to the true horror of Leaf Ji's intentions. At least you still have some use, Leaf Ji remarked, casting a glance at him before suddenly adjusting his grip and severing the one-eyed rock ninja's other arm. The latter emitted a muffled groan, his expression tinged with pain, yet he refrained from resisting. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of all present, Yi tilted his head and bit down on the severed arm, blood cascading onto his cheek, forming grotesque crimson stains that rendered his visage particularly ghastly. In that moment, both the Leaf Ninja and the Stone Ninja stood in silent awe, bewildered by Yi intentions, as an eerie stillness enveloped the arena. Releasing the one-eyed Stone Ninja, he clamped down on the severed arm, tearing away the remnants of clothing with a fierce grip. Then, amidst the shocked stares of the onlookers, he abruptly jerked his head to the right, voraciously sinking his teeth into a generous chunk of flesh, droplets of blood splattering through the air, the metallic scent of blood intensifying at that very moment. The one-eyed Stone Ninja, sprawled at his feet, widened his eyes in disbelief at the horrific scene unfolding before him. Is he truly consuming my flesh? The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and despite his iron will, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What is he doing? The Leaf Ninjas were left aghast, while the Stone Ninjas were equally paralyzed by Yi's horrifying and repulsive act. Ignoring the peculiar gazes directed towards him, Yi furrowed his brow, suppressing the queasy sensation brought on by the metallic taste of blood, and swallowed the morsel whole. Biting down again without chewing, the sound of flesh sliding down his throat resonating ominously in the silence. You madman! The one-eyed Stone Ninja exclaimed in terror, managing to utter a complete sentence through his fear. Hearing his words, Yi cast a cold glance in his direction, his eyes resembling those of a diner surveying a dish of meat, sending a chilling shiver down the one-eyed ninja's spine. Soon, the entire arm was reduced to nothing but stark white bones. Yizi could feel his chakra rapidly rejuvenating. Though the amount was minimal, it validated the long-held suspicions. Discarding the bone, Yizi's palm crackled with energy as he lunged towards the one-eyed stone ninja's navel, ruthlessly excavating a significant chunk of bloody flesh. The latter emitted a piercing scream, crying out, "Kill me, please, in my life." That harrowing wail jolted everyone present from their stupor. Anyone confronted with the imminent threat of being devoured alive would falter, even seasoned ninjas. "Monster," someone from the remaining leaf ninjas muttered under their breath. One solitary figure stood atop a tree trunk nearby, and though it was Dujio who heard the remark, he merely cast a silent glance without agreement or reproach. Yizi gazed intently at the substantial piece of flesh in his grasp, cold sweat beading on his forehead, the pervasive metallic taste causing waves of nausea. Perhaps, by resorting to such an act, he would forever be linked to monstrosity, a reality that would not be easily accepted, even if it was a desperate means of survival. Nonetheless, he felt no regret for his actions. In fact, he believed he had acquired a new means of preserving his life. The area around the navel was particularly rich in chakra, and consuming this flesh would grant him the vigor to fight once more. With a swift twist of his wrist, Leia's blade pivoted and pierced the neck of the one-eyed rock ninja at his feet, silencing the wails of despair. In his final moments, the rock ninja displayed an expression akin to liberation. Subsequently, Yizi inhaled deeply, ferociously biting into a substantial piece of flesh, swallowing it whole without chewing. After the initial shock, one of the rock ninjas finally succumbed to his rage and launched an attack against Yizi, unable to bear the sight any longer. Lightning Release is an exceptionally versatile ninjutsu, known for its destructive power and rapid speed, capable of enhancing the user's own abilities. The latter application, however, is the most challenging to master. The heightened cellular activity that accompanies rapid movement demands not only formidable physical prowess, but also eyes as keen as the Sharingan. Otherwise, one risks suffering the consequences. Lacking the Sharingan, the Cloud Ninjas have instead opted to hone their physical forms to perfection. Consequently, in moments of high-speed movement, they face no obstacles, wielding their tremendous physical strength in tandem with the terrifying penetrative ability of Lightning Release to overcome any impediment, alleviating concerns about their vision keeping pace. Yizi, devoid of the Sharingan and lacking the formidable physique of the Raikage, possesses eyes that capture motion with equal acuity. Although his physical strength does not rival that of the Raikage, he possesses remarkable endurance. When these two advantages converge, Yizi employs Lightning Release to stimulate his cells, causing his power to surge exponentially, the only drawback being his limited chakra reserves. Yet, at this moment, he discovers a method to compensate for this deficiency. As he gazes at the advancing rock ninja, a fearsome smile spreads across his face, crackling electricity envelopes his body, and a flash of lightning darts through the forest, narrowly missing the rock ninja, only to reveal Yizi's figure upon halting. With a splatter, a jet of blood erupted from the rock ninja's neck as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yizi ceased to restrain his chakra, disregarding the damage to his cells. As his speed escalated to terrifying heights, the air around him tinged with a faint scent of singed flesh. The remaining ninjas stood in stunned silence, despite being formidable jounin. They were overwhelmed by an insurmountable sense of helplessness in the face of such alarming speed, though not as swift as the Flying Thunder God technique employed by Minato. The gap was narrowing, and with the augmentation of Lightning Release, Yizi's destructive potential, in some respects, surpassed that of Minato's technique. After dispatching the rock ninja, Yizi pressed on, targeting another foe. The latter's substitution technique was only half-formed when he met his demise beneath Yizi's blade. This time, Yizi devoured the flesh from the navel of the fallen ninja, replenishing his chakra. Like a ravenous demon emerging from the depths of hell, the rock ninja faction, once dominant, was reduced to mere prey upon the chopping block, the situation spiraling into a one-sided massacre. With each rock ninja slain, Yizi's body sustained some damage. Yet he remained unperturbed, believing that such injuries could be mended post-battle. Under the fearful gaze of the majority of Konoha's forces, Yizi consumed a piece of flesh after each kill. This unprecedented scene etched the moniker of monster deeply into their minds. Kushina and Minato shared a moment of profound complexity in their gazes. The performance of Yizi had utterly overturned their perceptions, so bloody, so terrifying. Yet, it was undeniable that at this moment, Yizi fought for them. Irrespective of the motives behind it, he was battling to protect them. Kushina, Minato, Kat Dien, and Akatsuki, and the recently awakened Uchiha Ice all recognized this truth. Thus, unlike others, They could not cast overtly disdainful glances at Yazi, but could only watch him with intricate expressions. The one-sided battle concluded swiftly, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, littered with the remnants of the fallen. Blood splattered across Yazi, exuding a pungent, metallic scent, transforming even Raiga into a crimson hue. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the dismembered limbs scattered around, remaining silent. He could sense the unusual stares piercing his back, emanating from behind him. Despite his resolve to disregard such gazes, he found himself unable to turn around. A wave of loneliness surged from within his heart. Since arriving in this world, he had grown accustomed to solitude, persistently believing he would walk alone towards an uncertain future. Yet at this moment, he loathed that feeling, as if he had been forgotten by the world. He stood there, silent and detached, with a pool of blood spreading beneath his feet. It seemed an invisible barrier separated him from those of Konoha. Cat Dien hesitated momentarily, opening his mouth, yet unsure of what to say at that moment. Minato silently observed his silhouette, his expression a complex tapestry interwoven with admiration. Suddenly, Kushina approached Yazi, and before the watchful eyes of all, she gently wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her blood-soaked cheek against his back, whispering, "Thank you." Yazi, momentarily stunned, lowered his head. That simple expression of gratitude felt so familiar, so unforgettable, echoing from that fateful night to this very instant. He began to grasp why he could not let go of Kushina. Though her personality starkly contrasted with that of Yairue, they bore a resemblance that occasionally overlapped in his mind. Yazi was preoccupied with thoughts of Yairue back on Earth, while Kushina provided a deep sense of comfort that stemmed from that longing. In that moment, witnessing Kushina's blood-drenched state ignited a torrent of anger within him. This was an emotion that emerged instinctively, even knowing that Kushina was not Yairue, not the one from Earth. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he projected a faint shadow of Yairue onto Kushina. They were different. Gradually, Yazi extricated himself from Kushina's embrace, stating calmly, "Let us return to the base as soon as possible." Understood. Kushina, her voice slightly subdued, turned to join Minato and the others, beginning to organize the group to assist those who had lost consciousness or were unable to move. This marked their inaugural participation in warfare, a poignant encounter with the brutal realities of battle. To their astonishment, the most formidable of the elite ninja had fallen, leaving only Kato Dan alive, while the lower-ranked shinobi had miraculously survived. If the clandestine skirmishes were so harrowing, one could only imagine the ferocity of the overt conflict. Silence enveloped them as they leaned on one another, hastening towards their stronghold. Yazi, bearing the least severe injuries, took the lead in scouting, entrusting the care of the wounded to Minato and his companions. Once they departed, a seemingly unremarkable tree revealed a woman who had been invisible moments before, her expression dark as she gazed after them. Had Yazi been present, he would have recognized her as Ohwa, the female rock ninja who had escorted the daimyo of the Land of Rain during their mission. The urgency to relay intelligence back was palpable. Konoha's white fang must be eliminated swiftly. A profound sense of trepidation shadowed Ohwa's gaze as she recalled the recent encounter in the Land of Rain. She had not anticipated Yazi's alarming growth. If this continued, Konoha would soon boast yet another white fang. Casting her eyes over the scattered limbs, her countenance soured. Turning to leave, she suddenly felt her feet ensnared by an unseen force. Looking down, she discovered her legs ensconced in a mysterious white substance. And despite her efforts to break free, she remained immobile. Panic surged within her as she swiftly formed hand seals. This was untenable. Just as she completed half of her seals, the white substance seeping from her arm ensnared her, coalescing into a man with a pale upper body, who regarded her with eerie silence. "Who are you?" Ohwa gasped, terror etched across her face as she confronted the ghastly specter. The man spoke in a low, calm tone. "That is of no consequence, for you are about to perish." "No!" Ohwa screamed, her wail abruptly cut short as the white substance fully enveloped her, resembling a cocoon. Subsequently, the white chrysalis merged with the tree trunk, as though it had never existed. As they neared the stronghold, a figure approached them at a swift pace. Yazi's expression shifted slightly as he paused atop a great tree, his sword rakeage unsheathed, electricity crackling along its surface. Soon, he discerned the identity of the newcomer, and with a slight start, he sheathed rakeage and retracted his chakra, the sizzling energy dissipating. The arrival was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. From a distance, she spotted Yazi, her eyes brightening momentarily. Then, she noticed Kato Dan, bloodied and battered, and her demeanor tightened with concern as she hastened to his side. "Let me see," Tsunade commanded, disregarding Kato-dan's protests as she assertively took him from Minato. Examining his injuries with an anxious urgency that belied the composure expected of a Sannin. Kato-dan, gazing at the flustered Tsunade, felt a warmth wash over him. Touched by her tender concern. The gathered members of Konoha were witnessing such a version of Tsunade for the first time, and it shattered their expectations. Observing Tsunade's determination to treat Kato's injuries right then and there, it became apparent that they would not be returning to the base anytime soon. Indeed, after assessing Kato's condition, Tsunade exhaled a sigh of relief and immediately commenced her healing efforts. Kato, understanding Tsunade well, refrained from voicing any objections, casting a glance of apology at the others instead. Leaning against a tree trunk, Yezi stared vacantly into the distance. With Tsunade's arrival, it signified the absence of danger. And the initial clash of the ongoing conflict had reached a tentative conclusion, leaving them uncertain of which side had gained the upper hand. The surviving members of Konoha could finally release their anxieties, for with one of the legendary Sannin present, their safety seemed assured. Before long, another figure appeared swiftly, revealing itself to be Orochimaru, the commander of this warfare. As he leaped through the trees, he spotted Yezi from afar, and his tense expression softened slightly. Approaching Yezi with a stoic demeanor, he surveyed the remaining members of Konoha, inwardly relieved. Although unaware of the events that had transpired, the survival of the new generation pillars in Izuka, Nara, the Uchiha siblings, Kushina, Minato, and Yezi, was the most favorable outcome imaginable. Orochimaru's curiosity piqued. He felt an eagerness to review the post-battle report, contemplating whether he and Nara Shikaku had misjudged the situation. Regardless, the initial confrontation had resulted in a resounding victory for Konoha, maintaining their advantage. Securing victory in the war should not pose a significant challenge. Orochimaru mused that even if they emerged victorious, the most they could achieve would be to push the battlefield slightly inward, effectively neutralizing the Land of Rain, while breaching the Rock Village would remain an insurmountable task, given its formidable defenses. Moreover, Konoha's strategy during this conflict had primarily been defensive. "Let us return," Orochimaru said, gently patting Yezi's shoulder before leading the way. He had rushed back to the rear as soon as his initial battle concluded, driven by a desire to assist and assess the situation, though Tsunade had been swifter. Followed closely by the fathers of Inuzuka and Nara, Yezi watched Orochimaru's retreating figure before glancing back at Kushina, who was supporting Uchiha Ice, and with a determined step, he followed in Orochimaru's footsteps toward the base. Kushina, perceiving Yezi's gaze, turned to look at him, but by the time she did, he had already departed. Ultimately, everyone returned safely to the base for treatment. Kato meticulously compiled the battle report and presented it to Orochimaru. As Orochimaru perused the report, his expression grew increasingly grave. He did not find any issue with Yezi's method of consuming the flesh of enemies to restore himself. However, from his perspective, it was inconsequential. Others, particularly the ordinary villagers, would undoubtedly view it differently. Upon returning to the base, Shimura Nanako was the first to approach Yezi, tending to his wounds, despite their minor nature. Yezi gazed at Naiko, who was tending to his wounds, and remarked calmly, "I had presumed you would stealthily follow me as a member of the corpse retrieval unit." Naiko, her head bowed in concentration as she treated his injuries, offered no reply. Yezi, finding the conversation rather dull, lapsed into silence as well. Although the mission had been perilous, it yielded significant insights, particularly in discovering a sustainable method for prolonged combat. The role of medical ninjas proved to be unparalleled. During the first day of battle, aside from those with more severe injuries, nearly all were treated, ensuring sustained combat effectiveness. Such outcomes were largely attributable to the limited number of medical ninjas. Their dedication and hard work afforded Konoha a considerable advantage on the first day of war. As the commander, Orochimaru had no choice but to acknowledge the significance of medical ninjas. Initially, Tsunade faced immense pressure in advocating for the training of medical ninjas, only to have her request dismissed by the higher-ups under the pretext of insufficient manpower. Nevertheless, Tsunade remained undeterred, expressing her strong desire for this initiative, which ultimately compelled the upper echelon to concede and agree to the training of medical ninjas, albeit without prioritizing its implementation, resulting in a scarcity of medical ninjas in Konoha at present. Orochimaru had reason to believe that as the war persisted, more individuals would recognize the critical importance of medical ninjas. Under Naiko's care, Yezi swiftly regained his strength. His injuries were relatively minor, and he was merely fatigued. After the treatment, he consumed a hearty meal and, with Orochimaru's approval, retired to a private tent for a well-deserved rest. Without a doubt, his performance in this battle would be recorded as a significant contribution to the war effort. It could be said that without him, Kaido-dan would have undoubtedly perished, and the new generation of Konoha might not have survived. On the morning of the following day, Yi awoke, feeling immensely rejuvenated. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a lengthy slumber, as he typically managed no more than 4 hours of sleep. The sensation was truly delightful. After a brief wash, he exited the tent, intent on procuring his morning rations. The tents within the encampment were arranged with care, and the Konoha ninjas, clad in standard attire, navigated the spaces between them. Yi made his way directly to the area designated for breakfast distribution, and as he walked, numerous Konoha ninjas regarded him with an indescribable look in their eyes. Yi remained unfazed by their unusual gazes, seemingly oblivious to their scrutiny, yet inwardly, he could not help but sigh. In the span of a single night, it appeared that his act of consuming the flesh of enemies had spread throughout the ranks of the Konoha army. Those who questioned his actions could not fathom his motives for such behavior. Those who understood, like Kaido-dan, chose not to broadcast the matter. He only confided in Orochimaru and Tsunade, expressing his doubts. Orochimaru and Tsunade were among the few who comprehended Yi's extraordinary physique. They were aware of his unique build, yet they had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. While Orochimaru found no issue with the situation, Tsunade was intrigued, pondering that Yi might possess potentials even greater than those of Kushina. Those unfamiliar with the situation might merely consider this a peculiar quirk of Yi himself, leading to whispers that gradually spread throughout the night. The forces of Konoha were numerous, yet they moved in clusters, and a single piece of news rippled through them like a stone cast into a lake, igniting a flurry of reactions in rapid succession. Consequently, the velocity of this information's dissemination was astonishingly swift. The gazes cast upon Yi were filled with disdain, fear, strangeness, and confusion, regardless of the sentiment. None bore a friendly nature. Most eyes regarded him as one would a monster. Yi had anticipated the ramifications of his actions, but had not expected them to arrive so swiftly and with such ferocity. Yet, he remained indifferent. As he traversed through the multitude of stairs, he made his way to the food distribution area. His arrival compelled the Konoha citizens, who had been queuing, to unconsciously part ways for him. The few individuals responsible for distributing the food instinctively recoiled a step upon seeing Yi approach. Was consuming the flesh of one's enemies truly so terrifying? Was it truly so difficult to accept? Such notions were not entirely outrageous. However, the rumors were fiercer than a tiger. Each retelling morphed the tale, escalating from a mere nibble on an arm to a grotesque image of Yi torturing rock shinobi while devouring a corpse, punctuated by sinister laughter. As if this grisly act were merely an eccentricity. Confronted with such a being, even if he hailed from Konoha, it was challenging to draw near, engage, or even converse. Yi walked silently, and those few individuals trembled slightly, seemingly forgetting their duties. With a slight furrow of his brow, he disregarded their reactions and directly seized several portions of food before turning to leave. As he departed, all present watched in silence, neither speaking nor caring about the considerable amount of breakfast he had taken. On his return journey, he endured yet another wave of scrutinizing gazes. Yi remained unfazed, refusing to ponder who had disseminated such rumors, especially in light of his actions to save them. His focus lay beyond their line of sight, and the path he tread was devoid of companions. Perhaps, from the moment he traversed from Earth to this realm, his fate had been sealed in solitude. Upon returning to his tent, Yi suddenly realized why Orochimaru had permitted him the privilege of an individual tent. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he quietly surveyed the 7 or 8 portions of food. After consuming his meal, he lay on the rudimentary cot, staring at the tent's ceiling, his thoughts drifting back to distant memories. In that world constructed from refuse, in the dim, narrow crevices, amidst the mounds of decay, images flashed before him, ultimately settling on a great blaze that painted the night sky crimson, incinerating all turmoil, reducing malice to ash, and obliterating entities more terrifying than humans to nothingness. Yi's wandering gaze gradually sharpened, his expression growing increasingly apathetic. At that moment, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the tent. The master of footsteps entered without inquiry, lifting the curtain to step inside. Yi turned his head, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. He rose to regard the newcomer and inquired, "What brings you here?" Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, "Just came to see you." "Oh." Yi responded coolly. "Do you mind?" Orochimaru's demeanor remained unchanged despite Yeezy's frosty reception. Yeezy shook his head and calmly stated, "It has no effect on me." "That's good," Orochimaru said. "I will not suppress this news, for it is futile. After the war, it may become even more arduous." It seemed that Orochimaru had come specifically to elucidate this to Yeezy. "I do not mind." Yeezy maintained his tranquil expression. Orochimaru gazed deeply at him. And upon confirming that Yeezy truly bore no concern, his hoarse voice carried a hint of mockery. "The so-called victory is irrelevant to the means. What matters is that our enemies lie dead while we remain alive. You have done well." Yeezy looked at him and nodded slightly. "Do not perish," Orochimaru remarked before turning to depart. They stood in an unknown cavernous depth, where thick tree roots extended erratically, entwined with the dry earthen walls. Here, silence coexisted with darkness, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. In the depths of the gloom loomed a colossal stone statue, its 9 closed eyes and fearsome visage resembling withered wood. Beneath the statue, several pipes extended forward, connected to an elderly man with white hair who sat upon a stone platform, leaning on a cane. His expression was indifferent, yet one eye, hidden beneath his bangs, flickered with a crimson light that stood out starkly in the darkness. The old man stared into the abyss, as though peering into the future. Suddenly, the dark ground rippled, akin to surging lava, giving rise to a bubble that burst to reveal a pallid young man. "What an intriguing child," the young man remarked, looking at the elder seated on the platform. "Oh." The old man slowly shifted his gaze towards Baiju, calmly asking, "Have the spores been retained?" Baiju replied in a low voice, "They could not be preserved. They were consumed." "Consumed?" "Indeed, completely devoured." "Explain how this transpired." Baiju proceeded to recount in exhaustive detail all that he had witnessed, including Yeezy's performance in battle and the emergence of Konoha's new Jinchuriki, Kushina. As the elder listened, his eyes gradually turned cold, murmuring to himself, "A vitality unlike any other, consuming flesh to restore chakra, even devouring the spores unconsciously. Quite interesting." Though regrettably not a member of the Uchiha clan, the once living beings in his words had transformed into mere flesh. "I wish to know more. Keep a watchful eye on him." "Understood." Baiju slowly nodded, gradually merging with the ground like mud, vanishing without a trace. After Baiju's disappearance, the elder slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on a particular point in the darkness, a cold smile slowly emerging on his withered face. "The war continues unabated, with the rock shinobi suffering a setback on the first day, pushing the battlefield into the territory of the land of grass. The hidden leaf village looms like a colossal wheel, slowly rolling toward the borders of the land of earth, while the land of grass merely serves as a path beneath its wheels. Orochimaru has unleashed all available forces in a bid to decisively defeat the rock shinobi. Yet, faced with the formidable might of the leaf, the rock shinobi show no signs of retreating, disregarding the vehement protests from the land of grass, and drawing the battlefield into its borders in hopes of harnessing all available resources to gain an advantage. Yeji, though not severely injured, has been dispatched to the front lines. Amid the surging tide of soldiers, he feels like a leaf adrift without roots. He gazes upon the capital of the land of grass, recalling that blood-soaked night. His expression icy. He had vowed to return here and reclaim everything. Standing by his side is Konoha's Yane, her gaze fixed upon the capital with an expression of fierce determination. Her father had fallen there, his body beyond recovery, and now, burdened by immense sorrow and seething hatred, she stands ready to tread upon the ruins of the land of grass. 2 figures, one black and one white, soar like birds into the tumultuous battlefield. The final cries of life resonate amidst the chaos of war, unending and haunting. Blood flows from gentle streams to torrents, accumulating upon countless corpses. Various ninjutsu intertwine across the field, accompanied by the last anguished cries of the dying, igniting a conflagration that ravages the land. As the sky darkens, torrents of rain extinguish the flames, sending steam rising to the clouds. When the gentle rain descends upon the land of grass, it is already transformed into a desolate wasteland. The fine drizzle quickly escalates into a torrential downpour, quenching the flames and leaving behind charred remnants. The rock shinobi face utter defeat, the commander fully aware of the unforgivable nature of their loss, succumbing to exhaustion and death at the hands of Orochimaru. While the leaf may claim victory, it comes at a grievous cost. Raindrops strike Yeji's face painfully, washing away the blood that clings to him. He stands upon the half-burned remains of a building, silently observing the disheveled figures in the rain. A figure leaps to his side. It is Yane, who has survived, albeit with a wound on her back. inflicted by a blade. Flesh is torn, and the rain cascades down, incessantly cleansing the blood from her body. "Thank you," she murmurs, following Yeji's gaze toward the clusters of people looking skyward. She recognizes her own inadequacy, yet fights like a madwoman among the throngs. Had it not been for Yeji's timely intervention, she might have met a grievous fate from a blade aimed at her back. Yeji slowly sheathes his sword, calmly stating, "As long as we live, that is enough." Whether he speaks to her or to himself remains uncertain. The rain weaves a curtain between heaven and earth, obscuring the vision of the people. Kushina lifts her head to gaze at the two figures standing side by side, quietly observing. Discussions abound regarding the events, and perhaps the situation will worsen upon their return to the village. Kushina watches Yeji's silhouette, while Minato's eyes remain fixed upon her face. "I cannot prevent others from speaking as they will, but I will never acquiesce to their words." Kushina bit her lip, raindrops cascading down her hair, tracing the contours of her face and mingling with the blood pooling at her feet. Naruto gazed silently at her, and after a prolonged moment, he lifted his gaze toward the figure atop the roof. The war had concluded, with Konoha emerging victorious. The grass village, having allied with Konoha, was fortunate enough to endure, while the land of rain met its demise. With vengeance fulfilled, Yane paid her respects to her father and subsequently sought out the departing Yuzuki. "I owe you a favor," she stated earnestly, looking at him. Yuzuki replied nonchalantly, and then? Yane replied with utmost seriousness, "If you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, I will repay this favor." "I believe I once require it," Yuzuki said. Recalling the youthful visage of Yane and remembering the night she first ambushed him with her merciless poison needles. Time had passed, yet the absurdity of its passage lingered. He turned away as Konoha's forces prepared to return to the village. Yane watched his retreating figure, her green eyes filled with thoughts of him. After several days of arduous travel, Konoha's army returned home. Orochimaru marked another significant achievement in his record, once again underscoring the importance of medical ninjas through this conflict. The higher-ups in Konoha, after meticulously reviewing the battle reports, began to acknowledge the necessity of medical ninjas, deeming it worthwhile to cultivate their talents. Kato, who should have perished, survived due to Yuzuki's influence. Thus, during the precious respite post-war, Tsunade visited Orochimaru's residence, a place she seldom frequented, in search of Yuzuki. Orochimaru was taken aback by her presence and welcomed her inside to sit in the guest room. Shortly after, Yuzuki arrived, noticing Tsunade. "Thank you for saving Kato," she expressed sincerely once Yuzuki was seated. He paused, slightly taken aback, and replied with feigned modesty, "It was the least I could do." After a moment of silence, Tsunade continued, "I have heard the rumors circulating in the village. Even Orochimaru cannot quell them, and I am unable to assist you." Orochimaru, arms folded within his sleeves, cast a glance at her, remaining silent. "I don't mind," Yuzuki replied calmly, a statement directed at a third party, the first being Orochimaru and the second, Kushina, who sought him upon their return to the village. He was genuinely untroubled by it, a sentiment perhaps only Orochimaru could discern. Tsunade, however, did not believe him. For anyone who had achieved such merit in this war would certainly be affected by the whispers, especially when the rumors stemmed from comrades he had saved. Tsunade chose not to delve further into matters she could not assist with. She looked at Yuzuki and said seriously, "I have also heard that during your confrontation with the rock ninjas, you consumed the flesh of your enemies, first from the arm and subsequently from the navel. While this method may restore your chakra based on your constitution, I believe I can help you address this issue." Yuzuki fell into silence upon hearing this. Address this issue? Should he refine this advantage or eradicate it? How do you propose to resolve it? He inquired. At the very least, you won't have to eat meat. Tsunade replied coolly. Yeezy felt a flicker of emotion, contemplated for a moment, yet ultimately declined, for he harbored distrust towards Tsunade. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and calmly responded, "You may seek me out at any time." With that, she stood up, preparing to depart. Yeezy lifted his gaze to her and stated, "Lady Tsunade, it was Kato-dan who promised to teach me the art of spirit transformation. I believe that is sufficient." Tsunade paused, taken aback. For Kato had indeed not mentioned this to her. Moreover, the art of spirit transformation was not akin to conventional ninjutsu. It required a certain inherent quality to master. She refrained from commenting, merely nodding slightly before bidding farewell to Orochimaru and leaving. Once Tsunade had departed, Orochimaru, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "You could allow Tsunade to assist you." "I do not trust her," Izzy replied. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise, then let out a low, raspy chuckle. I find your physique quite intriguing as well. I have no desire to become your experiment, Yeezy sighed softly. Orochimaru chuckled again, saying, I am rather surprised that Kato-dan agreed to teach you the art of spirit transformation. However, that technique is not one that everyone can wield. You shall know through experience. If it proves unfeasible, I shall not insist. Yeezy was aware of this, for Kato-dan had already clarified it to him. Days passed, and Kato-dan was still recuperating. Those lower ninjas who survived this war were promoted to the rank of Chunin without further assessment. Yeezy was the only lower ninja who shone brilliantly in this conflict, and through Orochimaru's recommendation, he participated in the Jonin examination. With his solid foundation and prowess, he successfully passed the Jonin assessment, becoming the first among his peers to ascend to this rank. Witnessing Yeezy's swift promotion to Jonin, Jiraiya felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and recommended Minato for the Jonin examination as well. Minato, showcasing his innate talent, also passed the assessment with ease. As for Kushina, Tsunade, lacking a competitive spirit, did not recommend her for the Jonin examination but instead devoted herself to mentoring Kushina. Thus, Yeezy and Minato swiftly elevated from lower ninjas to Jonin within a mere few days, a feat that was indeed justified given their current abilities. At the age of 14, having graduated from the Ninja Academy, they achieved this rank in just 4 years, a rare accomplishment during such conventional times. However, becoming Jonin did not alter their circumstances. The scarcity of personnel meant that Yeezy, as a newly minted Jonin, was not assigned to lead a team. He donned a mask and assumed the identity of Thunderfang, a member of Root, continuing to undertake perilous missions while simultaneously enhancing his skills and diligently perusing literature in search of any clues that might lead him back to Earth. After some time, Kato-dan, having healed, sought out Yeezy to fulfill his promise to teach him the art of spirit transformation. This technique, belonging to the realm of yin-yang release, was classified as a forbidden art. To master it, the most fundamental requirements were inherent qualities and abundant mental energy. I am uncertain whether you possess the aptitude for this technique, Kato-dan remarked as they arrived at a secluded training ground. Yeezy replied, let us give it a try. Then let us begin, Kato-dan nodded slightly. Kato-duan first imparted to Yeezy the intricate sequence of hand seals for the technique, subsequently elaborating on the guidance and flow of chakra, as well as various points of caution, with meticulous attention and remarkable patience. Yeezy has always possessed an exceptional aptitude for learning, a trait that became evident during his time at the Ninja Academy, although he typically kept it concealed. Known only to Orochimaru, even when faced with the complexities of forbidden techniques, he grasped the fundamentals swiftly and commenced his first hand seal. His movements appeared slightly awkward, yet he successfully completed the seals, and the guidance of chakra was executed flawlessly. Suddenly, a faint luminescence erupted from his shoulders, its ethereal glow seeming to detach from his very being, continuously emanating outward while contorting and reshaping. Yeezy felt a strain, his brow furrowing deeply, as the spirit emerging from within him struggled to take form. Kato-duan observed Yeezy with astonishment, surprised that he succeeded on his first attempt. Even more so by the revelation that Yeezy possessed the attribute of yin-yang release. In mere moments, the spirit gradually took on Yeezy's likeness, hovering above him. As Yeezy slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the expressionless spirit above, he swiftly dispelled the jutsu, causing the spirit to vanish without a trace. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Having just mastered the technique of spiritualization, he recognized that he had yet to fully control it. But there would be ample time for improvement in the future. This forbidden technique marked his initial foray into a realm previously unknown to him, instilling within him a belief that returning to Earth was not an impossibility. Standing by, Kato-duan regarded the elated Yeezy, sensing that his potential was indeed formidable. Even his highly regarded student, Minato, might pale in comparison. A vague unease washed over him, as he pondered whether it was prudent to have so hastily bestowed such a powerful technique upon Yeezy. However, the die was cast, and he dismissed the thought. Addressing Yeezy with praise for his remarkable talent in mastering spiritualization with such ease. With a faint smile, he reminisced about the considerable effort he had invested to master the technique himself, only to find that comparisons could be disheartening. Thank you, Yeezy replied, clenching his fist with evident excitement. Kato-duan shook his head slightly. Had it not been for Yeezy, you might have been a lifeless corpse by now. He still had dreams to fulfill and could not afford to perish without having achieved anything. In truth, he owed Yi a debt of gratitude. With the mastery of spiritualization, Kato Duan took his leave. Yi returned to the roots, immersing himself once more in the study of scrolls. As time passed, rumors of his alleged taste for human flesh spread like wildfire, reaching nearly every ordinary resident of Konoha. Upon learning of this, the third Hokage immediately set about damage control, making grand proclamations of Yi's contributions during the war. However, his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, the notion of cannibalism was simply too abhorrent for many to accept. As Yi walked through the streets, he was met with disconcerting glances, with passers-by instinctively avoiding him. Shops he frequented suddenly felt foreign, as if they had transformed overnight. Despite Yi's indifference to others' opinions, the prevailing atmosphere was far from pleasant, and over time, he ventured out less frequently. When not on a mission, he would often retreat to his abode to cultivate himself. Among his contemporaries, few had formed a close bond with him, if one were to count. Only Goxin Nai and Minato remained. Following the spread of recent events, Goxin Nai frequently visited Orochimaru's estate in search of Yi. But he had seldom returned to reside there, leaving her unable to meet him. Her concerns grew, yet she felt utterly powerless. As days passed, Yi rapidly matured while completing perilous tasks, his value continuously appreciated in Danzo's eyes. Regardless of other factors, Yi's contributions alone rendered him indispensable. While Nai treated Yi, she remained steadfast in her original intention, devising ways to refine her research aimed at extracting the enemy's chakra, tailored to Yi's unique constitution. Unfortunately, due to Yi's lack of cooperation, this endeavor made little progress, leaving Nai in a state of frustration. At times, she contemplated the audacious notion of drugging Yi, yet such thoughts remained mere fantasies, for substances like anesthetics and toxins had minimal effect on him. Even if an opportunity arose, she dared not act, fully aware that such a move would sever her chances of ever approaching him again. Though Yi's noncompliance hindered the research's advancement, the mere prospect of being near him brought her contentment. She believed that eventually, she would be able to assist him. In the aftermath of the war, although victory was theirs, Konoha lay severely weakened, while other ninja villages remained embroiled in conflict, seemingly manipulated by a hidden hand orchestrating the Third Great Ninja War. In a bid to restore their strength swiftly, Konoha undertook any mission available, ranging from menial tasks to high-stakes assassinations of prominent figures. With insufficient manpower, the overwhelming workload left Konoha's ninja struggling to keep pace. To alleviate the shortage, the graduation timeline of the Ninja Academy was expedited, allowing select students to graduate early. Furthermore, they even arranged to borrow a group of ninjas from the grass village, among whom was a certain Yinya. Whether by design or coincidence, Yi, who had been executing tasks covertly as a member of the Umbu, was suddenly summoned to the third Hokage to accept a mission, accompanied by teammates from the grass village, Yinya and the Uchiha siblings, whom he would lead. Standing at the window, Sarutobi gazed out at the scenery, hands clasped behind his back. The decision to assign Yi to him for this mission was a consensus reached with Danzo, motivated by Yi's remarkable efficiency in task completion, which was desperately needed in the current climate of resource scarcity. Years had swiftly passed, and the once young boy had now blossomed into a seasoned jonin. Reflecting on this transformation, Sarutobi felt a wave of nostalgia. In the past, he had harbored concerns that Yi might be a foreign spy, but such fears had long since dissipated. The boy who once stood before him had now become a pillar of Konoha. Knock, knock. The sound of the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Sarutobi suppressed the tumult of emotion swirling within him and turned calmly to face the door. Yi entered, accompanied by Yi and the other two, who were outsiders visiting the office of the third Hokage for the very first time. They felt a hint of trepidation. While Yi and his companions, having frequented this place to undertake numerous missions, were entirely at ease. Approaching the desk with a serene demeanor, Yi addressed Hokage-sama. Sarutobi nodded slightly and stated, "There is a mission that requires your resolution. Do you possess the confidence to undertake it?" A rank mission? The Uchiha siblings, known for their pride, were taken aback, let alone Yi, who could scarcely believe the words of the third Hokage. A rank mission? What a significant concept. Such tasks were reserved for the likes of Konoha's White Fang or the legendary Sannin, and here they were, merely a team led by a young Janin, ill-equipped to tackle such a formidable undertaking. Yi longed to decline the mission, yet as an outsider, she felt compelled to remain silent. Uchiha Bing's lips moved as she intended to express their inability to complete the task, but her elder brother restrained her. Confused, she cast a questioning glance at him, only to receive a subtle shake of his head in response. Though Uchiha Natsu was astonished, his temperament allowed him to regain composure swiftly. He found it hard to believe that the third Hokage would so recklessly assign them an A-rank mission, as it seemed tantamount to a death sentence. The only plausible explanation for this decision appeared to be the individual before them. His gaze deepened as he scrutinized Yezi. Suspecting that the Hokage's confidence in entrusting them with such a mission stemmed from this person of similar age. Upon hearing it was an A-rank mission, Yezi displayed no sign of alarm and calmly inquired, "What is the nature of the task?" His tranquil demeanor and tone caused the expressions of the three behind him to shift slightly. The third Hokage, however, was not taken aback. For Yezi had previously accomplished several A-rank missions under the alias Raikage, albeit narrowly escaping with his life each time. Nevertheless, that was a distant memory. The Yezi of now was no longer the same. The mission involves apprehending the rogue ninja, Jinkinya, with permission to eliminate on the spot. If capture is possible, that would be preferable. Sarutobi elaborated on the mission details. Jinkinya, Uchiha Natsu blurted, momentarily taken aback. If I recall correctly, he defected from the village over a month ago. Sarutobi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, 3 teams have previously undertaken this mission, all led by elite J-nin. Yet none have returned. Uchiha Natsu's expression shifted dramatically, nearly prompting him to refuse the mission. However, reason prevailed as he bit his lip in silence. Meanwhile, Yin Yi and Uchiha Bing were rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. Yezi furrowed his brow. The annihilation of 3 elite teams indicated the task's extreme difficulty and high peril. Accustomed to solitary endeavors, he mused that he might fare better alone. Sarutobi observed Yezi's expression, choosing to remain silent and wait for his response. After a brief pause, Yezi inquired, "I require detailed information." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi smiled faintly, pushing the documents before him forward with deliberation, and said solemnly, "Yoramyun is currently lurking in the Land of Rain, a place rife with turmoil, where numerous rogue ninjas from other villages have taken refuge. Exercise utmost caution on your journey. If you find yourselves unable to contend, do not fret over the failure of the mission. Your safe return is paramount." "I understand," replied Yeji, nodding as he accepted the documents. "Do we truly possess the capability to accomplish this task?" Uchiha Bing could no longer contain her skepticism. Sarutobi remained silent, while Yeji cast a glance at her, responding coolly, "If you are fearful, I permit you to withdraw from the team." "What did you say?" In a fit of anger, Uchiha Bing glared at him. Yeji smirked dismissively, fixating on her exquisite features as he remarked, "What has become of the pride of the Uchiha clan?" Having exhibited exceptional talent since childhood, Uchiha Bing had never been subjected to such disdain, and her anger surged. Uchiha Ninja quickly intervened to prevent his sister from exploding. "Do not act rashly." "Humph." Uchiha Bing let out a cold snort, turning her head away in displeasure. Uchiha Ninzu sighed inwardly, and then turned to the third Hokage. Apologizing, "I am sorry for this spectacle." Sarutobi shook his head slightly, unperturbed, and said, "Indeed, given your current abilities, accomplishing this task will be quite challenging. However, Yeji has independently completed several C-rank missions in the past. I hope you can place your trust in him." The trio was taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Yeji, astonished to learn that he had managed to complete multiple C-rank missions, likely even before attaining the rank of Jonin. Could there truly be such a disparity? The Uchiha siblings pondered silently, with Uchiha Bing feeling particularly resentful. "Follow me." Yeji remained unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi, he turned and departed first. The 3 hastily followed suit, bidding their farewells to Sarutobi before trailing behind Yeji. Yeji led them to a relatively secluded and tranquil rooftop, where he promptly seated himself, disregarding the others as he immersed himself in the documents. Yoramyun, a Jonin, proficient in wind and water release, was meticulous and decisive in combat. He had once led his teammates to escape from a dire situation using his abilities. A month prior, after returning from a reconnaissance mission in the Land of Rain, Yoramyun had assassinated a teammate on the very same day and subsequently defected from Konohagakure, the reasons for which remained unclear. This was why the third Hokage hoped to capture Yoramyun alive if possible. However, that was evidently no simple task. Had it not been for the current shortage of personnel, this mission would not have been entrusted to Yeji and his team. Yeji quickly finished reviewing the documents, glanced at the 3, set the papers aside, and with a cold voice, surveyed each of them. "The mortality rate for this mission is exceedingly high. If anyone wishes to withdraw, I will not oppose. However, should you choose to remain, Remember that I am the team leader, irrespective of age, for I am a Jonin, while you are merely Chunin. Though she doubted her own capacity to complete the task, Yeyu had no intention of withdrawing, for the leader was Yeji, and that was simply how it was. As for the Uchiha siblings, they are proud individuals who can easily detect the disdain in Yizuyu's tone, and thus, they would never back down in the face of adversity. Upon seeing that all three had chosen to remain, Yizuyu felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he understood that if he were to tell the third Hokage that the mission could be accomplished solely by him, it would undoubtedly leave a poor impression. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish easily, he remarked, patting the documents. Familiarize yourselves with the materials. We shall convene at the village gate by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. That is all. With that, he vanished in an instant. The three of them stared at the documents on the platform, exchanging glances. After a moment, Yin spoke. This mission is quite arduous. I believe that to succeed, we must first set aside our mutual prejudices. Uchiha Bing regarded her coldly, stating, I know of you. The assassination prodigy from the grass village. Yin furrowed her brow slightly. To be candid, she had never liked Uchiha Bing from the outset. His arrogance and haughty demeanor were off-putting, whereas his elder brother possessed a comparatively more agreeable temperament. Uchiha Renzo spoke in a low voice. Bing, temper your disposition. Yin is correct. This mission is unlike any we have encountered before. It is our first A-rank mission. And to succeed, we must rely on the strength of our team. As long as we can complete this mission. Uchiha Bing paused, turning his head in silence, tacitly acknowledging the sentiment. Seeing Uchiha Renzo easily reign in Uchiha Bing brought a slight sigh of relief to Yin Yi. A character like Bing was akin to a ticking time bomb within the team. As long as he could be kept in check, things would be manageable. After Yizuyu departed, he chose not to return home, but instead headed directly to the underground route, arriving at the library that had nearly become his personal sanctuary. This mission was far from the simplicity it appeared to be, and although the teammates assigned to him seemed to be competent, they also imposed considerable pressure on him. Both Uchiha Bing and Uchiha Renzo belonged to the esteemed Uchiha clan, representing remarkable talent and important heirs within the family. Were it not for dire circumstances, Yizuyu would not easily allow this pair of siblings to meet their demise, even if the mission were to fail. As for Yin Yi, aside from their somewhat established rapport, she was a valuable talent borrowed from the grass village to alleviate manpower shortages, a pillar among the younger generation. Should she perish, it would be difficult for the grass village to account for her loss. Yizuyu could not fathom why the third Hokage had orchestrated such a plan. The loss of any one of these three would be a significant blow. He could not believe that the third Hokage had assigned him this mission merely because he had previously completed an A-rank task independently. Could it be that they have discovered my concealed abilities? Yizuyu pondered silently. Since delving into the forbidden technique of spirit transformation, he realized that the ninjutsu he had learned from those scrolls were inferior. The adage too much is as bad as too little held true, at the very least. Mastering a single powerful forbidden technique would likely surpass the efficacy of learning 1,000 lesser jutsu. This delineates the distinction between the two. It was after he mastered the art of spiritual transformation that such musings arose. Indeed, among the rudimentary ninjutsu, aside from a select few that prove useful in combat, the remainder are devoid of any practical application, rendering the effort to learn them fruitless and a mere waste of time. From that moment onward, his perspective began to shift. He abandoned the majority of the ninjutsu he had honed over the years and devoted himself to the study and enhancement of the art of spiritual transformation. Thanks to the considerable time he had invested in perusing a myriad of texts, he possessed at least some understanding of the subject. Through relentless research and refinement, he ultimately elevated the efficacy of the spiritual transformation technique, transforming it into his secret weapon, unbeknownst even to Orochimaru. He sensed that the improved version still held potential for further advancement. Were it not for this formidable skill, he would not have approached the task with such tranquility. However, he pondered what could have instilled such confidence in him from the third Hokage and even Danzo. At that moment, he found himself hesitating, wavering on whether to execute the task flawlessly. Concealment, in essence, bore no significance. He must first demonstrate his value in order to ascend to a higher echelon. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Yizi's eyes. He became enamored with forbidden techniques, convinced that only such arts held the key to his return to Earth. Thus, he resolved to master more forbidden techniques, particularly those related to time and space. He was aware that within Konoha, numerous scrolls chronicled forbidden techniques, yet, given his current capabilities. The notion of acquiring such scrolls was merely a fantasy, and mastering the techniques contained within them would be akin to climbing an insurmountable peak. For now, he could only bide his time until he possessed the requisite skills. Before that moment arrived, he would explore alternative methods to seize the opportunity to learn the forbidden arts. At present, he aimed to establish his worth, aspiring to attain a status akin to that of the Sannin or the White Fang, thereby contributing indelibly to Konoha's legacy. He remained steadfast in his belief that by that time, he would surely qualify to learn the techniques inscribed within the scrolls. The forbidden scrolls were a prize he was determined to claim, and he would resort to any means necessary to achieve that end. Even if ultimately unable to master the techniques, he would pay a hefty price to have Danzo secure him an opportunity. Before that, he must become a significant figure within Konoha, showcasing his value. As for becoming Hokage, he held no interest. Although attaining that position would grant him easy access to the forbidden techniques, he believed it more prudent to simply seize them directly if he possessed the capability. On a bright morning, Yi arrived at the gates of Konoha 10 minutes early. As he set foot there, Yin Yi and the others soon followed. Casting a glance at the spirited trio, he declared, "Let us depart." "Yes," they responded in unison. Yi took the lead, sprinting ahead, closely followed by Yin Yi and the Uchiha siblings. The land of rain, the site of their mission, was also the country where Yi had awakened. It was there that he encountered Orochimaru and Tsunade, who subsequently brought him back to Konoha. Initially, Yi possessed little understanding of the land of rain, but over time, he acquired a general knowledge of the geography of this world. In the land where he awakened, nestled between the formidable nations of earth, fire, and wind, a place marked by the scars of countless ninja world wars, lay a realm plagued by misfortune. Had it not been for the illustrious and powerful Hanzo of the Salamander, this perpetually rain-soaked country would have long vanished from the maps. He vividly recalled awakening in a village where the architecture was neither ancient nor sparse. Yet it resembled a ghost town, devoid of human presence, poignantly illustrating the devastation wrought by war upon the land of rain. After 3 days and nights of arduous travel, Yi's team finally arrived in the land of rain. The sky was perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with incessant rain cascading down, casting a somber pall over the world. Clad in rudimentary raincoats, Yi and his companions could only shield themselves temporarily from the relentless downpour. To remain unscathed in this rain-drenched land required specialized rain gear, meticulously developed for such conditions. Ninjas were not delicate creatures. A bit of chill and rain posed no significant hardship. Upon entering the land of rain, they remained cautious, donning black full-body raincoats and opting for obscure, inconspicuous paths. As night descended, they finally caught sight of the Rain Ninja Village, a bastion of steel, adorned with rain drainage pipes, embodying a distinctive architectural style. This place was presided over by the notorious Hanzo of the Salamander. Yi silently observed the Rain Ninja Village and addressed his 3 companions. "Find a discreet shelter to rest. I will gather intelligence." The weary Uchiha siblings raised no objections to this suggestion, yet Yin Yi interjected, "I will accompany you." Yi shot her a glance and shook his head. "No? It's too crowded." With a slight bite of her lip, Yin Yi insisted, "I specialize in assassination and excel at concealing my presence. My presence or absence makes no difference. Rest well, a fierce battle may soon await us." Yi remained resolute in his cold rejection. Discontented, Yin Yi fell silent. Yi untied the forehead protector from his brow and deftly carved a mark onto a leaf with a kunai before readying it. "Yi, Uchiha Bing exclaimed in astonishment at this action. "Do not waste time, find a shelter quickly." "I will come to you," Yi commanded, offering no further explanation as he enveloped himself in the black raincoat and advanced towards the Steel City, swiftly disappearing into the curtain of rain. "Let us go," Uchiha Renzo said, casting a lingering glance in the direction Yi had departed before turning away, with Yin Yi quietly following. "Brother, did you not see?" Uchiha Bing hastened to walk alongside Uchiha Renzo. Unlike other great villages, Rain Ninja Village did not reject rogue ninjas from other villages. Captain Yi was on a legitimate mission to gather intelligence. Uchiha Renzo glanced up at the dim, overcast sky and remarked, "Bing, what we need to do now is find shelter, rest well, and prepare for battle." But even for intelligence gathering, such measures seem unnecessary, Uchiha Bing retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Yin Yi, who had been silently walking, suddenly spoke, "Your discontent with Captain Yi is too evident." "What do you mean?" Uchiha Bing abruptly turned her head, her cold gaze piercing through the curtain of rain to meet Yin Yi's eyes. Yin Yi looked up, calmly returning her stare, and inquired, "Are you envious?" Like a balloon punctured by a slender needle, it burst with a pop, the very air that had once sustained it now the harbinger of its demise. Uchiha Bing's expression was frigid as she swiftly retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, pointing it menacingly at Yanyi, her voice icy as she warned. "Dare to repeat that?" As she spoke, her dark eyes glowed a vivid crimson, two tomos slowly manifesting and spinning before coming to a halt. Yanyi regarded the infamous Sharingan without an inkling of fear, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to her, her hand had already grasped several emerald-hued shuriken. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew palpably tense. Uchiha Natsu furrowed his brow and placed a hand on Uchiha Bing's arm, speaking in a grave tone. "Bing, this isn't like you. Brother, do you also think I am envious of Yi? Uchiha Bing looked at him. At her words, Uchiha Natsu fell silent, pondering whether envy was not warranted. Before Yi had stepped into their world, they had been the favored ones, the pride of the Uchiha clan. Nurtured for their exceptional talents, destined to awaken their three-tomo Sharingan in no time. Yet, now, a younger Yi had arrived, overshadowing their brilliance. People would inevitably be drawn to the brightest light. Uchiha Bing clenched her teeth, gazing at the pensive Uchiha Natsu, and declared, "I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Do not let personal emotions cloud our mission." Uchiha Natsu took the kunai from Uchiha Bing's grasp and replied calmly, "You cannot deny his prowess. He indeed surpasses us at present, but in the future, we shall excel beyond him." Uchiha Bing was taken aback. For the first time, she sensed a strange distance from her once proud brother, now transformed. Uchiha Natsu seemed to perceive his sister's turmoil and spoke with composure, "We can take pride in our lineage. Yet we must not succumb to arrogance. I firmly believe that with Uchiha blood coursing through my veins, I will eventually surpass him." The rain continued to fall incessantly. The wind lashed against the rain, which pelted the stones, cascading down to the soft green grass below. It was the sound of nature's tempest, unyielding and eternal. Yanyi quietly withdrew her shuriken, resolving one dilemma. The relentless rain brought a chill from every direction. Facing the storm, Yi strode into the ironclad city without hindrance. The gatekeeper, a rain ninja, caught a glimpse of the scratches hidden in the shadows, his expression impassive. Recognizing the emblem of Konoha, albeit in a different hue, he refrained from obstructing Yi's entry into the village. The land of rain was perpetually shrouded in downpours, its rainfall astonishingly abundant, resulting in buildings adorned with drainage pipes. As the rain fell, it swiftly accumulated into rivulets, cascading down the pipes from great heights, adding a unique melody to the symphony of the storm, even amidst torrential rains. The Rain Ninja Village upheld its basic commerce, with many pedestrians donning specially designed raincoats visible along the streets. As EZ traversed past a brightly lit Bowsy shop, the awning extending outward from its entrance shielded against the rain. An elderly woman sat at the threshold, one eye squinting while the other remained wide open. Even seated, she leaned on a cane. She greeted EZ with a toothy grin, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth, and warmly inquired, "Dear guest, would you like some Bowsy?" EZ briefly raised his gaze to regard the old woman before shifting his attention to the steaming bamboo baskets in the shop, from which hot vapors continuously emerged. With an indifferent glance, he moved on without pause. The old woman watched his retreating figure, sighing softly, seemingly lamenting the loss of potential business. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Yi gleaned an understanding of the defenses surrounding Yurin village. It piqued his interest. With his keen perception, he effortlessly detected the hidden Yurin lurking in the shadows, realizing the village's fortifications were indeed formidable. It was no wonder they allowed many rogue ninjas from outside villages to enter. He pondered what strategies Hanzo was employing. After meandering for a while, Yi sensed that he was being watched by Yurin. However, he paid it no mind and proceeded directly towards the izakaya he had previously noted. Although termed an izakaya, it was essentially a fusion of a bar and a brothel. Here, one could opt for simple libations or spend a handsome sum to have a beautiful companion for drinks, or even engage in more intimate activities, provided one had the means. As he entered the izakaya, the rainwater cascading from his black cloak pooled on the ground, quickly forming a puddle. He surveyed the bustling establishment, nearly filled to capacity, save for a secluded corner that remained unoccupied. Pausing for a moment, he chose not to shed his raincoat and, with his head slightly bowed, made his way to the lonely seat, leaving a trail of droplets behind. The crowd was dense. Apart from him, only two others remained shrouded in black cloaks. Seated in the corner against the wall, Many patrons glanced up at Yi before returning to their conversations, for here, those who sought trouble rarely survived. Yuan village held firm in its confidence, believing that anyone bold enough to enter openly posed no threat of leaving with ill intent. The proprietor of the izakaya, a voluptuous woman, cast a cold gaze upon Yi as he dripped water onto her floor, her expression tinged with displeasure, yet she offered no admonishment. Once seated, a fair-faced waitress approached him swiftly, her smile bright. "What would you like to order, dear guest?" she inquired. Yi replied nonchalantly, "Just some food, please." "Certainly," she responded, her smile growing sweeter. "Would you not like to order a drink as well?" Yi replied coolly, "No need." The waitress paused, momentarily taken aback. It was her first encounter with a patron at an izakaya who did not wish for a drink. She nodded and turned to leave. The front hall of the izakaya served as a space for patrons to drink and converse, while the back housed a series of private rooms. For a fee, one could retreat to these chambers to enjoy the company of a lovely companion while drinking. In this war-torn region, life was precarious, and survival was no easy feat. For those ninjas teetering on the brink of life and death, drink and women were their sole diversions. The izakaya was bustling with patrons, predominantly comprised of rain ninjas, while a scant number were renegade ninjas from neighboring villages. Yi observed discreetly, noting the absence of defectors from the Hidden Leaf village. He listened intently to the cacophony around him, striving to glean any useful information from the noise. The intelligence provided to him by the Leaf village merely mentioned that Yuan Jianyi was working as a mercenary in the Rain Ninja village, accepting missions and even residing there. To the unknowing eye, he could easily be mistaken for a native of the Rain Ninja village, given his affiliation with defectors. In truth, the Rain Ninja village embraced renegades from other villages to leverage their abilities, while these defectors sought a stable and secure sanctuary, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yi continued to listen, yet no pertinent information emerged. Soon, steaming dishes were served, and after discreetly inspecting his meal for poison, he began to eat. He quickly finished his food and resumed his silent vigil, attuned to the conversations around him. After a considerable time, his ears perked up at the mention of Yuan Jianyi. His gaze flickered as he subtly directed his attention towards the source of the voices, which came from a table occupied by two men, identifiable as residents of the Rain Ninja village by their forehead protectors. "That Yuan Jianyi from the Leaf is exceedingly arrogant," one Rain Ninja exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and downing a large cup of sake. His actions exaggerated, but his tone restrained with rationality. "What choice do we have? We are simply not as skilled, and Lord Hanzo holds him in high regard." The other Rain Ninja responded, his voice tinged with despondency. "Even so, that scoundrel brutally murdered a girl. Is it to end like this?" The first Rain Ninja's voice lowered further, resentment etched on his face, teeth clenched in anger. "What can we do about it?" "Sigh, let us drink." Yi silently absorbed their words, averting his gaze from the two Rain Ninjas with a cold glint in his eyes. He required further intelligence. After some time, the two Rain Ninjas settled their bill and departed. Yi waited a moment before also paying his tab and leaving the izakaya, discreetly trailing behind them. Shortly after Yi's departure, two figures clad in black raincoats, akin to his own, rose slowly from their seats. Upon raising their heads, it became evident that they were a young man and woman. The rain showed no sign of relenting, and a hazy mist rose from the streets. Yi maintained his distance, shadowing the two Rain Ninjas, while continuously assessing the surrounding area for hidden Rain Ninjas. He needed to apprehend the two without being detected to extract the information he sought, a task that presented a considerable challenge. If only he possessed a summoning beast like Jiraiya's, the task would be markedly simpler. Before long, the two Rain Ninjas veered into an alleyway. Yi's senses sharpened. Aside from the ninja who had been tailing him, there were no other guards in the vicinity. A cold smile crept across the visage concealed beneath his hood. "You followed long enough. It's time for you to meet your demise." The Rain Ninja, unaware of his impending fate, frowned slightly upon seeing Yi follow his fellow villagers into the alley, uncertain of the latter's intentions. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been discovered. As he watched Yi's figure vanish around the corner, he silently followed suit. Suddenly, he was struck by a jolt of pain in his chest. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, his consciousness sank into an abyss of darkness. Yi, with a demeanor of cold indifference, unsheathed Thundertooth, dragged the corpse into the alley, and carelessly discarded it onto the ground. The two Rain Ninjas who had been trailing him were swiftly incapacitated the moment he turned into the alley. In a flash, He maneuvered behind the remaining rain ninja and ended his life with a single stroke. The entire sequence unfolded within mere moments. One of the rain ninjas was relatively older, while the other was quite youthful. Yeezy conducted a cursory search of their bodies and discovered a photograph on the younger ninja. The image depicted a young woman cradling a newborn baby. Gazing at the photograph, Yeezy fell into a momentary silence before crumpling it and tossing it into the shadows. He then decapitated the elder rain ninja, holding the head aloft, and subsequently roused the younger one from unconsciousness. As the young ninja regained consciousness, he was met with the sight of a stranger pressing a dagger against his throat, his expression shifting dramatically as he instinctively prepared to scream. Silence. With a slight pressure of his wrist, Yeezy's blade punctured the flesh of his neck. The young ninja swallowed his voice, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld the severed head in Yeezy's grasp, his gaze frantic and trembling, his face a canvas of terror. No. Please don't kill me, he begged. Yeezy's expression remained devoid of warmth as he loosened his grip on the severed head, which fell with a thud. Rolling a short distance away, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. First, I want you to understand that your fate is sealed, Yeezy stated coldly, regarding the terrified ninja as one would a lamb destined for slaughter. However, you have two choices. You can choose to comply, answering my questions truthfully before I end your life, or you can embrace a noble death. In which case, I will ensure your wife and child join you in the afterlife. At these words, the young ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. And despite the dim light and the heavy sound of raindrops, Yeezy could clearly discern the amalgamation of rage and fear in his gaze. The muffled whimpers that struggled to escape his throat resembled the final cries of a beast facing its demise. So, which will it be? Yeezy's voice was colder than the rain that fell from the heavens. Please, don't harm my family, the young ninja uttered in a broken whisper. Very well, Yeezy replied, his tone unfeeling. 10 minutes later, Yeezy emerged from the alley and made his way toward the gates of the Rain Ninja village. The intelligence he had extracted was not overly detailed, yet it sufficed. He had discerned the whereabouts of Yuan Jianyi. Currently, Yuan Jianyi was in the employ of Hanzo, collaborating with the ninjas of the Rain Ninja village to investigate the recent rise of another mercenary faction known as Akatsuki. This was not unusual in the mercenary-infested land of Rain. But the rapid ascension of this faction and their swift accumulation of power had reached a level that Hanzo could no longer ignore. As the supreme entity of the Rain Ninja village, he could not allow a force to flourish so swiftly beneath his very gaze. If necessary, he would not hesitate to eradicate this power. The location of the organization known as Akatsuki was quite distant from the Rain Ninja village. The territory of the Land of Rain was already limited, and although Akatsuki had established a city of steel, its scale paled in comparison to the Rain Ninja village, and its population was nearly negligible. Upon discovering the whereabouts of Uramiya Yoru, Yeezy chose not to linger in the village any longer and soon reunited with Yinyi and the others outside the village. Their mission was merely to capture Uramiya Yoru or, if necessary, eliminate him on the spot. They could not involve themselves in the internal conflicts of the Land of Rain. The following day, after a period of rest, Yeezy led the three companions directly to the location of Akatsuki. Despite knowing Uramiya Yoru's general direction, his precise location remained elusive, and locating the target would prove to be no easy task. After all, Uramiya Yoru's mission was to gather intelligence, and he was unlikely to make an appearance. If they could not find him, they would have to resort to intercepting him upon his return to the Rain Ninja village. After half a day's journey, Yeezy and his companions arrived at the village where Akatsuki was situated. The architectural style bore little difference from that of the Rain Ninja village, though the buildings were more sparsely located. Yeezy was unfamiliar with Akatsuki, having never heard of such an entity before. When facing an unknown adversary, he refrained from acting recklessly, instead taking refuge in the storm with Yinyi and the others, patiently observing. Throughout a day and night, only two figures cloaked in black raincoats entered the developing village, with no other comings or goings. Given their concealed position, it was nearly impossible to discern Uramiya Yoru's whereabouts through mere observation. Yeezy was reluctant to prolong this stalemate, yet he felt burdened by the presence of Yan Yi and the others, believing that bringing them into the village would only hinder him. Just as he resolved to venture alone into the village, leaving the others behind, he suddenly witnessed a significant movement within the village, a procession of nearly 100 individuals exiting, heading toward an unknown destination. Uchiha Natsu, upon observing this, approached Yeezy and suggested, "Now is the perfect opportunity to infiltrate." After a moment of contemplation, Yeezy replied, "I will go in. You three remain here." It is very likely that Uramiya Yura will seize this chance to infiltrate as well. I will locate him and follow. Your task is to intercept him when he departs. The three exchanged glances. Aware that their combined abilities would be insufficient to confront an elite Jonin alongside an unknown Rain Ninja squad. However, they chose to place their trust in Yezi. After imparting his instructions, Yezi cautiously made his way toward the village. Simultaneously, the rogue ninja Uramiya Yura also recognized the opportunity at hand. With Akatsuki mobilizing a significant number of individuals away from the village, he planned to infiltrate and gather intelligence. Unlike Yezi, however, he was not alone. He was accompanied by a trio of skilled Rain Ninja. This mission was to gather intelligence, and all participating Rain Ninja were adept in their craft. So Uramiya Yura had no reason to doubt their capabilities. Both parties infiltrated the village of Akatsuki from different directions. The rain poured incessantly, and the wind howled relentlessly. This was a place yet to be developed, small in size and devoid of life, with no pedestrians in sight. Yezi crept into this area, feeling only the coldness that mirrored the storm. The organization known as Akatsuki perhaps harbored some dream, thus establishing a city here, though still in its infancy. No one could predict whether it would flourish or be destroyed in the future, silently expanding his range of perception. He could discern the presence of no more than a handful of ninjas. Yezi observed them one by one. Yet he could not uncover the whereabouts of Yuan Jianyi and was compelled to conduct a thorough search, sifting through each individual. At that moment, within the highest edifice of the area, a youth with long hair obscuring half of his face suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze rippled outward like waves, appearing exceptionally eerie. This individual was Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. Nagato gazed at the rain descending from the heavens and spoke in a deep voice. There are intruders. Beside him stood a girl with light blue hair, known as Konan. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, these three orphans of war, were also students of Jiraiya. During the year of conflict, Jiraiya chose to remain and care for the trio, parting ways with Orochimaru and Tsunade. Shortly after their separation, Orochimaru and Tsunade discovered Yezi's existence. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru's first instinct upon encountering Konan and the others was to eliminate them, believing it would free them. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade disagreed, and thus the matter was dropped. When Orochimaru encountered Yezi, his initial thought was once again to kill him. Yet, upon recognizing Yezi's latent potential, he refrained from doing so, opting instead to bring him back to Konoha. Their experiences were similar, yet diverged in their choices. Jiraiya chose to care for Konan and the others, while Orochimaru directly brought Yezi to Konoha. It was precisely these different choices that led to their disparate paths. Ultimately, they would converge in this place. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Konan's expression shifted slightly, and she exclaimed, "Is it Hanzo's men?" Nagato's expression turned slightly cold as he shook his head and replied, "I cannot be certain, but it is highly likely they are Hanzo's men. Yahiko has taken most of the others to deal with the rogue ninjas in the south. Their infiltration indicates that we are under constant surveillance." Konan expressed her concern. "Should we notify Yahiko and the others to return?" "No," Nagato declared with conviction. "We will defend this place." Konan regarded Nagato, nodding in agreement. "Shall we counterattack?" "It depends on the situation. We are still too weak. If we alert Amigakure, it would be detrimental for us. First, send word to gather a few people to monitor them. If they show any signs of aggression, we will strike without mercy." Nagato's gaze fixed on a certain spot below, where Yezi was located. Following Nagato's line of sight, Konan peered out into the storm and inquired, "How many of them are there?" Nagato coldly remarked, "A total of 6 individuals, divided into 2 groups, one consisting of 5 members and the other a solitary figure. The quintet is located on North Street, while the lone individual is on West Street." "Understood. I shall attend to this matter immediately," Konan replied softly, turning to depart. "Konan, monitor the solitary individual. If you ascertain that he is not Hanzo's man, then eliminate him." Nagato suddenly directed his gaze at Konan's retreating figure. "Very well." Konan hesitated briefly before vanishing into a flurry of paper. Meanwhile, Yuki and Yezi remained oblivious to the fact that they had already been discovered by Nagato. Yezi filtered out the various presences he sensed, yet still failed to locate Yuki. The latter, accompanied by the exceptionally skilled assassination unit of Rain Shinobi, was surveying the conditions of this newly established city, observing the numerous areas yet to be completed. Yuki deduced that the organization known as Akatsuki was likely aiming to expand towards the Rain Village. However, under the iron grip of Hanzo, the Rain Village would probably offer little opportunity for such development. How could that man possibly allow another force to thrive unimpeded? The range shinobi accompanying Yuki were all adept at assassination techniques, which was precisely why they had been dispatched for this mission. As ninjas skilled in stealth were also masters of concealment. They perceived the vulnerabilities of the town, and with a previous contingent having been dispatched, they found themselves tempted to consider the direct elimination of all its inhabitants. Yuki remained unaware of their intentions, believing that completing the reconnaissance mission was all that was required. Should the range shinobi voice their thoughts, he would immediately disapprove. On the other hand, Conan stealthily approached Yezi from behind, maintaining a significant distance as she followed him. Not long after, Yezi sensed her presence. The gaze he held while facing away from her subtly shifted. Discovered. Yezi was taken aback. His exceptional perceptive abilities typically ensured he remained undetected, yet he had not anticipated being tracked in such an abrupt manner. With no sign of Yuki in sight, he was reluctant to leave just yet. Thus he resolved to eliminate the one following him first. Unfazed, he directed his steps towards an isolated area, preparing to kill Conan. Upon finding a spot devoid of any other presence, he intended to use a shadow clone technique to confuse his pursuer before stealthily approaching from behind to strike with lethal force. However, as he formulated this plan, he sensed his follower rapidly maneuvering to stand before him. Surprised, he looked up at the building, where a flurry of paper drifted from the distance, coalescing into the form of a young maiden. Observing the girl, Yezi silently drew his weapon, Raijin. The fact that she had chosen to reveal herself indicated her intent to engage, thus thwarting his plan to uncover Yuki's whereabouts. He had no choice but to retreat and seek another strategy. Xiaonan gazed down upon Yezi, her brow furrowing as she studied his visage. A sense of familiarity washing over her, as though she had encountered him before. Lost in thought, she struggled to recall where their paths might have crossed, and before long, recognition struck her. "It's you," she murmured softly, her eyes drawn to the scar etched upon his forehead, plunging her into silence. Yezi furrowed his brow in response. Confident he had never met her, yet sensing that she knew him, he remained silent, raising his hand in a defensive posture, ready to strike. Observing him, Xiaonan's expression grew complex as she remarked, "You are still alive, and you've made your way to Konoha." Her voice, delicate and gentle, drifted through the storm. Yezi, maintaining an impassive demeanor, coldly inquired, "Who are you?" Xiaonan regarded him in silence, deflecting the question with her own. "Why have you come to Konoha?" Yezi remained mute, and without warning, formed a series of hand seals, unleashing a bolt of lightning that shot from his palm, piercing Xiaonan's heart in an instant. Her expression momentarily froze, her body disintegrating into a flurry of paper fragments, only to reconstitute beside him, the coat over her heart marred by a charred mark. She glanced down at the scorched fabric, her demeanor tranquil as a still lake. In her heart, she sensed that perhaps Yezi, like them, had encountered a Konoha ninja in the harshness of their former lives. However, while the ninja they met chose to stay and teach them, the Konoha ninja Yezi encountered opted to take him away to Konoha. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had betrayed Konoha. "It seems you have forgotten," Xiaonan spoke softly. Her wings formed of paper gradually unfurling behind her. "You lost everything here, even nearly your life. You were fortunate to have gone to Konoha, yet you departed from it. What is it that you seek?" The lightning bolt retracted back into his palm, and Yezi coldly regarded Xiaonan. A realization dawning upon him that everything was tied to this place and his former self. Perhaps, before he inhabited this nearly lifeless body, he had crossed paths with this girl. Nonetheless, that was merely a chapter of his predecessor's story, irrelevant to him. Upon awakening from the rain-soaked night, he became himself, severed from any prior connection. "You cannot hold me." Yezi began to retreat. "Having endured such trials, do you not yearn for peace?" Xiaonan's voice grew louder as she observed Yezi preparing to leave. Yezi halted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Peace? What does it matter to me?" His chilling words pierced through the layers of wind and rain, reaching Xiaonan's ears with clarity. Her calm facade wavered, and with a sudden flutter of her wings, she ascended into the air, casting a downward gaze upon Yezi. "Then I shall have no choice but to kill you." "You may try," Yezi replied, his gaze steely. He deemed the confrontation futile and did not wish to squander his energy, yet if she insisted on being obstinate, he harbored no reservations about ending her. With a powerful flap of her wings, Xiaonan unleashed a torrent of paper shards, transforming them into lethal shuriken aimed directly at Yezi. With a thunderous crash, the conflict erupted. The silhouette of Yezi was engulfed by shuriken, and a tremendous impact stirred up dust amidst the storm. Xiaonan did not relent in the slightest. Her hands tightly clutched paper balls infused with explosive talismans. A faint rumble of thunder echoed from afar. Startled, Xiaonan turned her gaze towards the sound. Her hands moving in unison as a multitude of explosive talismans danced and twisted towards the source of the noise. However, the figure approaching from the distance moved with astonishing swiftness. Before the talismans could disperse, it had already closed in. A blinding flash of lightning erupting at the corner of her eye. With a sharp sound, a blood arrow shot into the air, and half of a paper wing fell from the sky, but faster than that was Xiaonan's plummeting body. Yizi severed half of the wing with a single stroke, then positioned herself where Xiaonan had stood, turning to gaze at the descending figure. Swiftly forming the seals for the instant body technique, she vanished in the blink of an eye, pursuing Xiaonan, who was suspended in midair. Her expression coldly illuminated by the flickering lightning on her weapon, Leia. Xiaonan, witnessing the imminent approach of Yizi, felt her eyes widen in shock. She had never anticipated Yizi's power to be so formidable. With a foot planted upon Xiaonan's abdomen, Yizi gripped Leia, poised to strike at her heart. Just then, a figure appeared unexpectedly, delivering a powerful kick to Yizi's ribs, sending her crashing into a building. After propelling Yizi away, the figure landed steadily while cradling Xiaonan, revealing a single eye peeking through flowing hair, fixed intently upon Yizi. This figure was none other than Nagato, the one possessing the Rinnegan. Having narrowly escaped death, Xiaonan exhaled in relief as she beheld Nagato's profile. In that fleeting moment, she felt utterly defenseless. Had it not been for Nagato's timely arrival, she might have perished beneath that strike. I apologize for underestimating his strength, Nagato stated, his gaze fixed on the dust that rose from the collapsed building. Xiaonan shook her head slightly, replying softly, I also did not expect him to be so strong. You should withdraw. The rest is my responsibility, Nagato commanded. Taking a few steps back, Xiaonan remarked, that person is the child we encountered in Saltwater Town. Nagato's expression froze momentarily before he responded coldly, but that was in the past. He nearly killed you. Xiaonan fell silent at his words, retreating further away. As the dust settled, Yizi, somewhat disheveled, rose from the rubble. She had been caught off guard by an ambush. 2 of her ribs were broken. Touching her ribs, Yizi's expression remained impassive as she regarded the one who had struck her, momentarily startled by the unusual eyes, yet she displayed little reaction. Having spent many years in Konoha, she had seen the Sharingan and the Byakugan, and thus did not react strongly to Nagato's Rinnegan. Remaining here served no purpose. She had no desire to expend unnecessary energy sustaining this confrontation. Casting a silent glance at Nagato and Xiaonan, Yizi vanished, appearing atop a towering building. Her form enveloped in lightning as she prepared to depart. Trying to escape, Nagato's gaze sharpened, his palm reaching out towards Yizi in the air. Yizi was suddenly aware of a formidable force tugging at him. Before he could respond, his entire body was yanked towards Changmin, rendering him immobile. His expression shifted, and a soul surged forth from his back, racing towards Changmin with astonishing speed. Changmin, taken aback by the sight of the soul, briefly flashed a look of surprise before retracting his arm and leaping back several paces to create distance. The pulling force vanished along with Changmin's retreat. Yizi landed steadily, and the soul swiftly returned to his body. He regarded Changmin with a cold gaze and declared, my objective is not with you. Should you wish to persist in this entanglement, I am not averse to wasting a bit of time. Changmin fell silent at his words. Yizi's technique concerning the soul bore a striking resemblance to the external demonic figure he summoned, both belonging to a perilous category of jutsu. However, while Yizi wielded his skill with apparent ease, Changmin knew that summoning the external demon required a significant price. Soul attacks, by their very nature, were inherently unreasonable. Faced with such an adversary, it was prudent to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary, especially with Mia and a large contingent of personnel currently deployed. Thus, he remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to Yizi's assertion. Noticing Changmin's reticence, Yizi chose not to linger. He turned and vanished from the spot in an instant. With 2 ribs fractured, he was not lightly injured. Despite not acquiring any intelligence regarding Yuan Jianyi, he was compelled to withdraw. He needed to locate his teammates as swiftly as possible and then tend to his wounds with utmost urgency. In this tumultuous arena, the opportunity to eliminate or apprehend Yuan Jianyi was unparalleled, and he was determined not to squander it. As Yizi traversed through the storm, he reflected quietly, recalling the girl he encountered in that small town and the boy with the peculiar eyes, born into a land ravaged by conflict. There seemed to be a profound yearning for peace, a sentiment he too could discern in their fleeting exchanges. Perhaps they had once known one another, yet he had perished. Yi glanced back at the silhouette of the small town shrouded in mist and continued onward. Moments later, he discovered a cave to shield himself from the rain, where Yin Yi and the others awaited. Upon seeing Yi in such disheveled condition, the three were taken aback. Yin Yi immediately approached, examining the area where Yi was clutching, frowning as he inquired, "What transpired?" "I was discovered," Yi replied, shaking his head slightly, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. And he passed Yin Yi, moving deeper into the cave. Yin Yi turned, watching his retreating figure, his brow furrowed in silence. Uchiha Natsuki also observed Yi and asked, "Are you injured?" Yi paused, meeting his gaze with calm assurance, and nodded. "Two ribs are broken." Uchiha Natsuki was taken aback at Yi's injury, considering the difficulty of their current mission. Without Yi's recovery, their chances of success were nearly non-existent, prompting him to suggest, "Perhaps we should pause the mission." Yi understood Uchiha Natsuki's concerns. However, the broken ribs were merely a trivial matter for him, given his physical constitution. "No, the mission continues. Just give me a moment," he replied, before proceeding further into the cave, seeking a stone platform to sit upon. He then stripped off his shirt, revealing a myriad of scars crisscrossing his body. Gazing at the dense array of scars, a subtle ripple of emotion crossed the faces of the three individuals. They even discerned several wounds that could easily be fatal. It was at this moment that they began to comprehend the immense toll of life and death battles that had accumulated to manifest such scars. Despite their relatively similar ages, they understood why Yi possessed such formidable strength. It was a prowess honed through countless confrontations for survival. "I shall assist you," Yin Yi stepped forward. Yi halted her with a firm gesture, replying, "No need." Yin Yi clenched her teeth slightly and settled into silence, as did the Uchiha siblings, their expressions revealing an unusual intensity as they occasionally cast glances at the scars. As members of the Uchiha clan, they bore the brilliance of genius and had long taken pride in their superiority over their peers. They had navigated life with this arrogance until encountering Yi, which transformed everything. They recognized that excessive pride could lead them blindly toward demise and realized that, in the eyes of some, their so-called pride was trivial. At this moment, they understood even more clearly that such pride could engender a dreadful complacency. Yi, probing the area where his rib had been fractured through the skin, grimaced in pain. With a gentle push and press of his palm, utilizing soft force, he realigned the broken rib. He then produced a scroll, inscribing a technique that summoned a stash of high-energy raw meat he had previously stored. A large quantity of raw meat materialized abruptly, momentarily stifling the atmosphere within the cave. Ignoring the gazes of the three, Yi seized the raw meat and devoured it voraciously. Compared to cooked meat, raw meat allowed him to absorb more energy, facilitating a swifter recovery. The Uchiha siblings silently observed for a moment before they could no longer avert their eyes, recalling the scene of Yi tearing off the arm of a rock ninja to consume it. In no time, Yi had consumed a significant portion of the raw meat and subsequently closed his eyes to recuperate. After half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes, touched the previously fractured rib area, confirmed its healing, and then rose to his feet. "Let us go." He glanced at the three before leading the way outside the cave. Despite their astonishment, the trio obediently followed Yi. Could consuming raw meat truly accelerate healing? Uchiha Natsu pondered, contemplating the terrifying trait he had witnessed for the first time. The group plunged into the wind and rain, heading towards the small town of Akatsuki. After over an hour's journey, Yi felt uncertain whether Yuanjianya would still be in that small town, perhaps similarly discovered and forced to flee. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, it seemed fate intervened, as they unexpectedly confronted several rain ninjas alongside a shinobi adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. From the moment Yi and Yuanjianya entered the small town, they had already been detected by Nagato. However, Nagato refrained from taking action until confirming Yuanjianya's motives. Only after understanding their intentions did he engage Yuanjianya. Consequently, Yi and his companions arrived just in time to confront the beleaguered Yuanjianya. Due to the heavy rain and their dark cloaks, Yuanjianya observed Yi and his group with a wary expression, yet failed to discern their true identities. Yuanjianya and Yurin both assumed aggressive stances, yet neither uttered a word. Yi slightly raised his head, then swiftly drew his thunder fang. Addressing Yin Yi and the others, "I shall confront Yuanjianya. The other three are entrusted to you." The trio nodded silently in acknowledgement. In that brief moment of elevation, Yuan Jianya finally beheld Yi Zi's visage, his expression shifting slightly as he sneered. So it is the renowned White Fang of Konoha. Nevertheless, he began to weigh his options internally. Had he not been injured, he would have relished the opportunity to vanquish the famed Konoha hero. Yet with wounds afflicting his left shoulder and only 3 teammates remaining, each bearing their own injuries, and with Akatsuki looming in the background, his confidence waned. As the two sides faced off amidst the tempest, 2 figures emerged from the distant storm, soon followed by more silhouettes materializing through the downpour. Among them, the foremost was Nagato, his long hair obscuring half of his face, yet his exposed rinnegan glimmered with a coldness impervious to the storm's fury. Through countless experiences, he had learned a harsh truth. To protect certain entities, one must inevitably inflict harm upon others. Standing resolute in the rain, he cast a frosty gaze upon Yuan Jianya and his companions, then shifted his attention to Yi Zi and the others beside him, finally honing in on the forehead protector emblazoned with a single leaf, symbolizing a Konoha ninja. His mentor hailed from Konoha, while his parents had perished at the hands of its shinobi. That place, that name, bore a convoluted significance for him. The wind howled fiercely, and raindrops plummeted, splashing into the puddles beneath, creating countless ripples. My target is him. Yi Zi coldly fixed his gaze upon the assembled figures, raising his blade to point directly at Yuan Jianya, his voice piercing through the rain, seemingly conveying a message to Nagato. Nagato's eyes narrowed slightly, calmly inquiring, "To kill or to capture alive? That is for me to decide," Yi Zi replied with an indifferent demeanor, confident in his strength, having significantly enhanced his ethereal transformation technique. "He must die," Nagato responded, recognizing that for Akatsuki at this juncture, the Rain Ninja Village and the semi-divine Hanzo posed insurmountable obstacles. However, with their fangs now bared towards Akatsuki, he was unwilling to remain passively compliant. Since avoidance was no longer an option, eliminating the infiltrating Rain Ninja had become imperative. Akatsuki needed to demonstrate formidable strength to instill fear in Hanzo, prompting him to retreat and ultimately reach a compromise. Akatsuki's ultimate aim was peace. As long as both sides were willing to yield, a promising future awaited, one of tranquility, akin to the sunshine following a storm, an outcome that every member of Akatsuki yearned for. Upon hearing Nagato's words, Yi Zi suddenly smiled, and having confirmed Nagato's stance, he decisively abandoned the notion of capturing Yuan Jianya alive, opting instead for immediate execution. The dialogue between the two parties resembled a deliberation over a piece of pork on a cutting board, that piece of pork being Yuan Jianya, perceived as a mere pig. Even when peril loomed before him, the expression of Yuan Jianya grew grim. His typically calm demeanor was now tinged with fury, yet, despite his anger, he refrained from making any rash decisions. Retreat. Mastering the art of water release, he found himself at an advantage amidst the tempest, confident in his ability to escape. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a puddle of water, merging seamlessly with the deluge. The other Rain shinobi followed suit, dissolving into water alongside him. Nagato shifted his gaze and extended his arm toward a specific location. Without any visible motion, he forcibly extracted 2 Rain shinobi from the downpour. Meanwhile, Yi Zi, seizing the moment when Yuan Jianya became a mere trace of water, instantaneously flashed to that spot, his entire being enveloped in crackling lightning, sending tendrils of electric energy extending outward. However, despite the extensive reach of his lightning strands, he was a moment too late and failed to intercept Yuan Jianya. Informed by intelligence, Yuan Jianya was exceptionally adept at water release, granting him undeniable superiority in the perpetually rainy land of rain. Although Yi Zi reacted with remarkable speed and his response was timely, he was still a fraction too late. As he witnessed Yuan Jianya vanish into the storm, he immediately began to sense the surrounding chakra fluctuations but could not detect Yuan Jianya's presence, his brow furrowing in concern. While Yi Zi failed to apprehend Yuan Jianya, Nagato was resolute in not allowing him to escape so easily. With a cold gaze fixed on a distant point, he reached out and grasped the air, only to unveil a vague, humanoid mass of water amidst the cascading rain. In an instant, that watery form coalesced into Yuan Jianya, who now bore a look of bewilderment as an inexplicable force tugged at him, leaving him perplexed by the nature of this ability. Having drawn Yuan Jianya forth, Nagato wasted no time. With a slight wave of his arm, he pulled Yuan Jianya back with overwhelming force, slamming him heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Observing this scene, Yi Zi fell silent. Not long ago, he had been subjected to a similar inexplicable force, and though it had caught him off guard, he could not deny the terrifying potency of that unseen power, akin to a fish hooked and dragged from the water, utterly powerless to resist. What intrigued him more, however, was how Nagato had discerned Yuan Jianye's presence. With his own perceptive abilities yielding no clues, Nagato had pinpointed Yuan Jianye with uncanny precision. Once Nagato had extracted all the range shinobi, he stood still alongside his companions, watching the Konoha ninja and Yuan Jianye. His comrades were somewhat puzzled but remained silent, standing beside Nagato and observing the outsiders in the rain with detached interest. Was it those eyes? Yi Zi mused as he looked at Yuan Jianye sprawled in the water, his form crackling with lightning. His mission was to eliminate Yuan Jianye, and he would not squander any opportunity, as Yi Zi prepared to strike his allies. Adhering to their original plan, launched attacks against the other range shinobi. Yuan Jianye, an elite jonin, momentarily dazed from the impact, instinctively leaped from his position. His seasoned experience allowed him to narrowly evade Yi Zi's lethal strike, though he did not manage to create significant distance between them. With a swift strike that met only air, Yi Zi's expression remained unchanged. His figure suddenly shifted, relentlessly advancing towards Yuan Jianye. A radiant glow emerged from his shoulders, revealing his spiritual form, which ascended into the air, tracing a graceful arc as it surged towards Yuan Jianye's back. This is the technique of spiritual transformation. No, it cannot be. Yuan Jianye's countenance shifted drastically as he beheld the spirit extending from Yi Zi. As an elite jonin of the Leaf Village, he was well aware that this was the signature ninjutsu of Kaido-dan, the technique of spiritual transformation. However, this technique required the caster to remain stationary during its execution. Thus it was not entirely insurmountable. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Zi was employing the technique while simultaneously wielding his blade with lightning speed against him. In such a perilous situation, there was no time for contemplation. Despite Yuan Jianye's meticulous mind and calm demeanor, he found himself at a loss for any countermeasures in the face of this bewildering scene. The blade was too swift, and the spirit too rapid, rendering him incapable of forming seals. He adeptly evaded Yi Zi's second strike, which came with the swiftness of thunder, but could not escape the spirit that had circled behind him. As the spirit, bearing Yi Zi's visage, penetrated Yuan Jianye's body, the latter's form stiffened, his gaze turning vacant. Yi Zi leaned slightly forward, his expression impassive as he delivered a lethal blow to the motionless Yuan Jianye. With a hiss, a warm spray of blood erupted into the rain. Yuan Jianye's head was sent soaring into the air, his expression still one of confusion, which remained frozen in place even after it struck the ground, as if he could not find peace in death. After dispatching Yuan Jianye, Yi Zi did not glance at the severed head on the ground, but instead turned his attention towards Nagato and the others. The ease with which he had slain Yuan Jianye was largely due to Nagato's influence. Although they faced a common enemy, they were not necessarily allies in friendship. He gripped his blade, keeping a wary eye on Nagato and the others while monitoring the battle involving Yin Yi and her companions. The infiltrating Akatsuki rain ninja was already injured, and against the synchronized assault of the Uchiha siblings, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, the most terrifying aspect was not the Uchiha siblings' illusory double technique, but rather the exquisitely timed and angled poison needles, the deadly senbon of Yin Yi. These senbon were slender, with minimal air resistance, allowing a skilled user to throw them with just the right amount of force. They did not need to be thrown at blinding speed, just with precise accuracy. Yin Yi was adept in this regard, her speed not astonishing. Yet the sound of the senbon slicing through the air was subtle enough to go unnoticed, reaching vital points during the brief moments of enemy inattention. Unlike shuriken, senbon were delicate and could only achieve lethal effects when striking critical areas like the heart or eyes, which is why few dedicated themselves to mastering them. They were generally impractical as weapons. However, when imbued with deadly poison, they became a different matter altogether. Their fineness made them difficult to defend against, and the soft sound of their flight made them even harder to detect. As Yi Zi observed the conflict involving Yin Yi and her two companions, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated the combat prowess of this small team from the very beginning. The Uchiha ninjutsu's illusions were a source of disruption. Uchiha being's close-quarters control was formidable, and Yin Yi's lethal poison needles combined to create a terrifying force. In the realm of concealed weaponry, the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, exhibits remarkable precision. However, few among them wield the senbon with proficiency. Conversely, numerous Uchiha members excel in the art of shuriken. Yin Yi, not of the Uchiha lineage and devoid of the Sharingan, nonetheless possesses an accuracy that rivals their own. Armed with poison needles and stealthy techniques, she embodies a formidable assassin. This was a quality that Orochimaru discerned early on. Such capability serves as a deterrent to many, often leading to a short lifespan. For no one wishes to harbor a fearsome assassin who might one day target them. As Yin Yi's brilliance intensifies, it may herald her impending demise. A notion Orochimaru firmly believes. Although her poison lacks the potency of Tsunade or Hanzo, her innate talent for assassination is what renders her truly terrifying. Yi Zi, observing Yin Yi's synchronized movements with her allies, also recognizes this chilling aspect. Before long, under the combined assault of the Uchiha siblings and Yin Yi, several injured rain ninjas swiftly met their end, after which they silently approached Yi Zi from behind. Yi Zi gazed at Nagato. As the storm raged on, the downpour relentless, swiftly washing away the metallic scent of blood that lingered in the air, leaving the ground cleansed of its crimson stains in mere moments. The two parties exchanged silent glances amidst the tempest. The rogue ninja, Yuan Ganyi, was dead, his demise gruesome, his body severed and lying in the rain. Nagato's gaze pierced through the layers of wind and rain, fixating intently on Yi Zi, as he hesitated, weighing his options. The sole technique he feared had demonstrated a modicum of efficacy, yet at this level, it posed no threat to him. Thus, the question of whether to spare the lives of Yi Zi and her companions became a dilemma. After a brief pause, Nagato relinquished the perilous choice, recognizing that provoking unnecessary conflict would only deplete his strength. Moreover, their current threat lay not with Yi Zi and her group, but with Hanzo of the Salamander. "Let us depart," he declared, slowly retreating while others followed suit. Conan, as her figure began to dissolve into the misty rain, cast a tranquil glance at Yi Zi, momentarily evoking memories of a time long past, much like today, when the rain poured heavily, and she, Yahiko, and Nagato encountered him in a dilapidated town. Back then, that emaciated child bore an indomitable spirit, his resolute silhouette departing with conviction. Watching Nagato and his companions leave, Yi Zi secretly exhaled in relief. He wished to avoid confrontation with Nagato, as it would yield no advantage for them, and he remained uncertain of the abilities possessed by those enigmatic eyes. Facing such an adversary was exceedingly perilous. To evade this senseless battle was the optimal outcome. After sealing Yuan Ganyi's remains within a scroll, it signified the completion of a high-ranking mission. For ninjas, such missions represent a mark of honor, particularly for Yin Yi and her companions, who accomplished their first high-ranking task. However, for Yi Zi, high-ranking missions had long since become routine. He did not share the exhilaration of Yin Yi and the Uchiha siblings as they gazed at the tempestuous skies. His thoughts drifting back to the first time he arrived in this place, a poignant reminder of the passage of time. Yi Zi silently clenched his fists, shaking his head slightly, compelling himself to refrain from dwelling on the relentless march of time. Leading his team, he embarked on the journey back to Konohagakure. Days later, the hurried march of Yi Zi's squad concluded safely in the village. Upon their return, the four hastened to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi was genuinely pleased with their successful mission, though he expressed some regret over the inability to capture Uchiha Yoru alive. After offering words of encouragement, he dismissed them to take their rest. Following each mission, a report must be submitted. Instead of resting immediately upon returning home, Yi Zi first composed the mission report and presented it to the third Hokage before finally allowing himself some respite. Initially, he had indeed underestimated the prowess of the Uchiha siblings and Yin Yi, a fact he could not deny. In the report, he emphasized the formidable synergy between the trio, implicitly advocating for the continuation of this team. After perusing the report, Sarutobi smiled faintly, remarking to himself that it was no small feat to earn Yi Zi's endorsement. Yet lamenting that Yin Yi was not a member of Konohagakure, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, his emotions complex as he considered Yi Zi, who bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru. Suddenly, he rose and approached the window, gazing silently at the village before the night. Perhaps fatigued, Yi Zi fell into a comfortable slumber, awakening to find it was already midday. After a brief wash, he prepared to head to the kitchen for a meal. However, before reaching the kitchen, he was greeted by the savory aroma wafting from the dining room. Surprised, he turned towards the source and discovered the table laden with dishes, where Orochimaru sat alone, leisurely consuming a bowl of rice. Observing the array of egg-based dishes before him, Yi Zi couldn't help but let out a wry smile as he took a seat and inquired, "I didn't expect to find you at home." Since both he and Orochimaru joined Root, their visits home had become infrequent, particularly for Orochimaru, who had become increasingly elusive. Coupled with their frequent missions, reunions were rare. Orochimaru glanced up at him and replied coolly, "Eat." "Of course," Yeezy responded, diving into his meal. In no time, he finished one bowl and went for a second, devouring the egg dishes with fervor. One could only wonder why Orochimaru had such an affinity for eggs. Perhaps it was due to his serpentine nature? Soon, the table was cleared of all food, and Yeezy, satisfied, patted his stomach. After finishing his meal, he refrained from immediately tidying the table and instead addressed Orochimaru. "This time, during the mission, I encountered an individual with peculiar eyes." Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of interest as he inquired, "What kind of eyes?" At this juncture, Orochimaru had tentatively reached an agreement with Danzo. As a gesture of goodwill, Danzo had conveniently provided Orochimaru with an opportunity to access a secret chamber housing forbidden jutsu scrolls. Orochimaru acquired numerous forbidden techniques from the scrolls chronicling them, and he found this quite gratifying. Subsequently, he embarked on a formal study of the human body. Thus, when he heard Yeezy mention eyes, his interest was piqued. Yeezy furrowed his brow and remarked, "Those eyes resemble rippling waves. I am uncertain of the exact powers they possess." Upon hearing this simplistic description, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he stood up, visibly excited. Observing Orochimaru's reaction, Yeezy realized that those eyes were indeed extraordinary. They were, without a doubt, remarkable eyes. Orochimaru was astute enough not to utter something as foolish as, "Are you sure you did not see incorrectly?" The only eyes that possessed such characteristics were the Rinnegan. He gazed at the astonished Yeezy, his tone fervent. "Those are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths." In that brief statement lay a wealth of intricate information. Yeezy listened, unblinking and silent, yet internally stirred by the implications of those words. The Rinnegan and the Sage of Six Paths, what manner of existence were they? He had no inkling. Were sages truly divine beings? If so, did they possess the ability to traverse dimensions? Contemplating this, Yeezy's gaze sharpened with urgency as he stood, fervently inquiring, "What is the Rinnegan? Is the Sage of Six Paths truly a sage? Can sages break through dimensions? Tell me, Orochimaru." This was his first instance of such emotional display in front of Orochimaru, his fervent expression leaving Orochimaru astonished. "Tell me." Yeezy pressed his hands firmly against the table. Orochimaru regarded Yeezy's fervent demeanor with surprise. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I cannot ascertain the ability to breach dimensions. But if even the Sage of Six Paths cannot accomplish it, then no one can." Suddenly, Yeezy laughed, a hearty and unrestrained laughter. Orochimaru, observing Yeezy's mirth, at last perceived the fervor within him. Every individual harbors aspirations. The pursuit of dimensional traversal, what motivated this ambition? He was uncertain, yet today, he finally grasped why Yeezy sought power. After a while, Yeezy's laughter subsided into tranquility. He lowered his gaze to the empty plate on the table, reflecting on the eyes he had witnessed amidst the storms. "It is still insufficient, my power." He gradually lifted his head, fixing his earnest gaze upon Orochimaru, and inquired, "Is there any method to expedite my ascent in strength?" Meeting Yeezy's solemn gaze, Orochimaru remained composed, recalling his recent research and considering Yeezy's unique physical attributes. He connected the two in his mind, a faint smile emerging on his pale visage, which appeared rather chilling. "Indeed, there is," he replied with a smirk, akin to a cold serpent. 2 days later, Yeezy stood before Danzo, his expression indifferent. This meeting would differ fundamentally from any prior encounter. He had infiltrated the agreement between Orochimaru and Danzo, and was now aware of their reckless endeavors. They were conducting human experimentation. When Orochimaru uttered those words, Yeezy nearly lost his composure, for human experimentation was a taboo in his memories and a matter he profoundly despised. If time were to rewind a decade, he might have angrily condemned such practices and sought to alter them. However, he was no longer the naive and innocent child he once was. What significance did human experimentation hold? As long as it served his purpose, he would not hesitate to get his hands dirty, even if it meant becoming a test subject himself. Every human, after all, harbors desires. Danzo leaned on his cane, his expression calm. "This is the fundamental condition of our transaction." Yeezy remained silent. Danzo scrutinized him and remarked, "I have never been able to discern what you truly seek. Now that I understand, everything becomes considerably simpler. Rather than a mere transaction, I desire your allegiance. What must I do?" Yeezy replied coldly. Danzo smiled slightly and stated, "What you need to do has not changed. It is merely more perilous than before." Yeezy nodded slightly, Aside from executing missions, he could think of little else he could offer Danzo. The objective of the human experimentation plan was to enhance an individual's strength, and he would be one of its beneficiaries. The mere mention of ocular transplantation ignited his excitement. If successful, transplanting the Rinnegan would not be beyond the realm of possibility. From that day forth, having returned from the Land of Rain only a few days prior, Yezi, under his dual identity, embarked on a series of missions. In secret, he was a member of Root, undertaking tasks of at least B rank, often A rank. In public, he served as a jonin of Konohagakure, leading a small team and consistently achieving outstanding results with remarkable efficiency. Nevertheless, many in the village viewed him with disdain, despite the suppression of rumors. Their lingering effects were nearly impossible to eradicate. Yezi was indifferent to this. In his eyes, Konohagakure was merely a temporary refuge. He neither belonged here nor to this world. Due to his efficiency, the reputation of Konoha's White Fang spread across the major ninja villages, and Yezi's personal information was documented by them, including a cautionary note that underscored his prowess. This man's blade is as swift as that of the White Fang. Thanks to the team's ability to complete missions efficiently, the Uchiha siblings rapidly evolved through their numerous assignments, their formidable synergy surpassing even the likes of Ino Shikacho, emerging as the dazzling new stars of their generation, rivaling Minato and Kushina. As for Yezi, despite being of the same generation, his standing had already transcended theirs. While they reveled in the completion of B-rank missions, Yezi was tirelessly setting new records. His personal dossier reflected a steadily increasing count of A-rank missions, all accomplished without a single failure, a flawless success rate of 100%. Such a talent for missions was the very embodiment of what every major ninja village coveted. In a small tavern, four individuals sat together: Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Dan Kato. That child has indeed gained worldwide renown, Jiraiya remarked, sipping his drink with a sense of nostalgia. However, Minato is no less remarkable than that young boy. I am certain of it. As Jiraiya cast a piercing gaze at Orochimaru, the latter remained indifferent, engrossed in his drink. Cat Dian chuckled softly and sighed, remarking, "This generation indeed boasts numerous exceptionally talented successors." Tsunade shot him a disapproving look and replied, "Our generation was no less remarkable. They are far from ready to bear the burden." Cat Dian, raising his hands in resignation, lamented, "Yet, Yetzi has already surpassed me." Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, unable to contest this fact. The mere act of Yetzi refining the spirit transformation technique in such a brief period was an achievement that Cat Dian could not compare to. Moreover, the terrifying enhancement Yetzi had brought to the technique was beyond Cat Dian's grasp. By this measure alone, Cat Dian fell short of Yetzi. If he were to learn that Yetzi had yet to unveil the full extent of his power, his thoughts would surely be tumultuous. Jiraiya seized upon this point to mock Cat Dian, relishing the irony of a mentor being eclipsed in such a short span. Tsunade responded with a well-placed punch, leaving a hole in the tavern wall. Orochimaru observed this scene with a subtle shake of his head. As Yetzi's name spread across the land, it brought with it predominantly negative repercussions. Even the black market had begun issuing bounties on him. Each ninja village sought to gather comprehensive intelligence on Yetzi, while many Jonin in Konoha remained unaware of his alternate identity as Raiga within the roots. However, other villages had managed to acquire this information, and upon reflecting on Yetzi's dual identities and his astonishing speed in accomplishing numerous challenging tasks, their wariness of him escalated to unprecedented levels. Konoha had its legendary Sannin and the fearsome White Fang. Now, they faced an additional young White Fang, an affront to their sensibilities. While Konoha's White Fang was untouchable, could they not eliminate the burgeoning young one before he grew stronger? Thus, bounties on Yetzi emerged in the black market, and clandestine directives among the major ninja villages included a new mandate. Should they encounter the young White Fang, they were to eliminate him at any cost. Of course, Yetzi remained oblivious to this development, continuing his routine of resting merely 4 hours a day, dedicating the remaining hours to training and executing missions. Like a tireless machine relentlessly accomplishing one task after another, Danzo was highly pleased, as were the upper echelons of Konoha. In their eyes, Yetzi lacked the renown of the Sannin or the White Fang, yet he generated value akin to theirs. Such talent was universally admired, which only reinforced their reluctance to clarify matters concerning him. A monstrous entity? That would serve as a splendid rumor. They would neither suppress nor clarify, nor would they exacerbate the situation. They merely needed the existence of such a rumor. Yetzi was singularly focused on returning to Earth indifferent to these matters. Otherwise, an ordinary person would undoubtedly rebel under such sustained pressure. Orochimaru's research progressed rapidly, and Danzo could not entrust all responsibilities to him alone, as that would cause him great unease. Thus, Nanako joined the research team, and Yetzi's unique physiology was included as a subject of study. They discovered that Yeezy's physical characteristics bore a striking resemblance to the cellular traits of the first Hokage. Based on this observation, Nanako became quite invested. She even approached Yeezy directly, seeking to obtain a sample of his cells for research to ascertain whether they would align with those of the first Hokage. Although Yeezy found this request distasteful, he ultimately acquiesced. Elated with her acquisition of Yeezy's blood, Nanako departed joyfully. Her primary motivation for joining the research team was not to assist Danzo in monitoring Orochimaru, but rather to aid Yeezy. She yearned to understand his physical attributes and to explore avenues that might maximize his potential, even to the extent of eliminating side effects. For this ambition, she consented to join the research group, unbeknownst to Danzo, who trusted Nanako implicitly due to her familial ties. She harbored a greater inclination towards Yeezy than her own clan. Sometimes, in that fleeting moment of first encounter, certain destinies are irrevocably sealed, not quite akin to love at first sight, yet deeply rooted in profound reasons. The youth abruptly entered her vision, becoming unforgettable. On that eve of war, beneath the moonlight, his resolute voice rang true, not a jest, but a solemn declaration. She vowed to assist him, thus. Her future was irrevocably entwined with his. Yeezy's gaze remained fixed on distant horizons, rendering him oblivious to the earnestness of Nanako's intentions. Consequently, he remained skeptical and cold towards her. This year, Konoha had just concluded its conflict with the Rock Village, while other ninja villages began to plunder the resources of the surrounding smaller nations. The respite was merely temporary. As factions solidified, each sought to grow stronger. The pillaging of nearby resources was merely the first step, and following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the onset of the Third was inevitable. Regardless of the rationale, war was simply a matter of time, requiring no justification. Konoha, situated in the most fertile region, did not need to annex surrounding small nations as other villages did. However, being centrally located rendered it surrounded by foes, necessitating a rapid enhancement of the village's strength. After spending nearly a month on a high-ranking mission, Yeezy returned home and encountered Orochimaru, a rare occurrence. This mission had been particularly arduous and time-consuming, as it involved the destruction of a stronghold rather than the assassination of a target. Lacking significant destructive power, it took almost a month to eliminate the entire base. Following the completion of this task, he recognized the potential of summoning beasts. Coincidentally, he met Orochimaru at home that day and expressed his desire regarding this matter. Orochimaru paused in silence for a moment. In a certain sense, Yeezy was not merely his student, but surpassed that role. Thus, without hesitation, he allowed Yeezy to sign the contract. You may seek a familiar suited to your disposition, and indeed, you can forge a contract with the myriad serpents. However, the clan of serpents may not necessarily align with your essence. If you are resolute in your decision to enter into a pact, I shall not impede you. Yeezy possesses a certain understanding of familiars, albeit limited due to a lack of guidance. He gazed at Orochimaru and inquired, "Should I embark on the quest for a familiar?" Orochimaru replied, "Besides the intrinsic legacy, there exists a more perilous method, the reverse summoning technique." Reverse summoning technique? Yeezy's brow furrowed in curiosity. The reverse summoning technique is an inverse ritual, while the standard summoning technique allows one to call forth a contracted familiar. The reverse technique transports the summoner into the realm of the familiar. Until a contract is established, the destination remains unknown, thus presenting a certain degree of risk. Yeezy's gaze flickered with intrigue, though he was somewhat versed in summoning arts. He was oblivious to the fact that this technique could not only summon a familiar but also reverse summon oneself into their world. What principles govern this? Is it related to the manipulation of time and space? Yeezy pondered silently. Orochimaru, too, remained contemplative. He bit his finger, summoning a bundle of scrolls, and stated, "These are the contract scrolls of the Dragon Cave clan. You may choose to enter into a contract with them or utilize the reverse summoning technique to seek a suitable familiar in the unknown realms. The choice lies with you." Even though Yeezy was not Orochimaru's direct disciple, the outside world largely perceived him as such, and the presentation of the summoning scrolls indicated that Orochimaru had never refuted this notion, perhaps since the arrival of that youthful boy into his abode. The once desolate household had undergone subtle transformations, changes that had not occurred since the loss of his parents. Orochimaru did not resent this shift. Yizi contemplated the scroll, his expression wavering. He had encountered the myriad serpents and presumed that the other familiars within their clan were equally formidable. Yet, the allure of exploring the world of familiars, a realm intertwined with the manipulation of time and space, beckoned him. "I wish to explore first," he declared, meeting Orochimaru's gaze. Orochimaru nodded slightly and retracted the scroll. "Follow me," he instructed, turning to depart. The summoning technique allows for the summoner to invoke the familiar at will after a contract has been forged. Familiars come in various forms, from diminutive auxiliary beings to formidable combat entities. Among the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha, Tsunade's familiar is a rare hybrid of support and combat prowess. The physical characteristics of a familiar have long been a measure of its strength, and the summons of the 3 ninjas stand as paragons in this regard. Orochimaru's familiar hails from the esteemed Earth Dragon clan, a lineage of notable repute. Most would readily embrace the opportunity to sign a contract on the scroll, given the ease of the inheritance. However, Yizi chose not to immediately sign the scroll. Instead, with the emergence of an alternative, he opted for the path laden with uncertainty and peril. As they traversed to the remote outskirts of Konoha, Yizi regarded Orochimaru, awaiting his next words. Orochimaru remained silent, biting his finger and executing the hand seals with deliberate slowness. He then struck the ground, and instantly, a black seal materialized. With a resounding pop, a plume of white smoke enveloped the area, from which a slender, jet-black snake, no thicker than a thumb, emerged, gazing up at Orochimaru with a slight tilt of its head. After forming the summoning seal at a measured pace, Orochimaru turned to Yizi and inquired, "Did you observe closely?" Yizi nodded slightly. With his keen eyesight and memory, he was confident he could retain the sequence of seals, even if Orochimaru had intentionally slowed his pace. Orochimaru was the only one aware of Yizi's unique ability, and upon confirming that Yizi had memorized the sequence, he explained, "Reverse the order of the seals, and you will perform the reverse summoning technique. This technique allows you to summon and return." With a single round of seals and a succinct explanation, the origins of the reverse summoning technique were laid bare. Fortunately, Yizi was accustomed to such matters. Upon hearing this, he displayed a pensive expression, mentally replaying the sequence of seals several times before looking at Orochimaru with a questioning gaze. Orochimaru, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "If you are resolute, then give it a try." Yizi clenched his fist, having indeed made up his mind. No one knew how elusive and absurd his goal was. For this seemingly ridiculous objective, he was determined not to overlook any potential methods. What would it be like to traverse time and space? To journey from one world to another? These were merely the initial tentative steps. From Yizi's expression, Orochimaru discerned his unwavering resolve, raising an eyebrow ever so slightly before silently stepping aside. Yizi cast a glance at him and announced, "I shall begin." Orochimaru nodded slightly, maintaining his stoic expression. Yizi averted his gaze, aware that what lay ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, fraught with peril. Taking a deep breath, he bit into his thumb and executed the hand seals at a steady pace. Moments later, as he completed the final seal, his expression intensified with focus and seriousness. With a decisive movement of his arm, he struck the ground. Centered around his palm, black incantations materialized on the surface, exuding an aura of mystique and enigma. Subsequently, a burst of white smoke erupted beneath him, and as the smoke dissipated, Yizi's figure vanished without a trace, along with the incantations that had adorned the ground. Observing the spot where Yizi had once stood, Orochimaru remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, he settled onto the ground, quietly watching that very location. For Orochimaru, time was of the utmost essence. At times, he even entertained the thought of sacrificing sleep to delve into the study of the human body. Yet, prior to this, after Yizi had made his decision and taken action, Orochimaru had remained expressionless and wordless, revealing not a hint of concern. Now, however, he lingered in silence, exhibiting a hidden worry for Yizi through his uncharacteristic behavior. Upon executing the reverse spiritual summoning technique, Yizi felt an inexplicable lightness in his body, as if shrouded by a veil of white mist. In but a fleeting moment, as the mist dissipated, he found himself in an entirely different realm. This desolate land was a barren expanse of yellow earth, stretching endlessly before him, devoid of peculiar rock formations, flora, or fauna. All that lay within his sight was the dusty, yellow terrain. As Yi surveyed the ground beneath his feet, a frown creased his brow. This was hardly a welcoming place. He lifted his gaze to the sun above, which was obscured, casting no blinding rays, and he felt no warmth emanating from it. Instead, a chill crept across his skin, creating a disconcerting contrast. This environment, which should have felt akin to being ensconced in a furnace, offered a surprising coolness instead. What manner of place was this? Yi scrutinized his surroundings, noting the stark emptiness and the absence of any signs of life. The sole certainty he had was that this location seemed relatively safe. After pausing for a moment, he chose a direction at random and set forth, eager to explore. Should he fail to encounter any living beings, he would return to utilize the reverse summoning technique once more. The sun overhead appeared as though shrouded by a thermal barrier. Its light soft and non-intrusive, merely imparting a faint warmth upon him. Consequently, Yi felt no need to consider external factors as he hurriedly advanced. After a brisk half-hour of travel, a change unfolded in his vista. He beheld a small hill, its hue mirroring that of the surrounding yellow earth. Had he not spotted this hill, he might have contemplated returning. With renewed urgency, he approached it, and as he drew within a kilometer, the hill suddenly trembled slightly. Yi halted immediately, his gaze fixed warily upon the hill. A fine dust began to cascade from its summit. Maintaining his focus on the hill, he cautiously retreated. Drawing forth his weapon, Thunder Tooth, the descent of the dust accelerated, and to his astonishment, a fissure opened at the top of the hill, revealing a colossal single eye. This eye, as it opened, regarded Yi with a distinctly human-like expression, conveying disbelief. Dust swirled around him, and the ground quaked beneath the mighty form of the hill. Reminiscent of a creature of substantial size, Yi's expression shifted slightly as he retreated further, fixated on the hill, which now shed clouds of dust. The dust was thick enough to obscure his vision, its accumulation a testament to the time this unknown creature must have remained dormant. Suddenly, a booming laugh, heavy as stone, erupted from the dust-laden atmosphere, filled with incredulity and unrestrained joy. The sound rippled through the air, dispersing the dense dust clouds far and wide. At last, Yi was able to discern the visage of this monstrous being. The creature stood before him, its entire body a muted shade of earth yellow. Its form vaguely humanoid and towering even above Jiraiya's summoned beast. Its elongated arms hung down to the ground, with stout fingers boasting 6 digits. The creature's bald head gleamed smoothly, lacking a nose or eyebrows, while beneath its enormous amber single eye lay a mouth several times larger than that of an ordinary being, wide open in a menacing laugh that resembled a gaping, ravenous black hole, chilling to behold. After a few moments of uproarious laughter, the creature's mirth subsided, and its amber gaze gradually descended to rest upon the unflinching Yi. After a brief silence, it expressed with genuine sentiment, "Human, it has been a long time." Yi was taken aback. He was certain he had never encountered such a beast before. The creature's remark about the long absence was not directed at Yi, but rather an observation regarding humanity as a species. "The earth has withered, the heavens are about to perish. At last, I have awaited this moment. Ha ha ha." The creature suddenly lifted its gaze toward the hazy sun, erupting into a thunderous laughter. Yi quietly stepped back, uncertain whether this was a summoned beast. Even if it were, the prospect of forming a contract seemed bleak, leading him to contemplate retreat, whether it was due to Yi's movements or some other reason. The creature abruptly lowered its head, fixing its intense gaze upon him. In an instant, Yi felt an icy chill wash over him, coursing through his entire being. He halted, his hair bristling in alarm, instinctively entering a state of vigilance. Such a weak species as humanity should have long been extinguished, yet unexpectedly. After the rift in space, it is humans who have entered an unforeseen turn of events, though ultimately inconsequential. The creature's immense single eye bore down on Yi, radiating an impatient light. "Human, lead me to the place from whence you came," it commanded in a tone of superiority. Yi remained motionless, or rather, paralyzed by trepidation. He sensed that should he attempt to flee, even with the utmost speed, he would not escape the grasp of this unknown beast. He raised his gaze to meet the creature's, his lips parting as he prepared to speak. "Do not speak, simply lead the way." The creature's cold interruption silenced Yi before he could utter a word. Reflexively, he held his breath and decisively turned, moving in a specified direction. He could feel the creature's formidable presence and sensed that it might not attack him, at least for the moment, rendering his current predicament seemingly safe. Indeed, the reverse summoning technique was fraught with perilous uncertainty. No one knew where it would lead or what monsters they might encounter, much like this single-eyed beast, which, despite its lack of murderous intent, exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance. It was an intangible yet strikingly palpable sensation, more immediate than even the dispersal of dust by laughter. Realizing escape was futile, Yi remained calm, devising a plan to bring the creature back to where he had arrived. Hoping for an opportunity to cast a spell and return to his original world when the creature was unawares. Concerned that the beast might misconstrue his intentions as an attempt to flee, he moderated his speed. After covering a short distance, he heard the creature's impatient voice. Use your fastest speed. Yi fell silent upon hearing these words, then summoned the power of lightning. Electric currents coursing through his entire being, resembling a bolt of thunder as he surged forward. He indeed utilized his utmost speed, resolute in his decision not to look back. This action was taken under the allowance of the monster. Regardless of the circumstances, it bore no inherent risk. Thus, he sought to escape with fervent haste, hoping for a chance at evasion. However, reality often proves to be harsh. The colossal one-eyed creature, despite its size, moved with surprising agility, covering considerable ground in a single stride, closely pursuing Yi with an air of ease. Yi dared not glance back, although unaware of the monster's condition. He sensed its relentless pursuit behind him. In that moment, he felt grateful that he had not turned to flee at the outset. In truth, even had he done so, the one-eyed beast would not have slain him. For he was the first and most significant being to traverse the rift of time and space to arrive here after eons of waiting. Before long, Yi returned to the place he had initially come from, with the creature in tow. Upon arrival, the one-eyed entity paid him no mind, instead standing still and gazing intently at a distant point, seemingly lost in contemplation. Observing this, Yi cautiously distanced himself from the creature. The one-eyed being appeared oblivious to Yi's subtle movements, its gaze fixed as if in deep meditation, just as Yi managed to create a safe distance. The creature suddenly erupted with an enraged roar. No, this cannot be. Yi's arm, which had been poised to move, froze in place, paralyzed by fear. For at that moment, the one-eyed monster fixated its gaze upon him. The spatial coordinates were disrupted by chaotic turbulence. How did you arrive here? The creature's eyes were icy, its fury palpable. Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and replied, Spirit summoning technique. Spirit summoning technique? The one-eyed creature mused aloud, scrutinizing Yi with a chilling demeanor. Be more specific. The weight of its gaze bore down on him like a mountain, imposing and suffocating. Yi forced himself to remain composed, then recounted the details of the spirit summoning technique, including how he had come to this place and for what purpose. The one-eyed creature remained silent for an extended period after hearing his explanation, during which Yi dared not make a sound. Now tell me about your world. It inquired again. At this juncture, the creature was still uncertain whether Yi was indeed a human from its original world, as the concept of Chakra's energy unit was foreign to it. Yet it could not entirely dismiss the possibility, for in the vast passage of time, while it weakened, the world had also undergone transformation. Yi answered the question honestly, striving for brevity. After listening, the one-eyed being fell into silence once more. It had concluded that Yi was not a human from its original realm, leading to profound confusion as it pondered in silence. Although this space was isolated, impenetrable from within and without, the sole world it could connect to was that of its former existence. Therefore, it was inconceivable that this human could have arrived here. It was an absolute impossibility, yet this very human had indeed appeared. He could no longer recall how long he had been confined within this space. Once vibrant and teeming with life, it had now succumbed to desolation. The transformation was a consequence of his insatiable hunger. Everything edible had been consumed. Not merely living beings, but all forms of existence, leaving even the rocks barren. It was not until a certain year, after he had devoured everything, that he began to enter a state of semi-slumber. As time flowed by, his form gradually diminished and his strength waned, until the day when he glimpsed a human. He believed a crack had finally appeared in the space. Despite his current frailty, he felt a flicker of hope that he could breach the confines and return to his original world. All he needed was to consume again, and perhaps one day, he could restore himself to his former glory. However, disappointment soon washed over him. The space had indeed fractured, yet the coordinates were chaotic. Even if he could escape, he would merely perish in the tumultuous currents. Nonetheless, he did not succumb to complete despair, for this world was no longer inhabited solely by him. A weak human now existed alongside him. Yes, this human represented hope. The original world seemed inconsequential, He was hungry and yearned for sustenance, rendering the past irrelevant. This creature from an unknown realm, having endured countless ages of hunger, had little time for deeper thoughts. It simply craved to consume anything, even the smallest blade of grass or grain of sand. With a semblance of clarity about this unfamiliar world, he fixed his terrifying single eye upon the figure of Yi Zi at his feet, opening his gaping maw and intoning gravely, "Human, let us make a bargain." Yi Zi trembled slightly, tilting his head to meet the indifferent gaze of the creature, a chill washing over him. The creature, baring its sharp fangs, continued unperturbed, "Offer me your soul for a time." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the creature raised a hand, and with a swift motion, a gust of wind erupted as its sharp claw plunged into Yi Zi's chest. With a sickening sound, Yi Zi's eyes widened in shock. By the time he comprehended the situation, his chest had already been pierced. Staring blankly at the enormous claw protruding from his body, he found himself at a loss for words, his consciousness fading into obscurity. The creature, with a cold demeanor, withdrew its finger, blood gushing forth like a torrent, splattering into the air and pooling on the ground, while Yi Zi collapsed into the crimson puddle. Observing Yi Zi on the brink of death, the creature exhibited no concern, instead sucking the blood from its claw until it was clean. After a few derisive chuckles, it drew a sharp edge across its own finger, squeezing out a large droplet of blood, which it flung towards Yi Zi's body. With a dull thud, the droplet struck Yi Zi, exploding upon impact and enveloping him entirely, not splattering outward, but rather as if controlled by invisible hands. It slowly cocooned his form. "This suffices. With the signing of the soul contract, I shall be able to traverse to that world at will." The creature observed the scene with a series of chilling laughs. The blood enveloping Yi Zi's body slowly pulsated, visibly diminishing in quantity. Shortly thereafter, the gaping wound on his chest began to heal rapidly, and before long, it was completely restored. At that moment, Yi Zi suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood that had encased him was now nearly depleted. Upon awakening, he gasped violently, having once again brushed against the brink of death, a sensation most unsettling. He sensed no abnormalities within his body and glanced down at his unscathed chest. Before he could ponder the situation, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The duality of the soul contract's dominion was this. Yi Zi pressed his forehead, struggling to assimilate the information that accompanied the contract, then raised his head to gaze at the one-eyed figure, astonishment etched across his features. Amidst the rapid influx of information, glimpses of another world flickered by. He saw it, and his heart raced. The third world. He found himself at a loss for words. Upon the emergence of this third world, he realized that Earth was merely one among countless realms. He had traversed from Earth to the shinobi world, and from there to this place, revealing a path for future communication. Thus, he held on to the hope of one day returning to Earth. In that instant, his conviction solidified, becoming palpably real. The one-eyed figure coldly regarded Yi Zi and grinned, saying, "You may return to your original world. Remember, upon your return, find a secluded place devoid of others, then open the door." Yi Zi fell silent at these words. From the information he had received, it was evident that he had been forcibly bound by a soul contract, the most equitable of pacts, wherein the stronger party held dominion. This contract, with its inherent law of the jungle, was, paradoxically, the fairest agreement in a world that revered strength. As the weaker party, dominion rested with this monstrous entity. And since the being with dominion permitted his return, he had no choice but to comply. Not lingering in silence for long, he furrowed his brow, employing the reverse spirit communication technique. In a swirl of white smoke, he returned to his original world, and upon opening his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Orochimaru. Orochimaru regarded the bloodied Yi Zi, his expression shifting slightly. Once he discerned that Yi Zi was uninjured, his demeanor returned to calm. He remained silent, observing Yi Zi without inquiry. "I succeeded." Yi Zi, hesitating momentarily, finally spoke. Orochimaru appeared taken aback, nodding slightly, and replied, "You may go." With that, he turned and walked away. Yi Zi watched Orochimaru's departing figure, his expression gradually darkening. It seemed he had provoked an extraordinary entity. His spirits plummeted, though not to the depths of despair. The information relayed by the contract indicated that the monstrous being, akin to a small mountain, was named Kuu, a creature capable of consuming all. Should he open the door and allow Kuu to enter this realm, the shinobi world would undoubtedly face annihilation. Although Yi Zaijin was utterly reluctant to open the door, he found himself in a position of weakness, devoid of choice. The only solace lay in the fact that the parties bound by the contract could not harm one another. Thus, even if Kuei were to wreak havoc upon the shinobi world, devouring all that existed, he would remain safe. However, should such a dire eventuality arise, he would surely succumb to madness or starvation. In any case, the arrival of Kuei in the shinobi realm spelled nothing but calamity. Yet, it was an unavoidable fate that Kuei's presence in this world was as certain as fate itself. After returning home with Orochimaru, it was not long before Orochimaru ventured out again. Subsequently, Yizaijin also set forth, seeking a secluded spot to open the door and summon Kuei. If he did not take such action, his soul would be offered as sustenance to Kuei. With a heavy heart, Yizaijin evaded the watchful eyes of the village, even going so far as to shake off the shadows that trailed him, making his way directly into the dense forest. Once assured that he was alone, he gritted his teeth, bringing his fingers together to carve a cross in the air. Immediately, two slender beams of light ignited along the path he traced, delicate as strands of hair, barely perceptible in the dimness of the forest. Gazing at the shimmering lights before him, Yizaijin felt a moment of confusion. This scene appeared to diverge from the information relayed by the contract. Haha, at long last, I can break free from this cage. A faint, youthful voice emanated from the cross of light, brimming with excitement and impatience. Soon after, a small figure, no larger than the palm of a hand, burst forth from the light, descending directly to the ground. Yizaijin observed the diminutive form, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. With a singular eye and a wide mouth, its long arms nearly touching the ground, there was no doubt that this was indeed Kuei. Initially bursting with enthusiasm as it emerged from the portal, Kuei soon sensed something amiss upon landing. Its expression darkened as it surveyed its surroundings. And then it looked up at the towering figure before it, its face freezing in shock. The two beings, one human and one monster, locked eyes in a moment of silence, the roles having been reversed, creating an atmosphere of awkwardness. After a brief pause, Yizaijin, the first to regain his composure, let out a sigh of relief. A glimmer of hope had emerged. The terrifying creature that had once loomed in the vision now appeared diminutive and feeble. Kuei stood frozen, speechless, resembling a lifeless statue. Although the situation was unclear, it seemed that the reins of control now rested in Yizaijin's hands. He looked down at Kuei, acutely aware of the invisible connection stemming from their souls, feeling an oddity in the presence of the now comical Kuei, which elicited no sense of intimidation whatsoever. With great difficulty, Kuei's eyes shifted, and it mournfully declared, there must be some misunderstanding at play, indeed. As if recollecting something, it raised its arm and traced a cross in the air, suddenly diving back into the light. After a brief interval, the light reappeared, and Kuei's figure emerged once more. Staring at its own body, Kuei remained in a daze for a moment, before unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. What kind of calamity have I brought upon myself? According to the original script, Yi was to first open the door, subsequently crossing into this world, where he would gain control over the pathways, allowing him to open doors at will, leading to a joyous feast thereafter. However, the script has been irrevocably altered, rendering it unrecognizable and utterly unacceptable to him. In his original realm, he held a dignified stature, yet upon traversing into this new world, he found himself diminished to the size of a mere ant. Previously, he could slowly regain his strength by consuming sustenance, but with his current power, it was a stroke of fortune merely to avoid being devoured. I am acutely aware of the means by which you can restore your strength, yet I am not so naive. Yi gazed at the creature, his eyes reflecting a somber tranquility, and his spirits began to lift. Brother, I was wrong. Please do not let me starve. The creature, in a stark contrast to its former ferocity, prostrated itself, pleading with a desolate demeanor. Observing this sudden transformation, Yi could hardly reconcile it with the trepidation that had once gripped him. He regarded the creature thoughtfully, his emotions gradually deepening, and remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not only spare you from starvation, but I will also ensure you feast heartily." As he spoke, his expression turned increasingly indifferent. The fear the creature had inspired dissipating entirely. All apprehensions were rendered moot, swiftly replaced by a sense of exhilaration. The creature, a terrifying entity known for its insatiable appetite, now found itself bound by a soul contract, with the reins of power firmly in Yi's grasp. How could he not exploit this situation to the fullest? Upon hearing his words, the creature abruptly lifted its head, meeting Yi's gaze, which shimmered with a cold, profound light. It paused in surprise, then inexplicably broke into silent laughter. Such expressions manifested upon a human face were not unfamiliar from its past, and this was no ill omen. I shall undoubtedly reclaim the dominance, and then consume this world. The creature gradually lowered its head, harboring malevolent thoughts. 5 years later, in the land of water, the air was thick with mist, visibility reduced to mere meters. A young man, donning a white fox mask, emerged from the fog. He was tall and slender, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, with a short blade suspended from his back. Lightning motifs adorned his mask, tracing from his brows to the corners of his lips. Behind the mask, his silver-black hair danced gently in the breeze. He paused before a tranquil lake, gazing upwards at the serene waters shrouded in mist. An air of indifference emanating from his eyes. A faint splashing sound echoed from the fog, and a vague, tall figure gradually materialized, walking upon the surface of the lake towards the masked man. As the distance closed, the form became clearer, a towering figure, standing at 2.5 meters. With a whip resembling a dumbbell bound to his head, long hair cascading down his back, sharp fangs bared, and 6 green stripes painted across his face. This somewhat portly man wielded an oddly shaped large knife, its surface bristling with spikes, resembling a durian in appearance. He was none other than the formidable Fugu Kyo of the 7 ninja swordsmen, known for his deadly prowess. Konoha's white fang. Fugu Kyo coldly regarded the young man standing at the water's edge, instantly recognizing his identity. The young man adorned with a distinctive mask is none other than Yi Zi, a figure long renowned in the Hidden Leaf Village, who has just completed a covert mission in the Land of Water. As Yi Zi gazes at the pufferfish demon, he silently unsheathes his blade, Thunder Tooth. He learns that only 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen remain, one of whom is the pufferfish demon, wielding the peculiar sword known as Shark Skin, which emanates an immense chakra that Yi Zi can distinctly sense. This unexpected discovery fills him with a flicker of greed. As he contemplates devouring shark skin, in an instant he vanishes from sight, reappearing behind the pufferfish demon, with the sharp tip of Thunder Tooth aimed at the demoness heart. Clang! The pufferfish demon reacts the moment Yi Zi's figure disappears, swinging shark skin around to counter the incoming Thunder Tooth. Shark skin, adorned with menacing spikes and immense in size, is flung back without the need for precise timing, effortlessly covering the entire space. This strike collides with Yi Zi's Thunder Tooth, sending waves of water crashing outward from their positions with a deafening sound. The pufferfish demon, observing Yi Zi firmly holding shark skin, is taken aback, astonished that such a slender and lithe figure could withstand the full force of his strike. The demoness surprise is fleeting, as shark skin, akin to a wild, rapidly growing plant, suddenly elongates along the blade of Thunder Tooth, surging towards Yi Zi. A fierce lightning aura erupts from Thunder Tooth, crackling with energy. Witnessing this spectacle, the pufferfish demon's lips curl into a cold smirk. Though the lightning radiates with great intensity, it gradually diminishes in power. Yi Zi feels his chakra being siphoned away, yet he remains unfazed. With a sudden surge of strength, he forcefully propels the pufferfish demon backward. The demon stumbles back, awkwardly halting after a considerable distance, visibly disheveled. How could he, who is accustomed to overpowering others, be pushed back by such a small opponent? This thought engenders a grotesque snarl upon his visage. Die! He bellows, stomping the ground, causing the water to explode forth towards Yi Zi. Shark skin cleaves through the air, its spikes unfurling like a peacock's tail, bearing down upon Yi Zi. Yet, Yi Zi stands resolute before the advancing shark skin, unflinching as he raises Thunder Tooth to meet it. Foolish. Seeing Yi Zi confront shark skin head-on, the pufferfish demon's eyes gleam with malevolence as shark skin opens its maw, fiercely clamping down on Thunder Tooth. Now, you have nowhere to escape. The pufferfish demon cackles, commanding shark skin to voraciously absorb Yi Zi's chakra. The famed white fang of the leaf is nothing but this, as chakra flows endlessly into his body. The demon's expression contorts with increasing ferocity. In this dire moment, Yi Zi remains composed, and suddenly, a visible spiritual entity materializes above his shoulders, surging into the pufferfish demon's body. The demon's menacing expression freezes, and from his robust form emerges a spiritual replica of Yi Zi, clutching another spiritual entity that bears an uncanny resemblance to the pufferfish demon himself. The ethereal form of Yi Zi exerted an overwhelming dominance over the spirit of the pufferfish demon, subsequently sinking its teeth into a portion of the latter's spectral essence. The pufferfish demon's spirit exhibited sheer terror, writhing desperately, yet it remained firmly restrained and unable to move. In mere moments, Yi Zi's spirit devoured the pufferfish demon's essence. While the light in the demon's eyes gradually dimmed, its expression frozen in fear as it collapsed into the lake. With a muted thud, splashes erupted around it. The once formidable blade, the shark's body, fell directly into the water and, astonishingly, began to stir on its own, submerging itself. However, Yi was swifter. He grasped the hilt of the shark's body with one hand and tugged the pufferfish demon's corpse with the other, returning to the shore. The restrained shark's body thrashed violently, its spikes extending menacingly towards Yi. Humph! Yi let out a cold snort, forcefully plunging the shark's body into the ground, leaving only a portion exposed, before discarding the pufferfish demon's corpse aside. At that moment, a cross-shaped radiance materialized within the mist. A figure, comparable in size to Yi, emerged from the luminescence. "Aha, I smell a delightful aroma." The voice preceded the figure's arrival. Upon landing, it abruptly turned its gaze towards the shark's body, its enormous singular eye bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. Instead of lunging for the shark's body immediately, it directed its attention towards Yi. "Devour it, including this corpse," Yi remarked coolly, glancing at the shark's body and the pufferfish demon's remains. The entity, known as the Devourer, was overjoyed. With a swift motion of its long arms, it seized the pufferfish demon's corpse, its mouth widening into a cavernous maw as it effortlessly consumed the demon's towering form. Following this, it turned its gaze to the shark's body, its expression eager with anticipation. Sensing impending doom, the shark's body began to tremble in fear, frantically writhing while pleading for mercy from Yi. Yet, despite its unique nature as a blade, its submission did not hold significant value for Yi. He silently observed the fog-shrouded mountains and lakes, remaining taciturn. Behind him, the Devourer yanked the shark's body and promptly swallowed it whole. Moments later, the Devourer's form suddenly expanded dramatically. "Ah, what a delightful feast! This is the most gratifying meal I've had in 5 years," it exclaimed in satisfaction. "Be quiet." Yi cast a frosty glance at the Devourer before setting off in a particular direction. The Devourer shrank back its neck and obediently closed its mouth. "One day, I shall consume you," it thought menacingly, following in Yi's wake. The demise of the pufferfish demon at Watermelon Mountain was an unexpected boon and a commendable achievement. With the consumption of the shark's body, the Devourer regained a portion of its strength, and as the signatory of the soul contract, Yi also reaped significant benefits. Having absorbed the pufferfish demon's essence, which enhanced his chakra, over the past 5 years, Yi's power had surged almost linearly. And with all who had witnessed his terrifying capabilities now deceased, the assessments of his strength by various nations, including Konoha, were woefully inadequate. Upon returning to Konoha and completing his mission, the unexpected delight regarding the pufferfish demon was duly recorded in the battle reports. Thus, not long after, the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist gained yet another victim, the pufferfish demon, who had perished beneath the blade of Konoha's white fang. Intelligence emanating from the land of water indicates that the body of the pufferfish demon has not been discovered, and it seems as though the entity has vanished without a trace. This brings to mind the unsettling pattern observed over time, wherein those ninjas who encountered Konoha's white fang found themselves in circumstances where the corpses mysteriously disappeared. The dreadful rumors surrounding this phenomenon appear to have transformed into a grim reality, with the consensus forming that the pufferfish demon of Suigetsu met its demise at the hands of Konoha's white fang, with the body subsequently consumed by him. On this particular day, Yi decided to grant himself a day of leisure. He ventured into the bustling streets, where the residents of Konoha instinctively distanced themselves from him. Accustomed to such avoidance, Yi paid it no mind, indulging in the sights and sounds around him. He sampled a variety of delectable treats, finding himself quite pleased as he feasted along the way. He is both a celebrated hero of Konoha and a figure shrouded in monstrous reputation. His very existence has become increasingly paradoxical, rendering him an incongruous sight amidst the vibrancy of the marketplace. Konoha requires his strength, yet its people harbor fear and alienation towards him. As Yi moved from shop to shop, purchasing an array of culinary delights, those who ventured near him were unable to muster even a forced smile, their expressions rigid, only relaxing after his departure. After swiftly consuming several skewers of grilled squid, he was unexpectedly confronted by a child standing boldly in his path. The child, adorned in a snug green outfit and sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle, raised an eyebrow from Yi, who was taken aback by the encounter. In the presence of earnest parental admonitions, the civilian children, unable to become ninjas, alongside the newly minted ninjas, regarded Yi as an unequivocal monster. Adults, possessing a mature perspective and understanding, despite their aversion to Yeezy's existence, acknowledged the necessity of his power for Konoha's survival and thus tacitly accepted his presence. However, the children, whose worldviews remain unformed, not only fear Yeezy but also cultivate burgeoning thoughts within their youthful minds. They ponder a future where they might grow stronger, rendering Konoha less reliant on Yeezy. And in that future, the village would be devoid of one monster. With a sudden and earnest bow, the watermelon-headed child, who is none other than Might Guy, expressed his gratitude to Yeezy. His body bent at a perfect 90 degrees, indicative of his potential and physical prowess. Yeezy cast a cold glance at the boy, perplexed by his actions, and sidestepped the child, continuing on his way. Might Guy, having recently escaped a perilous mission involving the 7 ninja swordsmen alongside his father, Might Due, who tragically sacrificed himself during their escape, sought to thank Yeezy upon hearing that the pufferfish demon among the 2 surviving members of the swordsmen had perished at his hands. Regardless of the rumors or Yeezy's reputation, he simply wished to express his gratitude. Noticing Yeezy's intent to evade him from the corner of his eye, he straightened up and hurriedly approached Yeezy once more, offering another sincere thank you accompanied by another low bow. Yeezy paused momentarily but ultimately continued to walk away in silence, avoiding the encounter yet again. Akai gazed at Yeezy, who once again declined his gratitude. Resembling a stubborn bull, he approached Yeezy once more, repeating the same thanks and gestures several times over. The residents of the street regarded this scene with bemusement, deeming the child quite mad. Many ninjas also took note of the spectacle, observing in silence. Perched on the eaves of a shop selling tricolored dumplings was a handsome silver-haired boy, munching on a dumpling while watching Yeezy and Akai. Fool, he muttered under his breath, recognizing the watermelon-headed child as Might Guy, the one who consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, and he scoffed slightly. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Yeezy. In the Hidden Leaf Village, there existed 2 White Fangs, the famed White Fang, who was the father of the silver-haired boy, and the lesser-known White Fang, known as Yeezy. The silver-haired boy did not approve of the title Little White Fang attributed to Yeezy. In his eyes, his father was immensely powerful and deserved a title that was truly unique. Thus, he privately referred to Yeezy as Lightning Fang of the Leaf. After swallowing several dumplings, the silver-haired boy descended to procure more before returning to the rooftop to witness the unfolding drama below. Yeezy, having been thwarted multiple times, grew increasingly impatient. He looked at the bowing child before him and coldly instructed, "Step aside." Akai bent low and loudly declared, "Please accept my gratitude." Yeezy's demeanor remained icy as he repeated, "Step aside." Yet, Akai remained unfazed. Yeezy's brows furrowed, a chilling aura emanating from him. Akai, the first to be affected, felt as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. An intense chill surged from his core, spreading throughout his body, rendering his limbs rigid and causing beads of cold sweat to form. The second closest, the silver-haired boy, trembled at the murderous intent radiating from Yeezy, nearly dropping his dumpling, as sweat began to bead on his forehead. The other ninjas were not faring any better, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear as they watched Yeezy. He coldly regarded the trembling child before him, enunciating each word, "Step aside." Akai, despite the terror coursing through him and the tremors racking his body, stubbornly remained bent in his bow. The 2 held their stance for a considerable time. And just as the spectators began to sweat in anxiety, Yeezy, eyeing the resolute Akai, withdrew his murderous intent and stated, "I understand." With that, he sidestepped Akai and proceeded forward. This time, Akai did not follow, his limbs still paralyzed. How terrifying, he pondered deeply while maintaining his bowed position, resolving that one day he too would become this strong. On the rooftop, the silver-haired boy silently watched Yeezy's retreating figure, his expression complex, lost in thought. Encountering such an inexplicable child was merely an inconsequential interlude. Shortly after returning home, Yeezy was summoned to the root. Nanako drew another vial of blood from Yeezy, along with a small piece of living tissue. Over the past 5 years, the research aimed at enhancing Yeezy's physical attributes has made little significant progress. In fact, not only has there been a lack of advancement, but even methods to suppress the degeneration have remained elusive. As Yeezy began to sprout white hair, Nanako grew increasingly anxious. Yet substantial progress continued to evade her. She even attempted to fuse the cells of the first Hokage with Yeezy's, but the outcome was merely accelerated deterioration. On the other hand, Orochimaru's research team had perfected their study and successfully implemented their findings. Indeed, The technique for transplanting the Sharingan had taken its initial form and was functioning effectively, requiring only further refinement. Yazi had been particularly invested in this technology, as he yearned for a pair of exceptionally powerful eyes, the Rinnegan he had glimpsed in the Land of Rain. Regrettably, the transplantation process necessitated the cells of the first Hokage, which were akin to poison for him. Once infused within his body, they would cause rapid tissue decay. This dilemma remained unresolved, yet Yazi was unwilling to surrender easily. Thus he had never turned down Nanako's requests. After providing her with blood, he departed from the route and returned home. For the past 5 years, he had rarely been seen in the village, typically traversing between 2 points. Today, he had intentionally taken a day off, which allowed him to appear on the streets. Shortly after returning home, visitors arrived, none other than Kushina and Minato, who had come upon hearing news of Yazi's return to the village. Yazi was not surprised by their arrival. Such scenes had played out numerous times over the years. He welcomed Kushina and Minato inside, yet did not offer even the most basic hospitality, displaying an exceedingly indifferent demeanor. Despite the absence of refreshments and his cold attitude, Kushina and Minato were accustomed to it. Once inside, Kushina's gaze lingered on Yazi's face and the increasingly numerous strands of white hair. As Tsunade's direct disciple, she possessed more insider knowledge regarding Yazi's condition than most. She was acutely aware that Yazi was wearing down his lifespan, yet felt powerless to assist him. She couldn't even provide him with solace. Long ago, she had realized that she had been cast out from Yazi's world, perhaps not just her, but everyone else as well. The atmosphere in the living room was laden with silence. Kushina's eyes were fixed on Yazi, while he stared at the withering flowers in the garden. Minato, for his part, silently observed the two. Minato understood a simple truth: Kushina harbored feelings for Yazi, while he himself loved Kushina. This was an uncomfortable reality he accepted without attempting to alter it. Instead, he would find ways to gradually capture Kushina's attention. "Hello? Is anyone home? I'm coming in." Suddenly, a melodious and bright female voice echoed from the entrance. The first phrase was a greeting, the second an inquiry, and the third an assertive action. The transition from greeting to inquiry, then to directly entering, took scarcely 2 seconds. "Pardon my intrusion." Following the melodic voice of a woman, the sound of a door opening resonated, accompanied by a steady masculine voice, though the footsteps belonged to 3 individuals. As the sounds echoed from the entrance, Yazi remained composed, his expression unchanged, save for a subtle raise of his brow at the emergence of the first female voice. "Excuse the intrusion." A girl clad in green peeked through the corridor, her cheerful demeanor illuminated by a wide smile as she raised a 3-tiered lunchbox toward Yazi, who sat regally at the head of the table. "Captain, in light of my bringing lunch, please don't hold it against me for opening the door without permission." "Excuse the intrusion," chimed in a pair of siblings who bore a striking resemblance to one another, both with dark hair and eyes. These 3 were members of Yazi's team, Yin-Yi and the Uchiha siblings. However, in due time, this team, which had astounded the village of Konoha for quite a while, was destined to disband, as both Yin-Yi and the Uchiha siblings had successfully passed the Jonin examination, thus officially becoming Jonin themselves. They would henceforth assume the role of captains, leading new squads. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that Kushina and Minato would soon be appointed as team leaders, marking the dissolution of their own squad as well. Yazi merely observed the trio entering the living room without uttering a word. He had no intention of serving tea. Yin-Yi placed the lunchbox on the table, glanced at Kushina, and then settled beside Yazi. Upon witnessing this, Kushina's elegantly arched brows quivered slightly. Uchiha Bing, with an icy demeanor, sat down and directly inquired of Yazi, "Where is the tea?" Yazi cast her a sidelong glance, replying, "If you wish to drink, serve yourself." Uchiha Bing retorted earnestly, "You are the host, we are the guests." "Oh," Yazi acknowledged, leaving the conversation at that. Uchiha Bing, noticing his indifference, felt a few beads of frustration form on her pristine forehead. "I'll fetch it," Uchiha Natsu said with a wry smile, standing up to prepare the tea, while Yin-Yi opened the 3-tiered lunchbox to reveal its contents, exclaiming, "It's a rare occasion for our team to gather." Yin-Yi regarded Kushina with a cool expression, emphasizing the phrase "our team." Sitting beside Kushina, Minato offered a slight smile, glancing at her. It was evident that Yin-Yi was hinting at their departure, and it was both reasonable and justified for them to leave. However, Kushina appeared oblivious to the underlying message, maintaining her composed posture without any intent to depart. Seeing that Kushina showed no signs of leaving, Minato remained still as well. The hint had been made abundantly clear, yet Kushina stayed resolute, prompting Yin Yi to let out a soft, disdainful hum, choosing to say nothing further. Before long, Uchiha Natsu returned with the tea and 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, finally imparting a semblance of hospitality. As the tea was set down, Yin Yi clasped her hands together, boldly declaring, "Let us partake." The lunchbox contained only 4 sets of utensils, but fortunately, Uchiha Natsu had thoughtfully retrieved 2 additional sets from the kitchen. Otherwise, even with the 4 sets arranged, Yin Yi would have had no further actions to take. Observing the multitude in the hall and the fragrant dishes adorning the table, Yi Zi let out a silent sigh. Each rare moment of respite at home inevitably culminated in such a scene, not out of disdain, nor purely affection. It was simply that he found it hard to harbor any aversion to such an atmosphere. "Let us finish and depart. I require rest," Yi Zi stated, lifting his chopsticks. His words were met with the sound of a bottle being set down. Yin Yi, with a beaming smile, placed the wine bottle on the table. Yi Zi glanced at the alcohol, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Bing's eye sparkled as he seized the bottle, pouring himself a glass. Uchiha Natsuki, shaking his head in resignation, acquiesced to the unfolding scene as Yin Yi produced several bottles of liquor. Kushina unabashedly snatched a bottle, using her rice bowl as a cup, filling it to the brim with wine. Observing this, Yin Yi mirrored her actions, downing his drink in one go. Then defiantly glancing at Kushina, who also finished her drink in its entirety, Watergate sighed softly, calmly lifting his chopsticks to partake in the meal. This tableau was not novel. As night descended and the clamor subsided, Yi Zi finally ushered them all away, leaving behind a table of remnants and empty plates. The silvery moonlight streamed through the open door, blanketing the hall in a layer of frost-like luminescence. Yi Zi's gaze drifted beyond the entrance, resting upon the wilted flowers and grasses in the courtyard, lost in contemplation, silent and introspective. "Devour her, and you too will grow stronger, inching closer to your aspirations," echoed a voice laden with greed. Breaking the tranquility of the hall, it was Kuei's voice. "If you wish to perish, you may attempt it," Yi Zi replied, his tone icy, referring to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina. From the shadows of the hall's corner emerged a diminutive figure, unmistakably Kuei, who looked up at Yi Zi with disdain and snorted dismissively, "Mercy is a woman's folly. To gain power through murder, then kill. To gain power through consumption, then consume. If you cannot grasp such a simple truth, how dare you dream of returning to your original world?" Yi Zi cast a cold glance at him and replied, "Should devouring you grant me passage through the spatial barrier, I would do so without hesitation, even if it meant suffering backlash and fracturing my soul." His tone was as chilling as a winter's night breeze, piercing and earnest, leaving no room for doubt regarding his resolve. Kuei instinctively recoiled slightly. 5 years of acquaintance had afforded him ample insight into Yi Zi's character. He knew that Yi Zi's soul was exceptionally potent, and even if subjected to the contract's backlash, it would not lead to immediate obliteration, thus placing him at a disadvantage, a fundamental reason for his persistent retreat. Do not deny it. That woman harbors an energy of formidable strength. To consume her would only yield benefits, a fact you are well aware of. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Kuei tore through the radiant light and vanished within. As the brilliance faded, Yi Zi found himself alone in the living room, his gaze lingering on the spot where Kuei had disappeared, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. Once the formidable challenge was resolved, there was little reason to linger here any longer. At that moment, the few individuals departing Orochimaru's abode ventured forth in disparate directions, each destined for a unique path. When light is obstructed by an object, darkness inevitably ensues, a dichotomy of brilliance and obscurity. As the sun ascended, Yi Zi once again immersed himself in an endless array of tasks. This year, after a period of recuperation, the major ninja villages began to stir restlessly. Plunder and war have perpetually been the prevailing themes in the ninja world. Small nations incessantly battle to augment their strength, while larger nations engage in relentless conquest to assert their dominance. In this tumult of conflict and pillaging, human life is rendered utterly valueless, merely a statistic. As Yi Zi traversed multiple nations executing missions, he claimed countless lives in pursuit of his own power. He even invaded small nations' ninja villages multiple times, and some lesser-known villages on the rise were obliterated by his singular hand. These acts were not merely tasks, they were a quest for greater strength. Many believed Yi Zi's indifference remained unchanged from years past, unaware that he had grown even colder and more ruthless. What appeared as casual gatherings among friends was merely a facade crafted by Yi Zi. He could not allow Konoha to perceive that certain matters had shifted, nor could they know that some situations were beyond their control. Since forging a soul contract with Ku and recognizing its significance, he found little reason to remain in Konoha. His presence now was solely to master the techniques of transplantation. Yet, prior to that, he required Nanako to discover a method for integrating with the first Hokage's cells. Until then, he would dutifully masquerade as an efficient task executor, awaiting the opportune moment to break free from all constraints. The mission he undertook this time was the assassination of a minister from the Land of Lightning. Such tasks were well within Yizi's grasp, and he executed it with terrifying efficiency before returning to Konoha to report. After completing the assignment, he once again received a high-level task from Danzo. Observing Yizi's robotic demeanor, Danzo, having just undergone a transplant of the Sharingan, wore an inscrutable smile. As Yizi departed, Danzo slightly reined in his smile. Gently stroking his right eye through the gauze, and with a silent, cold chuckle, he murmured to himself, "Once Nanako's research bears fruit, we shall secure the results and eliminate all witnesses." Indeed, a voice of indifference echoed in the shadows. Such a useful tool cannot be easily relinquished, wouldn't you agree? Orochimaru? Danzo smiled faintly, shifting his gaze toward a particular direction, the laboratory where Orochimaru conducted his research on human experimentation. To clandestinely support a large-scale experiment, funding was indispensable, and Yizi played a pivotal role in this endeavor. Danzo merely regarded Yesh as a highly useful tool, and in his perspective, the ambitious Orochimaru had adopted Yesh primarily for this very purpose. Whether this notion is right or wrong bears little significance. Yesh awaits, oblivious to the fact that Danzo too is in a state of anticipation, with Yesh in the lead and Danzo lurking behind. Even those who traverse the shadows cannot entirely conceal their presence. Yesh had long succeeded in evading the watchful eyes of Konoha, and even now, he possesses ample confidence to keep certain matters hidden. Nevertheless, all endeavors encounter unforeseen obstacles. A pair of dark hands quietly looms over him. Nanako, who strives tirelessly to assist Yesh, remains blissfully unaware of the metaphorical blade that hangs perilously behind her. The surname Shimizu, in the face of power, ultimately proves to be but a mere decoration. Time swiftly passes, the weak grow stronger, while the strong become even mightier. Each individual advances resolutely towards the future. The era of the three Sannin has faded from the forefront, and Yesh's generation has already become the backbone of the times, with Kakashi's cohort poised to follow. The gaze of the populace, subject to the relentless passage of time, subtly shifts from figures such as Yesh, Minato, and Kushina toward the emerging generation. After careful consideration, Yesh's squad was ultimately disbanded, as was Minato's. It cannot be denied that the combination of the Uchiha siblings and Yinde is extraordinarily formidable. Even Yesh, during training, finds himself defeated. Should it come to a life-and-death struggle, however, Yesh would undoubtedly vanquish the Uchiha siblings and Yinya's alliance. Even so, the ability to defeat Yesh in training speaks volumes about the fearsome nature of this trio. Nonetheless, Konoha continues to grapple with a manpower shortage. Hence, despite Yesh's squad being a considerable force, dissolution was inevitable, as was the fate of Minato's team. Each departing Jonin would be assigned to separate squads, tasked with leading the new generation of Genin emerging from the Ninja Academy, save for Yinya, who hails from the Grass Village. While Konoha has essentially trained Yinya, she remains a citizen of the Grass Village, which precludes her from being appointed to lead a squad. Thus, Yinya faces two choices: to return to the Grass Village or to defer her decision for later arrangements. Without hesitation, she opts for the latter. The third Hokage is taken aback by Yinya's decisiveness, but refrains from delving deeper into the matter. Soon, all Jonin are assigned, and Yesh cannot escape being designated to lead a team. Danzo is highly displeased with Yesh's assignment to guide a group of youngsters, even voicing his dissent in a small meeting. However, the third Hokage, intimately familiar with Yesh's background, displays an unusually firm stance, rejecting Danzo's objection. The third Hokage is determined not to allow Yesh to become merely a subordinate to Danzo, a mere instrument of missions. Thus, he makes this critical decision to assign Yesh to lead a team, when everyone else is thrust into leadership roles akin to ducks being driven to water. Yesh has little reason to refuse, such is the prevailing trend, and it is this very circumstance that renders Danzo unable to retain Yesh. Upon receiving the notification to proceed to the Hokage's office, Yizi furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the impending arrangement and would prefer to decline it, for the addition of two young novices to the team would undoubtedly prove to be a burden. After a brief moment of preparation, Yizi made his way to the iconic structure of the Hokage's office. He could still sense the presence of several concealed entities lurking in the shadows. Yet he maintained his composure as he pushed open the door. Inside the spacious office, a middle-aged man sat behind a conspicuous desk. Upon noticing Yizi's entrance, he looked up slightly and offered a faint smile. In addition to the third Hokage, 3 individuals stood before the desk. Among them was Yi, whose presence elicited a beautiful smile as she caught sight of Yizi. The other 2 were recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy. Upon seeing Yizi, Kurenai's ruby-like eyes betrayed a flicker of hesitation, while Guy exhibited a face full of excitement. Yizi cast a cursory glance at the trio before coldly averting his gaze and striding directly to the desk, silently regarding the third Hokage. This was his unique form of expression, discontent. The third Hokage, accustomed to Yizi's demeanor, remained unfazed. He lifted his gaze slightly to meet Yizi's, feigning ignorance of his dissatisfaction, and remarked with a smile, "These are the members of your future team. I need not introduce Yi. And these 2 are Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy. Here are their profiles for your review. If you seek an explanation for this arrangement, I am more than willing to provide one." Yizi remained silent, taking a step forward to retrieve the documents the third Hokage had pushed towards him. After diligently perusing the material, he frowned, casting a cold glance at Kurenai and Guy before turning his attention back to the third Hokage, his voice dripping with disdain. "Are you jesting?" The words hung in the air, leaving Yi, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai momentarily taken aback. Completely unprepared for Yizi's harsh demeanor towards the third Hokage, maintaining a slight smile, the third Hokage replied earnestly, "This is no jest." With a derisive snort, Yizi tossed the documents aside. "A fool who can only perform taijutsu, and another who relies solely on jinjutsu. If you wish to prevent their premature demise, it would be prudent to assign them to another team. As for Yi, I have no objections to her continuing to accompany me." Hearing Yizi's blunt assessment, Kurenai's face flushed crimson, her anger palpable as she glared at him, yet he did not spare her a glance. The excitement on Guy's face gradually faded, replaced by disappointment. He could not refute the label of a fool who could only perform taijutsu. As for Yi, upon hearing that Yizi wished to retain her, her smile deepened. "I'm afraid that won't suffice. Kurenai and Guy are the last 2 available, and due to a shortage of personnel, Yi was assigned to remain with your team." The third Hokage replied, shaking his head slightly, his tone tinged with regret. Yizi let out a cold laugh, tapping his finger lightly on the desk. "This arrangement is utterly illogical. You cannot possibly expect me to teach these 2 severely lacking children the art of assassination, can you?" The third Hokage did not directly respond to Yizi. Instead, he retrieved the files on Yugao and Might Guy, glancing through them before turning his gaze back to Yizi, stating earnestly, "You possess formidable physical prowess. As for jinjutsu, while you seldom employ it, others may be unaware. Yet I am acutely aware of your exceptional talent in that arena. You simply tend to favor a more direct approach to power, which is why you have not devoted much attention to illusion techniques. Furthermore, do you genuinely believe that this arrangement lacks rationale? Indeed. Both Yugao and Might Guy excel in their respective fields while being somewhat deficient in others. However, one excels in taijutsu and the other in jinjutsu. Does this not perfectly mirror the template of your previous team? Regarding mentorship, if even a comprehensive jonin like you cannot teach them, then there would be no one more suitable." Listening to the third Hokage's discourse, both Yugao and Might Guy were taken aback, particularly by the last statement, which indicated the Hokage's high regard for Yizi. Yizi's reputation within Konoha was resounding, and the understanding that Yugao and Might Guy had of him stemmed from those accolades. However, the assessment from the third Hokage suggested that his prowess was even greater than the rumors portrayed. "I comprehend," Yizi remarked, his furrowed brow remaining unrelaxed. With the conversation having reached this point, he understood there was no room for refusal. Observing Yizi's acquiescence, a smile involuntarily crept upon the third Hokage's lips. Indeed, Yugao and Might Guy were severely specialized, yet the Hokage held great optimism for them. He was confident that they would undoubtedly become the backbone of Konoha's future and believed that under Yizi's guidance, these 2 new generations would accelerate their growth. From the outset, Yizi had never believed he could evade this troublesome position. The prospect of mentoring a few fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy seemed nothing more than a waste of time. Moreover, with the added burden, he risked being constrained, potentially unable to undertake high-difficulty missions until the youngsters matured. Consequently, he would be deprived of the opportunity to pursue certain clandestine endeavors through missions. In recent years, in his quest for greater strength, he and Shikaku had coldly consumed countless lives. Yet, this was still far from sufficient, devouring hundreds, even thousands of ordinary bodies, paled in comparison to the essence of a ninja with a commendable chakra reserve. Thus, this method, akin to forcing growth, required arduous conditions to sustain it. If he possessed absolute power, he would not hesitate to target smaller ninja academies first. In fact, he and Shikaku had previously dispatched lesser-known ninja villages with ease. Now, however, leading a few novices offered the singular advantage that Yin Yi was also in the team, and there were only 2 young ones. Yizi cast a glance at Might Guy and Yugao, formulating a plan in his mind. Nodding slightly at the 3rd Hokage, he picked up the documents from the table and strode toward the door. "Follow me," he commanded. As soon as his words echoed, Yin Yi promptly followed suit. Might Guy and Yugao were a beat slower, exchanging glances before jogging after them. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Yizi led the trio to a rooftop not far beneath Hokage Rock. He found a seat and began reviewing the documents. "Since there is no way to shirk this responsibility, I shall find a way for the 2 young ones to mature swiftly. I have no desire to squander my time on trivial tasks such as weeding." Yizi immersed himself in his documents, paying no heed to the 3 individuals around him. On the other hand, Yin Yi sat quietly nearby, listening to the rhythmic and orderly breaths of Yizi, her gaze drifting over the panoramic view of Konoha village. A subtle smile gracing her lips. A gentle breeze wafted from afar, stirring her deep green tresses, carrying with it a faint fragrance of plants as it journeyed into the distance. She relished such moments, whether basking in the sunshine, feeling the caress of a gentle wind, enduring the incessant rain, or even braving fierce storms. It mattered not. As long as he was by her side, it was enough. In contrast to Yin Yi's serene demeanor, the 2 young ninjas, freshly emerged from the academy, appeared rather constrained. Their discomfort stemmed not only from being in unfamiliar surroundings, but also from the palpable sense of exclusion they felt while observing Yi Zi and Yin Yi. It was as if they were on the periphery of a circle, facing an insurmountable barrier to entry. Might Guy seemed accustomed to such an atmosphere and remained unfazed, while Hinata's discomfort was evident. She couldn't fathom what her peers had encountered with their assigned instructors, but she lamented her misfortune in being placed under Yi Zi's tutelage, especially since the only familiar face was the muscle-bound simpleton. Was it truly necessary to spend so long on merely 2 pages of documents? And is it really appropriate to leave us exposed here like this? Shouldn't we begin with introductions? "Oh, how unfortunate I am." As she observed Yi Zi seemingly deep in thought, Hinata silently vented her frustration. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Zi was entirely oblivious to her inner turmoil. After diligently reviewing the profiles of the 2 academically challenged students, he began pondering what contributions they could make to the team, their potential, and how they might accelerate their growth. He had no intention of rectifying their deficiencies. Since they were already significantly skewed in their studies, it would be prudent to let them specialize thoroughly. Even mastering a single facet to perfection could pave a commendable path. In truth, he simply wished to avoid wasting excessive time. Thus, from the outset, he had no desire to assist them in correcting their academic imbalances. If their untimely demise during missions could be avoided, that would be even better. With a clearer direction in mind, Yi Zi set aside the documents and addressed the 2. Speaking calmly, "I am Yi Zi, a Jonin. We shall conclude here for today. Assemble here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." With that, he vanished in a flash of body flicker technique, disappearing from their sight. "Is this it?" Might Guy and Hinata stared at the spot where Yi Zi had just stood, momentarily taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't we have had introductions first? After waiting in the sun for so long, they finally heard Yi Zi's first words, and it turned out to be this. Unable to contain herself, Hinata exclaimed in frustration. "Isn't our information in the hands of the teacher? Perhaps that's why he didn't feel the need for introductions," Might Guy suggested, scratching his shiny black hair. Hinata shot him an irate glare, retorting, "He has our profiles, but do we have his?" "No, but I know the teacher, and you are aware of that too, right?" Might Guy replied, his face a mask of confusion. After all, who in the village was unaware of Teacher Yi? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yuhi Kurenai stumbled slightly, pressing her forehead as if she could foresee a future steeped in despair. Could she truly endure such a teen? With this desolation weighing upon her, she glanced at her fellow teammate, the Jonin Yane, who, upon catching her eye, responded with a sweet and friendly smile. That smile shone like the last glimmer of dawn, tearing through the enveloping darkness. How reassuring it was to know there was at least one dependable person. Karina felt a subtle relief in her heart, yet she heard Yane, with a playful grin, remark, "Though the captain seldom leads, I can assure you that the mortality rate in this team is significantly higher than in others from the village. Don't say I didn't warn you. When embarking on missions, do not harbor any illusions that someone will come to your rescue. Take care, young ones." With a laugh that chimed like bells, Yane vanished from sight using the body flicker technique. Watching Yane disappear, Karina felt as though she had turned to stone. "Did you hear what she said?" She stiffly turned her neck to glance at Might Guy. "I did." Guy nodded earnestly, clenching his fist with an expression that conveyed determination. Observing his demeanor, Karina smiled, though it resembled more of a grimace, and asked, "Did you comprehend her message?" "I understood," Guy replied. "It means it's quite easy to die." Suddenly, he flashed a wide grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and gave Karina a thumbs up, saying with sincerity, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Karina swiftly averted her gaze, seemingly blinded by the dazzling brightness of his smile. Relying on someone whose performance lingered at the bottom was hardly reassuring. She might as well seek a wooden post to crash into. She lamented inwardly, reflecting that had she exerted more effort in her physical training, perhaps she would not have been assigned to this team. That evening, in celebration of Karina's graduation from the Ninja Academy, her parents prepared a lavish feast. Typically, such a spread would evoke her excitement. Yet, burdened by the uncertainty of her new team, she sat down with a sullen expression. "What's wrong? Have you encountered some trouble?" Her father, Yuhi Akihiko, gently set down his utensils, observing his daughter's gloomy demeanor. Both he and her mother, Yuhi Shizune, exchanged concerned glances, puzzled as to why this should be a moment of joy but was instead clouded by Karina's apparent distress. Under the scrutiny of her parents' questioning gazes, Karina dropped her chopsticks and replied despondently, "I've been assigned to Team 9, and the captain is Ye." "Ye?" Her mother's eyes widened in surprise, for she was well acquainted with the name, having heard it spoken often in hushed tones. She had not anticipated that her daughter's teacher would be him. What could be done about that? However, as an ordinary woman, she felt powerless regarding the situation. In contrast to his wife's shock, Akihiko remained composed. He was already aware of the team assignments, having received prior notification from the third Hokage, and held no objections. Although Yeezy's reputation in the village may not be commendable, one undeniable fact remains. He is indeed a formidable individual, possessing remarkable strength and an astonishing efficiency in completing tasks. Having such an elite jonin as the leading instructor is undoubtedly advantageous. He gazed at his beloved Shigure, remarking that even his father could hardly measure up to Yeezy, particularly in terms of his physical prowess, which is exceptionally robust. "Your weakness has always been in physical skills. This opportunity could serve to rectify that deficiency. However, I cannot shake the feeling that he does not embody the qualities of a team leader." Shigure furrowed her brow, troubled by the events of the day, and inadvertently struck a chord. Yeezy's demeanor indeed seems unworthy of a team leader. For students with comparatively lesser abilities and talents, he could be a harbinger of misfortune. If one lacks sufficient skill and is assigned to Yeezy's team, it may lead to a grim fate. While Might Guy, who has consistently trained beyond his limits, manages somewhat, Shigure's situation is considerably dire, as her weaknesses in physical skills could lead to a higher mortality rate. Still naively unseasoned in many aspects, she did not heed the words spoken to her by Might Guy earlier that day, unaware that he, who had vowed to protect her, would be her steadfast shield. The question of whether Yeezy is fit to be a leading instructor has already been settled. Since assuming the role, he has only led one team. And in just a few short years, those 3 students have matured into capable jonin. Now, as he leads a new batch of students, Shigure's mother, Shigure Akane, harbors hopes that her daughter will thrive under Yeezy's guidance. Do not overthink it. Regardless, Yeezy's prowess is acknowledged by all, Shigure Akane reassured her. With a pout of dissatisfaction, Shigure reflected internally, "One misstep, and you may lose your beloved daughter." The words left behind by Yen Yi upon his departure had etched a profound impression in her mind. On another note, having recently lost his father, Might Guy finds himself alone at home. After intense daily training, he must replenish his energy, and at that moment, he was consuming a large bowl of boiled meat. Meat, being the most energy-dense food, is a staple in his diet. He consumes it in abundance, cooking it simply by adding salt to boiling water before eating. This routine has persisted for some time, and may continue until he can undertake more challenging tasks that might improve his situation. In just a few minutes, my guy devoured the contents of the basin, and after a brief respite, he eagerly rushed to the yard to lift heavy stones weighing hundreds of pounds. Determined to enhance his physical strength, he understood that only by doing so could he shoulder the singular treasure left to him by his father. The night was shrouded in clouds, obscuring the starlight and moonlight, casting a profound darkness over the evening. Perched atop the highest edifice in Kanahagakure, Yang sat at the edge of a chimney, gazing upward at the accumulated clouds, seemingly lost in contemplation. It had been quite some time since she last returned to Kusagakure. After the death of her only kin, she felt an absence of attachment and, consequently, no desire to return. Had it not been for the accomplishments she had garnered in Konoha being accepted by Kusagakure, she might have been compelled to leave Konoha and return as a ninja of her original village, contributing her strength to its cause. Often, in the stillness of the night, she pondered what it was she truly desired. She felt no sense of belonging to Kusagakure, nor did she harbor any particular sentiments for Konoha. Here, she had but a handful of friends, 2 or 3 at most. Yet, she was reluctant to depart, or rather, reluctant to leave that one person behind. Initially, when her team had disbanded, she had fretted over the prospect of mentoring a few young ones, yet she never anticipated the eventual outcome of her situation. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her deep green locks to flutter. Yang delicately pushed aside her disheveled strands, her lips curving into a subtle smile, revealing an enchanting arc against the dim night sky. At dawn, the students of Team 9 arrived at their designated meeting place, a mere 10 minutes before the agreed-upon time. Yuhi Kurenai, having endured a sleepless night, sat languidly on a wooden bench at the periphery, exhibiting signs of fatigue. In contrast, the ever-energetic Might Guy was vigorously performing push-ups in the adjacent clearing, transitioning from one-handed to the tips of his pinky finger with effortless ease. A true master of physical prowess, or so Kurenai thought. Meanwhile, Yang leaned against a wooden pillar, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. As 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, the appointed hour arrived, yet those expected had yet to make their appearance. Were they truly aiming to arrive precisely on time? Kurenai rubbed her temples in frustration, while Guy and Yang remained unfazed. 5 minutes passed, then 10. And Kurenai suddenly felt a twinge of pain in her head. How could they be late? As a teacher expected to set an example, her tardiness was inexcusable. She glanced at her teammates. Guy continued diligently with his training, while Yang appeared oblivious to the delay, as if the tardiness of one individual bore little significance to them. Resigned, Kurenai simmered in silence, refraining from mentioning the lateness. An hour slipped by without a sign of their missing companion, and Kurenai clenched her fists in frustration. 2 hours passed with still no sign, and her expression darkened, prompting Yang and Guy to take notice. Where could Teacher Ye be? Guy inquired. His brow furrowed after countless push-ups. Ask me? Who should I ask? Kurenai raised her voice in exasperation. A Guy scratched his head, returning to his push-ups. Seeing this, Kurenai allowed her head to droop in defeat. By midday, hunger began to gnaw at the trio, yet their companion was still absent. The thought that this delay could be so severe was unfathomable, and Kurenai hesitated to entertain the notion. Had she simply forgotten? The unimaginable conjectures that once evoked fear have materialized into reality. To a certain extent, Yi has indeed forgotten, or perhaps intentionally chosen to forget, about this assembly. Last night, Nai brought him crucial news regarding new advancements in their research. Consequently, Yi made his way to the laboratory, collaborating with Nai to further solidify and enhance their findings. They toiled ceaselessly until now, and preliminary conclusions have been established. Moving forward in this direction, it will not take long to address the significant issues concerning Yi's health, and at the very least, improvements will be realized. Fully aware that several individuals are anxiously awaiting him at this very moment, Yi has cast such thoughts aside, his gaze fixed intently upon Nai's silhouette. Undeniably, this girl has done much for him. He recalls the first time their paths crossed, amidst the precariousness of an operating table, teetering on the brink of life and death. As his vision blurred and darkness encroached, he faintly sensed hurried breaths. In the fleeting moments of consciousness, he glimpsed an anxious and fervent face. It was one of those rare instances when he truly stood at the threshold of the afterlife. Sometimes, had it not been for the surname Shimura, he might have been inclined to trust Nai wholeheartedly. Or perhaps, the so-called root lurking in the shadows of Konoha is inherently untrustworthy, thus creating an insurmountable barrier between them. a membrane that could never be pierced. He continued to gaze at her graceful figure, pondering the true motivations behind her unwavering assistance. What drives her to aid him to such lengths? Is there a hidden agenda lurking in the shadows? A sudden clatter, the sound of glassware colliding, jolted Yi Zi from his reverie. In that moment, Nai, brimming with excitement, spun around, clutching a transparent vial in her hand. Inside, a pale piece of flesh writhed and contracted, pulsating with vitality yet bearing an unsettling appearance. Nai inhaled deeply before leaping towards Yi Zi, who, unlike in previous instances, did not shy away but allowed her to embrace him. Sensing his acceptance, she tightened her grip, pressing her ample form against his robust chest. Relishing the proximity of his masculine presence, filled not with shyness but an indescribable exhilaration. I have been mistaken all along. Your cellular vitality is not inferior to the original. I should have explored alternative avenues rather than adhering to a singular path. It is the relentless pursuit of fusion and the choice to compromise that led to repeated failures. Since fusion is unattainable, and even secondary solutions prove futile, then I must resort to absorption, consuming the original cells for my own use. I should have attempted this long ago. Forgive me for squandering so much precious time. Please grant me a little more time. I am certain I can succeed and assist you. Leaning against Yi Zi's shoulder, Nai trembled as she spoke, her words penetrating the depths of his heart. What compels her to exhibit such devotion towards him? Is it the influence of Shimura Danzo? Divergent interests? A motive that is not entirely pure? Or perhaps a malevolent intent buried deep within the darkness? All doubts that emerged from the shadows have been utterly obliterated in this moment. Yi Zi listened to the voice filled with barely contained excitement. Resisting the indifference of the world around him, as if melting just a fraction, he inhaled the pungent odor emanating from the girl's hair. Slowly raising his arms to embrace her, burying his cheek deeply in her dry, unpleasant black locks. Thank you. No longer was it a tone that chilled the heart, but rather one infused with genuine gratitude. Nai Zi, taken aback by the softly uttered words of thanks, paused momentarily. It was at that instant she realized that Yi Zi had indeed opened his arms to hold her, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to gradually flush. One gesture, one expression of thanks. It was sufficient, truly sufficient. Every sacrifice, every effort, had proven worthwhile. The boy, who had been utterly indifferent to everyone, had begun to accept her. Nai Zi gently extricated herself from Yi Zi's embrace, turning to gaze at the lifeless raw specimen in her hands. Next, we must achieve complete refinement before commencing the formal trials. Until then, I shall mitigate the risks to the lowest possible level. Your cooperation is no longer required, so you may return to your tasks. With that, she carefully placed the glass container on the table and began documenting all the results. Understood, Yi Zi replied, donning his clothes and descending from the bed. As he approached the door, he glanced back at the girl who had resumed her work, advising, do remember to rest. As his words faded, accompanied by the sound of the door closing and his receding footsteps, he departed. A smile graced Nai Zi's lips as she immersed herself in her notes. After leaving the roots behind, Yi Zi opted to return home for a quick wash before heading to their agreed meeting point. Upon arriving at the elevated platform near Hokage Rock, he was met first by a pair of furious, beautiful eyes. Do you even know what time it is? Hong glared at the tardy Yi Zi, her underdeveloped chest rising and falling dramatically, displaying her agitation. Might Guy, having endured hunger while maintaining a monotonous series of push-ups, finally halted upon seeing Yi Zi's arrival. Exhaling a weary breath, though Yi Zi had arrived late, his reaction was markedly less intense than Hong's. As for Yin Yi, she merely smiled at Yi Zi, offering no words. Among the trio, only Hong's response was markedly severe. She was genuinely angry and began to question Yi Zi's qualifications, deeming him unworthy of the title of teacher. At 2:20 in the afternoon, Yi Zi cast a glance at the fuming Hong and took his place at the spot he occupied yesterday. Observing Yi Zi's calm demeanor, Hong ignited like a barrel of explosives, completely erupting. She leapt in front of him, shouting angrily, "You have been over 6 hours late. Shouldn't you first apologize? Then explain the reason for your tardiness, and assure us that it will not happen again." Yi Zi lowered his head slightly, meeting Hong's furious gaze. "I apologize. I inadvertently forgot about this matter. As for whether it will happen again in the future, I cannot guarantee." After a brief pause, he added, "If you have any objections, I suggest you apply to the third Hokage to withdraw from this team." Hong was instantly taken aback, her heart brimming with anger that seemed impossible to express, flooding her petite frame. "Ah!" She let out a series of piercing screams before sitting aside, sulking in silence. The thought of withdrawing from the team was absurd. Had it been an option, she would have done so long ago, with everyone assigned so tightly. She was uncertain not only about the third Hokage's approval but also about where she would go if she left. Observing Hong's outburst, Yin Yi, who was watching the spectacle, couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. Gurgle. Mike Guy, intending to comfort Hong, instinctively clutched his stomach as his protesting intestines, a result of prolonged training and lack of food, made their presence known. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a meal. Yeezy glanced at Mike Guy's belly. Yay. Mike Guy's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked, Sensei, can I have the grilled meat from Tanguia? Yeezy nodded. Sensei, I have quite the appetite, Mike Guy admitted somewhat bashfully. Eat as much as you like. Fantastic. Mike Guy leapt up in joy. Humph. Hong regarded the exuberant Mike Guy with a look of disdain, then turned her gaze to the indifferent Yeezy, letting out a dissatisfied snort. If possible, please grab some 3-color dumplings from Changchuan Pavilion on the way, Yin Yi chimed in cheerfully. At this, Hong's ruby-like eyes sparkled with interest. All right, Yeezy agreed. Yin Yi flashed a mischievous grin, declaring, I can eat 50 skewers, you know. Suit yourself. Yeezy, already aware of Yin Yi's hearty appetite, stepped down from the high platform first. Humph, I'll make sure you end up broke this time. Hong suddenly thought of a way to retaliate. Watching Yeezy's retreating figure with several cold snorts, she felt as though she had forgotten something important but couldn't recall what it was. As the three moved on, she dismissed the thought and hurried to catch up. The four of them set off towards the bustling street. As they arrived in the vibrant thoroughfare, passers-by cast fleeting, disdainful glances at Yeezy, their expressions revealing unmistakable aversion and resistance, while one person's gaze held little power. The collective scrutiny from many became an undeniable spotlight. The trio following Yeezy distinctly sensed the hostility directed not at them, but at the individual leading them. Yeezy, accustomed to such scrutiny, paid it no mind, while Hong and the others experienced this for the first time, feeling the impact of the unwelcoming stares. Mike Guy, perhaps oblivious to the atmosphere, remained unfazed, preoccupied with thoughts of how much he could eat without bothering his teacher, torn between indulging and restraint. Yin Yi's expression soured slightly. As an outsider, she felt powerless to alter the situation and silently moved closer to Yeezy. Among them, only Hong reacted most strongly, her sensitive nature ill-equipped to handle such scrutiny. Though merely a collateral victim, she felt as if she were the one being scorned by all. She involuntarily lowered her head, seemingly reluctant to witness the expressions of the surrounding crowd. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a profound pity for Yeezy. Despite his remarkable contributions to Konoha, he endured the scornful gazes of the masses due to mere rumors. What logic governed such treatment? In recent years, Konoha had experienced rapid development, most notably evident in the transformation of the commercial district, bustling with shops and the vibrant sounds of life. Crossing the central street and reaching the rear lane, a few hundred meters ahead lay their destination, Tigaya. At that moment, a group approached, and from a distance, the leading figure stood out with his striking golden hair. It was the illustrious Minato Namikaze, whose reputation far surpassed that of Yeezy. The brilliance of gold met the shadows of darkness on the street, and the expressions and glances of the surrounding crowd revealed two starkly contrasting reactions, both vivid and glaring. The figure emerging from the central street embodied darkness, rumored to be a terrifying man who devoured human flesh. In contrast, the one returning from the rear lane radiated light. He possessed extraordinary strength, a gentle temperament, and countless virtues, standing as the dazzling star of this generation. Yeezy regarded Minato with a slight nod, acknowledging him. Minato returned the gesture with a subtle smile before turning his attention to the three individuals behind Yeezy, inquiring with a smile, "Have you just finished your test?" Test? Yui Kurenai suddenly lifted her head, recalling the forgotten matter of the entrance examination her father had mentioned. In that instant, she looked at Yeezy's back, her lips twitching slightly. It made sense. After all, he was an unreliable team leader, defying conventional expectations, so it was reasonable that no test would take place. Why was I thinking this? She lamented inwardly, then turned her gaze to the handsome Minato, ultimately casting envious looks at Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. Test. Mike Guy paused momentarily, glancing at Yeezy, his excitement evident as he pumped his fist, and exclaimed, "Teacher Yi, so their essay test. After I eat my fill, I'll give it my all." Yui Kurenai shook her head in exasperation, while Yang pursed her lips and stifled a laugh, finding Mike Guy truly amusing. Test? Yeezy had never intended to conduct a test. If he could use such an examination as an excuse to distance himself from Might Guy and Yuhi Kurenai, he would gladly do so. However, with the third Hokage overseeing matters, such a test held no significance for him. He glanced at the exuberant Might Guy, then turned to Minato, calmly stating, Team 9 does not require a test. Minato was momentarily taken aback. Tests were not compulsory and had no mandated enforcement, though this tradition had persisted over time. He had anticipated that Ez would forego this step, which was indeed characteristic of him, prompting a wry smile. Obito and Rin, standing behind Minato, directed curious glances at Ez. They had seldom encountered him and only heard of his reputation, which included not only unfavorable rumors, but also a name reminiscent of Kakashi's father. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, lazily tilted his head to observe a small dog basking in the sun in front of a shop, appearing indifferent to the unfolding events. Teacher Yi, is there no quiz? Upon hearing Yeezy's words, Might Guy was filled with disappointment. Yeezy looked at him and said calmly, after dinner, you can run 100 laps around the village. A fierce flame ignited in Might Guy's eyes as he earnestly exclaimed, Teacher Yi, I understand. Sunset Red's head drooped slightly. Minato Namikaze regarded the spirited Might Guy with an appreciative gaze and smiled. This child will undoubtedly become a remarkable ninja in the future. Might Guy beamed with joy at Minato's praise, unable to contain his delight. Yeezy remained silent, but silently concurred with Minato's assessment. He turned to Minato and said, Let's go. With that, he passed Minato and headed towards the end of the street, with the three following closely behind. Once Team 9 had moved away, Obito voiced his discontent. Might Guy has always ranked at the bottom of the class, and he only excels in physical skills. How could he possibly become a remarkable ninja? Kakashi shot him a glance and replied coolly, Idiot. What did you say, Kakashi? Obito glared angrily at him. Kakashi simply turned his head away, ignoring Obito. You too. Stop arguing. Rin interjected, tapping her foot. It was Kakashi who insulted first. Obito retorted indignantly. Minato, feeling somewhat helpless, intervened to quell their quarrel and remarked, Have you not noticed the overflowing fighting spirit within that child? With such determination to forge ahead towards the rising sun, how could he ever settle for mediocrity? A sudden silence enveloped the group. Minato glanced at the three, who wore puzzled expressions, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if his words had been too complex for them to comprehend. In any case, as ninjas, one must possess an indomitable spirit. Isn't that just describing me? Obito chuckled. Idiot, Kakashi interjected again. Kakashi. Obito shot him an angry look. Minato shook his head in resignation. After bidding farewell to Minato's team, Yeezy led the trio to the Tenga house, where he ordered 100 portions of grilled meat, making Might Guy tremble with excitement, feeling that the future was bright. After ordering the grilled meat, he packed 100 skewers of dango. And even the previously reluctant Sunset Red felt appeased by his generosity. If Yeezy could frequently treat them to meals, then no matter the hardships faced, it would be worth it. At that moment, Sunset Red and Might Guy thought this way, whereas Yin Yi, well aware of Yeezy's character, had no particular thoughts on the matter. Moreover, she understood why Yeezy ordered so much. The reason was quite simple. He was hungry. When Yeezy placed the skewers of dango on the table, Yin Yi quietly took a handful and moved her plate to the edge of the table, discreetly shielding it with one hand. Sunset Red and Might Guy watched her actions with slight confusion, but the next moment, they were utterly astonished. Yeezy demonstrated the basic qualities of an efficient foodie, devouring the grilled meat and dango with a tempestuous speed. He grabbed 5 or 6 skewers of dango and, in a swift motion, shoved them into his mouth, swallowing them in less than 3 seconds. After finishing the meatballs, mere seconds passed before devouring 5 or 6 skewers of grilled meat, and the speed only continued to escalate. Shi Rihong and Mai Tai Kai were left agape, unable to close their mouths in astonishment. Some individuals cannot be understood merely from their superficial demeanor. Had Hong and Kai not witnessed this moment firsthand, they would have never believed that the seemingly indifferent Yeezy could exhibit such a voracious appetite. As they observed Yeezy swiftly and frighteningly consume the food, Hong nearly dropped the skewer of grilled meat in her hand. At that moment, she could only watch in despair as the 3 colored meatballs on the table dwindled. In such a plight, she lacked even the desire to reach out for a meatball. What sort of person is this? Why must I be so unfortunate as to be placed in the company of such an individual? Hong resignedly chewed on her grilled meat. A look of lament etched across her face. In stark contrast to Hong's mental fatigue, Kai, after a brief moment of astonishment, immersed himself in the battle at the table. Taijutsu had always been his pride, Yet as he began to seize his share, he suddenly realized that Yu Laoshir's speed surpassed his by several folds. Moreover, it seemed that Yu Laoshir was intentionally thwarting him, as time and again, the grilled meat he aimed to grasp was snatched away by Yu Laoshir first, disrupting his rhythm. While munching on the pilfered grilled meat, Kai persistently reached into the illusion of Yi Zi's hands, occasionally retrieving meat or meatballs from within. His eyes gradually brightened. He found this method of dining quite entertaining, almost akin to a form of exercise. He admired how Yi Laoshir seized every opportunity, even a meal, to challenge his students. To think that even a simple meal could be so extraordinary. Yi Laoshir is indeed an impressive individual. With this thought, Kai felt a surge of excitement and gratitude for being assigned to Yi Zi's team, a stark contrast to Hong's mindset. In truth, Yi Zi was merely accelerating his eating pace, devoid of the complexity Kai envisioned. Meanwhile, Yin Yi, who was cheekily nibbling on the meatballs, observed with interest as Yi Zi and Kai voraciously consumed the food on the table. Glancing at Hong, who was weakly gnawing on a skewer, she felt a flicker of pity in her deep green eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she rose and sat beside Hong, offering half of the meatballs she had previously snatched. Here, eat. Hong looked at the three-colored meatballs extended by Yin Yi, and the ashes of her spirit seemed to rekindle. At the very least, there was a normal girl in this team. Touched, Hong accepted the meatballs and expressed her gratitude. Yin Yi smiled gently and said softly, "Don't think too negatively. Captain Yi can indeed be harsh in speech and difficult in temperament, but the more you get to know him, the more you will realize he is not so unbearable." Hong stared in surprise, unable to resist glancing at the focused Yi Zi, who was indulging in his grilled meat. Thinking that if this were true, it would be a relief. Perhaps she had been overly pessimistic. Of course, the prerequisite was that she must survive until then. Just as Hong was attempting to adopt an optimistic outlook towards everything, Yin Ye's next words made her vision momentarily darken. Half an hour later, the meal concluded joyfully. After leaving the shop, Kai informed Yi Zi of his intentions and proceeded to engage in a vigorous post-meal exercise, running 100 laps around Konoha village. Before Yi Zi could intervene, he vanished from sight in an instant, leaving her momentarily speechless. That little fellow was simply adorable. Yin Yi chuckled, finding Mike K endearingly foolish. Hong, on the other hand, instinctively covered her face in exasperation, lamenting that since joining Yi Zi's team, her instances of such unbecoming behavior had increased significantly, and she felt it necessary to consciously restrain herself. Yi Zi's gaze remained fixed on the direction Kai had departed, remarking, "Mike K's future accomplishments will surely be remarkable." Although he too considered Kai somewhat foolish, he perceived in him a fervent dedication and an unwavering commitment to his aspirations, a purity of purpose that not everyone possesses. Those who embody such traits will undoubtedly rise above weakness. Listening to Yi Zi, Yin Yi slowly retracted her smile, in agreement with his perspective. Upon hearing Yi Zi's high praise for Kai, who was currently lagging behind in performance, Hong turned her head, pouting in disapproval. Yi Zi, oblivious to Hong's reaction, pondered that as a team leader, he could not be overly casual. There were lessons that must be imparted. With this thought, he turned to the averted Hong and said, "Karina Yuhi, come with me." After a brief pause, he addressed Yin Yi. "Yin Yi, you may return for now, until we receive a mission of C rank or higher. Remain on standby." Hong was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Yi Zi's intentions, but Yin Yi understood perfectly. She recognized that Yi Zi would not take the team on menial tasks, and likely aimed to train Hong and Kai intensively to compel the third Hokage to assign them more challenging missions. "I understand," Yin Yi replied with a smile before departing. After watching Yin Yi leave, Yi Zi made his way toward the training grounds. Although Hong was unsure of Yi Zi's plans, she obediently followed. As they approached the training area, Yi Zi moved at a deliberately slow pace, a stark contrast to his usual swift demeanor as he contemplated how to effectively train Hong. As the third Hokage had noted, he indeed possessed exceptional talent in Jinjutsu. However, his belief in physical prowess had led him to neglect honing his Jinjutsu skills, resulting in a squandered potential in that domain. Throughout countless battles over the years, he had faced many skilled Jinjutsu users but had never suffered losses in that arena, leading him to undervalue the art of illusion. In truth, even the third Hokage was unaware of Yi Zi's strong resistance to Jinjutsu, a fact likely known only to Yamashiro Aoba, who had previously employed Jinjutsu against him. Having never encountered formidable Jinjutsu ninjas, he unconsciously began to regard Jinjutsu with less esteem. Yet the various techniques he encountered inadvertently allowed him to memorize a considerable number of hand seals associated with many genjutsu, despite not having an extensive understanding of illusion techniques. It suffices to instruct a novice fresh from the ninja academy. He had no intention of correcting Hong's academic imbalances, deeming it a sheer waste of time, and thus resolved to let her walk her chosen path, no matter how misguided. Unbeknownst to Hong, who trailed behind Yi was the latter's true sentiment. Had she been aware, she would have resolutely sought a different mentor, even if it meant delaying her progress by a year. Upon arriving at a secluded training ground near the woods, Yi halted and turned to regard Hong, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. In a calm tone, he instructed her. Attempt to use an illusion technique on me. What? Hong looked up at Yi, her expression one of astonishment. Yi's brow furrowed slightly, and he coldly remarked, Is my voice too soft, or is my request unclear? Yet, Hong's beautifully shaped eyebrows knitted together in contemplation. She harbored unwavering confidence in her illusion skills. She believed even Yi, caught off guard, would struggle to withstand her technique. It was this very thought that caused her hesitation in response to Yi's suggestion. Yi, unaware of the source of her indecision, mused whether she thought her illusions could cause him harm. Although he was not one to relish controlling others, he certainly did not appreciate having his words dismissed, especially by a student. Consequently, his gaze grew even more frigid. Feeling the shift in his demeanor, Hong shivered involuntarily. Abandoning her internal conflict, she proclaimed loudly, This is your request, so don't blame me later. At her words, a trace of open disdain flickered in Yi's cold gaze. Hong perceived this disdain clearly, igniting a spark of anger within her, and she resolved to unleash her most potent illusion to teach Yi a lesson. Just you wait. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me later, Hong silently vowed as she prepared to employ the Naruto vision technique, taught to her by her father. Throughout, she lacked essential knowledge about formal ninja combat. For instance, in situations where the disparity in strength and chakra was vast, the efficacy of illusion techniques was alarmingly minimal. Even if Yi willingly faced her illusions, dispelling them would be a mere instant's work. Her opponents had always been classmates, and she had often triumphed with her illusions. Furthermore, her father was a renowned ninja specializing in illusion techniques, which had fostered an unwavering confidence in her abilities. In truth, she was a Navi girl, untested and living in a dream. Naruto vision technique, Hong exclaimed, her hands swiftly weaving through the necessary seals. Yi observed intently, noting her adeptness in forming the hand signs. The speed at which she executed them suggested a high mastery of the technique, though the name of this particular jutsu was absent from any known records, hinting that it had never been demonstrated at the academy, which took him by surprise. The Naruto vision technique was an illusion that forced the victim to confront their most dreaded fears, classifying it as a jutsu of considerable caliber. Naturally, Hong would not employ such a technique against her classmates. Had it not been for her formidable father, she would not have mastered it at such a young age. Illusion, a method of mental assault, employs the wielder's formidable psychic intent, complemented by seemingly casual yet covert movements, sounds, or objects to ensnare the target in a state of disorientation, conjuring a myriad of hallucinations within their consciousness. Typically, a skilled practitioner can inadvertently allow the victim to glimpse the hand signs being formed or emit sounds that coalesce into a direct auditory assault upon the victim's ears. Observing Yi's intense focus on the hand signs, Hong secretly began to revel in her anticipation, eager to witness the expression of fear flicker across Yi's otherwise icy visage. The seals complete, the technique manifests. Yi's chakra, which had been flowing steadily within, suddenly became tumultuous, and before her eyes, the scene morphed. In the next moment, she beheld a row of lowly houses engulfed in raging flames, surrounded by the frenzied wails of despair, gradually turning hoarse until silence enveloped them. No wind was needed, no gasoline. Countless flammable materials surrounded those humble abodes. Unless a torrential downpour were to descend, the inferno could not be extinguished. From a distance, she watched as what could only be called home was consumed by flames. While ragged figures knelt upon the ground, their eyes glazed over. The cries illuminated by the firelight faded into a haunting silence. The blaze grew increasingly blinding, as if intent on scorching the gazes of all present, incinerating the last vestige of hope into despair. Prior to Hong's casting of the illusion, he had not anticipated such a scene. Thus, from the very first second the vision materialized, he chose not to shatter the illusion but instead allowed himself to sink deeper into its depths. He silently observed the image deeply rooted within his soul, his gaze honing in on a specific point amidst the towering flames, where a diminutive, dilapidated wooden cabin stood, one that would let in frigid drafts in winter and leak profusely during heavy rains. It could neither shield against the wind nor deter the rain, yet it offered a semblance of survival. Within this lamentable tableau, he felt no excruciating fear, but rather a faint smile emerged, tinged with nostalgia and regret. For as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no familiar faces, having lost a loved one that very night. Reduced to ashes was not so terrible. It spared one from many troubles, wouldn't you agree? Ultimately, it was merely the past, merely an illusion. As she observed Yi Zi ensnared by the Naruto vision technique, Hong initially felt exhilaration. However, as time passed, she saw not the fear she anticipated on Yi Zi's face, but rather an expression of nostalgia and regret. Even a slight smile. The technique I invoked was indeed the Naruto vision, wasn't it? Hong's expression grew rigid. She had intended to force the victim to confront their deepest fears. Yet why did Yi Zi smile, seemingly nostalgic, even regretful? Though the illusion had successfully manifested and the victim was none other than the renowned Konoha White Fang, in this moment, Hong felt no sense of triumph. Instead, she found the person before her utterly terrifying. Naruto vision? Yi Zi shattered the illusion. Upon hearing Yi Zi's voice, Hong could not suppress a series of shrieks and instinctively recoiled several steps, her face contorted with fear. Yi Zi was perplexed by Hong's unexpected reaction.